true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the pitch. Swing and a bouncer to the left of Aranda. He dives, comes up with it, takes it to the bag, and that'll do it. Great play by Jonathan Aranda at first. Looked like that ball might get by him and down the right field line, but playing well off the line. He makes a diving stop and ends this ball game. The Rays take the opener in this series.
And that is how we start the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Good morning, Metroplex. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back, and we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. They did avoid their 9th shutout of the year with 1 run in the 7th inning, but this game completely fell apart as the Tampa Bay Rays win at that high school stadium 5-1. We got Cowboy OTAs at 6:20. We'll chop it up along with a Rangers-Rays ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock hour. The Wednesday wheel spin at 8:20. And Brett Boone, the questions are going to have to start getting a little bit tougher for old Brett at 9:20.
Hey, I mean, he had a big series against St. Louis. You know, they had a lot of runs they scored in 2 of the games. The other game they got shut out, of course. But this was another one. They don't take walks. They forgot. You know, sometimes I think they go to the game and they forget the rules that you're allowed to not swing at a pitch and you're allowed to take 4 balls.
Is that what you took away from? I'm watching that and I'm going, they're taking a lot of pitches that should be balls in this game and getting called out on 3rd strikes. Holy cow, that was the widest strike zone I've ever seen.
Terrible umpire to start off. Now, look, they were facing an absolute beast. Drew Rasmussen now has extended his Major League leading scoreless streak to 23 innings, but he was hitting paint. He was also hitting outside of the strike zone, which was being called, but he only allowed a single to Jake Berger in the 3rd inning and struck out 8 for a game that was delayed by about 20 minutes in front of 9,100 at George Steinbrenner Field. But this guy right now is an absolute beast with the ERA at 2.14.
He struck out 5 straight Rangers at one point looking. Like, I mean, there's the problem isn't necessarily taking pitches. It's the stuff that, and every single one of them, they were right on the edge or just outside the strike zone, it looked like. Now, Mahle got the benefit too. There's one strikeout Mahle got on like a slider that in no way should have been a strike. But like when you watch that last night, it's like, all right, that's an umpire who looks like he's ready to get the hell out of here. He doesn't want to stand in there. But it felt like every single strikeout that the Rangers had for that entire game when they were looking, every single one of them was they walked away shaking their head or saying something to the umpire. And look, they still got to hit better, but last night that was clear that Rasmussen said, all right, here's the strike zone for this umpire tonight. I'm just going to paint those corners.
4 total hits for Texas, and everything fell apart defensively in the 6th inning. Latz comes in, and he butchers Tyler Mahle's night and stat line and final line. Wild pitch over everybody's head. Jake Berger with a mishandle on an infield dribbler, and then the catching bad throw down to second base, and things crumbled, and that was ball game.
And I think this may be one of the issues with the Rays having to play outdoors for this year and maybe next year too, is it is so humid down there. And you're playing outdoor, and you add the rain to that. Now, I don't know. It didn't look like it was raining when Latz had that wild pitch. So the ball shouldn't have been all that wet because they change the balls out so frequently. But the slick on your hands from just the sweat, it looked like there's no reason a major league pitcher has what was, it looks like an off-speed pitch go that far, up.
You remember Tony Saunders? Speaking of the Rays, the Devil Rays pitcher who broke his arm throwing a pitch in the 90s. That's what his pitch looked like when that ball sailed on Latz. That thing or it looked like one of these really awful like first pitches we see from a politician or something where it's like they've clearly never picked up a baseball in their life.
Or an athlete.
Right? Or that. But
player.
It completely fell apart right there.
Well, Adolis García did make his way into the lineup as a pinch hitter.
Yes, he did.
And, got a little effectiveness there.
One Oppo on the single. So we'll have to talk to Brett Boone today about what he's changed, what mechanically he has changed, and how much of that is mental. How much of him is being a psychiatrist.
I want to give a lot of props to Chris Young. Chris Young came on the G-Bag Nation, and this is as forthright, as blunt as a general manager or someone in the front office will be publicly when talking about guys not getting it done. That's the tone I got from CY, and he did not pull any punches when talking about the benching of Adolis.
Well, I think, we've talked to Adolis about some of the mechanical changes that we think are necessary. We do believe athletically that this guy is still in his prime, that he can be the same player, close to the same player that he was in 2023. And with a couple little changes, that he can really bounce back. And, we're working through those right now. Sometimes those changes are hard to make in competition. For the reasons I identified, that guys they lack confidence, they don't feel comfortable, and it's hard to ask them to go compete when they're changing things. So some of it's a matter of just how quickly we can make these changes with Adolis, how quickly he can buy into these changes and feel good with them. And then, another aspect of this is who's performing. I mean, we're getting Evan Carter back tomorrow. We'll have Wyatt, Evan, Osuna, Sam Haggerty's been playing very, very well, all in the outfield. Josh Smith can play outfield now that Corey's going to be back at short more. So, for Adolis, as much as he is, an important piece to us, there's also a performance aspect to this that he needs to perform. And over the last 45 days, he has not performed at a level that is going to help us win that we need. And so we do need better from him.
There it is. Nice. And then reality, I loved it from CY.
Yeah, because, look, Adolis is one of those guys that you really do need him. He lengthens your lineup. He is a force. He is somebody that other teams would worry about with the long ball. That said, I mean, the reality is that he hasn't hit, and this is an older guy. He's 32. Yes, he still technically is probably in his athletic prime, but he could see the end of the athletic prime, and then you're going to have to talk about re-signing him. And is that something that you really want to do?
No. Whether things have flipped or not for him, obviously it's really early. He had 2 at-bats last night. But, all right, you look for little signs of encouragement. He saw 6 pitches or 7 pitches in his at-bats last night, his 2 at-bats. There were 2 pitches that were out of the strike zone. He didn't swing it either. All 4 times his bat came around. It was a ball that was in the strike zone. So you'll give him credit for that. Now, to be fair, the 2 balls that he took were fastballs that were out of the zone pretty significantly, so it's not like he had to worry about a lot of movement, but baby steps. He's not swinging at stuff outside the zone.
When you look at this lineup, and this is probably guilt by just paying attention to one team a lot more than the others, when they flashed the lineup yesterday, I was like, oh, this should be dangerous. Josh Smith, I thought his average was higher than 263, but we've been lauding and praising Josh Smith throughout the year. Wyatt hitting 2. Corey Seager hitting 3. Josh Young hitting 4. Then you have Osuna. Adolis, if he's right, in right field. Marcus Semien hitting 7th for you? I mean, how many hitters throughout the league are supposed to be better than Marcus Semien in the 7th spot? Jake Berger, we talked about the last month that he had. And then Evan Carter returning, hitting 9th. Again, it's probably guilty of being too close to the situation, but you look at the lineup and you're like, has names. There's
names. Yeah, Marcus Semien is probably, the 27th best 7-hole hitter in the sport? 30th? He's bad, right? Let's be fair, he's bad. Now, a name, he's not a bad name. He's a great name. But there's a lot of names here, and that's the problem. Is sometimes names will carry you and they'll keep you in a lineup when you maybe necessarily shouldn't be in a lineup. Because there's no reason, if all things were equal, if salaries were equal, Semien has an Adolis situation too, where he gets taken out of the lineup and just given a reset. That's the reality of it.
Yeah, I mean, look, last night is a good example of the fact that ever since Seager came back, for instance, Seager's the one guy who even through slumps and everything else, you think well, he's going to hit. No matter how the lineup is, he's going to hit. He hasn't really hit since he got back. You look at the play that Josh Young got when he was initially called safe last night, and then it was ruled that he had been tagged out at first base. When you watch that, Josh Young swinging at a pitch that's way inside. It's on his hands basically, and he's swinging. It's all right, why are you getting yourself out there? Because you're a good hitter, Josh Young. There are times you watch him, you go, he's really strong. Wyatt Langford looks really strong at times. Then other times he looks like he's kind of lost at the plate. And it's frustrating because nobody's consistent. Nobody's syncing up.
Tonight is the return of Kumar Rocker and his 8.10 earned run average. 6 o'clock pregame, first pitch, 6:30, right here on the Fan.
And the first rain out will be at about 7:10. Rain delay will be about 7:10. I have a feeling we're going to get one every night. I haven't looked at the Rays, amount of rain delays they had so far. But you heard them talk about their schedule, how that was already the 38th home game of the year they've played. Like they only played 60 games. They've had 38 at home already.
That's just not a major league ballpark, like you were saying.
Well, no,
earlier. It's such a joke. It's such a joke. Like even last night, did they even figure out like what the hell happened to Langford on the home run? Where he just was looking around, he's like, "Is there a ball? Like, where'd the ball go?" Like Langford just stopped. Like the ball hadn't even got over the fence yet before Langford just stopped. It looked like I have no idea where the ball is.
There's been multiple home runs this year down the line there because the foul poles aren't major league stadium height. That teams have had those home runs called back because they had to go to review and they were like, well, we can't really tell, so we're calling them back. It's happened a couple times, and it's going to continue to happen because that's the stadium. That's the stadium. It's a spring training park.
Fitting name, Steinbrenner. Just a junk ballpark.
We have breaking news out of the NBA. Remember just a few days ago when Jalen Brunson embarrassed this Knicks reporter after their season ended?
Do you kind of feel that going forward he's the same guy to lift you guys the rest of the way at next level?
Is that a real question right now? You just asked me if I believe that if he's the right guy. Yes.
Thanks, guys.
Come on. Well, the New York Knicks front office agreed with the reporter as Tom Thibodeau was fired yesterday after leading New York to their first East Finals in 25 years, made the playoffs in 4 of 5 years, and led the Knicks to consecutive 50-plus win seasons for the first time since the 90s. Tom Thibodeau is out.
This was pretty surprising. Brunson reportedly loves him. He really likes playing for him. I wonder, was this James Dolan listening to Sal Licata, the sports talk radio up there for the last couple of days, and he just lost his mind? Did Rose do this? He seems more measured. But this is a New York move, and this is why I can't imagine anybody would want to play there.
Yeah, I heard chatter yesterday. Ian Begley, is that his name?
Yeah.
He had said that a lot of this came from just feedback that Leon Rose got in exit interviews, and that he had talked to a few different players, and then he was like, okay, we got to make a change here, which I get it. All right, if you're getting some of that feedback, fine. But you also got to recognize Tom Thibodeau's supposed to be defensive genius guy, and clearly they got worked by the Pacers. But there's limitations to what he can do with the personnel that's there.
They're trying to blame that on Cat's defense.
The big star, Jalen Brunson, the guy who's become the big star, Jalen Brunson, likes the coach, wanted him to stay. He's somebody who they've continued to have success. It seems a little rash to just do this quickly and give into whatever upset nature there was from a few Knicks players.
Yeah, and you beat Boston. That was
my question. What had more impact? The positive from beating Boston or the negative? They're probably looking at it in New York after you made it there to the conference finals. We have our ticket to the finals. We're going to beat the Knicks. We just beat we're going to beat the Pacers. We just beat the Celtics. So the positive impact from beating Boston or the negative from what happened against Indiana?
Yeah. So, and what I would say to that is, your perception of Indy was wrong.
Because you had said you were taking Indy.
I took Indy right for the start. Indy was a better team. They were more balanced. They were better suited for this time of year. Better, I thought, obviously I like Rick more than Thibodeau. I think Thibodeau's a fine coach. He's okay. But I think Rick is on a different level. So now you're a win now team. You're going to go get a college coach? Where are you going to go?
Oh,
Mike
the University of Connecticut.
Budenholzer? Whatever. Budenholzer? Can you get him?
I mean, it's the same question that we've been talking about with the Stars, I guess. And the Knicks just went ahead and said, no, we are going to move on.
Yep.
Our coach is kind of a jackass who's not got great relationships with the players, and we're frustrated with it.
877-881-1053 in order to get in on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. You can also ask your questions to our Cowboys insider who was at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco yesterday for Cowboy OTAs. Did Bobby finally get what he wanted out of the George Pickens highlight reel? And Micah Parsons with the answer to whether he's attending what is mandatory. We'll take you inside the Star to recap Cowboys OTAs next.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have.
So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, for your hair.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has broken.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
incorrect, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
George Pickens changing his number. Micah Parsons with an update on mandatories and a testy Stephen Jones. All of these things happening yesterday at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. Us, unlike other stations, have someone attending those practices. That is our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, here on Sean and RJ.
Yeah, it was an interesting day out there at the Ford Center. We've been doing all these practices outside, which has been the reason why it's been funny to see Tommy Yara showing up in his dress clothes, which he had ditched last week. He heard us talking about him. He was like, I feel like I need to uphold the standard. So he showed back up in his Sunday best yesterday. He wanted y'all to know that he was dressed nice yesterday again. He did leave the sport coat behind. He wasn't a monster. But it was an interesting day out there at practice because early on, you knew we were going to be moving inside. It was really windy, and they were just like, we're not going to be able to do our team period stuff out here. It's just too volatile. So as we were walking inside, though, we were getting walked upstairs, and as we're walking upstairs, we got to stop and look back, and we're like, where's everybody else from the beat? And you look back, and they're starting to gather around because in walks one Stephen Jones. And the big news, obviously, that everybody keeps wondering about at OTAs and everything else is, where's Micah Parsons? How involved is Micah Parsons going to be? So naturally, you would expect if you're Stephen Jones, all right, I'm going to stop and ask or answer some questions, and I'm probably going to get asked about Micah Parsons quite a bit, and I'll be prepared with all my stock answers for it. And right out of the gate, he was not having a lot of happiness with Micah Parsons' questions.
Where you guys are with Micah in that situation?
No different than anything else. I'll let you know when it happens.
Has there been any more conversation?
I'll let you know when it happens.
Disappointed at all that he's not here?
No. I mean, that's part of the business. I mean, all teams go through it, and that's part of the business.
Do you expect him to be here next week?
You'd have to ask Micah.
He's been able to manage.
If we're going to talk about Micah, I'm headed in here. Are y'all done?
Yeah.
Seriously, I don't need to talk about Micah. I've said all I'm going to say about it. Are we clear? Okay.
Wow.
All right.
Which now the question is, all right, who's he frustrated with there? Is he frustrated with, guys, you know what I'm going to say? I'm stopping and I'll give you some answers on some other stuff, but we're wasting my time now. Is he frustrated with that?
That's not what I just said.
Or is he frustrated with the Micah situation a little bit? And the answer is probably a little bit of both. But I mean, there's got to be the expectation that you're going to get asked about Micah. You're the front office. You're the one who's negotiating this. This would be the top line item for you.
You're the ones who drag everything out. Okay, so you should be used to it. Used to it after Dak, used to it after Lamb. You got a Zach Martin holdout. Now, if Steven early on said, guys, this is my only response, I'm not going to answer any more afterwards, and they kept going, then I can see Steven getting more perturbed. All right? So until he says that and draws the line of this is where it ends, they're going to keep asking, and they should keep asking. He's going to get the highest non-quarterback contract in the National Football League, and he is not here for the brand new head coach and the brand new defensive coordinator. So I do wonder who he is more perturbed at.
He's frustrated with Dad. He's frustrated with his dad. If he thinks, unless he thinks alongside.
Well, I thought Steven was the money guy.
Yeah, but Jerry's the 11th hour wildcatter out there, or whatever the hell it is.
Well, he said go and ask Micah. The media actually asked Shoddy. Brian Schottenheimer, mandatory mini camp next week. Now, Parsons was in the building yesterday. I think that's important. He was there, just not out on the field with the rest of the guys. Shoddy, what about Micah mandatory?
I would assume. Mike and I talked a couple of days ago. Again, he's doing a little bit of traveling. But again, everything that he and I have talked about, I expect that he will be here. And like I said, I say it each and every week. Mike and I have had great communication, everything I've asked him to do and vice versa. He's followed through on, so I would expect to see him.
Micah tweeted 10 hours ago, I will be there. I haven't missed a minicamp in 4 years. Even though the contract is not done, I have teammates and a playbook. I'm preparing as if I will be on the field for the first week of camp, but it's in the owner's hands. RJ Choppy, I'm ready to win a Super Bowl.
Yep. Hell, we'll see him in Oxnard. Maybe not on the field at the time, but he'll be, maybe at the, I don't even know if he stayed at the Residence Inn. He may be somewhere else. Maybe at a hotel in Beverly Hills, just hanging out. And this is his right to do that. This is what the norm is around the league. From Hendrickson to TJ Watt, to anybody who doesn't have a contract or doesn't have a contract that lasts beyond like this year, this is the playbook.
With Lamb and Dak, we always try to guess, is it the guarantee? Is it the APY? We haven't really done that lately with the Micah deal. What do you think the specific holdup is? Do you think it's the APY? Do you think it's the guarantee? Do you think it's the length?
It honestly feels like, because I think for everybody involved, they've all felt like they've all said it publicly. Steven said it publicly. Like, I think we all believe this is something we can get our hands around. Like, I think everybody knows generally where all this is going to go. So to me, it gives off the feeling of
Micah's side is asking for something a little bit more.
No, almost just stubbornness of like, let's get a discount somewhere. Like let's find somewhere. Although, you don't even know because they haven't really actively met with Micah's agent. Like, they haven't really entered into a bunch of deep negotiations with him or talked to him a lot. I would bet they've talked more in the last month with Micah's agent about George Pickens' contract situation than Micah's. Where it's just when the trade went down, they were trying to establish, all right, what are we looking for? What are we looking at here? And with Micah, I think they're just happy to kind of let that sit right now.
Well, I heard Broadus address this yesterday on G-Bag. Is Broadus listening right now, or is he just texting you?
He texted me like an hour ago. He might be listening. I'm not sure.
All right. Well, Broadus was saying he doesn't think that agents are calling the Cowboys back. If you're David Mulligeta, why would you call back? As Broadus was saying, they're going to say, all right, 37 and a half. They're going to lowball you. And the pressure's on the Cowboys to have Micah on the field by week 1. That's why an agent, in my opinion, would not feel the need to call back. He's just going to skip OTAs. He's going to skip minicamp. We'll sit out training camp if we have to. You have to have him on the field for your brand new head coach, D coordinator, and scheme. So you eventually have to pay what we want. And that is eventually what is going to happen unless Micah tells David Mulligeta, hey, let's cut a break somewhere. Yeah. So it sounded funny at first when Broadus is like, I don't think that the agents are calling the Cowboys back because why waste time with low balls?
But
discounts.
You've also got a situation where, like, you just read the tweet. Micah says he's going to be there next week, so even that leverage play that he has, he's not skipping it. He's not missing it.
He can be there, but not participate.
Which they don't necessarily need him to. But like him being there at minicamp right now would be more about just getting up to speed on probably a lot of classroom stuff and different things like that. The camp thing is the threat that he put there. I'm preparing like I'll be there the first week of camp, but it's in the owner's stand. That's the thing that they're going to use as their leverage is training camp. That's something that has been the breaking point for the Cowboys a lot of times.
It's also far more meaningful. Nobody cares about minicamp. This is OTAs and minicamp are a waste of time to keep players from having idle hands for too long in an offseason.
I completely disagree.
Well,
OTAs and minicamp is exactly why we've talked about in recent years when guys miss those stretches and they're rookies that they come in here and they're way behind everybody else.
We had 100 years of football without OTAs. They got along fine. This is a Parcells invention to keep players busy, to avoid players having an off season where they got in trouble because they had a lot of time on their hands. That's what this is.
What do you mean? Like we had 100 years of football without OTAs and minicamp? Like during the Super Bowl era, like teams have always worked out in the spring and the summer.
Working out, having the OTAs is something that's happened in like the last 30 years.
It's a name for it, but it's the same. It's the same schedule they've run.
It's always been about avoiding.
What do you think about the classroom / schematic work?
Okay. Like some of that's important, yeah, it's important. But like a lot of these guys are in these systems are so homogenized now. Like it's just they've been playing in very similar systems. It's not rocket science.
But when Irvin talks about yesterday that they're literally pulling up every receiver and making them draw up the entire play, and the playbook is as deep and as dense it is, like shouldn't there be guys
the quarterback, the wide receivers being part of this? Like a lot of this other stuff. I remember Terrence Newman said it's not rocket science. A new DC comes in the middle of the year or whatever, we'll be fine. It's an intelligence thing.
What else happened?
Let's take a look at what actually happened on the field and not just in the hallways with Stephen Jones. There were a couple guys missing from practice yesterday. CeeDee Lamb, Malik Hooker, Andrew Booth, who has been rotating. Andrew Booth actually got a shout out from Stephen Jones yesterday during his media availability, which was interesting. But CeeDee Lamb was present, was there in uniform, did not have his helmet on. Again, when we talk about being present and OTAs and different things like that, it was interesting to watch CD, who, even though he wasn't practicing, every time the first team offense would huddle, CD would step into the huddle, he would listen to the call, and then he would step back. Like, he wants to still hear the call being called in the huddle. He wants to see everybody get into position. I thought that was kind of interesting watching him do that. Malik Hooker had walked out of practice pretty quickly, left with a trainer. Todd Archer had said that was back spasms for him. And Andrew Booth, we just never saw while we were out there at practice. With Booth out, you had a lot of Israel Mukwamu and Kyer Elam rotating instead of the Booth Elam rotation, but still moving Deron Bland inside at nickel when they went into a 3-corner look. But really yesterday was about Joe Milton and George Pickens. Like, those were the big headline things out of this. So Joe Milton showed you the best and the worst of his game on Tuesday. He threw a couple of misses. I mean, it's really, when you watch him throw, it's like you almost hear the ball whistle in the air, and it's so clean. That's going to be one of your favorite things when we get out there at training camp, is just watching when it's all working right and he throws the football. It's really impressive.
Did you see this, Choppy?
I did not.
I'm showing it to you right now. Look at the athleticism. Look at the athleticism.
Every practice he says he does a backflip. Every single one.
He did that at Tennessee. He would do a backflip with the ball in his hand and then just rocket the ball somewhere.
That's a big man.
Now, he did have a stare down at one point and completely missed Damone Clark in the middle of the field while trying to throw to Princeton Fant and threw a pick right into his chest. That wasn't good. Almost had another pick in 7-on-7. But we did get the George Pickens highlight play I wanted. We were not allowed to take photos or anything else during the team period, but I did have an artist recreation of it. I think Aiden actually grabbed it and he was going to put it on the fan cam. But George Pickens, as you see on the fan cam, he was pinned to the sideline in the end zone, was falling out of bounds, made a ridiculous adjustment to reach out, high point the ball, all while managing to drag his toes in for a touchdown. That was impressive. I didn't think any chance he was going to get his feet down.
That number doesn't look to scale on his body.
It's pretty close.
Same guy who is drawing the Diddy photos in court, and that's a different number.
Yes, he's wearing 3 now. He had switched to 3, so Dante Fowler's taking over the 13 now, but 3 is a better look for George Pickens. He also we got the deep ball to George Pickens during team period, and he had Kyer Elam beat. And I was like, oh, all right, here we go. This is the big highlight play. We're all kind of rising up in our seats, watching it, getting ready. Little bit of air under it from Dak, and so that gave Kyer Elam just enough time to get his hand out, knock the ball away. But George Pickens was walking back. He was doing the just this close sign to Dak, like we're close. But Pickens was fun to watch yesterday. I think with CD out, they were wanting to get him a lot more involved.
Steven, with some early thoughts on GP.
Outstanding. I mean, he's just been outstanding. It's great to see his interactions with CD in the receiving room, and then also his interactions with Dak and the quarterbacks, and in general. I think he's thrilled to be here, and we're thrilled to have him here.
So there it is, part 1 Inside the Star with our Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt. More at 7:20 on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys, and of course your flagship for Texas Rangers baseball as well. RJ has some travel and cell phone warnings for you as we get closer to the weekend, and the best play-by-play of the week comes from Chess. Wait till you hear this. Next on Sean and RJ Hump Day Edition.
Hey.
Right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
We have a Rangers Royals ticket giveaway. We want you to win it as part of the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. Let us know that you're listening, if you can, on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. What was the rain like this morning in your different areas? Pepe, it probably had not started for you in Rockwall on your earlier drive-in.
No, so it started late last night. I think 10:45 is when the thunder was booming, lightning. I mean, the rain. I think I was up until almost midnight because it was pounding so hard. All on my window. I thought there was hail at sometimes. It was raining, thunderstorms all over the place. And then it rained a little bit in Rockwall when I was leaving, some on the drive-in, but not much.
Do you have a sprinkler system?
I do.
Okay.
It's off.
It's off.
It's been off.
Do
Yeah.
you turn it off yourself, or it just automatically goes off when it rains?
No, I turn off automatically. I haven't figured. I've only ran it once since I moved into the house, so it's a rain bird. So I've used it, but I've used it manually.
I could launch an Elon rocket before I figured mine out. It is impossible. I know other people have told me apps and get this system and that system. It's already built into the house. Holy crap! I have no chance of turning this. I can switch it off and put it back on to whatever it's scheduled at. But yeah, I've been keeping it off as well, but I'm still getting ripped off by the town of Sunnyvale every single week. But yeah, when I see this rain, I just get happier and happier that I don't have to put on the water.
I never go turn it off because I know I'll forget to turn it back on. So I just leave. And it's supposed to have a sensor.
Yeah.
It's supposed to have a sensor where it doesn't turn on when it's raining.
But the problem is...
But it always turns on when it's raining for some reason.
But then the day before, right? If they tell you rain's coming, then I'll want it off.
Sure, I get that.
And then you sit there and you burn the water, and then, Bobby, we don't have to go to you for
We don't have
this.
to go to you for that one.
Yeah, my sprinkler system was off last night. I think it rained at like 10, though, because that's when the kids crawled into bed because they heard lightning, or they saw the lightning, heard the thunder, and so they were like scared.
And this morning, it was not as much east as when I started driving into Dallas. Started sprinkling a little, nothing hard yet.
I didn't have anything until I got close to downtown.
pouring. It was pouring when I got to like Mockingbird. Like that was when it was downpour. Like everybody had started. I think it had just hit right then though, and so that slowed me down.
All right, this audio is amazing. This is from some big chess match, the Norway chess tournament, featuring Magnus Carlsen. Now, Magnus Carlsen is the Draymond Green. He is the who's the tennis player who had all that personality, who would cuss people out.
Oh gosh.
That's who I think this guy is. You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Hit us up.
John McEnroe?
No.
More recent. But yeah, he's kind of like the McEnroe of the chess world. This is the guy who refused to not wear jeans. And they're like, you're breaking the dress code. He goes, F you. I won't play then.
He's also supposed to, the difference between him and Draymond, he's also supposed to be like Jokic in the process. Like he's supposed to be like the best.
Oh yeah, he's dominant. Like 15-year number one or something like that. Well, he was taking on this 19-year-old. There's a crowd, there's an audience, and there's play-by-play for the number one going down.
Magnus, though, lacking the night, lacking the time. He's one move too slow. Look at his hand shaking, Magnus Carlsen.
Oh, Magnus Carlsen is about to lose to Gukesh. This is unbelievable. What a turnaround.
Yeah, but does he have to be careful here, Gukesh? Okay, he moves the knight to b2. Finding all the right moves.
And in the end, it's going to be the b3 pawn that's going to win the game for Gukesh. The queens are going to be traded off if Gukesh has calculated this line all the way. Oh my God.
Magnus banged the table and the pieces fell over. Look at that devastation from the world number one.
So amazing.
I didn't hear the bang as loudly.
Yeah, you couldn't really hear it obviously on the audio.
The video you could hear it clearly.
You could hear it clear as day. But
it was amazing.
That was riveting. They had 100,000 people watching that live. 100,000 people were watching that live.
More than live.
Right? Yes, by I don't know, 10 times.
Yeah,
like a wild amount. But the gasp they let out when Magnus banged the table.
Yeah,
you don't see this kind of stuff. This is great theater.
Such a tirade.
Is that real? Like, do you think the play-by-play excitement is real, or do you think they have to, like, manufacture a little bit? Like, are they really like, oh, my dear God, to be three? Like, do you think that's real excitement from them, or is it like how
the number one? So people asked to put this in football terms.
Right, yeah.
Put this in other sports terms.
Yeah, I saw somebody say this is like as if Scotty Scheffler lost to Charlie Woods.
Wow.
Like, because this kid, Gukesh is like a 19-year-old, and Magnus he's been like the GOAT. He's been goated for years.
Such a great chess name, too, Magnus.
Magnus.
You know what
it
I
is.
mean?
It is a good chess name.
And he looks like...
somebody you would hate.
Yeah, he looks like a nerdy, dominant chess player. The way he was sitting there hovering over the board. We should get this video, Aiden. He's hovering over the board, and like he's sitting there playing out the pieces. Like, how did this happen to me? And then Bobby Belt walks his way out of the room, and like, okay, I'll pat the guy on the back, and then just storms off. It was a tirade.
Throws a
the
fit.
youth sports tirade. This is like how little tennis brats used to act.
Yep.
When they go out there and lose in a big time tournament.
This is maybe a homeschooled kid. We don't know. Like just like Bobby, right? Throwing tirades. But this is a never played team sports guy. React like this.
Oh, well, there's plenty of brats in team sports,
there are.
as we know. So that is the world number one going down. Incredible. All right, Chop, you want travel warning or cell phone warnings?
Let's do the cell phone warning here real quick. There's two. This is the smuggled iPhone. I found this fascinating. So North Korea is not like the United States. Right?
It's
not like the United States. They have a few more laws. So somebody smuggled a smartphone out of North Korea, and they just wanted to see like what's different about it, right? And some of the things they found on this, now you would not know this is a different phone just by looking at it, but it autocorrects certain slang words. If they find that you're using like a slang term from South Korea, they will ban it. It will auto-correct back. So, for example, like there's a word called OPA, O-P-P-A, which means older brother in Korean. But
that's Greek.
It has come to very good. It has come to you refer to a boyfriend in South Korean slang. So if you type that into your North Korean phone, it automatically auto-corrects it to comrade. Or whatever the version of comrade is. But another one is, and this was wild, this phone takes an automatic screenshot every 5 minutes as to what you're looking at.
What?
And sends it to a database.
How do they know this?
I guess you can hear it click. Like, you can see it happening every 5 minutes.
You see it?
Yeah, because, if you take a screenshot on your phone,
I know
you see it, right?
Yeah.
And I assume that's exactly how they were able to find this. But they use this super upper-handed technology to basically keep tabs on everybody that lives there.
And if you live there, I bet none of this seems out of the ordinary. Like it's culturally just what you've been conditioned for. Like, this is what having a phone is like. This is what, like, so there's probably nothing out of the ordinary to them because it's so closed off. That's deep work though. That's a lot of, it sounds like it's really exhausting to try to keep up a dictatorship.
Would you rather
like
live
a heavy-handed dictatorship.
Would you rather live in North Korea or Russia?
Russia.
I think Russia.
Yeah. Russia, like, there's at least some semblance of freedom that doesn't exist in North Korea.
I wonder who has better food, though. I bet North Korea.
I would assume North Korea would have better food. I've never heard of anything. A stroganoff? Is that Russian?
Isn't like a large portion of the population of North Korea like malnourished because there is no food? Like they can't get imports.
Doesn't mean the cuisine is incredible.
But I mean, nobody trades with them.
Ideally, right? So,
but nobody trades with them or anything else.
No,
not anymore.
No. Delta Airlines. Delta Airlines under fire for letting this child sing Moana over the loudspeaker. Now imagine this is a 2-hour flight delay. You're just sitting there on the ground for 2 hours. So obviously everyone's getting antsy.
I might have to go with Russian food. Pine mushrooms in North Korea, duck heart, talpi, petrol clam barbecue. Ugh.
Ew.
Ugh. All right, I'm back to Russia. give me my Grinder jersey.
Oh God! All right, so this is a girl. So you're on a 2-hour flight delay. You were sitting there in the airplane for 2 hours. They let this little girl get on the flight attendant speaker and start singing a song from Moana.
No matter how hard I try, every turn I take, every trail I track, every path I make, every road leads back to the place I know where I cannot go, where I long to be. See the line where the sky meets the sea, it calls me.
You know this.
And no one knows how far it goes. If the wind in my sail on the sea stays behind me, one day I'll know. If I go, there's just no telling how far I'll go. I know everybody on this island has
Okay,
All right. Yes, we get the point.
Yeah.
So
unless there was booze at the end.
there was no booze at the end, right?
That was beautiful.
That was wonderful, right? But people are laying into Delta for allowing this.
No.
For allowing this girl to go up there and basically get a free concert out of it. What are you doing? You're on a delay. What are you going to do?
But what are they saying?
Like it would annoy them, or they're saying that this is like inappropriate for Delta to do
this. Did the flight crew think, how can we make this flight worse for everyone involved? These are some tweets.
This is something you would do. You would complain, Bobby, like you did with the girl giving us that free speaker. You'd be like, what is this? What is this 7-year-old trying to... What's she trying to land a record deal? What's she up to here?
No, you're not going to recreate the narrative. That is not what I did. I just said I wondered what was up there. It just was odd. It was an odd offer out of nowhere. This, I wouldn't even care about because if it would annoy me, I always have my headphones on. I would have my headphones jacked like up, and I'd be listening to that.
Exactly. It's beautiful. Clap. Make the girl's day.
Yes.
I hope there was applause at the end. There had to be, right?
They from what I saw, the video kind of just ended. They didn't. I didn't go all the way to the end of the video. But they said people were saying this is my version of a horror movie. Being entrapped in a metal tube with a singing child. This is my worst nightmare and my personal hell. I mean, these are some of the tweets that are out there. And
miserable
people. Let the kid have her moment.
And it was good. Fantastic.
Yeah, it also could just be like, I mean, it's the internet comments bits. Like they probably quietly sit there and clap if they were really there.
All right. Baseball insiders continue to talk about the Rangers, and RJ has come up with a deal to try to help this offense that embarrassed itself again last night. We got some Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers, then back inside the Star to recap Cowboys practice along with the Rangers Royals ticket giveaway next on Sean and RJ.
John and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Meisner swings high in the air, slicing down the left field line. Langford over. He turns and looks, and that ball is fair and out of here. Holy smokes. That ball somehow stayed fair and got out down the short line and left.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
That was Jared Sandler with the call, with another pathetic offensive effort, falling to the Tampa Bay Rays 5-1 on this radio station. They get dominated at the plate. They get one run in the 7th inning. And this is Diamond Cavs on your home of the Rangers with a Rangers-Royals ticket giveaway during the 720 Expressway. And at least for me, as a Ranger fan, it is much more entertaining to focus, it's like basketball now, off the field in court versus on the field in court, because when the Rangers completely melted down defensively and 3 runs were scored in the 6th inning, you knew the game was over because they can't do anything at the plate, and that's why potential moves are more fun.
3 runs feels like 7 for this team right now. 2 runs, 1 run feels like 4.
I was thinking about this. I was like, when's the last time, so just say it's like 4-1 in the 9th. When's the last time you've had like this, oh my God, the Rangers came back and won? Like, I wonder when's the last time they won a game. Well, no, it doesn't obviously happen often, but never before have I been more sure that the game is absolutely over and you can go about your day, watch something else, or do something else. There's zero firepower there to make you feel like something fun could happen in the final inning or 2. I'll even take it to the 8th. When's the last time the Rangers won a game down 3 in the 8th inning?
Down 3 in the 8th inning? Wyatt Langford's walk-off like grand slam last year.
I guess I could make it even down 2. You know, like
down 2, they had the Adolis walk-off against the Dodgers. They may have been down 2 in the 8th in that game. But, I mean, if it's more than 1, I'm like, all right, well, they're not going to – maybe they run into a home run and can tie again. But if it's more than 1, it's over.
Yeah. So they're going to need to make a move for a bat if they want to, kind of get out of this slump. Basically, there's a handful of really top-notch MLB kind of insiders. Jeff Passan's one of them. Joel Sherman with MLB Network's pretty good when it comes to the rumor mill. And Sherman says the Rangers are a surprise team that could make players available. And this article's behind a paywall. But the picture was Jacob deGrom. And the picture sells the click.
Oh.
Right, that's the click. It's the clickbait.
Listening to the morning show and my idea.
So, yes, he says they could be sellers. They're going to be the team that maybe waits at the very last minute before they do so. Nobody sees them selling next week or buying next week. Now, if they decide next week they want to be sellers, then maybe take advantage of a hot market because you're basically the only ones that are selling right now. But no, you cannot sell right now, I don't think, and I don't think you can buy either. But what does Passan call it? Now, Jeff Passan had an article about the MLB trade deadline in the preview, and in the sellers column, you've got your usual list of suspects, but then you get to the tweeners. And that's where the Texas Rangers are, along with the Red Sox, and the Red Sox are a team to keep an eye on here. We'll get to that in a second, but obviously the objective for the Rangers is to find hitters. The best player that they have that's potentially available, according to Passan, is Tyler Mahle. That's what he says. And here's the comment on this. Rangers GM Chris Young is notoriously competitive. And with them looking more like last year's version than the World Series outfit, they are testing his patience. He wants to add. He believes that with DeGrom, Eovaldi, and Mahle, they have the sort of rotation that can carve through playoff caliber lineups. But with a near even record and run differential, they've got to warrant dipping into their farm system. On the other hand, among Mahle and other arms, Patrick Corbin, Chris Martin, Hobie Milner, they've got desirable talent. Perhaps the team tries to make a low-cost trade for Adolis García, who looks lost. Either way, they are almost in the acquire category because of how he operates, but the next 2 months determines their course of action when the Rangers unloaded last year. So, if they were to unload some players, you can make a case that they unload some of those bullpen arms. But if you're going to buy, one team people are pointing to is the Red Sox. The Red Sox might be the team that is also going to be in that surprise seller category. So if there is a surprise seller and Boston decides that they want to be a part of it and they want to sell, perhaps Jarren Duran is one name that could pique the Rangers' interest. Now, he finished in the top 10 in the MVP voting last year. He finished 8th in the American League. He had a WAR of nearly 9, Bobby. He's 27 years old. This year, he's hitting 264. His OPS is barely above 700. It's 718. You can probably get him on the cheap. His OPS plus is right at 100. That is league average. But league average is actually better than a lot of the guys have performed with this team. 13 doubles, 6 triples, 4 homers, 34 RBIs, 13 stolen bases, which is key. He's still under team control through 2028. And it's not expensive. Like, he's got an $8 million club option next year before a couple more years of arbitration. So that is one guy they could go get. But how about this name? Aroldis Chapman.
Oh, man.
He's been traded twice in season, and he won a World Series both times. Got traded to the Cubs, and he got traded here.
Matches up with Bochy's off year. I mean, it's a guaranteed title if you do it.
It's like the Will Smith thing, right? Will Smith's on every title team. You know, it was like 4 years in a row.
I thought you wanted Chapman to, like, slap somebody.
Oh, no, the other Will Smith, right? But, you know, this year he's got a 1.88 ERA.
1.80 now.
1.80. And a whip of 1. 32 Ks.
Freaking Mike Maddox.
Yeah, he could close. You know he can close. He has been a closer on a World Series team before, and he's a free agent after the year. So, you know, you're obviously getting him as a rental. You did that last time. But also, like, does that mean he might be a little cheaper because he's a rental? You know, not necessarily. Bullpen arms are sometimes they get max value out of them because so few teams are dealing bullpen, and it's so important to winning a championship. And if you're going to lean into the pitching wins here, right, and if you're going to lean into that's what's going to take you over the hump, adding a pitcher at the deadline might not be a bad idea.
Yeah, but I mean, you are looking at those games like against Toronto where you're nothing in the ninth. Or you've got, like, I mean, the biggest thing for them, if they were to go make a deal, if they were to say, all right, we're going to buy, and they were to go buy pitching, I'd be annoyed. Like they need to get better in their bullpen, obviously, but not before you figure out what you're doing with yourself at the plate.
Some people have this strategy and philosophy in sports, keep adding to the strength.
Right. That's
I'd like to have a little bit on the other side.
I mean, you do want balance.
Yeah.
Right? You do want a balanced team. You don't want to have a team like you want some running game.
Yeah.
You want at least a threat of a running game. You know, you don't want nothing. So, yeah, I totally get that. But if that's all you could do and you have to lean into it and that's all you can afford to do, that might be one thing to look at.
By the way, Joel Sherman's article, he was clickbaiting for sure. Because all he says in there is he goes, Jacob deGrom has a full no-trade clause and might not want to go anywhere. That's literally all he says about deGrom in the article.
That's it?
That's it. What a clickbait.
And then he says, Evaldi's the same way.
You have a New York Post subscription?
No, I searched around and figured out how to find it, but
well done.
It is Diamond Cavs here on 105.3 The Fan. Do you want small ball returning or do you want an absolute jerk joke that a former MLB team president is?
You pick.
Let's go with the audio here. This is David Sampson.
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 Sampson gets lifted.
This is David Sampson, and he was talking about. Do you have this audio, Peyton?
I don't believe so.
All right, let's send it. There you go. We'll go to the other one then. We'll go to the other story. So we talked about how maybe, just maybe, small ball was back. All right, just maybe. The high average, low slugging hitter is back. Launch angle revolution, data-driven technologies, power hitting. Now the new trend is contact, baby. Now, this is where everything becomes cyclical. When Billy Beane first introduced analytics, it was, let's find guys who walk. And then everybody started saying, oh, that's kind of smart. Let's get a lot of guys who walk. So then they started maximizing guys who field. And then they started maximizing guys who are low average, high slug hitters. Well, now everything is shifted again, and Rob Manfred saved Major League Baseball here. This is how Rob Manfred saved baseball. One of the aspects that teams are crediting to this recent change, where, by the way, the Rangers are kind of ahead on the curve with this. They started with Boone, wanting to get rid of that launch angle obsession, exit velocity fetish that teams have had. And you do need that stuff, but you cannot cripple your organization and use just that. So other teams are kind of starting to copycat this, but this is where Rob saved baseball. One of the aspects that teams are crediting to the recent change is when they started to value the contact over power is these new rules. No more shifts. Okay, so the way to beat the shift was hit it over everybody. Now you just go the other way. Or, you hit it between the hole between first and second. Another one, wider bases. All right, and the other one is how pitchers are pitching. Now, Manfred didn't do anything with the pitchers, but he did change the other two. And the change of the bases was a huge one. Teams want to get guys on base because getting a guy to first base now means you basically have a double because they widen the bases and it's much easier to steal. The amount of guys who have over 80% stolen base percentage, wild.
Really?
Comparatively speaking to, the previous, a few decades of the sport. So what they're doing and what they're seeing now is get these like Sal Freliks from Milwaukee. High average guy, a contact guy, got a little speed, can get on first and steal second base. And now all of a sudden, you don't need the extra slugging percentage from ripping doubles. You can get on base with a walk, a single, and all of a sudden you turn that into a double just by being on first base.
Diamond Cavs with RJ Choppy on the home of the Rangers. Game 2 against the Rays, 6 o'clock tonight, 6:30 first pitch with Kumar Rocker back out on the mound. The stunner out of the association, Tom Thibodeau fired by the New York Knicks, and now the odds are out in Vegas for who's going to take over. The audio that has the internet buzzing comes from Pardon My Take back in 2020. Jay Wright, where did he coach?
Villanova.
Jay Wright. Where's he live? Where's he from?
Probably Jersey, Northeast somewhere.
East Coast. He was asked, is there any NBA team, any professional job that you would like to have, Coach?
What NBA team would you like to coach?
Kind of kidding. The Knicks.
Okay.
Jay, right to the Knicks.
Okay.
Huh?
Madison Square Garden.
Madison Square Garden. But we're kidding, of course, because I don't want to.
Oh, yeah.
JK.
Totally
just a joke.
Totally
just a joke. But Jay right to the Knicks.
Jay right to the Knicks.
You heard it here first.
The favorite in Vegas is Mike Malone. Someone tell Maggie Gray that before this show airs. Then Jay Wright. Then Jeff Van Gundy. Then Chris Quinn. Taylor Jenkins. Danny Hurley. Rick Brunson. I think Brad Townsend took a little shot yesterday saying, that little family affair doesn't feel so harmonious there with Leon Rose, Rick Brunson, and Jalen. Then Mike Brown, then Mark Jackson, who has been wiped off the face of the coaching map. But the internet is all having fun with Mike Malone, Jay Wright, and Danny Hurley in New York.
And Danny Hurley. And look, if you're going to get rid of Thibodeau, are you I don't know that you're going to be able to sell to fans a college coach.
Why?
I think they're going to want, you want this is a win now team. If you're getting rid of Thibodeau, you're admitting this is a win now team. You would want a coach, I assume, that has won.
You don't think
at the NBA level?
Do you think? I think you could sell Danny Hurley.
Maybe. I mean, but Jay Wright's won too. He's won quite. He's got a couple rings too. I think either one of them would be good choices. I'm just talking about Knick fans, and I don't know that you're going to sell. I would think they would prefer a Michael Malone.
Michael Malone in New York would be wild in terms of the press conferences. I'm gonna put in the call for JVG's return.
Be cool.
Van Gundy was getting. First off, I miss him on the broadcast. My God, what a mistake, ESPN. But Van Gundy wildly praised on the Clippers bench. In case you did not know where he was, so many people in LA loving Jeff Van Gundy. I think he was running the defense, but he was getting a ton of praise within the organization. Bring him back.
That'd be, that'd be a fun storyline. I'm trying to think, how often, do we have an example of that working where somebody's dipped into an old coaching? Well, whether it be Washington going and getting Gibbs, the Stars went and got Hitchcock again. Trying to think of dipping back into rehiring
Gruden.
Somebody if it worked. Gruden, another one, yeah. And it hasn't yet, but I mean, it's always a positive play with the fan base. Like, even if it's going to work out or not, the fan base loves the sentimental aspect of it, and they lean into it.
The running back that keeps popping out at Cowboys practice, and is Trayvon Diggs becoming a little problem. Inside the Star on the home of America's team with our insider Bobby Belt and a Rangers Royals ticket giveaway. We go commercial free with the Expressway next.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking out a little bit.
is it Pepper Lady? Asia Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg
I
Maidens.
just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the Expressways, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It also is brought to you by the On-Time Experts and the HOV lane of the Expressway. It's driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Stop coming up with trades for Cooper Flagg. Stop it. 8 o'clock. We'll get to it. After Jason Kidd joined the KNC Masterpiece on Zoom yesterday. This is Sean and RJ, along with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Happy Hump Day, y'all.
Hump Day.
We are now commercial-free in the Expressway with a Rangers-Royals ticket giveaway, and we'll chop it up at 7:40. We got the random Wednesday wheel spin at 8:20 this morning. But before Bobby takes us back out on the field for observations and all that stuff, I must take some time to praise the great, beautiful Brian Schottenheimer. Because when I got the Odyssey message, Brian Schottenheimer at the podium, I go on over to the Odyssey app, and I can just listen to him speak for hours. I love it. It's totally different. I know it's going to come back and bite me when they're under 500 or they disappoint, and all you trolls are just waiting to put it in my inbox. Oh, what happened to the culture? Hey, what happened to Shotty? What happened to the great press conferences? I can just only go day by day. And I'm sitting here taking notes on what he's saying. He started off with the importance of Legends Day. That he wants his players to learn off-field success as well. So if you get a Darren Woodson, you have a Michael Irvin, people with podcasts, people with businesses, it's good for the current players to think about that because football is going to end for everyone. He said Brady James had the worst day of anyone because he lost to Joe Looney in the free throw shooting contest. So this is Brian Schottenheimer just talking about the energy. I thought it was a great question in the press conference. How about that energy? Why do you feel like it's so important out there every day with these guys?
The way we practice and the way that I act at practice, my father is looking down from heaven going, what are you doing? Like, that's not how you practice. But my father also coached a long time ago. And the type of athletes and type of young men that we're dealing with has changed. I believe that it's the coach's responsibility first and foremost to create a great practice environment. What do I mean by that? If we don't have energy and we're not into it and we're not running around and we're not talking shit, then the players aren't going to be able to do that because they're going to follow our lead. And when we show them that we're going to let our personality shine and we're going to be who we are and be joyful out of practice, then they're going to do that.
He was also asked about Michael Irvin and what Mike had to say on the podcast, which we played yesterday, the competition, the pressure. And Schottenheimer said, we're always going to have a winner and loser in everything we're doing. All right? This is not me playing with my kids. There's going to be a winner and there's going to be a loser out there. And I thought Todd Archer had a great question when he was asked if the past around here, having the legends come in, being reminded of all the rings, is the past burdensome, having that hang over your head? And this is Brian Schottenheimer talking about the drought, Stephen.
I don't get caught up in the drought. This is 1 year. I mean, this is the first year of mine. I mean, I've been here a couple years. But, you know, when the season's over, we move on. We do. You move on. So 2024 is over. Now it's 2025. Are we going to win the Super Bowl this year? I hope. I think we are. If we don't, you move on. You go to 2026 and beyond. But, like, to sit here and say that we worry about, you know, when the last time it was 96? Is that when the last one was? You know, I mean, I know that stat, but I don't stay up at night going, man, it's been X amount of years. I'm not wired that way because I'm competing every day to try to win a Super Bowl. And so if I'm looking back and I'm worried about that, then guess what? I'm not focused on what really matters, which is making sure we throw an incredible practice today.
What you're hearing is a secure individual. We've covered 3 coaches here. Shoddy is free and secure. He's going to give coach speak. Everyone, great positive news on everyone. You know, you heard that yesterday, but he's secure. Garrett sounded pretty secure, not as free. And
Garrett was buttoned up. He wasn't going to say anything. I think Jason was I think he was secure in where he was.
Yep. And Mike was the least of the 3. You could just feel a little insecurity, in my opinion, with Mike, and it's just not a free-flowing, comfortable. Why would we hide? You don't have to be the CIA, okay? You don't have to sit there and be afraid of creating a headline talking about the Super Bowl. Now, maybe First Fake and everyone will say, Ryan Schottenheimer not afraid of Super Bowl expectations. It's stupid. We all know it's stupid when you watch that garbage. But there's Shoddy addressing everything. When he leaves that podium, I reach my hand out and I say, no, come back, please. Please come back. Because he was talking about running around at practice, how he got that from Pete Carroll. He's running around with a 70-year-old, and he's saying, damn, I need to get my ass in shape. And then while leaving the podium, he goes, I need to go stretch so I can run around and be energetic for you guys. He just has these very likable moments, like when he addressed Bobby yesterday in the hallway.
Yeah, I got the fist bump as I was walking out. I had to go pick up the kids for summer camp, and he heard me say that, and he goes, "I want to go to summer camp," and so he was looking for the break. I will say,
you are at summer camp.
Exactly. I will say this is going to be interesting during the season. You got to think about this, Sean. You've never had during a football season the feeling like you need to clip the head coach's press conference quotes every day. Like, I mean, we're probably gonna have stuff we want to play back from him almost every single day.
We don't know. He might be like guarded during the season.
It might change.
It might change, especially after you lose a tough game.
Yep.
He might get a little guarded. It doesn't seem like that. He seems pretty open.
And every day, this is once a week. 3 times a week, whatever the schedule is out there. That's ridiculous.
It's new. There's nobody's peppering hard questions.
It's like a rookie. It's like the nosebleeds, right? They're all excited. This is their dream. And then, reality sets in. I'm playing with those guys. But it's a rookie that comes in. I was worried about Tyler Smith not talking as much.
Right.
Worried about, Overshone shutting it down a little bit because you realize this the professional sports PR game.
Jason's personality was...
What personality?
Exactly. That it kind of manifested itself to the podium, right? It was very dry. He was very, he wasn't going to say a lot.
He was a robot.
He had good stories.
Yep.
Sometimes he would break into story time. I don't know what Mike was like in 2007 with the Packers. Right. I don't know.
Yeah.
I have no idea. He could have been completely, like a more fun-loving version of what he was at the end. Yeah, he was insecure. I think he had every right to be.
Why? You're a Super Bowl winning coach
who's treated like a dope, whose perception is treated like a dope. People suckle at the teat of Sean Payton, and Sean's done less in the NFL than Mike has.
But you know what? It's because in general, I think Sean's not insecure in his approach about what he does.
Right, because he's lauded and praised by the media, and Mike is viewed as a bumbling boob.
I don't know if I felt that when he first arrived.
I didn't get that. It was something that I think
I totally agree with the difference of perception.
Tomlin, McCarthy, Peyton.
Yeah, but I don't. I would say it's an insecurity if you allow what other people say to make you insecure.
Yes, for sure. There's no doubt it's an insecurity.
Yeah,
I think I think he's got a legitimate reason to feel slighted.
Okay.
How about that?
That's different. Yeah.
How about that? I think he has legitimate reason to feel slighted. Insecure, that's on him.
It's also
I agree.
It's also environment, like nature versus nurture or whatever else. Like he spent 12 years in Green Bay. Like it is not in. He was at
different
a disadvantage in terms of what he was used to dealing with for 12 years, going from Green Bay to Dallas. It's about the biggest culture shock you can have. Where Broadus has talked about this before. Residents will come by and shovel the snow out of your driveway so you can get to the stadium and stuff. It's a community. It's like a small town.
Yeah.
And then you come here and it's the brightest intensity that exists in the NFL.
It really is.
Inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys during the commercial-free expressway. Bobby, take us back out on the practice field.
Yeah, we got a little bit of an adjustment to the running back position, I think. I felt like this was going to be Javonte Williams' job. That he was going to be kind of the lead guy. Not that he was going to be a bell cow or anything else, but that Javonte Williams was brought in here as the bigger focus as, hey, this is going to be our main guy, and then we're going to have some rotation in behind him. It's obviously OTAs. You're not getting contact or anything else yet. Miles Sanders just objectively moves better than Javonte Williams. Miles Sanders is 4 years older. I think he's actually got more touches over his career at this point. But Sanders is a guy who, when you watch just their movement skills, may be a total difference when you're talking about live game action, pads come on, you're seeing how things develop in front of you, the mental processing is different, how you see the whole attack, it's all different. But if you just want to look at how are these guys moving in space and moving out here at practice when they're simulating game action, it's not even close who looks like a more dynamic back.
Wow.
To me, it looks similar to a couple years ago when we would see out at practice Pollard versus Zeke. Like, it's that kind of a discrepancy in terms of their movement. And so to me, I look at this and I'm starting to say, I think we're going to get to Oxnard, and pretty quickly everybody's going to say Sanders. It's Sanders. It's not Javonte Williams. Miles Sanders is the running back.
Man, the more I hear about that, the more I read a Bill Barnwell piece, which we'll get to later on. This Javonte Rico swap sounds like a bad idea.
Now, it's something that, again, we're like we've talked about. It's pads haven't even come on yet. Yeah. Obviously, we haven't seen it develop yet. But yeah, Rico had been a guy that showed it to you and showed you what he could be.
Both injured.
Yeah, the last we've seen, I had this note the other day. It was, I think in his first 140 touches, Javonte Williams had 6 plays over 20 yards. In his last 600, he has 1.
Yeah.
Like the explosiveness has not been there. Now, he said, he gave an interview a couple weeks ago at OTAs where he said, I'm finally back to me. Like, it took 2 years for me to recover. I feel like now I'm back to the player that I was supposed to be. So
he will be the first to have that happen.
Sure. And I want to give him the latitude to be able to show that. Like to be able to go out there at camp. I don't want to say and shut him down and say he can't play anymore. I'm just saying the look of it right now when you watch those two guys moving at the game, there's more bounce in Miles Sanders' legs when you watch him run. There's just more juice. It looks more fluid. Javonte Williams just looks to me like more of a power back, which, to be fair, has been his game. He's a more powerful runner. I just look at that and I go, man, I think really quickly we're going to get to training camp and it's going to be obvious which one of those two is better, and I think it's going to be Miles Sanders.
I'm just like with the running back, it's about fresh legs for me. Just who's got the freshest of legs.
Yep.
And that's generally the rookie. They're going to have fresher legs than a 27-year-old.
Well, and Sanders is older, but Sanders didn't get as much work in Carolina the last couple of years, so he's not necessarily used up in the same sort of way.
Let me ask this question. Does Miles Sanders just look better than the rest out there, or does Miles Sanders look like a starting running back in the NFL?
It's a good question. It's
comparing it to the depth chart, or can I start thinking about drafting him to win this league again, Peyton?
So it's a good question. It's hard to always tell. Like you have to adjust your eyes. Like scouts talk about this all the time about recalibrating your eyes. If you've been watching a lower tier school for a long time on tape, sometimes it's good to jump back and watch. All right, let me watch something that's more to the standard and it'll reset my eyes. So maybe there's an issue with that. But he looks like a starting running back to me. Like, he looks better than everybody else that's out there. He looks better than Jaden Blue. He looks better than Javonte Williams. That all is evident. But yeah, you're right. It could be a case of once we get out there and see the action, it's like, okay, well, it was only scaled to the environment that he was in. But I think we've seen it from Miles Sanders before. Carolina is not necessarily an optimal place to go succeed. Sorry, Rico Dowdle. But when you watch what he was in Philadelphia, it looks like out at practice, it looks like the guy that was in Philadelphia in terms of the way he moves. And so I've got some cautious optimism about his ability to really contribute this year. I was sitting next to Nick Harris while we were out at practice yesterday.
Who will be on G-Bag today.
We both saw it at like the same time. We were watching Miles Sanders run in space and do something. And we were talking about the way that he moves and how it's so much different than Javonte Williams. And Nick was like, I think that's the biggest thing I've neglected talking about this season. He's like, if there's one thing that we've been out here at practices for 3 weeks and I've said, we haven't talked enough about giving this guy credit or as a piece. It's Miles Sanders. Because when you watch him out here, it's like a reminder of this was a Pro Bowl running back a couple years ago. And like he went to Carolina, it was that context what kind of dragged him down. Because when you watch him out there, he looks really good so far. Some of the other notes from Cowboys OTAs yesterday here on 105.3 The Fan. Stephen Jones did talk yesterday, and one of the big things, we've talked a lot about the Micah Parsons absences. The bigger thing right now, I think, for the Cowboys, it feels like they understand the expectation. You're negotiating. That's why Parsons isn't here. I think the Diggs one is maybe quietly a little bit more irritating to them that Trayvon Diggs is not around. Yesterday, Stephen Jones was asked when he spoke with reporters, is Trayvon Diggs' rehab tough to track when he's not actually in the building?
Oh, I think our guys do a good job of communicating. And, obviously this is not mandatory. And, he's getting his work done. Our guys are keeping up with it and very pleased with where he is. And he's being diligent. We know who he's working with and feel good about it. Our preference is always have him here. I mean, like you said, we're huge fans of what Britt does with them. But at the same time, that's his choice. So, as I said, it's not mandatory. And, we do. Our understanding is he's getting the work done and he'll be back in and we'll get a good look at him next week.
Do you have an understanding of when you think he'll be ready and how does it affect your approach to the season if he's not here for the start of the season?
Well, we don't know that for sure. Probably and won't have a feel for when he's going to be able to get in the middle of everything until we get to training camp probably. And really, with him day in and day out and see how he's progressing. And, of course, we'll know a lot more because of time.
See, that's the thing is that Steven's talking about timeline. And when he's talking about timeline, he's saying, well, when we have him here every day, we can get a better idea of that. Also, more time will have passed. We'll be close to the date and understand if he's ready. But a big thing for this, them, as well as also, there's a difference between communicating with who's working with him right now and their people getting eyes on him every day in his rehab. And I think that given last year or the recent rehab, which Todd Archer and others had reported, was not thought of well by the Cowboys. They didn't think that he attacked his rehab the way that he needed to. This is another, I think, frustrating thing for the Cowboys that, like, why are you not here? You've been paid. You've got your contract.
Yeah.
We put faith in you.
New leader takeover. You alongside with Micah. Love to question the way it was in the past.
Yeah.
Here's your chance.
And look, they keep jumping back to, well, it is voluntary.
Yeah.
Like the Cowboys are the ones this time who are jump back to it is voluntary because they recognize there's only so much we can say about how he needs to be here. Because the NFLPA will push back and say they're not mandated to be there. They don't have to be there. But the reality is Diggs has been paid. Diggs is rehabbing. He probably should be in the building.
Steven was asked about another corner. What about the Jalen Ramsey rumors? Quote, no, he plays for the Dolphins. Close quote.
I was going to pull that clip. That clip was literally 3 seconds long. But what was funny was his face. You should have seen his face. They're like, so nothing to the Jalen Ramsey rumors? And he goes, no, he plays for the Dolphins.
Was it a tampering answer or that's a made-up rumor answer?
I mean, it was definitely a tampering answer. Doesn't mean that he also saying it wasn't a made-up rumor, but he's just shutting down, like, even I'm not even engaging with the idea of Jalen Ramsey.
Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on this morning show.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call on number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see the Rangers take on the Royals on Tuesday, June 27th and 17th at Globe Life Field in Arlington. And you'll want to get there early, Tolos, because the first 20,000 fans in the gate will also receive a 2023 World Series Final Out bobblehead. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
By the way, the G-Bag Nation will be out and about tomorrow with the greatness of Tolbert Garage Doors. So make sure to stop by. Tolo Amy sent me a G-Bag cup. Are they giving those away? G-Bag tumblers? Because I thought Brada said they didn't need to give anything away.
Yeah, that's right. He did say that.
Didn't he?
Yeah, he said we don't have to bribe listeners to come to their remotes.
I think he said we can't give anything away. Like, no one comes to get it. I think that's what he said.
They will be there with the greatness of Colby, one of our top partners here at the radio station. Let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Men, let's take one back. Men are using tactics to find out if their date is a gold digger on the first try.
Ooh,
here we go.
Let's hear it.
So this is kind of the new trend, not new trend, but one of the newer things that are happening. Men finding sneaky ways to find out if their date is a gold digger. And this one woman shared this experience on Reddit, and others have said, yes, same thing happened to me, same thing happened to me. So she goes on a date. She's 29 years old. She goes to the date. The check comes. It's about $100.
Like everything, you can't have lunch for less than $100.
That's it. Especially if you want to have more than one drink, Peyton. You get a drink out there, a bowl of queso. I mean, you're looking at $100.
$100.
It's insane. It is insane. So, unbeknownst to her, he's like, "Hey, do you mind picking this up?" Just come right out with it. Do you mind picking this up? And you could say, I forgot my wallet, or, hey, credit card's a little maxed out right now. Had a big, I had to buy a new,
all those things are the same as just asking her to pick it up. There's no second date being scheduled after this.
Well, so there you go.
None.
Now, the girl said, I had every intention of splitting the bill with you, so yeah, I got no problem paying this. So she obliges. And as soon as it was taken care of, the guy smiled. Big grin on his face, said, "Congratulations, you passed the test. You are not a gold digger."
And he gave her the $100.
And I don't know. I didn't say that.
That's the thing. Nothing women love more than being tested.
Yes, especially early on.
That was early on in our relationship. She's like, "Is everything a test? Everything is scoreboard." I'm like, because you need to pass.
Now, everyone is saying she's got to drop this guy, because if he's willing to do this test on the first date, what is the level of disrespect he's willing to go to down the road?
Yeah,
down the road. But the gold digger, like, I can't tell you. Like, I don't
think that means that's not a good gold digger test. By the way,
I don't think so either. 'Cause I think on the first date, like, a lot of people are willing to split. Yeah, it just.
But she picked up the whole thing.
She picked up the whole thing. And I'm sure he could have Venmo'd her half. Or
even if he gave her a $100 bill, he tested her, and that's usually no good.
Don't you feel like anybody you've ever thought of as a gold digger, like, you could just spot it on them socially around them pretty quick? Like, I don't think you need a test to figure out, like, is this person kind of a gold digger? Like, I would think you would just be able to tell.
Well, not everyone has a Drea social media account.
No, but I just mean in terms of the interactions with them, natural conversations you have, you'll start hearing their worldview. Like, if they're like a legit
but not on the
gold digger,
first date. Unless she's asking you, how much do you make, which no one does, I don't think.
Yeah, that's not a first date question.
You can't tell if someone's a gold digger on the first date. It's very hard, unless they're like 1,000,000% gold digger.
So he said to her...
you wouldn't know, Bob. You've been out of the dating game the longest.
He explained how he's dated people in the past who expect him to pay for everything, and she's like, "I'm not your ex, so I have no problem."
Did she say there was a second date, or whether she was offended?
Yeah, it was there. I do think there was a second. They're not like together. This is so new.
Are there pictures of them?
No. She took the post down.
Okay,
she took the post down off of Reddit. That's a little cowardly. A little cowardly, I guess. You're right. Here we go. It is chopping it up. Here.
I had a girl, a girl that I stopped seeing, send me a message and made up that the new girl I was seeing was like a gold digger, and she posted this on a story, and I was like, I didn't see it, and she's like, yeah, you didn't see it probably, but she was clearly like trying to be with you for this or that, or your family this or that. So she made up that the next girl I was with had gold digger tendencies. That's the closest I can come to it.
Chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. Dedicated Diddy hater 50 Cent is saying he is vowing to personally speak to President Trump to hope that there is no chance of a pardon for Diddy. Now, he's like, he didn't go to detail on what he's going to say. He's like, he just said basically, I'm going to give him the facts of the case.
And basically, what is Donald Trump doing, by the way, talking about this like as a possibility?
Someone asked him, are you going to pardon Diddy? And he was like, I'll look at the facts. I'll look at the facts of the case.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know what
50 was basically also saying, I'm going to remind Donald, because he's got a scoreboard memory, some of the things that Diddy had said about him in the past. And then I think Donald gave the presidential answer saying, does not matter if the person likes me or not. I'm going to go after what's right and just.
That's right.
But I wonder what that would do to the approval rating at all if he pardoned Diddy After being found guilty. He'd probably look at his voting numbers and say, oh, do I need this in this community? Do I need that? Do I need that? And then make a decision based off that. As I've been watching a little Chris Lee's Knows Best after he pardoned that family for tax fraud and evasion.
And he
let them
can't
out of jail.
He can't run again, so he doesn't have a need to pile up votes.
Are you sure about that? I thought I saw third-term hats a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I think people might be calling for that. I don't know that I don't know that legally he can do that. I don't know. I have no idea.
I think he'll just change the rule.
Change the rules. So,
Change the
there
law.
you go. I mean, if you're the president, just change the rule, right? Executive order. Just sign it.
Yeah.
Just sign it. Executive order. Look at that signature. But so now here's the thing. If Diddy knows something and he knows, if Fitty knows something, knows it's the right thing to do, that's one thing. Or will somebody say he is partaking here in a form of snitching?
I don't think anyone is going to accuse him of snitching when it comes to Diddy. I look at Fitty as like the people's champ with this.
Yeah, although I mean the whole way 50 got shot in the first place way back in 98 or whatever it was when he got shot the first time he released a song called Ghetto Quran that people thought was snitching. Like the whole that he just basically drug out all the dirt, and so they're like, you talk too much and you need to be corrected. And so I don't know. He's been accused of it before, but it's been a while. He's generally been looked at as pretty legit. I don't think he'd get accused of that here.
Do not leave your dog behind in the state of Florida. There is a new law on the books that is now punishable by up to 5 years in prison.
Gosh.
If you abandon a pet during a natural disaster.
It has to be during a national disaster.
So a hurricane or
I know what they
I'm just trying to think
I know what they are.
I'm just trying to think what Florida natural disaster. Tsunami. You're probably not getting many earthquakes in Florida. But that is one of the things they're talking about. It's called the Troopers Law, where if you do, and this is signed into as a third-degree felony, to abandon a dog during a natural disaster. It includes a fine up to $10,000 and up to 5 years in prison.
Oh, my gosh. Do I have to be the bad guy here? Bobby, why don't you do it? You got a dog named
This
after you.
seems like a Bobby.
Pei-Pei. Actually, Pei-Pei loves dogs the most in here.
It shouldn't be 5 years. It should be 25 years. Do not leave animals behind. Insane. Why would you get him if you're just going to leave him behind? You wouldn't leave behind your
I don't
kid.
know that a tsunami's going to hit my house. I'm sorry. I might be rushing to get, the will or the babies or the food and all that. And I may not, trust him, Will. And I may not, I may forget. You know what I mean? I may not have space in the car for the big dog. 5 years?
I wouldn't want to leave the dog behind.
Yeah.
I would do everything I could to bring the dog. I don't think you should punish like if the dog is left behind, though. Let's worry about laws in Springfield and dogs. You know what I mean?
They're eating the dog.
Well done. My question here is what if the dog already died? Like, let's say you're in the house.
Then you got to get a toxicology report.
Yeah, the tsunami comes through. The dog is already drowned. You know what I mean? Like that's what Then what you should take
your
the
mind
dog.
really is.
It does go.
It is.
Yeah.
Magnificently wired.
There's zero chance we would leave Pudge behind. Now my question, what
if you leave your birds behind?
Ooh, that's a tough one.
They get flooded. The nest gets flooded. Not if their wings are wet.
Now if the wings are wet,
They
the
could get
small baby
weighed
birds.
down a little bit.
We saw both parents in there at the same time, and the chicks were standing up.
Oh,
they were standing up yesterday.
What if this gives Sarah the baby fever? Of all things,
it seems like it's going to chop the baby fever.
Well, he already had it.
Yeah, I already had it, man. I don't want to be empty nest syndrome, man.
Empty nest, get it?
I got two kids that are not even. One's not even a teenager yet, and I've already got the empty nest syndrome. So yeah,
that's because you don't have them every day. That's why you have this feeling.
Have
them every day, and this will go away real quick.
That is absolutely 100% true.
Are you kidding me?
There is no doubt about that.
If I was Sarah, I would tell the other house, give us the kids for a month just to shut this down. Give us the kids for a month every day, and it'll be a choptity belt.
A choptity belt. A choptity belt.
I bet Peyton doesn't even know what that is, what the actual thing you're referencing is.
I don't think so.
Chastity belt? You know what that is?
Back to you, RJ.
Oh my God! How do you not know what that is? That's unbelievable. Chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. Do you have any interest In the documentary on the Titan sub, the submersible.
No.
That just completely compacted on itself.
No.
What have I told you?
Although I did watch Hunting for Bin Laden documentary. It's fantastic. 3-parter on Netflix. And then yesterday, I didn't have time to do it, but TMZ, you did get me interested in TMZ talking about the fifth plane.
Yeah, I didn't have time to do it either. I don't know how long it is.
On their YouTube.
Yeah, I don't know how long it is, but apparently they've got a documentary out about the fifth plane on 9/11. Obviously, you had the two in the towers, the one in the Pentagon, and then the one in was it Shanksville, Pennsylvania?
Crashed. Yeah.
And apparently, there's a fifth plane that was like ready for takeoff. It was like taxiing to the runway, and they shut the airport down because both planes hit the towers, and all of a sudden at that point they're just like, hey, everyone getting shut down. Nobody coming, nobody going into the air, and we are grounded on all flights. So, and they believe, people are talking about how they saw a few men on the plane that the pilots even were very suspicious of. And some of the passengers. So they've got interviews with the pilots and everything, so that's supposed to be on YouTube. But so this is the Titan submersible, the Ocean Gate one from 2023 that went down to looked at the Titanic. Well, there's a new documentary out about this, and apparently they have footage. They do. They have footage of the wife of the CEO watching this in real time, and her basically coming to the realization that her husband died in this, and that is, I mean, that piqued my interest to at least give it a look.
So, and you saw the clip.
I saw the clip.
So the clip is
weird because it's like,
I don't know if she knows that's what it is right away. Like, she just goes, right, that was a weird noise.
Yeah.
And then she's uncomfortable. She's like a little nervous, but yeah, it was like, I didn't even hear whatever it was. Whatever she heard, you can't, I couldn't even hear it on the clip they played.
I didn't hear it either. And I wonder if there's more to the clip in the documentary. Like if they show the whole thing.
By the way, Tolo Case said the dog law started because the dog was tied to a fence on the highway during the last Florida hurricane.
I mean, that's just...
What if you want a dog of your own? What would you do?
He's trying to set you guys up for your dogs that are being up for adoption.
Oh, well, yeah, I would adopt the dog, and I would take it with me.
But where can you adopt Peyton the dog? Where can you adopt Pepe?
Oh, the Dallas Services Animal Shelter.
That's right, the Dallas Services Animal Shelter. Absolutely. Just like the Cowboys football Dallas. You could do that, too.
Break your headphones.
Oh, my God.
I'm a space cadet.
I saw your assist. I saw the assist. Dallas Animal Services is the website.
1053thefan.com/adopt.
You can go to Pepe and you can just adopt Pepe the dog.
Chopping it up every hump day.
Hump day?
During the commercial-free expressway on DFW Sports Station. Stop trying to trade for Cooper, Flag, and the highlights of Jason Kidd with the KNC Masterpiece next. But first, let me go ahead and get you a...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on DFW Sports Station. It's Sean and RJ, as the announcer man said. Along with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, we got Peyton and Aiden in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube for the Hump Day edition.
Hey, Hump Day.
We have the Wednesday Wheel Spin, brand new segment coming up at 8:20. Back to the Cowboys in the NFL and below the belt. And are you excited for the Stanley Cup playoffs to begin tonight with Game 1? But ESPN, trying to continue to hype up their NBA draft coverage, has come out with a list of potential trade offers to try to steal Cooper Flagg from us. Why are you rubbing your hands together?
I like any sort of I just like being in. No. I like being in the mess. That's all. I like having the first pick. I like knowing, could we get the best player? What could we do with this? Could we swap it for something? I love being around this sort of thing. It makes the Mavericks more interesting to talk about than they were 2 months ago.
Offer number 1 from ESPN insiders.
No.
The Spurs move up. So the Spurs get the number 1 pick to pair Cooper Flagg with Wemby and De'Aaron Fox. We'll see whatever happens with the Giannis possibilities. Here's what the Mavericks would get back. They would get back the Spurs' number 2 pick in this draft. They would also get number 14 in this draft. They would get the 2027 Hawks first rounder and then a pick swap in 2030.
Is that a swap they've already done, so it would just revert back to them, I think?
It's the return of a swap they did.
So 14 in this draft, and then 2 years from now, Atlanta Hawks first rounder.
I think it's a wonderful idea to try to make your biggest rival a dynasty. I think that's really that's next level thinking by Nico. This is a move that he would make.
This cost to me doesn't sound like enough. Now, it's different for different drafts, okay? So they went back and looked at what the cost should be in moving up. In 2017, the Sixers needed to send only a single future first to Boston to jump from 3 to 1. But Danny Ainge took that deal because it was Markelle Fultz. He did not value Markelle Fultz. He ended up being right as favorably as everyone views Flagg. I also think of Carmelo Anthony in this instance. If at number 2 you have that draft where Carmelo's the number 2 pick and you feel as great about him as you do, maybe you think about it more. We do not have that when it comes to Harper and whoever else.
Ace is the other one. Edgecombe. I mean, they've got some good guys. I think a lot of people like Dylan Harper, but he's not. I don't think he's going to be Carmelo Anthony. Obviously, anything's possible. Nobody knew that half the guys that are in the top. turn out to be what they are. But Cooper Flagg is pretty much thought of as like a sure thing. And to walk away from that and especially send it to your number one rival,
I wouldn't do the trade, but I'll make the argument for the trade really quickly. I think it's a 3-player draft they talk about. You're not falling out of the top 3. You do pick up another first-round pick this year, so you get 2 players immediately to contribute to this rotation. They're not particularly deep right now, Dallas isn't, and you've now added future capital to be able to flesh that out a little bit. Cooper Flagg's really good. Cooper Flagg's supposed to be a sure thing. Cooper Flagg's not going to be LeBron, like, changing overnight, though. And so if you can build out the depth, you've got a better shot into the future.
In 93, the Warriors sent 3 future firsts to Orlando in the Penny Chris Webber deal. And ESPN says that sounds about right here, with Flagg filling in for Webber, the mega prospect coming out of college, and Dylan Harper filling in for Penny, the big dynamic guard. So there you go. That's all for number 1. Anything else to add from that?
No, I think that there's a case to be made for it, but overall you would just keep it.
Offer number 2. You get some win now help.
Oh boy.
The Mavericks get Donovan Mitchell, who I still think is underrated. A 2031 first round pick from the Lakers, a 2028 first round swap, and a 2030 first round swap. So Donovan Mitchell and 3 first round swaps.
And now, they're giving up PJ Washington, Daniel Gafford, and Caleb Martin in this trade.
Along with number 1.
Yeah, hell no.
Yeah, and also, those picks they'd be getting are all from the Lakers.
It's one of the picks you should have gotten in the trade initially.
Yeah.
Assuming Luka is still there, those picks are going to be later in the draft anyway. So I'm out on this one.
Yeah,
I'm out on all of them.
Yep.
But I'm out on this one. Like, you're getting Donovan Mitchell. Like, that's good. He's a good player. You give up a lot of your depth. A lot of your depth, man.
Their argument is for the Mavericks, Mitchell is a better fit than Giannis, who would crowd a front court limited on shooting. Mitchell could start next season at point guard in place of Kyrie, then slide to the 2 when Kyrie returns. And they also come out of this with the Lakers draft assets that they failed to collect in the Doncic deal.
Yeah, Giannis. Bleh, no, gross Giannis. Give me Donovan Mitchell. That's what I want instead of Giannis is Donovan Mitchell. Absolutely not. No to this 1,000,000 times over.
Offer number 3. Devin Booker.
No.
The hated one. You get Devin Booker, a first rounder this year at number 29, a 2028 first rounder, a 2029 first round pick swap. These pick swaps make everything a pain in the ass. But Devin Booker, a first, and then down the road.
And then you give up, obviously, I'm going to pick Clay, PJ, Najee.
Clay, PJ, and Maji, and Caleb Martin.
No. The only one you can kind of justify is the Spurs trade. You can at least wrap your head around that one a little bit. These other 2 are, and I get you got to make money work in a lot of these.
That's a lot of.
And so that's where these moving parts come from. But no, Booker is not a guy, again, who you're talking about, like, especially if you're just saying, oh, we're going defense wins championships. Booker's not helping you.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is a futile exercise to not trade the pick. If they do, you want to talk about an uprising. Like, you're going to have one. And it's at this point, it's like, just stop. I know they got content, they got clicks they got to have, but they're not getting. These are all bad decisions. They would all be bad decisions, and you're either going to do one of 2 things if you trade Cooper Flagg, or the pick, I should say. You're either going to shrink your window, right?
I think. Go ahead.
Yes, you're either going to shrink your window and purposely do that by getting a veteran, or you're going to trade him for picks and more unknowns than he is.
I think any possibility that and fear you have of Nico screwing this up, I believe. I'm not reporting. I don't know. I think what happened around the AAC scared the living crap out of Patrick Dumont and his mother-in-law. When they saw the whatever figure Tim McMahon reported in potential losses and what a graveyard it turned into after the Luka deal, you've got that back. You've got that back. Now it would have been perfect for myself, Bobby, and Reetma when we couldn't find a Stars pregame spot the other day. I would love to walk into an empty restaurant, but that disappearance, that buzz, the merchandise, people calling the ticket office, you dodged a bullet. Now, you may have been nicked by the bullet. There's still some damage. Even if Cooper Flag is fantastic, there will be people who never get over 77 being gone. Never. But that financial terror, you got a gift. At least until Cooper Flag, if he ends up not being good, you still got a couple years of all that revenue. Now, I think that will be the factor of them saying we're not listening to any offers.
Yeah, they need star power. Like they need a name. They
got draw. 2 big stars.
No, I know, but they need a fresh new draw. And so I don't know if I said, does your answer for any of these trades change if, and this is obviously hypothetical, you wouldn't be able to know this, but if I tell you with certainty, you don't know what these draft picks are going to turn into. You know what Booker is. You know what Donovan Mitchell is. But if I tell you with certainty, Cooper Flag is going to be, as a player, prime Gerald Wallace, which Gerald Wallace was like one of the defensive player of the year contenders. Gerald Wallace was about 18, 19 points a game. Gerald Wallace was 9 to 10 rebounds. He could pass a little bit. He was a couple steals, a block and a half per game, like a really good all-around player. But if I tell you Flag is ultimately, that's what he lives up to as he becomes Gerald Wallace, who was an all-star, does that then change your answer about any of these trades? That I'd rather gamble on what this unknown is if he turns into that.
Yes. Gerald Wallace would be a big disappointment.
Yeah, that's not the number one pick. The problem is again, you're either going to shrink your window on purpose or you're going to make San Antonio a dynasty by taking the picks. You really want to have that? That's what you want?
You got these other teams as well. Bobby Marks weighed in, friend of the station. The Donovan Mitchell, and Booker trades make the most sense that the Mavericks were operating on a 2 to 3 year timeline that Nico described after trading for AD. But that same timeline expanded to an extra 8 years when they won the draft lottery. Trading out of the first pick is certainly a risk considering Flag's upside and his fit alongside Davis, but the Mavs moving back 1 slot to number 2 to draft Harper and picking up 3 additional draft assets is hard to pass. Remember, the Celtics traded the number 1 pick to Philly in 2017, and they would go on to select 6 future 6-time All-Star Jason Tatum 2 slots later. More importantly, the 2 unprotected firsts from Atlanta and the Lakers put the Mavericks in the front of the line of a player such as Giannis or KD becomes available. So there you go. Bobby Marks weighing in. What are the Tolos saying? Are they all rejecting these offers, Peyton?
No, some of them are giving their own opinions here in options. 972 says Giannis is a guaranteed top 5 player. Not. There's no draft pick, not even worth that. Not even Flag. 469 says if everyone loves Luka, just trade the pick back to LA for him. And 469 says I'll never forgive the Mavs until 77 is home.
Yeah, well, the Lakers aren't going to trade him back.
Yeah. The other thing is yes, Anthony Davis and Kyrie are they're superstars. They are, right? I also don't know. There's also levels of superstars. I would absolutely buy a ticket to go watch Luka play. I would absolutely go buy a ticket to go watch Giannis play. If I was going to go buy a ticket to watch Anthony Davis and Kyrie, I would just go buy a ticket because I want to see the Mavs play. To me, they're superstars, but they're not guys that I'm going to get off my couch that I have to go see them tonight. They're in town.
Well, Kyrie is. Anthony Davis is not. Well, Kyrie is an all-time highlight.
He is an all-time highlight, but it's his something to do with his size. It's not. There's superstars and there's superstars. If he was coming to town, it doesn't move me to go to the game.
You're also used to it now.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. That's
Yeah.
what it is. But you move me to go to the game if Luka's coming or Giannis.
By the way, there are Giannis rumors flying, right? Giannis to the Raptors. There's some tie-ins with the GM who supposedly helped him attain citizenship. We heard that Giannis wants to stay in the Eastern Conference. And then Vegas has the Raptors as the favorites at 2-1. Then San Antonio, Memphis, Houston, the Mavericks at 10-1, Cavaliers, Boston, Pelicans.
Yesterday, Sean, started leaking out. Price of Kevin Durant's going down. We can build this whole thing up.
Baby.
The buzz of the Suns are looking they'll take less for him now. Probably still not anything the Mavs could pay for, but Let's work it down. Maybe we could get Flag 80 everybody here together.
One of the brand new segments that we have every single hump day is the Random Wednesday Wheel Spin. Let's see where it lands on the fan cam. Sports match.
Yeah, let's get sports match again.
Let's
I want
go.
sports match. We've got, we're going to get Dear Choppy.
Oh!
Look at that. Dear Choppy. Okay, so we haven't done this segment yet. This is one of the ones that we stacked up, but we've gotten questions from listeners, and Choppy is going to give you advice through the lens of his toxic masculinity.
There we go.
Like a Dear Abby segment here.
Get in the questions on the Franco injury attorney text line from the mouth and mind of Ralph James Choppy. Dear Choppy, with the Wednesday Wheel Spin next.
But
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Injured Lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-417-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
This letter's about love and loss. Here's what he writes.
Dear Slim.
It's time for Dear Choppy. This is the wheel spin segment that won. And this is, look, we had solicited for questions about this here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. We had solicited questions for this recently and stacked them up, banked some. And then you guys just sent in some great questions on the fan text.
Oh, yeah.
And I think we need to lead off right away with the first one we got on the fan text. And this is where Choppy gives you life advice. It can be something simple, something silly, or it can be something serious. But Choppy's going to give you his advice through the lens of his toxic masculinity. And we're going to start off with this one. Perfect for that, Chop. 972 wants to know, Dear Choppy, how do I ask my stay-at-home wife to clean more?
Damn.
Wow. Well, I know your answer would be, what do you mean ask? Yeah, that's what your answer would be.
Him and Corey Majors.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. All right. You go to a Hot Topic.
Mm-hmm.
You go to a Halloween store. Is Electric Boutique still out there?
I don't know Electric Boutique. I know Hot Topic.
Yeah, Electric Boutique. That's where the dancers used to get their stuff from.
Oh.
I don't know if they still do or not.
Okay, I don't know how this is getting to cleaning, but
you buy a sexy French maid outfit. Okay, you buy that for, say, it's a real turn on for me to see you clean. And then she cleans. And then you rock her world. And then every time you need the house cleaned, you just subtly lay it out on the bed for her when you leave for work in the morning.
That's good.
So you're going to get the best of both worlds. You get a clean house, and you take care of business.
That's pretty good. I think that
Jerry Jones writing in the background.
No, it's
scratch pad.
It's Stan Eminem.
That's right.
All right,
Dido.
All right, this came from Anonymous. They wanted to be left anonymous.
Love Anonymous.
Oh, but again, this feels right up your alley, Chop. Dear Choppy, I'm a single mom. Money's been tighter lately. I've been thinking about starting a Feet Finder account for some extra cash.
Oh, man.
I don't have time to get a second job because the kids are busy with sports, and I figure it's just toes, right? LOL, what should I do?
We may or may not have a few photos banked for this Feet Finder account. But
both of your feet?
No. No, just hers. No, that's not true. That's not true. I have some of mine, but that's not
Do
really...
your feet look better than Bobby's that you examined last week?
You know what? Bobby's got really nice looking feet. Mine have more hair on them. I don't have very hairy feet, but his are bald. His feet are... I mean, he's got no hair. I've never seen a male foot that's completely hairless. Look, do the feet. It's just feet.
Yep. How could anyone get jealous if your wife put her feet, unless you're like writing messages back and forth?
Yeah.
Unless you got the dirty DMs going, right?
DMs.
As long as there's no face, I feel like it should be allowed. Like, it's just feet.
That's the thing.
No face,
Didn't I just say that?
No.
If it's just feet, right? If it's just feet, there's no name, there's no face. The name, I get why you wouldn't want your name out there, right? But if there's no name and there's no face and it's just feet, you can even get more aggressive with it, raunchy if you want to, because there's no name, there's no feet. Guys are into weird stuff. Like, why stop at feet? Sell your gym socks. They'll buy them. Trust me. There are 5,000 incels out there willing to pay $10 a month to look at your busted up toes.
Now, no name, but you do have to have, like, I think you got to have, like, for one of those accounts, you got to have some sort of name. So even if it's a stage name, would you have like a stage name you would recommend for somebody who's starting a Feet Finder account?
Yeah, I think it would be Tony with an I.
That's very
Marissa
good.
Tone.
All right, we're gonna do a Dear Choppy here. It won the Wednesday wheel spin on 105.3 The Fan. This is a little bit more serious. We got this one on the Facebook, and it was publicly posted. Name was attached to it. This is from Linda. Linda says, Dear Choppy, my question concerns raising boys who aren't yours. She says, I'm a woman. I'm married to a wonderful man who recently gained full custody of his son and now lives with us fully. He's 17. I am not his mother, but I do have questions about the techniques used by my wonderful husband, and when those questions arise, I'm met with tension. How should a stepmom be involved and to what extent in the proper raising of said child?
Wow. Oh, that's a tough one because every situation's different. Like every divorce situation is different. Like I would need, ideally you want to know what is the relationship with dad to child's mom, like birth mom, biological mom. Like what's the relationship? But generally it's like, I don't think when you're the step parent, parenting the kids directly, especially early on, is always a great idea. Like you would parent the kids through your spouse. Like, you know what I mean?
Like Shoddy, like how Shoddy's trying to develop the relationship first before he plays parent with the players a little bit.
Like you would say, hey, your son's doing this. Could you talk to him about it?
Yeah.
As opposed to just going right at it,
Yep. Checking them yourself, having them hate you immediately.
Right. But also, a couple other things. The kid's 17. For the most part, you're doing probably less parenting, more life advice giving at 17. Like, what are you really parenting at that point?
Yeah.
It's different. It's not the same as a parenting when the kid's 5 or 6. But also, what is proper raising?
Yeah.
It said proper raising. Like, proper to one is proper to the other. If it's raising tension, back away. Simple thing. Back away. Take the loss.
No confrontation, chop.
Right. Take the loss for the future gain. Kid's 17. You don't have to take this. You have to bite this bullet for 15 years. It's not like the kid's 3 years old, and you can't back away and defer. It's limited time, limited money. Let them raise the kid, and then it's not worth risking the tension to me in the marriage for a short-term need of how you think to parent.
Dear Choppy here on 105 through the Fan. This comes from Dr. Mark Klee, who listens to us every day in Austin. And his mom actually came out to the Keller Firehouse on his behalf to say hi to us. We took a picture with her. She was very nice. He says, Dear Choppy, how do I break up with my sports team?
Just break up with them. Like, so are you going to find a new one? I assume you're finding a new one. So like you do with a job, you don't leave the job. You got to find a new team first.
Do you have to find a new team first, or you just like
open for business?
Or just like I'm not gonna root for anyone for a while. It's like dating. I'm not gonna jump into the next relationship. So you don't look like it makes you look like less of a bandwagoner, or you're gonna look like a bandwagoner no matter what.
Have your face, cheer for like 4 or 5 teams, go a little wild for a little bit.
Yeah.
So that's
skank it up.
That's interesting because I think a lot of people, if you're not, unless you're a gambler, I think a lot of people like needs a rooting interest to watch a lot of sports sometimes. And that rooting interest could come from, hey, you like the coach, the player, you like the team itself, you're gambling on it, fantasy football. But I would say if you're going to find a new team, let's use some criteria here. Number one, that new team that you find, you got to find a team, I would say, before you're going to leave. But that team can have no history of massive success. So you can't just jump to the Dodgers, the Yankees, whatever. You can't jump to them. Cowboys. They also can have no history of massive failure. Because then you're going to be in a worse position than you already are.
So no Browns or anything.
No Browns, no Jets, none of that, right? You got to have color, gear, logo that you like. That matches. That matches. There's nothing worse than being a fan of a team who's like I love Tennessee. The problem is that I can't wear Tennessee gear with everything.
Yeah.
I can't wear a Tennessee hat unless I'm wearing a Tennessee shirt because you can't just wear orange with anything else. And then location, you got to be able to fly there, drive there, easy trip. So once you got those 4 figured out, you can sign your letter of intent.
So like, what if let's just say for baseball purposes, like a team like the Marlins, maybe, like because a lot of people like their color scheme, whatever. They've had some success, but they've also blown it up and kind of gone back and forth. They're still relatively young, not a big fan base. So you would say that might be like a type of team you're looking for.
No, in baseball, like I would think like I'm looking for Cleveland.
Okay.
They're always good, but they're never like, they don't win.
Yeah.
They don't win, but they're always competitive. All going to keep you interested.
I got you. All right, we're doing Dear Choppy here on 105 through the Fan. This is where RJ Choppy gives you life advice through the lens of his toxic masculinity. JJ texted in, said he listens every morning, and he says, Dear Choppy, where can I find a girlfriend at the age of 31?
Dude, how just
ask Peyton.
Yeah, ask
Dear Peyton.
Just do the apps, man. Like you got to. I think the apps. That's the way to go.
I'm telling you, this has been my stand for a long time. The country bar is the easiest place. to get this started.
Okay.
Because, again, you're walking into a country bar. Most of the girls there, one of the big tension points is like, ooh, how do I go up and talk to them? Are they going to be receptive to this? That tension point's out of the way immediately because most of them are there looking to dance anyway, so they expect strangers to walk up and talk to them.
I'll tell you this. The relationships that I've found that I haven't found them personally, but that I've seen on social media, the ones that seem to last the best are the ones that they meet at a ball game.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, so you just say hang around ballpark, just looking around.
Common interest. It's like a fun. It seems like a fun first date anyway. Those are the ones that I've seen like on social media that seem to like. They like each other the most.
Got a final good one? Look at this. Look what they're doing on TV. What'd I tell you? Look at that. What did I tell you?
Super Bowl, ESPN Super Bowl.
An hour ago, I told you what they would do with Schottenheimer.
All right, last one for you here, Chop. 469. Dear Choppy, what are the effects of working next to Bobby every day?
Anxiety is one of them.
You get anxiety.
No, well, we give him anxiety, but yeah, it's it's a constant head shake. It's a constant head shake. It's oh my god,
that's fair.
It is a constant. More so with Peyton today than you, but in general, it's a constant head shake.
What a debut!
You guys are building an origin story with Peyton back there. I'm sure he's just stewing like all the shots people come for me.
Stew away.
I'm just looking for the audio Choppy sent, apparently last night. I don't know.
You got to take the L on that, Chop. I think it was in your email, your regular email.
Yeah, it is. I got it. I took the L.
Okay.
Hey, what a debut. Very well done.
Good stuff.
And thank you for the submissions as well. Bobby collecting, putting it all together in the mind of Ralph James Choppy in the debut Wednesday wheel spin of Dear Choppy. Wake Forest baseball coach apologizing. Bobby was stunned by this. Did this happen against your team?
Yeah, against Tennessee. So the coach of Wake Forest was seen during the game. Now, this was an at-bat by like a real rabble-rouser from Tennessee.
Wait, what an old man turn. You were that rabble-rouser down the street.
He's an agitator, this guy. I think his last name is Fisher. He's got the massive eye black that just goes all the way down to his chin, looking like some WWE wrestler from the 90s. But you see the coach in the dugout drop the old double F at him. The blanking blank. And because this guy was like, pumping up the crowd, staring into the dugout, and then he yells that.
Homophobic slur for the second one.
Yes. So the Wake Forest coach gets caught on camera. Now you don't hear it. There's no microphone, but you could read the lips. It's very Kobe-esque. Remember the Kobe song?
Yeah.
What he did it to was it Benny Adams, and the old Kobe call out. So this was doubly bad because it was the same at bat. The coach yelled the player, and then said player Aura farmed the hell out of it. And he went and hit a home run 2 pitches later that basically put the game away. It went from 6-2 to 8-2 with that one hit.
I'm stunned they owned up to this. Wake Forest did. Wake Forest admitted to it because here's the thing. You see the clip. Everybody knows what he said. Everyone knows. Even still, every article written about it by a news organization said, to be clear, we don't know with certainty what he said because that's the case. You don't know with certainty what he said. Right. I'm stunned Wake Forest would own up to what would be such a difficult PR nightmare for something that couldn't be proven.
So is it better to admit or lie, though? What if somehow there's a recording? What if somehow, some way, and if you admit to it, you are relying on the public to go along with the RJ Choppy rule of sports? And I agree with you when it comes to this.
Yes, so like I've always been saying that. I've always said this. What you say on the field to somebody else is not meant for me. I don't feel like I don't like to have a take on it. When you play competitive sports, you go to a place where you lose everyone who's played competitive sports has gone to a place where they've lost their cool. Some react differently with it. Some say things. Some.
Now, I do think it's different if if it's Michael Sam and you're screaming that at him.
Yes.
I have a huge problem with that.
Absolutely, totally different. I don't want to know. Like, if they ever mic up the trenches of a football game, I think we would hear things that would put us.
I want to hear that.
They will tell you all the time. People who mic up NFL players, they'll tell you defensive line defensive line is the nastiest things you will hear in the NFL.
They're talking, and they don't necessarily mean it. This guy it sounded like he meant it. Like it did. Like he sounded like he meant it. Or not sounded, but it looked it. But, and I recognize that I'm probably in the minority. I just, when Kobe said that, that wasn't for me.
You're like between the lines.
It's between the lines.
You're looking at between the lines language.
Yeah, it's between the lines language. It's like, all right, I just kind of look at that a little bit differently.
All right, there it is. Hump Day edition.
Hey.
Hump Day.
Sean and RJ continuing right here on your home of the Rangers and the Cowboys. Bobby Belt was out of practice yesterday. What should we make of Stephen Jones' chilly response to questions about Micah Parsons? That's next in B-Lo.
B-Belt.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take out
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Stephen Jones has had it with Micah Parsons questions. He doesn't want to answer any more Micah Parsons questions out at the Star. Here in Below the Belt, this is sponsored by D&M Leasing. You can check them out at dmautololeasing.com. Stephen Jones made an impromptu media appearance yesterday out at Cowboys practice. Pretty frequently, you'll see Stephen out there, Will McClay, Jerry, that they'll be out kind of hanging out. It was really windy yesterday at practice, so everybody was moving indoors, in the process of moving indoors. And, of course, some of the savvy veteran media members, as we were walking indoors, were just like, well, you know, Steven's probably going to walk right by here to walk indoors since we saw him out there. Maybe we can stop for a few seconds. And they did. They got Steven to stop down and talk for a few minutes about things. And it didn't last very long, the questions about Micah Parsons. In fact, I believe from the first question being asked until the topic was completely killed, there were about 5 questions asked, 4 or 5 questions asked. And it lasted a total of 36 seconds. And here's how it sounded.
Where you guys are with Micah in that situation?
No different than anything else. I'll let you know when it happens.
Has there been any more conversation?
I'll let you know when it happens.
Disappointed at all that he's not here?
No, I mean, that's part of the business. I mean, well, all teams go through it, and that's part of the business.
Do you expect him to be here next week?
You'd have to ask Micah.
He's been able to manage.
If we're going to talk about Micah, I'm headed in here. Y'all done?
Yeah.
Seriously, I don't need to talk about Micah. I said all I'm going to say about it. Are we clear? Okay.
It was, and there was no, you know how Jerry likes to say, I'm smiling when I say this?
Right.
There wasn't a lot of smiling when he said that. He was like, guys, I think it's clear. I'm done. I've given you the answers on Micah. So I think a lot of this was less frustration about Micah's situation. I'm sure they want him to be there, and they're a little irritated that it's not done yet, especially because I think they thought they were going to be able to just get a Jerry to Micah deal done a couple months ago. But I think also a lot of this is just, I clearly am not going to give you anything else on this. I don't want to talk about it. And so,
well, he should talk about, he doesn't have to talk about the contract, but he should talk about him being there or not.
Sure. Yeah, which I mean, I think he got asked.
And he was answering the questions about him being there attendance-wise. I give him credit for kind of being quick and giving an answer if it didn't have to do with the contract, and then getting snappy when it did have to do with the contract. Like, he knew the difference, but he put it all under one umbrella of don't ask me about Parsons, which is pretty unfair.
Yeah, and I think, though, he looked at it and said, just from a time management point, if you guys want some answers on some of the other things that are going on here, we're wasting time here if we're just going to stand here because I'm going to give you these same answers. Like you guys should understand this at this point, which I think everybody was pretty much done with Parsons' questions at that point anyway. But still, little testy from Stephen Jones. He usually doesn't break or crack a little bit like that.
And the media doesn't want to keep asking this either. They have to. They have to. You never know if Jerry's going to disrespect the agent or someone's going to say something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm tired of talking about it.
Yeah,
I'm sure all of you are tired of talking about it. I'm sure you're tired of hearing about it. I'm sick of the story.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
There's no movement. There's no developments.
No, there hasn't been.
But you have to ask the powers that be if there are developments. Yes. You have to ask them.
You got to.
Yeah, and it's something where the bigger question, I think, is everybody knows next week is the mandatory portion. So it's also, this is the last time you're talking before the mandatory portion. Brian Schottenheimer had been asked if Micah Parsons was going to show up to minicamp next week, which is mandatory. So getting Stephen Jones in front of you, it's like, all right, well, this is the last time we're going to see you before that question arises. Do you expect him to be here or not? So it's the stuff you got to check off. It's like when you guys used to, early on, and he got better about this, but early on when you guys would ask, McCarthy about, hey, is Terrence Steele playing this week? Like, you got to ask. Yeah. Even if you know how he's going to answer, you have to ask. And so it's just part of the game. Bat it back and forth, and that's how it'll be. Now, Micah Parsons was not in attendance in terms of being on the field. He was seen in the building a little bit later. He has been in and out. But in his place, they've been putting Donovan Ezeraku, the rookie. So they've been kind of having him stand up and fill that role in the absence. Yesterday, we had no CeeDee Lamb. We had no Malik Hooker. We had no Andrew Booth. No clarity yet on what Booth's issue was. Malik Hooker had gone out to practice, had back spasms, according to Todd Archer, had to walk off the field. CeeDee Lamb, I think it was just a rest day. He was out there in full uniform, didn't have a helmet on, but he was involved, kind of stepping in, listening to the calls, and going through the motions of as if he was playing there, like getting all the mental reps in, but not actually taking these snaps. Now, yesterday, we'd been keeping an eye out. Week 1 was not great for Joe Milton. Week 2 was pretty good for Joe Milton. Week 3 was kind of a little bit of both.
The porridge is right in the middle.
Exactly. It's just right. He showed you the best and worst of his game on Tuesday. So he threw a couple of missiles in the middle of the field during practice. He had the throw of the day. The play of the day was the George Pickens catch, which we talked about earlier. But the play of the day, or the throw of the day, was Joe Milton throwing a pass 44 yards down the right sideline to Jalen Brooks that was completely blanketed. I mean, it was covered perfectly, and Milton put it exactly where it needed to be. Dropped it in a bucket from 44 yards away, right into Jalen Brooks' arms. It got a lot of, hoots and hollers from the offensive side of the ball. But you see that when it clicks with him, when he's seeing everything correctly, when he's got time, when he's able to just stand back there, throw it, feel comfortable about it, it looks as good as anybody throwing a football looks.
Yes, it does. It's just, his timing has always been off. His accuracy has been off.
Did you know that Tennessee's ceiling was limited with him, or did you think if he caught fire or just with his natural ability, y'all could win it all or come close?
So his first year there, he was wildly inconsistent. I think they lost a pick that first year. And he wound up getting benched for Hendon Hooker, like a couple games in. And then Hooker started the next year, and that's when they were like, I think they finished like 5th in the nation or something. And then the following year he plays, but he plays in like the bowl game after Hooker got hurt. And he was tremendous against Clemson, like really, really solid. So to answer your question, I thought the ceiling was the roof. Because his ceiling, there is no ceiling. He doesn't have a ceiling. Problem is he doesn't have a floor either. Like that's also the other issue.
He's got a wide spectrum that he could go on either side of it. But that's the thing, is that if you see when it clicks together, it's really impressive. All the physical tools are there. It's just quarterback is such a mental position and the way that you see the game and everything like that. And so that is still a massive critical piece to that end. With the cornerback situation being what it is, still no Trayvon Diggs out there. Kalen Carson was out there in practice. I think that was the first time he's been out there during OTAs while he's been rehabbing. But Andrew Booth missing. You were kind of rotating Kyer Elam and Israel Mukuamu. So with the corner situation being a little unsettled and a little uncomfortable right now, Stephen Jones was asked, are you confident that you're going to have a healthy corner room by week 1?
Yeah, that's going to be the key. Between, guys like Diggs and Revel in particular, guys that, can make a huge difference for us. We'll know a lot more when we get to camp, but we do like what Booth was doing, really like what Elam's doing. Carson's really starting to get his legs again, and of course Bland. He's one of the best in the business, and great to have him out there, and we'll see kind of how things evolve.
Which, by the way, Deron Bland, I saw this note yesterday. PFF was doing their top 32 corners. Apparently the Cowboys let their best one get away. Jordan Lewis came in 4 spots ahead of Deron Bland on PFF's corner rankings yesterday for the season.
And Sauce wanting to let everyone know who came in at number 1.
Who was number 1? I don't even remember.
It was Sauce. Brian brought us.
Oh, okay. I saw the Jordan Lewis aspect of it. All right, so
PFF's right.
Yeah, the PFF
Sauce
list
came in at 1.
So I knew,
surprised me.
I knew Bland wasn't going to be 1, and so I was just like, all right, let's go down. But Stephen Jones was asked yesterday, a big part of this, what's been the big theme of the offseason? What's the thing we continue to hear from Schottenheimer and everybody else? Culture. It's culture, culture, culture. So with that being driven home so consistently and the Cowboys talking so much about it, the longest answer Stephen Jones gave yesterday was to the question, did you need a culture change from Mike McCarthy to Brian Schottenheimer?
I think we're always looking for ways to be better. And, we always talk about culture, and everybody wants a winning culture, but changing it up's a good thing. Nothing but respect for Coach McCarthy and Coach Garrett and what they've brought in the past, but we're always looking for a way to get better because, we've got to take this thing to the next level, which is not only we got to get in the playoffs to start with. But once you're there, obviously we hadn't had the success that we want to have. And if bringing a different culture, helps us get there, then I'm 110% for it. And I think at the end of the day, that's why, unfortunately, whether it's high school, college, pro, that's why people make changes at the top, is to do something different. And that was a tough call that we had to make last year. And we feel really good about our choice. And I think Coach Schottenheimer is really being received well. And I think he'll continue to do an outstanding job.
I'm so glad I was watching you during that clip, because the exact part I was listening for, and I was like, is Sean going to react to this? You did. Your head turned. But go ahead. Explain what your issue is here.
I don't have
or your question.
Well, I made a reaction because I was wondering if Steven gave away the McCarthy exit.
Because he said that was a tough decision we made.
Yes.
Which and to be fair, I think you've seen from both sides. The McCarthy camp wants to be like, we walked away, we were tired of it. And the Cowboys side has wanted to present more of a side of just, hey, you know what? We evaluated things and this is in our best interest. This is what we need to do. But I do think that
because the way it came across to me, the way I'll remember the exit, Choppy, it'll be interesting to see your perception. If they offered Mike, if Mike wanted to take the 2-year deal, Mike would still be the head coach here. That's the way I read through the tea leaves. That's the way it came across in the reporting. Is that reality?
Yeah. That's reality. They wouldn't have let it drag on that long if it wasn't.
I think it's an offer, though, in the same sense of just like, if I offer to marry somebody and I'm like, honey, let's get married. I just want you to know the terms of this are, I'm going to still do whatever I want. I'm going to date other women. And then she goes, no. It's like, well, I offered to marry her and she said no.
So what do you think those terms were surrounding Mike?
I think that they wanted, if they were going to bring him back, it was going to be on very narrow, limited window, like you said. It'd be a much shorter term, and
2-3 years, and whatever the number was that he was at.
I think they knew that he probably wasn't going to go for that, and ultimately, I think they did get to the idea of they wanted Schottenheimer more than McCarthy.
Bobby Belt, living at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. What other radio station has that with someone else full-time, especially on a morning show? B-Lo,
B-Belt,
Hump Day Edition with Sean and RJ on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. Everyone needs to answer on the fan text, please. 877-881-1053, Franklin Frankel. How much interest do you have in the Stanley Cup Finals starting tonight? Final hour kicks off with that next.
What was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
105.3 The Fan.
Final hour of the show. That means fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I see Aiden getting it with the left hand, Pepe with the right. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Brett Boone joins us. Man, I wish he could join us after 6-1 victories, but it was a 5-1 Ranger loss. So we'll talk to Booney live from Florida. Are they playing in Florida? Is that where the stadium is with 9,000 people? Steinbrenner Field?
Yeah, the Rays are, they play at Steinbrenner Field, Tampa. Yeah, it's Tampa.
Okay, so Booney will join us at 9:20 on your home for Rangers baseball. But I did want to ask everyone on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053, with Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals tonight, how interested are you?
The answers on the fan text are pretty universal.
None?
None or little bit. Like, just very little bit.
All right, let me break it down further. Is it A, because your star's angry? B, you were a drive-by hockey fan? Or C, the Rangers are taking on the Rays on this radio station, and I'm kind of joking about C. Is it drive-by playoff run or Stars bitter?
469, 0% interest. It's football season for me now. 361, not interested. Watching Rangers and softball. 469, little bit of interest. I want to see Edmonton get their asses handed to him. 0% from the 972. Stars aren't in it. I don't care about it.
Only two things to come out of Canada: Justin Bieber and the Wonder Bra. Keep the cup in the USA. Go Panthers.
I love watching Kevin Hagen's reaction to everything we're reading and saying right now in the other room.
All I care about is keeping the cup out of Canada. Keep the cup in the U.S. That's a lot of that at the end too.
So 214, as much interest as Bobby has in being a man, so 0 is what the 214 says. I liked it.
What about you?
Yeah, I've got interest. I don't have it's not one of those things where if I can't, I will. I'm not going to change schedules to see the game.
So give me the Rangers Stanley Cup breakdown for tonight.
Let's see.
Percentage.
Rangers game will start about 40 minutes prior.
I mean, let's just say they were both on the same time.
Both at the same time. I'll watch the hockey game.
Okay.
Yeah, so it gets to 7 o'clock. I'll turn the hockey. Well, like 7:15. I'll turn the hockey on, and then the Rangers will be in the first.
Let me try to repeat the question.
Rain delay.
Peyton, if they were starting at the same time.
Yeah, I'll watch hockey when it's on. Then when we go to the intermission, I'll flip back over to the Rangers.
Okay, so you would pick hockey over the Rangers, at least for tonight.
I would pop in on the Stanley Cup during commercial breaks, probably, is what I would do.
Peyton?
I mean, I'm petty Stars fan. No interest, really. I mean, like I'll keep up with it for sure. And then obviously if it gets, game 6, game 7, I'll tune in. But, the early games, I don't really care as much because I'm petty. I'm a Stars fan. I'm still upset that they lost.
You really got to, the one thing I'm interested in is, I really want to see, how Florida plays. I haven't, I've watched them this year, but, now when you get them against Edmonton, how do they play against Edmonton differently than we played against Edmonton? And, do some of the physicality they have, does it kind of show? I mean, remember, they were dominating that series last year in the Stanley Cup final, and Edmonton made a nice little comeback. But, it was pretty clear who the better team was, and I want to see if that's changed at all.
It is also overwhelming on the fan text right now how many more people are going to be watching softball tonight. I mean, there are a dozen people out here saying they're watching softball tonight for Texas.
It's all
Tech.
local.
Yeah, it's Texas versus Texas Tech.
So, and that's for this. It's game 1. It's a 3-game, best of 3, and it's fun. And the Women College Softball World Series is it's phenomenal entertainment. The games are super fast paced. It's there's a lot of action. It's not just strikeout, walk, home run. I mean, there's action all over the place. So it's a fun brand of the sport.
Has more action than Major League Baseball game?
It's got more action than a Major League Baseball game. College baseball is a lot of fun because college baseball has a similar action to MLB. But, man, the one thing the college game does is those players are having so much fun. I mean, they are talking trash. It's like a Savannah Bananas game.
Coaches are talking trash, too.
Coaches are talking trash. It's
Wasn't there a team you said that was having too much fun yesterday? They got disqualified, or was that, what level was that on?
That was...
You're like, come on, let kids be kids.
Okay, so there was 2 plays. One was that there was a softball situation where a girl, a lot of people on social media were criticizing this girl for, she kind of jumped over the catcher and then smacked the plate with her hand and was in the catcher's face, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a viral. It's Texas high school softball barking, just talking trash after she got to home.
And I'm trying to think of the other one. It was we had the wake.
Someone disqualified or punished. You made it sound like. I'll go through your email here in a second. 877-881-1053 Franklin injury attorney text line. Difficult. This is a complicated answer for me. I like baseball more consistently than hockey, but just coming off of the Stars, kind of like Mavericks. If the Mavericks make it to the West Finals, I'm more interested in all the other NBA games and then the next round to see how the Mavericks would have matched up. I also know that over a 3-hour period, like tonight, I'll be more entertained by the hockey game than baseball. I still find baseball boring, especially these Rangers. Sorry, Brett Boone, who's coming up in 15 minutes. So, my natural reaction is to go more Rangers, so I am glad it's staggered in terms of the time, but I know over a 3-hour period, the hockey game would entertain me more, especially coming off this Stars run and seeing how they would match up and what else they need. Because it's like when the Cowboys get eliminated in the playoffs, right? After the rounds go deeper and deeper, the sobering reality always sets in of Cowboys aren't close to these teams. Cowboys get their ass kicked in the conference championship or in the Super Bowl. And I kind of want to line the Stars up against that with a big offseason.
Yeah, it'd be nice. I mean, it'd be nice to align that, and we'll see what happens. But I mean, look, the Rangers are a much more boring brand of baseball right now. So the hockey is going to be more intense. Like and obviously when you have stakes on the game, it's going to be more intense. What you were talking about was the track star. So this is a California track runner. She ran in the 400. Okay. She ran the 400 meter. She wins it. Her name is Clara Adams. She's a sophomore. She wins it. After she crosses the finish line, she grabs a fire extinguisher from her dad and takes her shoes off and does the old, was it Maurice Green? Or she puts her shoes out with the fire extinguisher.
And what level is this?
High school. Sophomore high school. They DQ her. And they ban her from running in the 200 meter.
Dang. What state?
California.
Very bad place.
California, very bad place. So they banned her for this. And it's like, let the kids let them play. The race is over. And here's the thing. She didn't even do it on the track. She went outside the track behind the wall.
No.
And did it.
Are you kidding me?
It's crap, man. It's crap. Let these kids play. That's why college baseball is so fun.
Well, they were playing. Let them extinguish.
Let them extinguish.
Maybe they're sensitive to fire extinguishers in that state.
Right. Very true. Look. But the college baseball is so fun. They're the ones that started the home run gear. You put the home run chain on, home run jacket.
Oh, I hate
college
that.
baseball
So that's their
started
fault.
that.
Got it. Good to know.
84% of the United States and all of Canada are rooting for the Oilers to win the Stanley Cup. Of the 8 states, this is from Bet Online. Of the 8 states rooting for the Panthers,
all right,
Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, Oklahoma, and of course, Texas.
The South.
Sounds like America's rooting for Florida. Yes, me.
After taking on the Oilers are getting 42 states in support of them. And if Florida wins the Cup this year, I think it was, who's the name of the guy who dresses like a slob on set?
Bissonnette.
Yeah, it was him who brought up this income tax point. If Florida wins the Cup this year, it will be the 5th time in 6 years that a team from a state with no state income tax won the Cup.
Yeah, now we haven't seen this manifest itself necessarily in the other sports because the money is so much greater.
Yeah.
Like, the whole thing in hockey, and that's changed a little bit over the last couple of years, but for years, I think Vegas was the first, but when Eichel won it in Vegas, he was like the first $10 million a year player to win the Cup. Like no team that had a $10 million a year player had won. It's like the quarterback that made, over X percentage of the salary cap. They just never won. They never won. But the money is so great in these other sports that, like, if you don't sign with Florida or Texas or a team with no income tax, when you have a $450 million contract, like it's a lot, but it's less painful as opposed to when you're making like $4 million a year in the NHL. Paying that extra California tax is a lot. So we are seeing it manifest itself in hockey where that state income tax really does matter, and we could get 5 or 6. And it's going to even matter more for Canada because as their dollar fluctuates.
Even more reason to fire Pete DeBoer. Not getting it done with the tax advantage. I'm joking. Unless they do. 877-881-1053. In order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line here on Sean and RJ, state officials in Indianapolis want an apology from Angel Reese.
They do. This is a senator. Senator Jim Banks is calling on Angel Reese to apologize to Fever fans for saying that they were saying racial slurs in her direction. This is after the WNBA came out earlier this week and said, we have found no evidence that any fans were firing racial epithets at her.
Well said.
Thank you.
Tough
now,
word.
So the senator wants an apology from Angel Reese.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to happen.
No.
But listen, better call Chop. I can better call Chop this for her. All right, I could easily do that.
All right, do it.
Yeah, I could be as unpredictable as you want me to be. I could be on either side of this one.
And was this all about Dave Portnoy? Portnoy attended the game, won 6 figures, loves Caitlin Clark, hates Angel Reese, and he was yelling something, I think, during Angel free throws like brick. So I think Dave, maybe he was trying to make the story about himself, but Angel, this, again, turns into a war. This turns into race relations.
Mm-hmm.
This turns into sexist stuff. You have the people who can't stand Angel Reese saying she made it up. WNBA, you're a joke. Portnoy from Barstool Sports actually absolutely destroyed the league. And now that they couldn't find any evidence. So was she saying it came from the crowd during the game or like social media?
No, she said it was at the game. So she didn't say it wasn't social media. So, but now I don't know if she was saying it was coming from fans.
Yeah.
The bench, whatever, right? So, this is one thing I hate. If this is a made up thing, I absolutely despise this because it really takes away from real things that are kind of thrown your way.
But we can't say for sure. We can't say that she made it up.
Right. And here's the thing. This is where I'll better call Chop this for her. Just because they found no evidence, if I was Angel Reese, I could say it doesn't mean that it wasn't there.
Right.
You just didn't find evidence that it wasn't there.
Yeah. Did they ask her specifically what was said?
I didn't.
How did it happen? Was it behind you on the bench? Was it screamed out from the crowd?
The league, I don't think, no reporter asked that. The league, I'm sure, asked that. I didn't hear a reporter's question asked that.
All right, there it is. We got to head on out to Florida, where the Texas Rangers are taking on the Rays. What if the talent just isn't good enough? We'll ask Rangers hitting coach and our hump day buddy, Brett Boone, live on the Fan Cam next.
I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
Go-to Carter attorneys in Dallas.
And here's the pitch. Swing and a bouncer to the left of Aranda. He dives, comes up with it, takes it to the bag, and that'll do it. Great play by Jonathan Aranda at first. Looked like that ball might get by him and down the right field line, but playing well off the line. He makes a diving stop and ends this ball game. The Rays take the opener in this series.
Pixie with the call. Game 2 tonight, 6 o'clock pregame on this radio station. We are your official home of the Texas Rangers. First pitch at 6:30 with the return of Kumar Rocker, and it's Wednesday at 9:20. That means the return of Rangers hitting coach, our buddy Brett Boone, joining us live from Florida here on 105.3 The Fan with Sean and RJ. Good morning, man. How are you?
I'd like you to grab me after a win. It seems like the last few weeks it's after a loss, negativity. But yeah, I'm doing good.
How much advice and what type of advice are you getting from Ranger fans when you're able to check Twitter?
Twitter, it's funny because Twitter's kind of the old, when you get in the car and go home. Back in the day, all we had was talk radio, and it's the call-in shows after the game. And, your family members would listen, and they'd go crazy, and they'd yell at the radio, and I'd look at them, and I'd say, listen, that's fantasy land. I said, this is people blowing off steam. You can't put, if you listen to that every night, you're going to go crazy. So, you get the wide range, the nice tweets where, hey, hang in there. We know with this team's going to be good. And then you get the naysayers. You stink. The Rangers stink. Everybody stinks. So, yeah, I don't put too much stock into it.
Brett, talk to us about Adolis García. Obviously, the news, right?
Mm-hmm.
Take a little bit of time. Let's work on some mechanical things. Adolis, we've talked to you for a couple years now. You know what Adolis has meant to DFW.
Right.
How does the conversation go, and what are you trying to work on as much as you can talk to us about?
Well, Dolly, he's a good guy, and obviously I'm just getting a chance to know him and know his personality, and I've talked to him quite a bit, and I've just shared with him some of my journeys through Major League Baseball and the ups and the downs, so he can relate to me a little bit. I've been putting, I tease him. I said, you've been putting time out for a few days. I said, Dolly, I got put in timeout once, and you shouldn't be happy about it. You should be pissed. But sometimes, you sit there and you need a mental break. It's kind of a reboot and a time to just kind of reflect, get back to the basics. What made him him? Nobody's questioning, and especially not myself. 2 years ago, I told him when I first met him, I said, Dolly, man, I watched you in the 23 postseason, and you were like Superman. We got to get that cape back. And it's a lot of that, but it's some minor tweaks that he needs to do. It's not like I'm working with a young man that's in low A ball and hasn't had any credentials to fall back on. This he's been a major player and had some big time years and been on a big stage and performed. So it's just a matter of tweaking a little bit, getting his head right. He's got to make a few adjustments that he knows about mechanically, but nothing major that anybody's going to see to the naked eye. Like, oh yeah, I see a huge change. You're not going to go from a completely closed stance to an open stance, just as a reference. But he's been making some adjustments along the way. He's had a good attitude about it, and I think he's going to be in the lineup tonight for the first time in probably a week. Got that big pinch hit last night. That was big when you haven't been on the field and all of a sudden you just get called upon late in the game, and to hit a bullet to right field, even though it was a negative evening, I found a positive in that, and I was really happy for him that he could come out that way. Almost got 2 hits, that play you mentioned at the top to finish the game, that could have easily been a double down the right field line. So we're just working here and continue to work, and hopefully we can get back to him being the Adolis García that he's been for this Texas Rangers, because for us to make a run, it would really be nice having him in the middle of it. He could be a huge part of it, and so far so good. He's had a great attitude about it, and hopefully he gets in there tonight and starts turning his season around a little bit.
How do you get a player to stop chasing? Like, can you improve their eye?
No. That's a misnomer. People chase because you're not getting your body into hitting position. When all of us don't get into hitting position, we don't see what's coming. Everything speeds up. You'll notice the guys that are hot, it seems like when they take a pitch, it's almost like they're in a rocking chair, and their brain says, I didn't even think about offering at that pitch. And then guys that are struggling, they're usually jumpy. They're chasing because you're not getting your foot down, which means your body's not in position to read the spin, and you're chasing everything. I've been in both. It makes 95 look like 105, and when you're in great hitting position, 95 looks like 85, if that makes sense. That's the most layman I can explain it. But that's all it is when you don't get your body in hitting position, you chase because you can't see the spin. And it's as simple as that. It has nothing to do with his eyes, his eyesight. It's not whether you're 2020 or 2015. It's about getting your body in hitting position on a consistent basis.
Talking with Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, Brett, so you mentioned you were talking about your work with Adolis, and you had said, you're dealing with a veteran hitter here. You recently just got back Evan Carter. You only had him for a short time, I know, before he had hit the injured list. He's somebody who came onto the scene really big and has had his own struggles along the way. What have your impressions been of him and some of the way that he's approaching things?
Bright future. I just had a talk with Evan yesterday. He just got back. He did a rehab assignment in the minor leagues, and I said, how'd it go, kid? And he said, Booney, I really felt good. I'm seeing the ball. I was seeing the ball really good. I had some really good at-bats, and I said, good, let's go. And we talked a little bit about, I remember watching Evan Carter in that 23 run, and I remember being in awe of his age. And I would think back to when I was 20 years old, what was I doing? I was going to a regional in college, and this guy's playing in the World Series. That's a different level. There's not too many guys, and the poise he showed down the stretch, the plate discipline at that age, people don't understand how ridiculously unique that is. I was telling him yesterday, I said, I remember watching you as a 20-year-old thinking, wow, there's not too many guys that can handle this the way you handled it. I said, one guy that comes to mind for me, and I remember when I was a young player, is when Chipper Jones came on the scene, and they put him right in the middle of that Atlanta Braves lineup. And I said, who is this guy? And the next thing you know, he's Chipper Jones. And it's a special player that has the ability at that age to come in on that big of a stage and show that because the biggest thing for us learning, getting to the big leagues, is that plate discipline. We're usually there and we got adrenaline and our emotions take over. And usually you're chasing as a young player. That's what you do. But to see the guys that come in, control the strike zone from the get-go is impressive. But that's what I told him yesterday. I said, and when you do stuff like that, people like me and the media that are watching you, we put high expectations on those guys, sometimes unfairly. And I think he's been the product of that. The high expectations, not quite living up to being that super or to that World Series hero right away. And now all of a sudden, you're looking at, he's still 22 years old. He's still learning, He's still the same age of Osuna, who came up recently, has had nothing but really good at bats for us. So, it's going to be interesting. I'm excited to get these guys back on the field. That's the thing for us. We got to stay healthy. We've got the players, got the personnel to make a good run at this and win this division without a doubt. Easier said than done. Talk is cheap. We got to go out and do it, but we definitely have the personnel to do it.
Brett, what's the spirit of the room? Because in covering football, right, it's like, all right, your defense is holding them to 10 points and your offense can't give you 13. We all know the starting numbers. So how difficult is it? It's got to be tough for guys not to press while listening to some different new advice. I know you said you're not reinventing the wheel, but are guys pressing? Are guys frustrated? What's the spirit of the clubhouse?
I think so. And, I've been in the 3.5 weeks I've been here, I've been kind of through a world of emotions. Early on, we won 6 straight and it was great. All of a sudden, we lost 6 in a row, and it was bleak in that clubhouse. I think coming off the series with St. Louis, St. Louis was a hot team. They're a good team, and to have those 2 games where we scored 19 runs. I know there was the flop in the middle where we got shut out, but there was kind of the room turned a little bit because it was kind of, we were winning games, and when we won 6 straight, we were winning, but we weren't blowing anybody out. But 2 out of 3 games, we kind of made into laughers, and it kind of shifted a little bit. Yeah. Yesterday you come out and wow, how do we score 19 runs in 2 games and all of a sudden have a game like yesterday? Well, that's baseball. But I see a little bit of a shift. I see guys coming around. I see guys getting healthy. So it hasn't been doom and gloom. It definitely hasn't been a party, when you're going back and forth, but it hasn't been doom and gloom. I can feel it. It's just on the horizon that this team's gonna kind of catch their stride and get it going. There's too much talent. I look up and down this lineup, and now with our big guy Corey being back and feeling healthy, which is most important. He's kind of in spring training mode, and his first 4 games haven't been Corey Seager-esque, but I know sooner than later we're going to get Corey Seager back. That is an MVP annual, year in and year out. He's going to be an MVP type guy if he stays healthy. Some positive signs I see is Marcus Semien is really coming along. He's turned the page and really starting to find his stroke, and that's exciting for me because when I got here, he was really struggling, and we're very similar. We have very similar numbers. We played the same position, same type of career, and to watch him, at age 34 struggling and the media is going to creep in. Well, is he getting too old? Well, I've watched Marcus. I know when you get old, because I went to spring training my 35-year-old year, and all of a sudden I thought, wow, I don't feel the same. But I'm watching Marcus on the daily, and even when he was scuffling, it's not a speed thing. His body's still a young 34, so that had nothing to do with it. It was more mechanical, and now all of a sudden Marcus is starting to feel good. He's simplified things. Little positive things like that, make me think this thing eventually is going to get in the right direction. We got 4 months to play, and let's just keep going.
Because that's the thing we're doing now, right, in talk radio, and we'd be doing it with you on the pod. We're firing up trade machines because there had to be.
Of course, you got to.
How do we know that the talent is actually there versus reality after the amount of games that have been played? And it's like, okay, come on now.
No, I if we were in August, I'd say, okay, I can see your point. We're at the beginning of June, so we've got 4 months to play. And I look at our division on any given day, we're 3 or 4 out of the division.
Yeah.
If you were 15 out and going, oh, okay, now I'm looking at it. Well, we're a couple series away from being right there. So this is far from panic position, from my concern. And as far as the talent, I know the talent's there, 100%. The talent's there. Whether the talent rises to the level it needs to win this division and go to the postseason is kind of up to the players. Players win games, players lose games. If I can, I'll tell you what, if we go to the postseason and go deep in the postseason, I'll take the burden when we lose every game if you give me a tiny bit of credit when we win.
I thought you were going to take us out. I thought that offer was coming right there. Last one, Chop.
Real quick, have you noticed when Seager's back in the lineup, have you noticed the guys in front of him getting more fastballs to hit? Just so they don't have to necessarily go after Seager?
It's funny. That's kind of a misnomer at the big league level, because these guys could throw a strike with any pitch anytime. I remember when I first came to the big leagues, and I hit second at the very beginning in front of Ken Griffey, and that was the question every day: is it going to be great to hit in front of Junior, and you're going to get a lot of fastball? I'll tell you what, I got more breaking balls in my first month of my big league tenure than I've ever seen in my life, and it made kind of sense. I talked to some veteran guys, especially veteran pitchers. And they tell me, they said, Booney, when you're a young player and you're coming to the big leagues, us veteran pitchers, we know one thing. We know you can hit a fastball. Mm-hmm. So you're going to have to prove to us you can handle the off speed. And that's why you're getting, at the time, they said, that's why you're getting peppered with off speed pitches. So it's kind of a misnomer when you say, he's going to get a lot of fastballs. Now, in big situations, if a situation is starting to unfold in an inning, and you've got Seager on deck, and man, we kind of have to go after the guy in front of him because we got Seager next. That's a little bit of an advantage, which means you're probably going to get more pitches in the strike zone, but not necessarily fastballs, if that makes sense.
Great stuff as always. Thank you, brother. Hang in there. We'll be watching again.
Let's do it. Let's get a win tonight. All right. Thanks, guys.
Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone every single hump day at 9:20 on DFW Sports Station. Let's crosstalk with KNC next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we're talking
has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt.
Vanderbilt, let's go, baby.
This is not Vanderbilt. This is my high school team, the Vikings.
You can see how I would think it's Vanderbilt, right?
I can
same colors.
It looks like if Vandy and South Florida logos had a baby.
Did you get that when you went to the Hall of Fame?
He didn't go.
But he was in, so I wonder if they just sent him a package.
That's a good memory. I did not go. I did a little video speech for them. But Alabama's already running their mouth that they're going to smash Vanderbilt like a bug in the rematch in football.
Yeah, it feels like a bad play from Ryan Williams to just say, like, oh, Vandy, we're going to smash them like a bug with a sledgehammer. It's like, boy, we are so far removed from the Saban days where Quinnen Williams literally like choked on his words when he started saying like he might be talking trash about Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
It's just a different era. Now they're talking trash about like a historical bottom feeder in the spring.
First of all, you never talk about Vandy. It looks, you don't need to talk about Vandy. But second of all, a sledgehammer is a really bad weapon to use against a bug, I think.
You miss, you're going to look like a moron.
It's just, it's not, it's heavier. You're probably not as accurate or fast with it.
Who has a sledgehammer?
Use your shoe. Triple A.
I've got a mallet. I have a mallet. I don't have a sledgehammer.
For croquet?
No, I got a rubber mallet.
And because of Vanderbilt, I'm going to be attending my first ever Longhorn football game.
Oh,
you didn't want to pick a game you'd win again? You should have done that. I told you last year, pick the Bama game. You'll actually get to see a win. Sure enough.
Is that the one
Or a college football
game
player.
you're going to go to this year? Is that the one?
Probably.
There you go back to
I
Nashville.
mean, I would like to go to Nashville, but I have a 1-year-old.
If you beat Texas, don't go costing them $500,000 though by storming the field.
Oh yeah, did they change that now?
Sankey is such a loser, dude. Greg Sankey has now, like, instead of the incremental 100,000, 250, 500,000 for storming the field, he's now cut that. He's like, no, we're going straight to 500,000 every single time teams or fans storm the field or the court.
We haven't even had any incidents. We had the one Duke player who magically
that's a Duke player
recovered, Kevin. But we haven't even had any crazy bad incidents really as a result of this. It's great. Now it happens too often.
Yes.
Yeah.
In terms of some of the
If you're
seed.
the favorite, you don't get to.
I think you should be fined based on whether or not it was ridiculous that you stormed.
Yeah. I'm in on that.
Yes.
Is the fine, though, not waived? Not, I should say waived, but isn't it only if you storm while the other team is still on the field?
Ooh, I don't know.
No,
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I thought there was
not the way Sankey was describing it.
Because that's how it used to. They used to have some rule like that where if you storm while the other team was still on the field, you were getting fined. If you waited, because like Clemson, they go on the field every game.
Do you think that's scary for a player though?
Yeah, they
All
get
those
trampled.
people-
I mean, you get trampled.
Yeah.
There's a million kids gonna because what are they gonna do about Clemson? Like Clemson literally storms the field every game.
I guess
Do
it's
they?
just it's not storming the field though. Like when they're shaking hands and they're slowly getting off the field, like that's not storming the field. Then there are people on the Cowboys field after every game, win or lose, like throwing the football around.
I get what you're saying.
So I mean, okay, you wait 5 minutes and go, okay, now that's not storming the field.
Right.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, today at 11 o'clock, our friend Robert Ory will join the show to talk about the NBA Finals and some more Mavericks stuff as we get into that. And then Bruce Bochy joins us at 12:20 today, 12:30.
Were you worried that the New York Knicks, or are you worried that the Knicks are coming after your guest yesterday, Jason Kidd?
Yes.
I'd just be worried because.
And how worried
I didn't
would
ask about it then yesterday? Then I'd be like, son of a.
Why didn't I think about? Well, Thibodeau hadn't been fired yet, so you wouldn't even thought about
that. Would have been
that.
irresponsible.
Yeah.
Okay, now I feel better.
Do the Knicks, should they already know their replacement?
I think that if you're going to fire a head coach that's been the most successful one in almost 30 years, you should probably know who you're getting after.
Yeah, evidently Udoka and Kidd are two targets. So
Udoka, man.
There's a lot of other ones out there too. Yeah, Udoka's good.
The Knicks should know. Not everybody should know. In some instances, you should just say, we got to cut bait, like regardless of what this is. But the Knicks should know if you're going to fire somebody like Thibodeau.
Yeah. Do you think that they had viewed this as this was his last stand? Because he has like a certain window with teams because of the way he runs with them.
A window to not win the championship.
But they beat Boston.
Consistent.
And no one can bring up the Tatum injury. Like, they were in control of the series.
I agree.
They're probably going to beat Boston. To me, that's kind of the instant pass.
The only thing I wonder about is if there were players that came to management is like, I can't do this anymore. And you can argue that's soft. I'm not here to argue against it.
No, I'm not arguing it. I just would have thought that the big player problem would have been Brunson's minutes sometimes to cover him up defensively. But it seemed like Brunson, afterwards, remember, he went at that report, don't ask me a stupid question about whether Thibodeau's the right guy. So outside of that, I got Brunson's sign off. I played with his minutes in some crucial times the most. Who cares? Who else am I caring about, and how many other players complain?
Should your answer for Thibodeau and Pete DeBoer be the same?
So I think
Pete DeBoer's done more.
See, and I think Thibodeau has
Pete DeBoer's got more of an argument that he has plateaued, though. And Pete DeBoer's got more of an argument that he directly threw somebody under the bus than Thibodeau even
I think they're a little different because I think Thibodeau has a finite window. I think DeBoer has a finite success rate. This is what you've seen. This is where
Thibodeau and Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy Johnson always says, I war on people.
Yeah.
And I wore them down my coaching style. DeBoer just only can get you. His strategy can only get you that far.
DeBoer seems like he's wearing on his goaltender, though.
He wears on the goaltender. And the rest of the team.
Like you said, he's got a history.
He doesn't. But, I mean, look, he has gone to a couple of Cup finals. He hasn't won them, but he's gone. So I don't know.
Since then, he's lost 6 straight conference finals.
Look, I think it's equally as impressive to even get to 6 straight conference finals.
Can we throw
That's true.
Right? You know what I mean?
And can we factor in the sport in this by saying hockey's a bigger wild card than the NBA playoffs. So do you give Pete a little bit more of a pass because of hockey? And you know what I mean?
And I know that is the case in terms of like the President's Trophy team always loses. But take a look at it. This is the third straight year the Florida Panthers are in the finals. This is the second straight year they're going to play the exact same Stanley Cup final. Like, is it as much of a wild card? The Stars have made it to the Western Conference Finals 3 straight years. It feels like the hierarchy is kind of played out the way.
The thing with Florida is, like, Florida before
weak-ass Eastern Conference.
Prior to these 3 straight years, they won the President's Trophy.
Yeah, and then they got bounced.
And
people
bounced.
had question about their coach. That is fair.
And
that is fair.
Correct me if I'm wrong, they did move on from their coach after that.
But the coach they have now also had the DeBoer kind
Paul
of
Maurice.
reputation on him of like, yeah, he'll get you there, but
And
he won't win.
he was someone that there was discussions about right here, and Florida made some moves to from their front office to kind of get a little bit tougher, and that's where we need. That's where we need to go.
The Knicks have continued to improve, like throughout Thibodeau's time. Like they keep going up.
That's fair.
DeBoer has kind of jumped here, and then he's just been there.
Yeah.
So just as an aside, a conversation that it didn't annoy me yesterday, but some of the responses, I was like, what a magical world that is. Because we were having the conversation, about salary cap stuff and Robertson and other things. And people are like, no, you just need to get tougher defensively. And I'm like, okay, you don't have any money. You have free agents you need to bring back, and you don't want to trade anybody. How do you think that's going to work?
That's
you have to sacrifice something if you're going to build up somewhere.
Is that when you told Corey, I'm always surprised at how a question makes so many people angry?
Yeah.
Yes.
And you stunned me with Robo's age. I couldn't believe it.
Right?
Yeah.
25.
Yeah, because it feels
He's
like
2
we're talking
years
about.
older than Thomas Harley. It feels like they're a
Yeah.
generation apart.
Well, if you're going to trade Robo, you're going to trade him with the goal of getting somebody who's tougher. That's why I was thinking
agreed.
Let's package him to try to get Brady Tkachuk from Ottawa.
That
right?
suggestion did come up.
Absolutely
And,
accept it.
Now look, if you want to say Robo and you want to throw Wyatt Johnson in there instead, you're going to have to package it with something because you're not going to get him for those guys straight up.
Right.
I would be curious about the tradability of Wyatt Johnson right now just because he already got paid. People would want him. You could trade him. I'm just curious what that value is on the
I
open
have no
market.
idea. And obviously, I think Brady's making just over $8 million.
Yeah.
And Robo's at the mid-7, so I mean you can make those work.
7.75, yeah.
Corey,
But
how are
you're
you
gonna have to do that.
How are you going to divide up tonight with Rangers and hockey, or are you too burned to watch?
I think it'll be Rangers on the laptop and then hockey on the big TV because I'm with Chop. I do want to see how they're beating them. How do they beat Edmonton? What do we need to be better at? But I also want to see Florida whoop Edmonton's ass. I really am. I'm that petty right now, or I just want to see them get their asses whooped.
And your screen time divide?
I kind of feel like it'll depend on the first few innings. If the Rangers have no runs and no hits or one hit, I'll be like, all right, hockey it is.
Way more interested in Rocker than hockey, though. And I'm more interested to see how Rocker looks tonight.
What if he's not in the game anymore?
Then, that'll give me an answer right there as to how the game's going.
True.
All right, we're back tomorrow with another Rangers-Royals ticket giveaway, neighborhood watch, preview of NBA Finals Game 1, recap of Stanley Cup Finals Game 1. It's the KNC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
Hazel babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg maid.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron squad?
Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
You did it.
And we got You Can't Handle the Truth, Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. Also, Tom Cruise, he was right with that line of questioning. And Jack Nicholson said you can't handle the truth, but it was actually himself that couldn't handle the truth because what he said in his unhinged outburst in a courtroom got him in trouble.
Yeah,
and
that's
then
how.
He's like, wait, what?
That's how Perry Mason used to do it. And remember, our guest Shea Wiggum was on the show Perry Mason on HBO for a minute.
See, there are some things in life that I don't think I'll necessarily ever get to see, but I want to be there. I want to be at a wedding where someone shows up to profess their love for one of the other people. Now, that doesn't mean the wedding doesn't have to go ahead. Like, you could be like, that's great. Thank you for the compliment. We're still going to get married. I want to be at one of those. But I also would love to be in a courtroom when a bombshell gets dropped that people are like, oh, my goodness. And then I have to whisper to the person next to me, even if I don't really know them.
I like that idea. Can we take it a step further? What about being in a mansion where a murder has taken place and the detective has figured it out and you're in the room watching and you know you didn't do it?
Sure.
Like now he's going through the whole process of like, this is why you weren't involved. And you, on the other hand, had the candlestick in the library.
Okay, look, if Daniel Craig shows up at a party that I'm at, am I going to want something to happen? Answer's not totally 0%. It's like just a little, because I don't want anyone to actually get murdered. But if Daniel Craig could put on his southern accent while extending his suspenders and explaining to us the things that have happened, yeah.
Dr. Watson's around.
I would watch that.
Not Dr. Watson from the Righteous Gemstones, but the one from Sherlock Holmes.
Best part of that crappy season was Dr. Watson.
But also, if Daniel Craig's at a party that I'm at, my first thought is he's getting a martini shaken, not stirred. Like that's the first. Yes, that's the first thing I'm thinking. Then I'm probably thinking about you know what? His coat does have leather patches on it, and it's made of tweed, so he's really not James Bond.
What if he doesn't care for that? If you're the bartender and he asks for a martini, do you ask him, sure thing, boss, how would you like it? And just like pretend like he's just a regular guy, and maybe then he'll say the thing. Or maybe he'll go, not the way you would think.
So,
and you're like, oh, okay, good.
See, that's the thing. I think those actors, they really do buy into the character. Because I go back to Ewan McGregor, who played Obi-Wan Kenobi in a movie. Was it movies? Yeah, he was in the show, Obi-Wan Kenobi.
I don't like the way you say things.
He played that character, and in real life, when he goes into the grocery store, he does this at the door, and it opens just in case people see him, and they're like, oh my gosh, he really does have that power.
And then sometimes if you look at him, he'll be like, hello there. And I just think that is, I appreciate people who like go out of their way in real life to like really make some people's days and make their dreams come true. All right, let's start with... Go ahead and play me highlights of all of the runs that the Rangers scored. Now, they did score one, so that's probably unfair. Actually, go ahead and give me cut number one. I want to talk about the Rangers.
Here's a swing and a drive by Caminero toward the scoreboard in left. Langford back to the wall, and it's out of here. Junior Caminero hits his 14th home run of the season. A solo blast just under the scoreboard in left center to make it 5-1 Tampa Bay.
And look, so perhaps the momentum built in the St. Louis series hasn't translated for game one. Maybe it can still translate. Everybody has off games. That would be the final as well. 5-1 Tampa Bay wins. We can talk about that game, of course, but I also want to talk about the idea of Texas having desirable trade deadline talent. So we got a couple of different ways that we can go here, but also from the 972. Kevin, my fiance and I are both Tolos. We're getting married next year. You are more than welcome to show up and profess your love to one of us or both of us and attempt to interrupt the service.
I almost did that at Kevin's wedding. I really, if they would have let me,
awesome.
If they would have let me in the doors.
Tell them why you didn't get in the doors.
I was 5 minutes late.
You had to know at my wedding it was going to.
I was standing next to Jess, and I was like, all right, she'll go in. I'll walk in behind her. And they were like, nope. And I was like, ah, crap. But I wanted to do that. I wanted to stand up, but I was like, man, actually, I should have just been pounding on the door from the outside.
That would have been awesome because you have to open the door. Jess told me also she thought about getting one of her friends or hiring somebody to profess their love. And
so good.
I would have loved it. Because think about it. Over the course of your life, you will go to so many freaking weddings. And you're like, oh, yeah, that was Steve's wedding or Jared's wedding or whatever. And some of them will blend together. But you're like, oh, man, I was at Jenny's wedding.
Can you believe what happened?
This dude busts in. He was like, I still love you. You'll never forget that wedding.
You're right.
But alas, didn't happen in my wedding.
And not very many people have stories like that.
For sure. Man, I wonder how many people have a story of, so I ran off with that person, and then we got married.
Yeah.
And then my original fiance tried to interrupt that wedding, and I was like, no dice.
I actually didn't know who the person was that was professing their love. They just showed up. But I thought they were attractive. They looked like they had some money, so I felt, you know what?
Either that or you'd walked up to the aisle and you had your regrets. And you're like, I just need a distraction to get me out of this. And then some guy shows up and you're like, works for me. All right. So the Rangers score 1 run. The offense is pretty much non-existent most of the night because they scored that run late in the game. I think it was in the 7th when the game essentially felt like it was over. Do you look at this one game and immediately fear, okay, we're back to usual? Or are you like, okay, let me wait to see how the rest of the series plays out and see if we can actually have some offensive momentum?
I do kind of wonder how much the rain delay may have affected some things last night. It didn't affect Tampa, but I do kind of have that question of, did that lose steam? What is it these guys get motivated by? Like, I don't know what keeps them locked in because they don't look locked in.
Yeah.
So, no, Kevin, I did feel like, oh, man, we stink again. Like, that was what my brain was telling me last night and this morning. So, I want to believe that there's some other level they can get to. I want to believe that there's some other place that they can turn a switch on for. But, man, this has been too long. Not just this season, but going back to last year, too. This has been too long of a time to believe that something's just going to magically happen.
And with that in mind, look, we talked about this, I think, last week about how people who want the Rangers to move on, the Rangers to make some trades, I think you're going to have to wait for at least a month and maybe a month and a half before you really see particularly much traction there at all. But if you were
Which is interesting because Chris Young is impatient.
Yes.
He is impatient. So I wonder if maybe he's like, nah, screw it. We got to get going now.
See, and I think that's going to work in the opposite way that some Rangers fans desire. I think if it happens like that, it's going to be to acquire somebody. Look, there is no part of me, and if you feel this way and you're like, hey, I don't think the Rangers can turn it around. I know they're just 4.5 out and you still have 101 games to go. But if you don't think the Rangers offense is going to be able to turn it around at any point, even when they're healthy, and what you're hoping for is them to unload people, I think that's significantly less likely in the next month and a half than Chris Young being like, here's another move we need to make to contend. Because there's no way they are ready to concede this season like some Rangers fans are. I'm not either.
I'm not even close. Because, and again, where's the standings, Kevin, right now?
We're 4.5 back.
And
because
that was how you were 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and it's a good thing that like you are playing in a division that is pretty mediocre and packed together. Because if you were in either one of the other AL divisions, you'd be like, all right, so your best shot probably is wild card.
That's true. By the way, I've gotten multiple messages from people on Facebook and Twitter letting me know they had the Pico de Gallo burger from Whataburger yesterday for lunch or for dinner, and that it was phenomenal. So thank you.
Ooh,
to the Tolos that were listening and got a burger.
Very nice. Look at you doing work across the board.
Love
so
food.
Here's a side question before we get into the trade. And maybe this is a question for another day. From the 817, because you see this text all the time, so do I. This current team makes me question if the World Series championship was a fluke.
Okay.
Let's say it was.
Never had one before, though. So I don't care if it was a fluke or not.
Yeah, and that's where I'm at. Like, I'm disappointed that we weren't good in 2024 and the struggle has been on to be good in 2025, right? It does not change my feelings about the 2023 World Series run whatsoever.
Yeah.
You proved in emphatic fashion that you were the best team in baseball for that run. It was a hell of a season. The first half of the season was just freaking tremendous, or at least the first 60 games. To me, it doesn't change my feelings about that season at all, but maybe it does for other people. It is hard for me to argue against that. Look, we talked about going into 2023. The Rangers had the longest consecutive losing streaks of seasons at any point in the history of the franchise, but it will never change how I feel about that season.
The 682, I wish the Cowboys would have a fluke season and win another
my
Super Bowl.
God.
Like, I think that fluke season would be everything for us. But yeah, no, the Rangers, like, that's the first one we ever won. So that doesn't, I don't care how you got there that year and how that happened. Now, did I expect that you were going to be there that year? No. So I will admit, we didn't think that going into that season. We thought we're still a year or two away from all the thing being built correctly. All of a sudden, Boch walks in and everybody's inspired and playing in a different way. Did that wear off? Or was that just as Mike has said many times, career years for those guys?
That's probably
and all of them pretty much did have career years, and then they came back to earth.
Yeah.
And Boch got them to play better that 1 year. So what can you do now? Do you flip roster over and get Boch to do the same thing with a new bunch because he can inspire them? Or do you stay steady with this? Because it does feel like Boch believes the work, if I just keep at it, it's eventually going to fix itself.
So I think the other thing that they're factoring in addition to that, because obviously I agree with that, look at your lineup right now. Or look at the lineup that you put out last night. All right, Josh Smith, Wyatt Langford, he's missed some time. He's there. Corey Seager, obviously he's missed time. Same with Josh Young. They're both there. We moved Osuna up, but you also saw some from Adolis Garcia. Marcus Semien, Jake Berger, you sent him down to the minors and brought him back. And Evan Carter, you saw a little bit from him. Obviously, he has missed some time as well. Now, and then you've got Higgy there. That missing time for the catcher position hasn't been as problematic. But my point is, whether it's Langford, Seager, Young, Garcia, Berger, Carter, either you bench them or send them down to the minors, or they have had injuries, but that's happened to all of them. They're all here now. So what I would love to see is for them to stay healthy for, let's even say, like 3 to 4 weeks, because then that excuse is out the window. Because you even heard Brett Boone earlier, and he goes, hey, we just need our guys to stay healthy. All right, they're here now, and you did nothing offensively yesterday. But that happens to the best of the teams.
Mm-hmm.
So what's it going to look like in the next 3 weeks if those guys stay relatively in the line?
Yeah, and I think that's what, doesn't that feel like that's what Boone's saying?
Yes.
I know they're here now
definitely.
today.
Yeah.
But tomorrow, the way this season has gone, tomorrow one of them will be out.
Yeah.
Or two of them. And so the hope is that after 3 weeks, they find a groove in the same order. And like that is kind of a hope. I know that I can be protected by this guy at the plate. I know I can be protected by this guy in the lineup too. This allows me to get these types of pitches because the information will start pouring in.
Yep.
If you have the same thing over and over consistently over a period of time, the information on how do they treat these guys and what's the trends? Because, Kevin, you can't pick up a trend for your data, at least, if there is no real consistency. You have to have consistency to have trends.
Yeah.
So I think that's the one thing that they're hoping is the difference, not just a guy walks in and says, I'm here to hit home runs. Good luck.
Now,
although that would be nice.
Yeah, I mean,
Kevin, if we could just find somebody to walk in and say, I'm here to hit home runs. Good luck.
Okay.
And then does it, I will trade for him.
Okay. Oh, I like that.
Thank you.
Now, Jeff Passan, I believe it's Jeff Passan, put out thoughts about who could be the most desirable tradable assets, because this is one of the things that we run into. When people say Marcus Semien and Jock Peterson, all right, well, first of all, Jock Peterson is hurt right now. He hadn't played particularly well, even though I know it looked like he was picking it up prior to his injury. What's that trade going to be worth? For people that want to DFA him, probably not a lot. Marcus Semien, people are frustrated.
Young arm.
Yeah, maybe
high A ball.
if you eat some of that money. Same thing with Marcus Semien. So I wanted to focus in on kind of where Passan was going was Mahle, Patrick Corbin, Chris Martin, and Hobie Milner. obviously, we've discussed this. Relievers can be cheaper. And then in kind of rental players like Tyler Mahle and Patrick Corbin, sometimes teams are more willing to go in on those players because they're like, I don't have to stick with a financial commitment after this year.
I am kind of interested, though, Kevin, because those things give you bigger return, right?
Yeah.
But I'm trying to come up with the right name. Deshaun Stevenson was a small thing thrown into the conversation for the Mavericks in that 11 season. And it turns out like we had a lot of reliance on he's going to be the LeBron stopper. Was he? No. It was actually Jason Terry running him all over the place. But he added some toughness. Jankowski, like if you were to trade Peterson for Jankowski, I mean, this is just a name that I'm throwing in there. That doesn't move the needle really for anybody. Because nobody knows, like, we all know Jankowski, but nobody knows Jankowski until he got here.
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden he gets here and he does things right. And you're like, oh, hold on. Why wasn't he doing that there? We don't know. But this guy wasn't doing it here. And maybe you can make one of those trades that you get better production out of somebody, but it's not a star. So I think that's a move in addition to another move that can get you something significant. It would be unfortunate to have to move on from Mahle. It would be rough because he's pitching so well. But if you're trying to get something that you need over something that you have a plethora of, then that's where you have to have that real conversation. But maybe there are other players on this team that other teams are interested in, and it wouldn't cost us Mahle.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, now it's time for part 3. More NFL overreaction or reality, including an OTA question next on the Fan.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I got 3 reminders for you. Robert Ory coming up at 11 o'clock today. Bruce Bochy coming up at 12:30 today. And then tomorrow at the Mesquite location of Tolbert Garage Doors, the G-Bag Nation is going to be doing their show live.
Dude, I think the really cool part about that, too, is local businesses are just going to show up, pull a table down, and
I like it.
network. And so Tolbert, he's phenomenal, dude. He
I
is
like him.
one of the coolest guys you'll ever meet.
Very recognizable voice.
Yeah, and he said, hey, everybody, y'all can show up at my place and have a nice little party, and the G-Bag Nation's going to be there as well, and it's time to network, baby, so go do some networking tomorrow.
I like it. Right now, how about we do some more NFL overreaction or reality? We are now on part 3 of this never-ending saga. My goal is for it to be more of a deep dive than all of the Avatar movies. Okay, so we'll just keep cranking these out whether people want it or not. NFL overreaction or reality. Dallas Cowboys positional battles can and will get decided in OTAs. So I've seen multiple articles about this. I don't think they will get decided, but I think they can shake up the hierarchy of the positional battle going into training camp. What say you, fellas?
What positional battles matter for the Cowboys? Let's go through that real quick.
Okay.
Quarterback?
No,
Milton versus Dak.
No, probably not. I was thinking more running back jump to mind.
All right. So, and you think Javonte Williams is gone or Miles Sanders?
I think Miles Sanders is probably going to be
So then it's
out.
going to be Blue. I think that's a tandem. Blue
you think
and
they're both-
Javonte.
Oh, okay.
I think that's a tandem. I don't think it's a competition as much as I think it would be first and second down Javonte because A, I think he might be a better pass blocker. B, he's your kind of tough yards guy,
Okay.
so first and second. And then Jaden Blue, I think, is your next option. Now, they have Phil Maffa, who is a strong body. He is thick legs, dude, on that guy. And then, there's Deuce. So that's an interesting one. I think that's going to be decided in training camp.
Okay.
I think that one right there is.
What about Brevin Span-Ford? Is there a way he can move up to tight end too?
That's interesting because was Scooney a McCarthy project?
Yep.
Or was that the Cowboys going, man, look at the size of this tight end right here. Like this is a LaFleur kind of thing all over again.
Alec, your thoughts?
Impressive.
It is impressive. I think that's a good one though. I think that tight end area is pretty locked in too.
Can we find a usable, consistent spot for Wanye Thomas?
Yes.
Okay.
I do think cornerback's going to be interesting though because injuries and who's where. I think it's going to be kind of patchwork for a while. But then, the defensive line, there's lots of different areas on the defensive line that could be won, lost, and so forth there.
And then when you were mentioning the running backs, I wanted to go back to not quite a running back, but Hunter Lipke. Is he on the roster?
McCarthy guy, dude. I feel like.
Okay.
McCarthy wanted to use a fullback, and I'm not quite sure where Shoddy stands on that.
Okay. So I guess my question then to start is, do you think, you're going to go into training camp with an idea of this is running back 1, 2, 3, 4, but we'll see how it all shakes out. Do you think those rankings can be reshuffled in OTAs?
I think in OTAs, yeah. I think no, because I think right now they're still learning the guys. They're still learning the players. They have ideas of what they want to do, but I think when you start seeing people hitting other people, that's when I think training camp is when that shuffles. but not the OTAs.
Alec, what say you?
It's at least changed the pecking order for me because listen to some of the people that are out there like Bobby Belt, like Nick Harris, who have said Miles Sanders kind of went into this as an afterthought, but without pads and everything, he looks like the most fluid runner right now. So I kind of expected him to get forgotten, in OTAs, like, oh yeah, he's on the team. Cool. I thought it was going to be one of those situations, but now he's getting a lot of conversation. You mentioned Wanye Thomas. I saw Nick Harris said he got a lot of burn with the ones yesterday.
Yep.
Which is a cool thing to see because I think he's deserving of it, and I think he's just a great dude too. So I do think that we're going to change our perception on some of these players in how, I guess, intriguing they might be to the coaching staff going into camp. But I think camp is where things will actually be decided.
I'm going to use inspiration from one Reginald Atatula for this next question or statement.
Is this the year?
This is the year that Justin Fields puts it all together. Geno Smith career resurrection 2022. Baker Mayfield 2023. Sam Darnold 2024. Is this the year that Justin Fields puts it all together?
His new offensive coordinator, Tanner Engstrand. Do you know who he is? He was previously the passing game coordinator for the Lions.
Oh.
That's great. I always say this, though. Just because you were in that room doesn't mean that you think like that room. And Ben Johnson was unique, came up with things. Maybe Engstrand was the guy that was pulling all the strings behind Ben Johnson. Maybe that was the case. But I think Justin Fields, what does it feel like he's in 15 different offensive coordinators since he's gotten in the league? I think he has to get some stability before I believe he puts it all together. But I say overreaction. But I like him. I've been waiting for it to happen. It's just not there yet.
Yeah, I'll say reality. I don't know what putting it all together exactly looks like, but I do think it's going to be
Geno Smith's numbers in Seattle his first year.
Oh, fair enough. I do think that it's going to be the most consistent product, whether it's mind-blowing or if it's just average.
All right.
Him.
Can I give you a stat line then?
Sure.
3,000 passing yards, 900 rushing yards, and 30 total touchdowns.
By the way, it was third year with Seattle that Geno Smith finally put it all together. I just want to point that out.
If Justin Fields put up those numbers, would you consider that he put it all together?
If he puts those numbers up in year one, absolutely. Okay. I think that's a great start for him, and that instills a lot of confidence in the coaching staff, too. So I think that's a great base to build off of.
Geno Smith's numbers that year were 4,200 yards, almost 43, 30 touchdowns, 11 interceptions with a 100 rating.
And if you take a look at after the 5th game of the season, I think he was about regular Geno Smith. Maybe the 6th or 7th game of the season. NFL overreaction or reality? Corey, the Dolphins are all flash and no toughness.
I agree. And their defense is I think defense is always your toughness. Maybe you have an offensive line that's just road graders and you're like, oh, they're tough too. But I think your defense is where toughness starts. Think about it for a second. The best defenses in the league right now that we think of Baltimore, we think of Philadelphia, all think of them as tough defenses. Miami is finesse, speed. You need speed. Speed is fantastic. But now it's time to really win a man versus man, and Miami's incapable of doing that. Even going into the freezing cold weather.
Yeah.
They broke Patrick Mahomes' helmet, and they still weren't tough enough to do it.
Couldn't do anything.
I think they passed their window.
Yeah.
When you talk about Jalen Ramsey on that team when they first acquired him, he was still really, really good. Jalen Waddle, when he was the flavor of the month, when Tua was staying healthy, when Tyreek Hill was masquerading as a good teammate and a family man. It felt like all of those things were in line for them to succeed pretty quickly. And that window is closed because they got to get rid of some of these older players, so on and so forth. Yeah, I think they are all bark and absolutely zero bite.
NFL overreaction or reality. Travis Hunter will play on offense 3 times as much as he plays on defense. Now, I think it was yesterday or maybe the day before, the DC for the Jags was already like, hey, can we use him a little bit more? He's really, really good. So, overreaction reality, Travis Hunter plays offense 3 times as much as he plays defense this season.
Oh, man. Okay, I'll go with reality on that, but I still think I think it's balance. I think it would be stupid not to use him on both sides of the field.
Okay.
That's just my thought. Dude can play.
I'm going to say reality, at least for year one. I don't know what that conversation is even like throughout training camp on how you divvy up those reps. Is it simply just saying, we are worse on this side of the ball than the other, so we need him to play more on this side? Is it he's better in our eyes at this side of the ball? I don't know, but I do think offense is you got an offensive head coach now, so I do think that that's going to play into it a lot, and I think that's going to be the result.
Now, Alec, I'm going to have to start with you for this one because it's too close to Corey's heart.
Oh, no.
NFL overreaction or reality, despite the concerns of Corey Majors, the offense for the Detroit Lions is going to be just fine.
Reality. I do think that the new offensive coordinator, whenever you guys talked about it, where he was like,
John Morton.
Yeah, he was like, it worked before. Why would I change much? And I'm sure that Ben Johnson didn't reveal all of his schematics and all of his secrets to the keys of all the layers of offensive football and all the secrets and treasure troves, but still, that same belief, that same philosophy still has to exist. He had to tell everybody what the game plan is going into it, so everybody's on the same page. So I do think a lot of that is going to look similar, not exactly the same, and I do think it's going to work because a lot of the offensive pieces are still there.
I like what he's saying here, and I think what I've been trying to say is pump the brakes on putting them back in now their next step is Super Bowl. Pump the brakes on that. And yes, some of the concepts of plans probably are still there. Like you learn philosophy. Like the biggest thing I think that if you don't know how to get yards after, once Jahmyr Gibbs gets past the line of scrimmage, what's the blocking like downfield? If that's still taught, man, then you're still going to have big explosive plays. Those are the things, like if you don't know how to get that, then you're not knowing how to teach it. And you're not knowing the technique to get you to that point. Mike McDaniels in that offense, that's what they rely on, is the downfield open space. They create it. So if he can still do that, they're going to be okay.
NFL overreaction or reality, the Packers are going to miss the playoffs.
Overreaction?
I mean,
that's a tough division, I hope. I'm serious. I hope that's a tough division because I'm banking a lot on what the Bears can do. I'm banking a lot on Detroit kind of leveling out just a little bit. But and Minnesota's right there in the conversation. It sounds like J.J. McCarthy knows what he has to do. Just put the ball up in the air, and Justin Jefferson's going to take it down.
I mean, that is pretty good logic.
Yeah, I'd just be like, catch it, Burrow.
I like that logic. It does feel almost Cowboys-esque for the Packers the past few off seasons, where it's like, what did they really do to make their team better? But then they still figure out a way to win.
Yeah.
I don't know how. It doesn't make sense. Maybe it is the quarterback. Maybe it is the head coach. But feels like they do just enough, even if we don't realize it. So I think that's an overreaction.
Now, I have a bonus audio question for you. We're going to go to cut number 3 on this in just a second. Overreaction or reality, at some point before the start of the season, you will also kind of snap on somebody when they ask you about Micah Parsons, much like Stephen Jones.
Where you guys are with Micah in that situation?
No different than anything else. I'll let you know when it happens.
Has there been any more conversation?
I'll let you know when it happens.
Disappointed at all that he's not here?
No. I mean, that's part of the business. I mean, all teams go through it. And that's part of the business.
Do you expect him to be here next week?
You'd have to ask Micah.
He's been able to manage.
If we're going to talk about Micah, I'm headed in here. Are y'all done?
Yeah.
Seriously, I don't need to talk about Micah. I said all I'm going to say about it. Are we clear? Okay.
That was a Diggs question, though. Like that really, like he'd made his mind up as soon as they asked this next question. I'm shutting him down.
Oh yeah,
because he goes, "What do you think about Diggs?" And he goes, "If we're going to talk about Micah, I'm out of here." And I appreciate that though. Like I appreciated his answers because I'm with him.
All right.
Leave it alone, dude.
So then overreaction to
It's gonna
reality.
happen at some point.
You might go off on somebody for asking you about Micah Parsons
Maybe.
too much before the start of the season.
Hey, you're coming to my daughter's birthday party. Do not ask me about that. If I see you out at, some event, don't ask me about that. Let's talk about the Rangers. Oh, crap. Never mind. Let's talk about... Oh, crap.
Cooper Flag. Cooper Flag.
Yeah, I have a lot of
kid
thoughts
from Duke.
on that. Yeah,
You
the
got
kid
it
from
wrong,
Duke.
That's right.
There you go.
All right. There you go. NFL overreaction or reality. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And coming up next, it is a historic edition of Baseball Nuggets because the Rockies have done it. I repeat, the Rockies have done it. Next on The Fan.
I just said that.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it some fun sport?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Center field and deep. Doyle looking up. It is caught. He caught it. Ball game over. The Gold Glover saves the night. And the Rockies, for just the second time this year, have won 2 in a row.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And they did it, guys. The Colorado Rockies effing did it. We're going to talk about that in just a second as Reliant Air Conditioning Gimmick-Free AC Repair and Replacement brings you baseball nuggets. Alec, did you hear the surprise, perhaps the shock in their voice?
He caught it!
That catch was made. It's the second time all year that the Colorado Rockies have won 2 games in a row, and that's all fine and well. But that's not what we're going to talk about right here.
Okay.
Do you know what we are going to talk about?
No.
The Colorado Rockies. This is their 20th series this season. They were a robust 0-19 before this. Now, there's still a game to go today against Miami, and actually, believe it or not, it starts in like 15 minutes.
Larry Walker's got to be losing his mind right now.
Well,
Dante Bichette.
Maybe. And David Need. So that game is going to start in about 15, 20 minutes. And if there are more than 1,000 people in that stadium, including the workers, to start that game, I will be stunned.
You saw the video yesterday,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Stunned.
Hilarious.
But it doesn't matter.
Hundreds of fans.
Colorado can lose today. They are now 1-19 in series this season. Corey, how excited are you for the momentum of
They've
the
only
Colorado
won
Rockies?
one series?
Yes, this one that is happening right now.
Not even against us, huh?
Nope.
Look at that.
Well, they got swept by us.
We're doing
like
just
a bunch
fine.
Of chumps. And now another update that I know you were waiting for. Colorado Rockies have now improved their projected record to 29-133. Now, the naysayers will not be impressed by that. That's a 4-game improvement over the last few days. That would still be by far the worst record in the history of baseball.
It's times like these that you have to really feel bad for the guys in that clubhouse. How much would you hate that? Every day showing up, and this team's just not good enough. Like, we just are not good enough to win any game, let alone be competitive for a playoff spot. Like, we're just not good. That's got to be such a brutal beating on a daily basis. And you can only blame yourself because you're the one that stinks. But that's got to be the least fun environment in all of sports right now.
Now, somebody did ask, when's the last time the Rangers won 2 games in a row?
Hey, look.
It's a fair point.
Probably against the Rockies.
Bingo. It was 3 weeks ago when you were in the midst of winning 6 straight with that last win coming against Houston, but the win before it coming against the Colorado Rockies. So, yes, it has been 3 weeks since the Texas Rangers won 2 in a row.
I'm dumbfounded.
Yeah.
Me too, Boach.
It is kind of a weird, like, you win, and then you're like, all right, we're back. And the next day,
You're not.
You just forget all the things you did, and you're like, oh crap, I got to go back to the things that I learned a couple days. Okay, now we win again.
Yeah.
And all right, we're back. And then we lose. Sometimes some people get comfortable like that. Maybe it is time for Chris Young to make some things uncomfortable.
Ooh, all right. We'll ask Boach about that as well.
All right.
Now let's go from that to the all fun team. Now you heard the presentations that I just made about the Colorado Rockies and the Texas Rangers. Do you think either of them have any representatives on the all fun team?
I feel like Wyatt Langford should be an all-fun player.
Ooh.
He seems like fun.
Maybe not yesterday, but
Or
I
maybe
hear
he's
you.
plain. Is he just plain? Is he just vanilla yogurt? Is that what it is? They're just like, all right.
I need him to get a little bit better to be more fun.
Okay, so he's no Ellie De La Cruz. Ellie De La Cruz is the
Fact.
most fun, right?
Fact.
Pitching wise, I think Evo's a blast. But I also can understand how there's some other pitchers that might be like Paul Skeens is probably one of the most fun pitchers in baseball, right?
Absolutely. Now, unfortunately,
so no.
Wyatt Langford didn't make the team. James Wood, the actor, and I believe fiery conservative.
No, he's not the actor. Did he make the team?
It's the James Wood from the Nationals.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so not the one from Videodrome and Family Guy.
Citizen Kane?
No, that is too far back.
All right.
By the way, Wyatt Langford didn't even make runner-up.
Holy crap.
For fun.
You said James
in left
Wood?
Field. Yes. James Wood and Robert De Niro.
Stop. No, James Wood.
Okay.
But he made it?
Yeah.
So, okay, have you seen much of him?
Yeah, he is fun.
That dude is gigantic and crushing baseballs.
Yeah.
He got me interested in something the other day. I was watching him and I started thinking about Ryan Howard because of the swing. I was like, oh, their swings are kind of similar, even though they bat from different sides of the plate. So I went and looked up Ryan Howard's numbers, and Mike's old adage about Ryan Howard was that was the last pitch he ever threw was one that got crushed 480 feet by Ryan Howard. But I looked up the numbers and I was like, holy crap, Ryan Howard was a monster for about 5 years.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
Mike said, I sent that to Mike, and he was like top 5 hitter in the game. Like he was that good for that period of time, and that's where I feel like James Wood is right now.
Now leading the way at catcher, Cal Raleigh. Bryce Harper is on the team. So is Ketel Marte. I believe he had a couple of home runs yesterday. Jose Ramirez, and then finishing out the outfield as you projected, Ellie De La Cruz. The infield. The outfield is made up of James Wood, Pete Crow Armstrong, and of course Aaron Judge. Look,
that is an absolute blast of a team right there.
Aaron Judge walks up to the plate, and you're like, ooh, this could get crazy. Shohei Ohtani is the designated hitter.
Last week we put together a all-time team over the last 25 years or so.
Right.
Would you take this all-fun team against that group? I think didn't it have like Griffey on it or something?
Yeah, it's tough because like I see Aaron Judge, I see Shohei Ohtani, but
Ellie.
Yeah, no, this is a really good team, but I've got the best of the best from the last 25 years. What we're forgetting is that other team had prime Mike Trout. So, like, good luck, everybody.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And so, yeah, but no Rockies or Rangers have made it onto the all-fun team.
Well, there's always next year.
By the way, you asked about Nathan Eovaldi. He's not even a runner-up on the all-fun pitching team. We're going to get into that tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I'm going to present to you some other information that might make you angry. All right.
Why do you like to do that?
No, I don't like to do it. I just know that you can be my person to mobilize anger about the disrespect for the Rangers pitchers.
True. By the way, that email system will be put together soon, I promise. We're working on it with corporate.
I kept getting things yesterday as like, hey, will you send this to Corey?
Yeah.
And I'm like, no!
I'm still getting email. Actually, what's happening now is I'm just getting questions about things. Hey, what do you think about this? You know what? I just realized somebody asked me about Micah on email because they were trying to... That's what he was doing. I was giving him a real answer back. I didn't realize what crap he just pulled on me. Nice job, Ryan.
All right.
He knows.
Update on the Rangers prospects that I feel like you were waiting for. Strictly the Rangers prospects. Now, one of these is obviously way too low. Alejandro Osuna is only the 9th highest rated Rangers prospect by ESPN. He was previously not in the top 10. Your guy, Cole Drake, he bumped up from 9 to 8, and the top 5 is comprised of Sebastian Walcott, Kamar Rocker, Alejandro Rosario, even though he's hurt, Winston Santos, and Malcolm Moore, who we interviewed in spring training. So there's a look. And then from there, Caden Scarborough, Dylan Dreiling, Cole Drake, Alejandro Osuna, and Devin Fitzgerald. He has a hyphen in his name. So
Fitzgerald?
Yes.
Huh?
I probably should have fact-checked.
It's a 2-name last name and one of them's Fitz?
Unless that was a typo in the ESPN article.
No,
it is. It's Fitz-Gerald.
Look, man, names you can make names whatever you want. We've learned this over time.
That's a great point, Alec. Your thoughts?
My kid wanted to name his invisible friend Gerald, and I always thought that was a very funny name. And I have no clue where it came from.
Little Jimmy.
That was our truth reference. He got released. Well, or he will be. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, 7-time NBA champion, our NBA Finals insider, Robert Horry, next on The Fan.
In this voice guy's opinion, my boy.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Janet. My name's Janet. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
at D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Tonight, Texas Tech get it started in the best of three series for the College World Series Championship. But right now, we bring to you seven-time NBA champion, our NBA Finals insider. It's Robert Horry, and he is, of course, brought to you by betonline.ag. Robert, how you doing this morning?
Man, I am blessed. How you doing?
Well, we get more NBA action right now. We won the draft lottery, so we get Cooper Flag, and we get to talk to you. So what's not to like?
Oh, man. You got a point by that. Now, the fact that you got the number one pick, Cooper Flag, coming in there. You know, we don't know yet if that's who y'all going to draft. But, yeah, you know, Cooper Flag, when you watch the players play, this kid is legit. And when you talk about players, I say this, he's a true player. I mean, he can play offense and defense, so you got a real one if y'all draft him.
Okay, don't put that last part on it. We've had a hard time these last few months where anything and anything can happen. So don't tell me they're going to trade it away from KD. I'm going to pass out in my chair. Don't do that to us.
Hey, they might trade it away for Giannis. Who knows?
Oh, man.
All right, I can kind of live with that a little bit more. By the way, Robert Horry brought to you courtesy of Bet Online. Check out Bet Online for updated NBA Finals series and MVP odds, along with game-by-game lines and props.
Robert, I'm going to ask you some more Mavs questions in a minute, but I just recently saw the video where you explained why you threw the towel in Danny Ainge's face, and I laughed because I love those stories. And so I understand, though. We watched Danny Ainge back in the day. We understand why people hated him.
I would throw a towel at him, too.
What I don't understand is why people hate Tyrese Halliburton. Can you help me figure out what it is about him or his game that people don't like?
You know, when you watch people's games, every player game kind of looks the same, meaning the shot looks the same. If you watch Halliburton game, it's ugly.
Okay.
His shot is ugly. He's skinny. He's always smiling, and people just hate happy people. And then
I could see that.
They look around and say he has an ugly game. He got a gold medal and didn't do anything. He makes $40 million a year. He's just the poster child of hate, and I don't know why people hate him, because who says you know his game is ugly? It works. It's effective, and I think that's.
Oh. And that was it. That was
man.
Get out of Robert Horry.
Okay, man. At least I heard the
started
noise.
Off hot too. Like that was good.
That was an amazing disconnect noise. It was like boom. It sounded like the phone dropped or something. And I hear what he's saying. I will say, at least for the gold medal, I thought the way he handled that was incredible.
Genius.
When he was like, when you get an A on that team project and you didn't do nothing, like. He admitted it, and I would have thought, because I knew you made this point back when it happened, I would have thought that, like, people would have been like, that's nice. I like that. That's relatable.
Yes,
to me.
exactly. That's exactly what I was feeling, is that would be something relatable to other people who've experienced that before, because we've experienced that before.
Do you think it's possible that it was Danny Ainge that cut the line? All right, we've got Robert back. Robert, do you think Danny Ainge heard your answer to the first part and cut the line and tried to break this conversation up?
I think so. You know, it was an ugly connection like Halliburton's game. and Danny just hates, he's just a hater. He's sitting up there in Utah wondering how he can get the players in Utah. Nobody's coming to Utah and play. Just ask Vernon Maxwell.
Man, so we were talking about, obviously, you can find plenty of this info and the prop bets and everything like that on Bet Online. Are you surprised that this is such an overwhelming kind of betting situation? Like, the Pacers are the biggest underdogs in 7 years, and even though they have played very well to get here, it feels like not a lot of folks believe in them to win this NBA final.
Because they're not the sexy team.
Right.
You don't have the MVP. You don't have a unicorn like Chet. You look at this team, you got Halliburton, who has an ugly game, and you look at Siakam, who won, he's won a championship. And that's the one thing you have to look at. I think, to me, Carlisle is one of the most underrated coaches that's been in this game. He's a former player, played on multiple teams. He's won a championship before. I think that's the one thing you have to look at and be like, yo, man, they got the pedigree. And if you look down their roster, each one of their guys can play defense. There's not a weak link out there on the floor at any time. So don't underestimate the Pacers. If they win this, I won't be shocked.
Now, you mentioned the defense. Oklahoma City is also an excellent defensive team. Are there concerns that some of these games might turn off some of the viewers because they're like, hey, it was 84-82, like those old Pistons Spurs series?
I still think at the end of the day, you look at the Pacers, they like to get up and down. They play good defense, but they like to put a little pace to it. And I think the game is still going to be in the 100. And this is what upsets me about when you talk about NBA basketball. They say, well, the scoring's not there. Why don't we appreciate defense? Defense is a part of the game. You don't get mad when your best football team defensively shuts out team. Oh, they did a great job. The defense was fantastic. It happens in basketball too. So I think you just need to appreciate it. And what I like best about this series is, of all these people who said analytics and shooting the three ball, that's kind of out the window with these two teams. They're not big three-point shooting teams. They just want to get buckets. And that's the most important thing about basketball, getting buckets, and then on the other side of that, trying to stop people from getting buckets.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of pulling for Indiana, obviously, because Carlisle, who was here and won that championship in Dallas. You played against him. I'm going to ask you a little bit about that in just a minute, but you played against him. What is it that Carlisle does well? Is it the attention to detail? Does he have a deeper playbook? What is it that he does so well?
See, I'm glad you said it because I was going to say, I ain't that old. I didn't play against him.
No. When he was coaching. Yeah, that's right.
I'm kidding. Yeah, but, playing against him, he understands the game. That's one of the things that I love when an NBA franchise hires a former player. Not some guy who came out of a video room, and that's no dig at anybody who came out of a video room because the guy down in my Spoelstra did a great job coaching that team, but he did have LeBron Wade. Come on now. But anyway, it's like these guys understand situations. There's going to be things that no matter how you draw it up, they're not going to work. You can say, oh, it worked in practice. Yeah, it worked in practice because of the team's let. So you got to be able to flip the script. You got to be able to divert from the game plan. And to me, I think when you watch Carlisle, in the 8th series, he did something different to go down the right path. And I think that's going to play a huge factor in this series. His coaching style and him understanding the pressure moments and being able to divert and take places to a win.
Adaptability, Kevin would always say there.
Absolutely.
We were talking with Jason Kidd yesterday, and he said a lot of people are going to join My Lonely Island, where we believe that big men still have a place in the NBA. Do you think the Mavs can bring back the bigs?
It's here's the thing. The only reason the bigs are not in this game because people think threes are so important, and it's not. It's about getting buckets. You think about the way when AD is more effective, because he's in Dallas, is when he's inside the paint. He was in a stretch with the Lakers averaging 40 points. It wasn't because he was shooting threes. And it amazes me how, guys now, they think, oh, well, shooting threes is the way to win. No, that was the way that the Golden State can win. Nobody else. If you look at the history of all the championships outside of Golden State, the teams that have won it haven't been, these teams that shot a lot of threes. And think about it, the two teams in the finals right now don't shoot a lot of threes. It's about getting buckets. And if you got a big who can get you buckets like an AD, that's the most efficient way to go. It's about, efficiency of movement and doing things of that nature. And I think Golden State, the Splash Brothers, I know you have one on your team in Dallas.
Yep.
They kind of messed the game up. They tricked everybody thinking that's the way to win. But no, you forget, they were the best defensive team in the league when they won those championships.
Do you think you're qualified to answer that question since I believe you've won about 20% of the all-time NBA championships?
I think I am. I think if you really do the studying of the game and you look at the teams who won it, you go back. Let's start with Denver. They didn't shoot a lot of threes. I know they got two guys on there that can shoot some threes, but it's about Jokic getting buckets and getting to the free throw line. And then you look at, and I know I forgot about the Celtics, but as a former Laker who really cares about the Celtics,
yeah, right.
You look at the guy who won MVP for them was Brown.
Yep.
Not Tatum who shot a lot of threes. It was Brown who won MVP, who get into the bucket and scoring. So that's what I'm going to love about this series. That's what Jason needs to understand. You have a big now. You make AD get his big buck on the block and not shoot threes, and then you can be successful.
I really like this because it kind of leads me to this other question. This is actually, I wanted to ask you this as soon as I knew you were going to be on the show with us. I was watching the Game 7 documentary over the weekend, and it was the Mavs and the Spurs, and you were on that team. And Avery Johnson in that documentary kind of made it sound like it just took Dirk Nowitzki putting his head down and going to the basket to change everything. And I was fascinated by hearing Bruce Bowen and how much respect he had for Dirk's work ethic and what he was. I was kind of curious, when you saw Dirk's career arc, was that all it was? Was he just finally said, I'm going to be tough and I'm going to go to the basket?
I think he used his skill set to the best of his ability. If he needed to shoot a three, he would. If he would get to the post and shoot his fade away, he would. It's about taking advantage of the opportunities. You got a bigger guy who's slower than you, you go around him. You got a smaller guy who's you take him to the block, and that's what Dirk did. He analyzed the game and got to his sweet spots. You had to stop. To stop Dirk, number one, you had to make him play defense to kind of tire him out, and then you couldn't let him get to the sweet spot. You had to agitate him, frustrate him, and then I think early on in his career, he would get very frustrated. As you get along, you mature. And you understand that people are going to try to get you off your game, and he understood that. And, you go back to 2000 when they won their championship and they beat us, the Spurs. You think about it. The reason they beat us is because he went to the hole, Manu fouled him, he goes to the line, makes the free throw, and they beat us in overtime.
Yep.
It wasn't a three. It was about getting to the basket and getting buckets.
Man, thank you so much for the time. Real quick, your prediction for the NBA Finals?
I got OKC in 7, but I hope that I am rooting for the Pacers just because I love Carlisle. I like the way that system. I like the way they don't say, okay, one guy carries to the promised land. So I'm rooting for the Pacers, but I think OKC in 7.
Awesome. Thanks to you. Thanks to Bet Online for making this happen. Really appreciate the time, good sir.
All right, take care, guys.
There you go. Robert Ory, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, I mean, 7-time NBA champion. We didn't even get to dive into, of course, I believe it was TMZ Sports who asked him if he belongs in the Hall of Fame. And he's like, heck yeah.
Yeah,
dude.
well, I mean, I've already told you that he belongs in the Hall of Fame, Kevin, and I talked about that with him before. So there's something about him that I really enjoy. It's his energy. I like the way he sees the game too. And again, like you just pointed out, dude has credentials. He's been on plenty of championship teams.
I did like that he goes, yeah, people don't like people who are happy. And I was like, man, yeah, I could see that. By the way, I meant to mention this to you yesterday because this brings together everything that people talk about with the Mavericks in the world. What do you think about the fact that the Lakers and the Mavs are set to play an exhibition game in Las Vegas? So will Luka play for the Lakers because you traded him away? Will Cooper Flagg play in that exhibition game because you're going to draft him? I heard what you said, Robert Ory. He's got a point, though. And because it's an exhibition and they're playing in Las Vegas. I think that the NBA loves bits, and after they gave the number 1 pick to the Mavericks, they're like, also, there's going to be an exhibition in Las Vegas.
You think that was an agreement all along, or you think they just sat back for a minute and went, did you not see what just happened at the AAC?
A little bit.
Let's now make it even. Let's poke them even more.
And now, mark that, and now they're going to have it in the place where people think inevitably the Dallas Mavericks are going to move. That's a good bit.
I won't watch. I've decided I won't watch this exhibition.
What if it's the first game Cooper Flagg plays?
I have to watch, and that's unfortunate.
You folded on that so quickly.
Well, I mean, it's Cooper Flagg. I have to watch, because I have to talk about it. I can't just be like, oh, I looked at a box score from a friendly match, and
it's true. That'd be the ticket right there. We're the KNC masterpiece. That's a saying right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I do believe it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day. Plus, is this going to be the trend going forward in the NFL? We'll talk about it next on The Fan.
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Just talk with Robert Ory. Don't forget, coming up at 12:30, Bruce Bochy. And tomorrow, G-Bag Nation Extravaganza at Tolbert Garage Doors in Mesquite.
How much fishing do you think Boach would be willing to talk about with me today? Because I have some fishing questions.
As long as your first question is, do you usually catch more fish than the Rangers get hits in a game?
Gosh, I don't want to talk about that with him right now. I just want to take it easy, man. I just want
take a load off
right now. Yeah.
All right.
Take a load off.
Here's my question: is that what you would do to Jerry or Steven?
Probably too. Yeah. I don't.
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't.
I just want him to be my friend.
No,
you know,
you don't.
mostly.
You might want Boach to be your friend.
I do.
I don't think you care as
I
much
want Boach to be my
about
best friend.
the other ones. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and right now it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call, allegedly, the pride of Mansfield, Texas, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well to answer the question of the day today. Plus, is this going to be a growing trend among star players in the NFL? I got some sound to run for you from one Saquon Barkley here in just a little bit that addresses something that we literally just talked about on Monday and we saw a couple years ago with Aaron Donald. I want to get to that in just a little bit, but I consult the National Day calendar, gentlemen. And there's some interesting holidays today. Today is National Hug Your Cat Day. So if your cat doesn't actually hate you like mine does, give it a hug. What else do we have? Clean Beauty Day.
I don't necessarily. I have a dog.
I know what you're doing. Stop it.
All right. Back to you, Alec.
Anyways, National Cognac Day.
Ooh.
Celebrate responsibly. But
is cognac viewed as one of the fancier liquors?
Yeah, and I think probably 95% of it is because of the name.
Strong.
Yeah, because it just sounds fancy too. So I mean, Shannon Sharp has his own cognac. Like anybody can have their own now, So it feels a lot fancier than it probably is to me. And there's probably some that you can see on the bottom of the shelf at the liquor store too. But the fancy name.
Yeah,
that gets me every time. I'm
with you.
I'm a pawn to marketing sometimes. If you name something the right way, I'm gonna be intrigued more than the next item just because of the name.
Hey, I heard that last commercial break, and I'm now against attorneys.
I found a bottle of cognac Cavassier for
like the ladies, man,
$4,000.
Oh wow!
Holy crap!
Yeah.
That's a lot.
It's not all bottles cost that much. I'm just saying. I just saw one on eBay that's up for that right now.
I can't do that. But what I can do is celebrate National Cheese Day. Today is National Cheese Day. So what is your favorite food that includes cheese?
Oh man. See, because I was prepared to kind of respond with my favorite cheese. Let's see.
What is your favorite cheese, though?
It's
something that's pretty Gouda, I bet.
It's the white cheese that tastes gross but delicious.
Swiss?
No.
Lumburger?
No, dang it. Jess is usually there.
Parmesan?
Yes, that one.
Would you say it tastes gross but it's delicious?
It tastes gross but it's delicious.
I love Parmesan.
I know, it's delicious. So, like, at first, if you just, took a little nibble I don't want to say. If you tried it in other ways, you might be like, I don't know. But you eat it, it's delicious. If somebody else thinks it's a different white cheese, help me out. But I think it might be Parmesan. It could be something else, though.
Mozzarella?
No.
Little brie?
Reggiano?
No.
I don't know. I'm just making up things at this point.
But I know we talked about this the other day. It's the cheeseburger. I think the cheeseburger is tough to defeat.
Yeah, especially whenever it's a Pico de Gallo cheeseburger from Whataburger. Dude, they had pepper jack cheese on it.
Do you think that might bring you more today?
I hope so. Every day, I hope that Whataburger shows up and says, Corey, we were thinking about you. Every day. I just want you to know that.
Okay.
Munster cheese for sandwiches is what some people say. Listen.
Yes! 682, Asiago. That's it. I'm sorry, Corey. Asiago is my favorite cheese.
Didn't Subway have an Asiago roll? Like bread that they would put Asiago cheese and cook it on top of it and stuff like that. Yeah, but there was a time.
Okay.
When they did that. The cheeseburger is Kevin's right. It's undefeated. I've found myself loving cheeseburgers more of late. I don't know why. I don't know what happened, but it's easily pizza. Pizza.
I did kind of drop the ball with that.
Yeah, pizza is and it's most. I don't like just cheese pizza though. I will tell you that. And I'll be honest, I don't love the stuffed crust cheese pizzas.
No.
Not just the cheese. You want to stuff it with some pepperoni too? Yeah, stuff the pepperoni in there. That's fine. But I need
just put mozzarella cheese sticks in there.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah, or
that is pretty much
string cheese, I guess.
Yeah,
pretty much. Yeah.
And then the I need some meats on the pizza though. Maybe some bell peppers.
Yeah.
But hey, pizza's not pizza without cheese. That's just a fact. If you have a pizza without cheese, you just have bread with sauce on it.
Astounding statement there, Majors. Thank you.
Back to you, Alec.
I told Carter yesterday. I was like, I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true. All right.
Huh. Interesting. No wonder you're so brutal when it comes to my physical traits.
I've stopped that.
Yeah, sure.
But I felt bad about saying your shortness was a thing.
Oh. Okay, there we go. The 940 says you got to make sure you cut that cheeseburger diagonally.
That's a fact too. Yeah. You cut it diagonally, you get more burger, and it tastes better.
There is no such thing as a diagonal cut in a circle.
I've been told, Kevin, studies say.
What studies?
That when you cut it diagonally, not only is it more burger and tastes better, but
that's what Jalen Smith said.
Studies say that it also reduces fat while also making more flavorful fatness to it. So
quick story.
It's healthier whenever you cut it diagonally.
Alec, if I can. This one of the most defeated moments I've had in radio when this Nimrod over here was talking about cutting a circle diagonally. And I was like, you just turn the plate then. And he just brought up Jalen Smith. We never met Jalen Smith ever. Never talked to Jalen Smith. He sat down with us in the tent at training camp. And Corey goes, but don't you just feel like, and he didn't skip a beat. And he goes, yeah, you really do. Like, it might not seem like it, but then you do it, and you're like, that's more burger. And I was like, get the F out of here.
It's just like when Wyatt Langford was like, we don't make the rules about gravity.
Yes. I love when the players get in on the bits. Like, I love when they're just like, hey, like even Brandon Carr was kind of in on the bit. He just looked at me deadpan and goes, I don't cut my burger. And I was like, okay, all right, gotcha. Appreciate you, Brandon Carr. But John Daniels, when we asked John Daniels did do the Kevin, and he goes, like a circle? Like
yes!
a circle?
Correct.
And then he thought about it for a minute, and he was like, I got to figure out where he's going with this. And
John Daniels, also the person who told me to watch Money Heist.
Do you remember
the first 2 seasons of that show rule?
Do you remember the face that Gavin Spittle made when I asked that question? He was like, what did I do bringing this guy into this meeting?
So I don't know if we can pull this off, Alec, but I think a Peace-a-thon auction item should be spend a meeting with Corey, because at least once per meeting, he says something that he's obviously kidding, but like, I don't know, man. It is either not funny or it feels aggressive or you actually kind of wonder if he doesn't understand what's happening.
There's times.
He's great at fooling us, and it works sometimes. And it's actually amazing to just be a bystander to it, because
let him know your next move.
Yeah, I'm not going to intervene. I'm just going to let you marinate in that, you know, and you got to think about what you did, because now everybody in the room is confused.
But do you think I think about what I did, or do you think I just have forgotten about it and moved on to the next thing?
You're already thinking about what's next. Yeah, that's a great point. From the 469, straight up, chips and queso.
Dude, I love chips and queso so much. Now, when it comes to queso, do you get the picadillo meat, the little ground beef put into it, or do you get the brisket if they offer the brisket inside of it? Like, I'm always one of those that's like, yeah, give me the Bob Armstrong dip, y'all. Give me the sour cream, the guacamole, the pico de gallo, the ground beef. Put it all in there and just make it even better.
Yeah, because I mean, straight up queso from some places can almost be like overwhelming because it is so cheesy. So it's like when you kind of dilute it with a little bit of savory stuff, throw that brisket in there, man. Oh, man, brisket makes everything better, if we're being totally honest. Like,
agreed.
I mean, you can put it on top of a burger, you can put it in a sandwich, whatever you want to do. It's amazing. I dare you to find something it won't work with. 877-881-1053, your favorite cheese-related foods. We got a whole list from the 972: pizza, tacos, nachos, and hamburgers. You know what I found at H-E-B when we were shopping for, I think it was, yeah, that's true. Shout out to Mansfield for putting one of those there. It's amazing. We were shopping for Memorial Day the other week and getting some food to grill and stuff. They have specific H-E-B branded cheese that is cut into circles for burgers. I'm like, that's amazing. Why have I not seen this anywhere else?
I used to see that with provolone. Provolone was always cut in a circle, but everything else is a square.
Exactly.
Two triangles, if you will.
It's like, what the point? What is the point here?
Good point.
What are we trying to do? Because because I'm a perfectionist when it comes to that stuff, so when I'm grilling up the burgers on the Blackstone, if I put the cheese slightly off-centered, I'm like, that's a ruined burger.
Yeah, throw it out.
Yeah, I screwed up. You know, I'm not good enough for this stuff. I'm not cut out for it, if you will. So cut out the cheese, make it circular, and it was amazing. It's like, it didn't change the flavor profile whatsoever. It just was oddly satisfying that it covered up the exact surface area of the burger. Shout out H-E-B for, doing things right. I'm seeing a lot of mozzarella sticks, and I couldn't agree more.
Mozzarella sticks are delicious.
Where is the best mozzarella stick, though?
Anywhere.
Okay, that's a great point.
I don't think I've had like a really bad mozzarella stick.
Here's my thing, though. How do you eat your mozzarella stick? You string cheese it? Yeah. Oh, no, I'm thinking of the string cheese. My bad.
Yes,
my bad.
The string cheese, I have to bite off the top and the bottom, and then I will peel it apart.
Lucy bites into the middle of the string cheese.
No!
No.
Yes.
She
That's
just
what
bites-
you do with Kit Kats, and you send me that picture, and it drives me insane.
She does that too. And like it drives me nuts too, man. When she does that, I'm like, Lucy, stop that. And she's like, what? And then she's like, it's so innocent of a, what are you talking about? That I don't want to ruin it. But yeah, mozzarella cheese sticks. You ever almost died from one?
What?
No.
Where you took a bite and drew the cheese out, but you didn't bite it off yet, and so it just went down the throat, and now there's this string of cheese just coming out of your mouth, and it goes connected to a mozzarella stick, and you're like, but it tastes so good, I want to eat more, but I might die, and then you have to pull it back out. Nobody?
Okay.
I think you're alone in this.
You're not.
What?
You know what I mean then? Like that one piece went down the throat, and then there's a string that's connected to the mozzarella stick in your hand.
Okay, Alec and listeners at home, I'm going to warn you. If you're eating right now, you just turn the dial down
gosh,
for just
I think
a second.
I might be a little afraid of this story.
This is your own fault. Mozzarella stick, if it's just the cheese, that works. But also a really long spaghetti noodle. Have you ever done the thing where you pull it back out?
Of your nose or whatever? Yes, I've seen people do that, yes.
And it's like, it's going down there, but there's still some right out in the open, and you're just like, boop, 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 boop.
From the 817,
like, yoink.
Not going to lie, that's happened to me. From the 817 also, the exact same thing happened to me in third grade at Applebee's. From the 940, that's happened to me. I almost choked. I'm telling you, be careful whenever you're eating mozzarella sticks. You bite that sucker off.
Death trap, Alec.
How have I never experienced this?
Well,
in all
maybe you
my-
don't eat as fast as a large man like myself.
No, trust me, I eat at an unreasonable pace, but I've never
you and
experienced...
Chief Follow piss me off.
I like that.
Oh, man. Yeah, it runs in the family, trust me. But there's a lot of people that have experienced this. This is concerning. This is really concerning.
See? It's terrifying.
I did see a lot of people say Sonic for the mozzarella sticks, which I agree. They're underrated.
Dude, those actually are very
They're
good.
actually really good.
They give you a lot, too.
Yes, it's actually a really good value. Pluckers from the 214, of course, experienced that on draft night. They are amazing. And someone said a Baconator cut diagonally from Wendy's is the best cheeseburger.
Baconator is delicious.
And guess what, Kevin? It's a square patty.
So I can see.
You know what was funny? Kevin told me this story a long time ago. He said he knew he was in trouble with the Baconator when they handed him the bag and his hand dropped a little bit because he didn't expect it to be as heavy as it was.
And I was like, man, maybe I should not have ordered this sandwich because it my arm dropped and I was like, oh no, this sandwich is too heavy.
Huh. You know,
That was freaking delicious.
that sounds like a great problem to have. And speaking of that,
Don't order two of them though.
Oh no, never. I don't think I can handle that much protein. Saquon Barkley was on Chris Long's podcast. Saquon Barkley was on Chris Long's podcast as Kevin is talking into my ear as I'm trying to speak and making some awful
That
jokes.
was too inappropriate.
Yeah,
I'm
not.
sorry.
I can't even repeat that. On the Green Light podcast, and he was asked if he's thought about retirement at all. And remember, Frank Ragnow, earlier this week, retired out of nowhere, not even 30, injury-free for the most part. Saquon Barkley has a take on when he's going to retire as well.
I'll probably be one of those guys that it'll be out of nowhere. Like, I'll probably just wake up one day, whether it's next year or 2 years or 4 years, and just be like, yeah, it's over. I don't think I will ever lose that passion. The competitive nature is always going to be there, but I like probably my favorite player all time is Barry Sanders. So probably similar to that. Maybe one day, it'll be out of nowhere. I'll probably be balling and just be like, yeah, call it quits.
You know what I like about that? He had a little bit of a brag on himself there, too.
Yeah.
He was like, I might still be balling in 4 years when I'm 32, and I'll retire out of nowhere.
He's like, I'm pretty much like Barry Sanders.
Yeah.
But
I mean, his
you
season was incredible.
You also can say that when you have the money to do it.
True.
Aaron Donald, have you seen the video of him? And he's just like, I didn't play football for this. I played it because I knew I could make some money at it. It was my side thing that I was just really good at. I like these other things.
I happen to be good at this. May as well make millions of dollars.
Yeah.
And that raises the question for me, are a lot of, high-end players in the NFL going to say, I'm healthy, I'm on top of the mountain, let's go ahead and ride off into the sunset. I'm rich, I'm healthy, I got a happy family, may as well.
Excellent addition of AM on the FM, and I already regret what I said to him in his ear.
Why do you?
I agree. I regretted it when you said it.
Because it was an Ed Werder thing to say. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
We
Coming
need to
up
just
next.
explain that to some of the new Tolos one day.
It's time. Well, you can play the audio on the other side as long as it's edited. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. What did Corey say about that? Also, will any of these big-name quarterbacks be benched at all this season? Next on The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023 and 2024.
Wilson steps up, spin around. Wilson avoids it. Wilson looks, a floater, intercepted. Marlon Humphrey, turnover, Pittsburgh.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, I know we normally go to the Corey news desk for news, but right now, let's go to the Alec info desk for news.
Let's see. The Phoenix Suns are hiring Cleveland Cavaliers assistant Jordan Ott as the franchise's next head coach, according to Shams Charania.
Okay, good note right there.
No Sean Sweeney.
Make apple juice? That's Mott's, Kevin.
No.
I would not have gotten that.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
Now, I'm not trying to irritate Stephen Jones or anybody else, but in case you were curious, that question that did get asked to Stephen Jones about Micah, and he was like, you have to ask Micah. Micah did respond about being at mandatory minicamp on Twitter. He said, I will be there. I haven't missed a minicamp in 4 years. Even though the contract is not done, I have teammates in a playbook. I'm preparing as if I will be on the field the first week of camp, but then it's in the owner's hands. I'm ready to win a Super Bowl.
All right.
I like it.
But then it's in the owner's hands. The owner pretty much is going to slide the deal across the table and say, why do we wait so long, guys?
Yeah. We're going to give you everything you want.
Obviously, Steven didn't want to answer that question. Let's get it done now then, so we don't have to have another conversation about it.
Look, I also wouldn't want, because what are you supposed to say? Yeah, we're not going to sign him. And then in training camp, if he doesn't show up, we'll give him everything that he wanted to begin with.
Yeah.
Because that's what's going to happen.
Kind of like what's going on with the kid from Duke.
That's right. With the kid from Duke. All right, let's go to Bijan Robinson.
Deal.
Bijan Robinson said he is hoping to emulate Saquon Barkley's explosiveness and impact in the 2025 season. Now, last year he rushed for 1,456 yards, and he talked about Saquon's season. He goes, we all want it. We're all looking for that Saquon type of season when it comes to explosiveness, and he's been working on it a lot this season. Should people be scared by Bijan Robinson, or encouraged if you're maybe a fantasy football player?
Yeah, last year was a little unique, and you probably could have expected it with no more Arthur Smith
slowing him down.
But Arthur Smith, it was interesting. Arthur Smith slowed him down in ways where you were just like, he's not playing today, or he's not getting any touches. And then there are other days where he's getting every touch. And then last year was like, okay, let's see what the rest of our offense is made of. And so it took a while for Robinson to really ramp back up to what he was. But I mean, I'll probably end up, if I'm high in the draft order in fantasy, I will probably draft him because he's one of those guys that I feel like gives you numbers.
Okay. Let's go from that to, do you believe this? Jim Schwartz, the defensive coordinator for the Cleveland Browns, said this is going to be the best season of Myles Garrett's career. Now, he is coming off winning Defensive Player of the Year in 2023, All-Pro in 4 of his last 5 seasons. Do you believe this could be Myles Garrett's best season ever?
Dude, I pretty much believe anything about Myles Garrett.
He's really awesome.
When that picture of him in Tokyo saying, I need to get a house here ASAP, he looks giant. And there aren't any people there standing around him. It's just him looking tall and huge and gigantic. And it's terrifying. So, yeah, I think that he could absolutely go out there and dominate again this year and have the best season of his career. But doesn't mean that Cleveland's going to be any good.
That's fair.
Facts.
Now, I want to ask you about these quarterbacks. Could you see a scenario in which these quarterbacks are benched this season? They didn't lose their job because of injuries or whatever. They get benched. Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
Ouch. 3 years, $100 million. That would hurt.
I mean, but if he's not good.
Yeah. This one, it's not even happened yet, but Aaron Rodgers. Could Aaron Rodgers get benched on the Steelers? We'll go with the Steelers.
Did he get benched last year with the Jets at all? Was it? I think he was like removed from a game late, but I don't think he was ever really benched. So I just don't think so. If he was with a team, I think they're bringing him in. They think they're just going to stick it out with him. And he's that guy, too, that you'll be like, okay, you get one more chance. You don't say it to him. You're just like, last week was a bad game. You got one more shot to prove it to. And then he does it. And then you're like, oh, well, crap. And then the next week he's bad again.
Tua.
I do think that this is a year that could happen.
Okay.
I think that this is one of those and they have a couple of different unique names that they drafted. Not that I'm saying Quinn Ewers is a stud or anything, but they have some other people that I think people in Miami might start hollering for.
And the person I think most likely on this list, Russell Wilson.
For Jameis?
Or
I think Jackson Dart's going to start at some point this year for sure. And I think it's going to be early, and I think he's going to have a couple wins under his belt by the end of the year.
And I did see a list that included Dak that I thought was absurd.
No.
You can't see any scenario in which he gets benched, right?
No.
Yeah, I can't.
They're doing everything. They're like, look, we paid you this money. You're going out there to play. Plain and simple. That's just how it's going to be.
No, I'm with you on that. All right, wanted to mention a kind of shout out. Jim Marshall passed away before Brett Favre came along. He was the owner of the longest games played consecutively streak in the NFL at 282, and he was a defensive end.
Oh, wow.
So, I'm not saying, obviously quarterback is an exceedingly difficult position to play, but at times, nowhere near as physical as other positions on the field, and I would say defensive end is probably one of those positions.
Absolutely. I agree with you there.
He passed away at the age of 87. Even then, he's like, I'm tough as hell. I played all the NFL games, and I will live a really long time. Couple of Cowboys notes for you. The Solomon Thomas Youth Football Camp is happening this weekend. By the way, it's free. It's going to be Saturday at Buddy Eccles Field in Capel from 9 a.m. to noon. It's open to more than 300 kids. They're going to do fundamental skills training, teamwork, all that good stuff. And then alongside Solomon, there'll be other NFL players and coaches.
Okay, you brought up the Cowboys. Do you have any new updated information on Micah?
Oh, is there even more?
No, I was just asking if you had any new.
No.
You brought the Cowboys up. I think we have to ask about Micah whenever you bring up the Cowboys.
Will you accept Trayvon Diggs information?
I will. Although it is interesting, he was asked about Diggs and he cut it off and was like, I'm not talking about Micah anymore.
You're like, but I didn't.
All right.
So Todd Archer brought this up. Shereen Williams has now mentioned it as well. There is a stipulation in Trayvon Diggs' contract that he must take part in, I'm not kidding, 84.375% of the off-season program, which I'm sure they broke that down under the number of off-season days they have, and they're like, you have to be here this many of those days, and it probably came out to $84.375 million. Stephen Jones said he expects Diggs at the Star next week, but he is doing his rehab not at the team facility. If he fails to hit this goal, it could cost him $500,000.
Really?
If you have that much money, is it worth it to rehab how you like, or do you think this is part of the seemingly brewing schism over the way he rehabs?
I think that he's going to rehab the way he wants to rehab. That's just my feeling and thought based on some things that I've heard, but he also did release a video that was like, hey, look what I've been through shortly after the Cowboys had made comments about his rehab. So
he was listening.
Yeah. No, I think he hears everything too.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
He just heard that.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to try to put all of these things together. In honor of Luka, what part of traffic bothers you the most?
What?
But also, what is your interest level in the NBA Finals and the Stanley Cup Final? Lot packed into one segment next on The Fan.
that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair. Your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I have hopes and dreams that we'll get to the NBA and Stanley Cup final part of all of this. But we're going to start with something that Luka Doncic said. He said that he loves the ocean.
Oh, I do too.
And one of the things that he loves about playing in Los Angeles, he said, this is the first city I play in that has an ocean. And he goes, first thing, I mean, after a couple days that was on my mind, you know, it's like, I like it. I like the ocean very much. And he wanted to get in the water, go check it out and everything like that.
And you can get there quick, too.
Yes, true. But the only thing that would prevent you from getting there quickly is on the Mind the Game podcast with Steve Nash, Luka said he hates traffic.
So remember he was late, or he arrived just a little late in that new Camaro or whatever he had because of the traffic on the Dallas North Tollway.
Yep.
And he was like, so I understand hating traffic.
And I will tell you this has long been a belief of mine, especially since they're going to raise the prices. I don't think there should be traffic on toll roads. Now, I realize that's not how it works out, but anytime...
If there's traffic, I shouldn't have to pay that day.
Yes, I think you should get like a refund from the NTTA. They're like, hey, we analyzed the patterns. There was traffic. Here is your money back.
Yeah.
All right. But so Luca doesn't like traffic. I think most people would probably say that. But what I wanted to get into here in honor of
traffic.
Yeah, I told you I had a conversation.
What kind of masochist are you?
Yeah, I had a... Never mind. That's an off-air conversation. But my question for y'all is, what is the thing you hate about traffic the most? Is it just the basic part of you're wasting my time or it's taking longer? Because, Alec, I have changed, and I think that the reason why I do this is because other people let it happen. I was the person that I'm sometimes the person people don't like in traffic. But it's because of the other drivers. I was the person who the lane is closed and I waited in the line, or a lane closure is coming up and I waited in the line. I didn't drive, I didn't just speed past everybody and try to cut in right before the buckets. I waited in line, and that's what I was supposed to do. But every time you do that, you see car after car after car because someone's got their thumb up their butt or they're looking at their phone or whatever and they're not paying attention and they let these jacknuts get in front of them. And Alec, I have to admit, more often than not, I turn into one of those jacknuts because every time I follow the rules, I just see an unending string of people who aren't paying attention and let those people in. And no, I don't think you're doing I very much believe in the zipper method. Unless you see somebody who is specifically trying to circumvent the rules because they don't want to wait, just like none of us want to wait. And then when somebody lets them in, I honk at that person because I'm like, no, you are rewarding their terrible behavior.
That's right. And nice guys always finish last when it comes to the traffic ebbs and flows, it feels
and
like.
in relationships.
Yeah. Really in life, if we're, that's a real life alert. But I like that thumbs up. That's making me feel validated right now. Real life alert. I'm depressed now. Anyways, I'm right there with you because I'm the same kind of person. I will follow the rules, and what I hate is not when it's a lane closure or whatever. It's just hey, the lane ends here.
Yeah.
And it's been like this for years and years, and it happens on my drive home from the studio every day when I'm going down 75 and getting back onto I-30. It happens every single time where it's like, okay, it's two lanes, but you either have to exit or the lane ends and it actually merges onto I-30. People read that sign and they say, I'm still going to drive up to the shoulder or even through the shoulder and then cut you off, even though you've been sitting here for 10 minutes. That happens every single day, and I am over it. There's no way to combat it, but I will be that person that, hey, once the lane line ends, there's no little white dotted line. I just kind of move over to the right so nobody can get around me because, thanks to our boy Justin Rudd, I have a nice SUV now.
That's right.
So I don't have a little soccer mom car.
Street justice.
Yeah, I can actually command a little bit more, deserving attention on the road. I have a bit more of a presence, so I will kind of scoot over so people can't get around me because I'm like, read the sign that was back there 3/4 of a mile ago. What are you doing?
It's the other thing... Man, there are so many answers already. The other thing that bothers me a lot is when the traffic just disappears and I don't understand why it was there to begin with. Like, if you see, to Alex's point, lane closure, exit blocked off, there was an accident, whatever. Like, we can all understand that. But it's when there's like a lot of traffic and all of a sudden it just disappears and you're like, I didn't just see 30 cars get off at that exit. What happened?
There was a turtle in the street or something, I guess.
It just moved out of the way.
Yeah, somebody did text in. It's the rubberneckers.
Yeah,
like traffic. we could keep going, but y'all are slowing down to look
Yeah.
at something on the other side of the highway.
Yes.
It's not even on our side of the highway. Why have you slowed down? Now we all have to slow down because of the amount of people that are on the highway. So that's definitely the number one thing. Number two, this is just driving on the highway in general. People in the left lane that aren't going fast enough. The left lane is for speed, all right? It's for passing. If you are in the left lane and you are not passing somebody, then you need to be in the next lane over, because that's what the left lane is for, is to pass. The right lane is the death lane. We all know that. That's where people enter and exit the ramps, and there's possible death there. But it's the left lane that needs to be wide open. Kevin, it is the person, though, that we're in traffic and they are sitting there waiting, and now the distance between them and the next car is like 7 cars, and you're like, what are you even?
Yeah.
What are you doing? And
Do you
it's like
honk at that
the whole-
person?
and it's like that the whole way. And I know we're all sitting slowly in traffic, and maybe it is my fault. I want to be on the next person's bumper. All right. I just want the distance to be shorter.
Yeah.
Because I see that distance and I'm like, how many more cars are going to file into that spot because you're not moving forward? You're just pushing us further down the line. Now, I also will say this. I'm glad this was brought up, because this morning, I've told y'all often, traveling south on 75, people are now just using the HOV lane because they took off the little posts. They took them all down. So people are just using the HOV lane like it's a lane, which I'm fine with. I've done it before.
Yeah.
I do it on the way home a lot. But they're waiting at the last second to get over at 635 because they don't realize you can go over the hill, exit, and then get back on even further down.
Yeah.
They're dummies. So they're trying to get over at the last second. I wasn't paying attention this morning. I was rolling forward while on my phone, and as I looked up, I saw a car invading, it was right on me. But because I wasn't paying attention, I just kind of looked over, I just kept rolling forward. And so he had to wait. The car behind me did the same thing. The car behind that did the same thing. And the car behind that did the same thing. And I was like, oh, wow, good job, everybody. We just made him have to wait a little bit.
And you know that person's fuming in their car. And by the way, I go ahead.
The biggest deal, though, Kevin, the guy in front of me started clapping and giving everybody thumbs up behind him. So he was just like, yes, good job keeping that guy from doing it, guys.
And I have seen some people talk about the zipper method. I 1,000,000% support the zipper method. What I'm talking about is, for example, there are 2 specific places on the highway where right now one of the lanes is closed, so it's a different deal. But people break off to the right and go where the traffic is moving more freely, and then they just try to cut in
back over,
to the one left lane, and I'm like, no, I'm absolutely not letting you in for that. But like that, those are the people that I'm talking about waiting in line. And one of the things that people get spooked and it takes them longer is because they're afraid of that car sliding in, or because usually there's 2 lanes on the left side when you break off onto 30 when you're kind of leaving like downtown Dallas. And it's usually more open there. And what you see all of a sudden is you're in one of those 2 lanes, and then some idiot like slams on their brakes on the highway because nobody would let them in to cut the line on the right side. Those are the things that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the zipper method. I very much agree with that. I think people should follow that at stadiums as well, and you can get the hell out of there a lot quicker. That is a different deal.
Yeah, and that's the whole problem with driving, Kevin. Is there not everybody is driving by the same rules.
Yeah.
And because this is the thing I was telling Carter, because Mike's Carter. He's now Mike Carter. He's 13 and he's starting to think about, hey, I'm going to get a license. What's the driving test like? You know, what do I have to do? And I'm like, well, some people take home school driving. Some people go to a place. And that's when I realized that's why people are dumb. Because some people's parents don't know how to drive, and now they're teaching their kid how to drive because it's cheaper.
Yeah.
And now they don't know what to do.
Oh, I hope this isn't true. From the 682, somebody said, I just got in an accident trying to text you guys.
I'm sorry.
Shaking my head. No, don't let that be the case. Can I have I have a question about the parking. Now, I realize that if somebody parked like on the line or took up 2 spots, you were probably not going to get that spot in the parking lot, though it's impossible not to think that. Like when there's an open spot, basically because it's somebody parked like over the line and there's just no room for you to car in, it's impossible not to think if that car would just move over, I would have gotten that spot.
Right.
Even though that spot would have been taken long before. the car that takes up 2 parking spots that doesn't warrant it. Like, I realize because of its size, I realize sometimes there are humongous trucks or whatever, and you're like, it's going to take more than 1 spot. But it's somebody who's like, my precious car is so new and so nice.
Then park further away.
Yeah, I need to take up 2 spots. I kind of want to kick that car or spit on it.
Couple things. There may have been one day when I was walking into the parking garage, saw that a car like parked they pulled in backwards. I had plenty of space, and the way I parked, it was perfect. But they decided, and then they pulled in backwards, that they were going to jam up next to my car. I could barely open my door.
Mm-hmm.
So that's when I elbowed their mirror and then kind of went bam, bam, bam with my door about 3 times and drove off. So I'll admit it. That did happen. I won't say what kind of car it was because that'll get me in trouble.
That happened to me here.
It wasn't your car. I know what your car is.
Oh my God, that'd be amazing.
No.
And then the last couple days, I don't know if y'all see this. There's in our parking garage, there's a corner, and there's kind of a parking space in that corner.
Yeah.
Some people will pull in there and take up a parking space and the corner. Well, I pulled in next to it. They can't get out of the parking space because of how stupidly they parked. And so I think it was the other day. Was it last week? I walked out and they were just standing there waiting. And I was like, yeah, that was a pretty stupid parking job. And then I drove off and I was like, you had to wait for me because you parked stupidly.
And like, I'm okay with those people that will admit to that. Or it's the people who, we've talked about it, just automatically flip you off because you honked at them. And you're like, why are you mad that I was telling you the light was green?
Exactly.
And you're staring at your phone like a goon.
I got a thank you yesterday.
Oh.
When somebody was sitting at the light and then and they I honked at them and they said thank you. I appreciate that. And I was like, awesome. But not everybody out there is like that. They're a bunch of terrible, stupid drivers.
From how women are.
Oh my gosh, PJ Washington.
I don't really think that was the point at all, PJ. In the 817, there's a whole series where I shame bad parkers. I like that. Another 817. Those are the cars that you key. I've never keyed a car.
Yeah.
I wanted to do that to an ex once, but I didn't. And so, but I didn't. I said I didn't.
Good job.
And then for the 972, people that drive like that are act like they're the only ones on the road. I understand all of that.
Which makes me think of my grandma, who once told me, I don't have to worry about them. They have to worry about me. And that terrified me.
It's kind of a baller quote.
Yeah,
though.
it is. It is. But that's how all old people think when they're on the road. We're all in trouble.
Is that how all old people think on the road? All right, we're going to switch it up just a little bit since we didn't get to it right there. Coming up next, this time we will ignore traffic and really talk about, I want to know, what's y'all's interest level in the NBA Finals and the Stanley Cup Finals starting tonight and tomorrow? And we'll get into that next, along with Bruce Bochy, right here on The Fan.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. What, if any, is your interest level in the Stanley Cup Final, which begins tonight, and the NBA Finals, which start tomorrow? Although, to be fair, I did see someone text in and said, I have more interest in the Women's College World Series. We have actually talked a great deal about that. Our new buddy Mia does stuff for Texas Tech softball. I know she is very invested. We'll get to that one.
Everybody out there's like, hold on, who is this Mia character?
So
one day you'll have to find out.
Exactly. So Stanley Cup Final and or NBA Finals, what is your interest level on that?
When it comes to the Stanley Cup Final, it is wanting to see Edmonton get their butts whooped. Like, that literally is, I want that to happen. There's also the part of me, as I've told you, that wants to see Connor McDavid be great.
Because he is great, and you want to see it get rewarded.
I want to see that get rewarded, but at the same time, that team, again, they weren't very nice in the way that they defeated the Stars. So I'd kind of...
So you're more rooting for Florida than you are for Connor McDavid.
Yeah.
Okay, but you are invested, it sounds like.
I like Paul Maurice. Yeah, so I'll have it on. The NBA Finals are interesting to me because I am rooting for Rick Carlisle.
Okay.
And I was rooting for Jalen Brunson against Rick Carlisle before, but now, what do you watch? Kevin, go back and watch the way the Pacers have done this throughout.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's very similar to the way that the Mavericks would win their championship.
Yeah, you're right.
When it would come down to the last few minutes and the opponent looks like they're scrambling and don't know what they're doing, and Rick Carlisle and his group are just like, yeah, that was by design. We forced them to be that way. They didn't have a clue because we were playing good defense. We knew what they were supposed to do. Like, we studied them so well. We knew every move they were going to make. That's the way a Rick Carlisle team prepares. So this is an interesting watch for me. So I'm interested in both of them because I think there's some unique storylines.
And see, somebody said absolutely zero interest in either of the finals other than rooting for Rick Carlisle. So a little bit of interest. And then 2 and 4, the NHL about 3% just because I'm still mad about the Stars losing and bleep Edmonton. And then 15%, 10 to 15% on the NBA front because of Rick Carlisle.
I do have a question to you about Oklahoma City.
Okay.
Are we on the cusp of seeing a dynasty? Or is it too soon, like way too soon to even discuss that?
See, the only reason I'm going to say it's not too soon. Now, obviously they have to win this
Right,
series.
of course, yes.
But you look at how young Shea is, how young Jalen Williams is, how young Chet Holmgren is, and the fact that they are excellent defensively is what leads me to believe that perhaps that could be the case. And so it's the same kind of makeup as Golden State. And what I mean is the same kind of makeup in terms of so many of their players are still so young.
Mm-hmm.
And also,
exactly.
And also Oklahoma City has a plethora of draft picks. So what I think that might be able to help them do is unload some contracts that essentially become an albatross when you're like, hey, I'll give you a first round pick and this player who's like under contract for 2 or 3 more years if you give me an expiring deal. And so I think they'll be able to do a better job probably of Boston of churning their salary cap because they have all these draft picks still that can help them like finesse some of those deals. And obviously Boston doesn't have that, but it's all they're huge favorites, right? So if Indiana wins, masterful job by Tyrese, by Pascal Siakam, by Rick Carlisle, and all of a sudden, if you're Indiana, you're like, hey, what about us? We were in the Eastern Conference Finals last year, and we just won the championship. I don't think that's going to happen, though, because Oklahoma City has just been wrecking pretty much everybody that they run into. Obviously, the Denver series went to the wire, but they've been wrecking all other folks. And if they're able to break down Indiana in 5 games, maybe 6, you have to look at it and be like, all right, do they have probably the second best player in the league? And a whole bunch of great supporting. Their supporting cast is tremendous.
Oh, absolutely. And it's not necessarily like they went out and got a bunch of stars to be their supporting cast.
Okay.
They got a bunch of players that do their role so well.
I'm really glad that you said that. So take a look at some of their supporting players. Alex Caruso. Alex Caruso has turned into a tremendous player. He was a 2nd-round pick and has really moved his way up along the way. Isaiah Hartenstein, That's another second-round pick, and he has moved his way up as we go. Lou Dort, like all three of the
linebacker.
Yes, all three. No,
he is a linebacker.
All three of those guys are later picks or not even picked at all that have worked their way up in the NBA world. And guess what? Wouldn't you probably argue that those are the 4th, 5th, and 6th best players on the Thunder? Because I think I would. It's not. So you have to go down to Kason Wallace, who was a higher draft pick, before you break up that group at the top, and then like all these depth players that Oklahoma City has either found the right way to use them or they have just gotten significantly better, probably a combination of both. And that's just a damn fine. If Kason Wallace is your 7th best player, your team is probably awesome.
Yeah, this is, we discussed this a little last week, how difficult it is to continue to keep a roster fresh, but also stay at that level. Just because of the way that it is. A 20-year window is almost impossible to create. But when you've lined it up kind of the way that they have, and still, as you just pointed out, have so many picks and all these other things along the way, like that was fortune that they were able to make those moves and get those picks too. It was a lot of work, but it was fortune that
and
some
a lot
teams
of Paul
were stupid.
George.
Yeah. Some teams have to be stupid. But somebody just said this is OKC's ceiling. And if they win the championship, I'll take that ceiling if I'm a Thunder fan, right? Or if they believe that they're going to lose to the Pacers, and that's as far as they can go.
And so that's the thing that kind of scares me about this thing is, okay, let's say this is Oklahoma City's ceiling.
With this bunch.
You know how many games they lost in their other 2 series combined? 1.
Okay.
And so if they're able to dust the Pacers, like let's say 5 games, I'm not saying that will happen, but if it does, you're telling me their ceiling is they lost 5 playoff games and only one of them was in a serious series as they systematically march their way to the NBA championship. That's terrifying as a Mavericks fan.
And again, this might be this group's ceiling.
For sure.
If the GM looks at it and goes, we're this player away, and they go add that player to it, that whole group gets another ceiling.
Yeah.
And that was what Donnie Nelson, as he was growing, Donnie and Don were growing this team with Mark Cuban. They would say, all right, let's go trade for Rafe LaFrentz and Nick Van Exel. That's not good enough. Let's go get Brennan Haywood and Caron Butler. They just kept saying, how do we get a little bit better? And until they finally got their championship. So again, you can say it's their ceiling and they should fall off after that unless the GM is good, which he's proven he is and continues to add.
Yeah. And obviously you can't predict injuries or anything like that, but I'm thinking about it. I think Alex Caruso might be the only player in the top of their group that is older than maybe 27-ish.
Wow. I love when people are always trying to point out that Shea's older than this guy, Shea's older than this guy, and I'm like, he's still only 26 though.
Yeah, okay.
It's pretty amazing.
Okay, but let's take a look at that for just a second. All right, Shea is older than Luka. Shea's older than this person and that person. Okay, Shea finished second in MVP last year. He just won the MVP, and he's on the cusp of winning an NBA championship. So, all the people he gets compared to, they don't have that level of cred.
Yeah, exactly.
They definitely don't. You know what is one positive for NBA fans? In this season, Tyrese Halliburton was not a superstar. And what I mean by that is, you might have always thought he was a superstar, but other players, they did a poll and they said he was the most overrated player in the league. So in this season, safe to say that Halliburton, not a superstar.
Because he's got ugly game and an ugly shot, but he gets buckets.
You go back 2 years, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, not quite considered by a lot of folks a superstar. They're both here, and this is the first time, I think in a long time, maybe ever under the new salary cap, that 2 non-taxpayers have made it to the finals. So if you're hoping we can build a real team and we don't have to spend all of the money, this NBA Finals has shown you that, hey, guess what? You can do it.
Oh, you absolutely
Here's the path.
can. Yeah, you absolutely can. It's interesting whenever you talk about when you see Rick Carlisle's here again. Because you moved on from this coach because you had the star.
Yeah.
You had a star player and you were and that coach on his way out did say, I'm not going to win against him. I can't win arguments with ownership and I can't win the locker room whenever I have the superstar who doesn't listen or whatever was going on there.
Look, it is not lost on me, And it unfortunately is sad that 3 of the 4 final teams all had a major, and you could argue at least one of the 2 most major parts of their team came from the Dallas Mavericks. The Indiana Pacers, you throw them behind Halliburton, but obviously Rick Carlisle, hell of a coach. He was here. You look at the Knicks. They are led by Jalen Brunson. You look at the, not the Lakers, sorry. I just all of a sudden
Clippers,
had a
Nuggets,
had a total brain
Magic.
fart. But then obviously you traded away Luka as well. And so you look at these teams and you're like, okay, so we had a lot of components of these teams that were in the finals. So at least 2 of the final 4, one of them that's in the NBA finals. And in addition to that, you traded off Luka. It's not lost on me that the Mavericks had all of these things. It's not lost on me why people get agitated at the way this franchise was run previously.
Then you have a conversation with Jason Kidd like we had yesterday. And if you haven't heard that, by the way, you should go onto the Odyssey app and check it out right now because it was fantastic. I had fun. Actually, when I got home, I told Adrian, she was like, "You know, I love Jason Kidd." And I was like, "I do know that." And she was, and I just couldn't. I was so excited about that interview. I don't get home and am excited about a lot of interviews.
Yeah,
I really enjoyed that one yesterday, and I was thinking to myself, "Man, I'm back in on the Mavericks. Like I'm back to being excited about what they can do." Rolando Blackman got on with us and just pushed positivity.
Yes.
And then Jason Kidd, like he's explaining the game with us, and I really enjoyed that.
See, one of the things, and I saw this come up, and I've heard this a lot. I guess I don't necessarily think of Shea as much of a free throw merchant as everybody else does, because I don't feel like people talk about Giannis being a free throw merchant. He is by far number 1 in both the regular season and the postseason. In the postseason, Shea is still behind Donovan Mitchell and Luka. I don't feel like they have to carry that tag.
Okay,
as much.
I'll agree. Do you watch Giannis a lot?
Yes. I just really like watching him play basketball.
No, and that's fine. Does he look like he drives to the basket and is ready to flop?
So that's the issue. Because of the way he's built, he doesn't ever really look to me like he's ready to flop.
He's going to naturally draw contact.
Okay.
I think when you watch Shea, and because he is around the basket, you just go watch the times when he goes to the basket and you can see him falling down and acting like he got knocked down. Very Devin Bookery.
Okay, I gotcha.
So that would be the difference for me.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Alec, if you could, will you give me cut number 13? Because we have other sports problems to solve today.
Chance for Dallas to take the lead. Duchesne dropped it back. Haskinen moved it quickly. Ranson and shot. Comes to Duchesne. He had a wide open goal. And they score!
Now, some ideas to free up cap space for the Stars and hopefully make them better. I'm going to go back to a conversation we had yesterday. And this is just the part that sometimes irritates me. So we asked the question about trading Jason Robertson. There were some people who supported it, but there were a lot of people who didn't.
A lot of the people that I know, like I've talked to a few different people that are very close to the Stars that all were kind of nodding their head with us in this conversation.
I mean, you can make the argument when they moved for Rantanen, that put the writing on the wall.
Yes.
But the thing that bothered me is the response of some fans. First of all, I think we should be able to ask these questions, but it was...
We asked the tough questions.
That's right. But it was, well, don't trade Robertson. Just get better defensively and you're set. All right. Tell me how then, because you have, I believe, $6 million in cap space to re-sign your free agents, or maybe it's 5 to really re-sign 6 people. So, but realistically, you don't have enough cap space now to re-sign the free agents that you have that you probably want to bring back, because you're looking at Ben, Duchesne, Dodonov, Granlund, he's probably gone, and Blackwell. And then defensively, I think it's Brendan Smith and Cody Ceci are the unrestricted free agents. You're not going to be able to bring all of those people back with the money you have. And that's why we bring up other assets, because how else are you going to get the team better? Because you also dealt away a lot of draft picks. I'm not saying the reason you dealt them away was a bad one. Right. I like a lot of the moves that the Stars made, but that's one of the reasons that we bring up just ideas like that, because you have to figure out another way to make your team better.
But you're saying I can't get better by keeping everything that I have that is good and then adding another good thing to it?
You can't. I'm saying it is statistically, mathematically impossible unless every single one of your free agents takes a vet minimum contract.
Okay.
Now, If you're a good enough salesman to make that happen, then hell yeah.
Good job on you, man.
I want you running every team in DFW then, because we can figure this out. But statistically, I think that is going to be really difficult to happen. Now, somebody immediately brought up, and this is where you run into some of the problems. Get rid of the awful Tyler Seguin contract, because let's face it, he has about 2 years and $20 million left, and that is just nowhere near the value that he actually has. But the issue that you run into it is for what? So do you think that you're going to get anything of value for Tyler Seguin if you say we will pay none of the contract?
No.
Okay. So then your other option is you eat some of the contract, which you don't have the space to do.
And you need to find a player that's cheaper.
Exactly.
So you're not going to get even maybe as good of a player.
So I
price.
I agree with that person. I do not like the Tyler Seguin contract at all. I feel like most people haven't for several years. But the issue that you run into there is either what are you going to get for it that's not costing you any money, nothing, or are you, and then that's the question. Would you rather have Tyler Seguin on your team than nothing?
Yeah.
And then the other thing is if you eat the money, then you have even less money to bring back any of your other people. So I have some other options, but we definitely welcome the questions.
I like this conversation from the 214. Hey, idiots. Defense. No, I'm just joking. They didn't say that. Defense wasn't the problem in the postseason, though. The lack of scoring was the issue. And I will contend, I agree with you on your top line defenders.
Yeah.
They were pretty good. The tough factor, getting tough goals, does help whenever you have another tough body out on the ice. It does clear some space. It does create, it does set it's like a road grader, man. It opens ice up whenever you have a body that can go in there and clear things out. And the Stars lacked that in a lot of ways. And again, if you can get the puck in your zone and push it up the ice quickly, now you're creating goals, much like you just saw McDavid and Draisaitl do to us multiple times. What was it, a 94-foot pass? Ended up being a goal against us. So.
Yes. The stupidest deflection I've ever seen in my entire life. Oh, Connor McDavid just magically came up with the puck almost at mid-ice by himself.
But I'll agree with anybody that says we couldn't get tough goals in that Edmonton series. That's an absolute fact. The Edmonton stepped up against the Stars. When the Stars, before they had chances to make decisions and their passes, the Edmonton was already on them.
Yeah.
Their defensive presence forced the Stars into being a bad offensive team, because we've seen the Stars be a good offensive team. It's just they took away options and decisions before they even had a chance to make them.
Look, I'm absolutely going to agree with you on that. Now, I have a couple of other suggestions. All right, so one of them, and this will be an easier one, permanently elevate Alexander Petrovic. Now, we were just talking about how he's been loaned down to the minors so they can win a championship. But let's say you bring back Lundqvist. Now, also, Petrovic gets the league minimum. So already, as we talked about earlier, step in the right direction.
More minimums.
But then your defensive pairings could look like this. Lindell and Heiskanen, Harley and Lyubushkin, Bischel and Lundqvist. I know I'd say it kind of more with an F than a V. And then Petrovic, and maybe that's where you look for a right-handed defenseman out in the world, and those are your four defensive pairings, and you haven't spent a lot of money. Now you're counting on healthy Miro, continued elevation of Harley and Bischel. And I get that that's not a sure thing.
That's true.
I would feel better.
How much better?
I would actually feel a pretty good amount better.
All right. Say how better you would feel.
Better. That much.
That feels better.
That's how much better I would feel. Now, next options. All right? Because I didn't actually get rid of any assets.
No, you did
not. What
not.
a magical world that is to live in. Matt Dumba and or Mason Marchment. Do you have thoughts one way or another? Dumba, his cap hit is $3.75 million. And Marchment is $4.5 million. So that's a decent amount of change that would give you some ability to kind of work elsewhere.
Dumba also tried to kill Pavelski once. Like that was but different story, different time.
Which we knew would be an issue when he came here.
I had such a difficult time watching Marchment. I think right now, because I saw so much bad Marchment in this series and throughout the playoffs, I'm just like, yeah, move on from that. Although I know he does bring some other elements. It's just that dude looked like he couldn't skate most of the time. I was like, why? Stand up, bro. That was frustrating. And I didn't see Dumba. So, the thing that you see and the thing that you don't see, you could be like, well, I'm willing to keep this one because I don't know the warts.
All right. One more question about that Duchesne. Because Duchesne and Granlund are going to be two players that you assume the Stars are going to be pretty interested in bringing back. I am more in favor of Granlund than Duchesne.
Oh, yeah. Granlund was tough.
Yeah.
He played tough hockey for us. Duchesne, I really like him. I really do. Like, he's such a skilled player. He had the disappearance in the playoffs was because Edmonton did it to him. Like, they did it.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I guess the rest of the teams in the playoffs took him out of it, too. So I just... Maybe it's one playoff series, but I just can't have that happen again. So I'd love to keep him around, but how much did you say? How expensive is he?
I don't have a number on that just quite yet. I didn't move to that next phase, but I would be willing to absolutely move off of Dumba and Marchment and Duchesne, which, look, I realize...
Oh, man, now we're replacing a lot of our team
I know. And so I don't think by any means it's going to be all of them. Like I said, Granlund and Duchesne is a free agent, so you'd have to bring him back. And so I would much rather prioritize Granlund, but would be open to the Dumba and or Marchment moving on. And so hopefully that's a little bit less jarring. But that's one of the reasons that we brought up Jason Robertson. So Jason Robertson's got a cap hit of $7.75 million. Let's say you started making the deal with Philadelphia and I could add players that were not only cheaper, so I would free up more money to begin with, but also premium draft picks would come along with it. Well, then there is how you're going to be able to make some additions without having to gut any other part of your team. The other person that has come up, and you've brought them up, I've seen their name pop up on the fan text quite a bit.
Mikko Rantanen.
No, that would actually just be super confusing. I know. What was it? Carolina would be like, no, that makes sense.
No, yeah, we get it.
But that would be super confusing to me. Wyatt Johnston. Now, if you guys are serious about Brady Tkachuk, because we've had some discussions about that, I think the conversation starts with your 22-year-old we hope phenom that obviously had a huge struggle in the playoffs.
And that is turning your attention then to a 25-year-old leader.
Yes. So it's not like I'm getting a 34-year-old and you're like, you better win right now.
Yeah, you get him, you just go ahead and put the C on his jersey and call it a day.
Is that what you do?
I would do it.
Okay.
Did you not see Team USA against like they dropped gloves in the first 30 seconds, three different times.
Yeah.
Because they said, let's make this one electric. And Tkachuk was right there at the forefront of it all. He's a tough son of a gun. He plays big. He's 6'4", 225. As much as I like Wyatt Johnston's skill, this makes you a bigger, faster, stronger team. And I know that you'll miss some Wyatt Johnston stuff, but to add a player like that, and if I'm specifically here saying a straight up deal,
I think it would take more than that. But I hear what you're saying.
If they wanted to have the conversation, if they were like, look, we kind of like this robo conversation. Maybe Wyatt Johnston is obviously a lot more of a spark to them. But maybe if you just kind of start talking Robertson, you can work them into that conversation.
Yeah, and look, I get it. I see the text about the one guy who showed up for you in the Western Conference Finals. But even that, I think, rings a little bit hollow because you look at the goal that he didn't know he scored before the end of the game. Yeah, back in Game 3. They lost 6-1. Now, I will admit, he was keeping that team in Game 5 almost single-handedly, although Rope Hens was pretty big as well with that. But you know, he struggled more in this playoffs than he has in other playoffs. And so I think it's a fair discussion to have. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, let's say we do some My Buddy's an Idiot, please. And let's start with, I want to start with the Seattle Mariners, actually. I want to see what you think about this hypothesis. My hypothesis is that you can't retire the same number twice.
If it was retired already, then how did it get on somebody's back again?
Now, that's a great question. So, Randy...
Or is this like two different Ichiros getting retired?
Okay.
Like he wore two different... Like Kobe. He wore 8 and 24, and so you had to retire both of those.
But whose number did Ichiro wear?
He wore Randy Johnson's
Exactly.
number. Yeah, that's right.
So...
Oh, yeah.
The Mariners had already announced their plans to retire number 51 for Ichiro. Now they announced, I think it's yesterday, that they will also retire number 51 for Randy Johnson. Here's the deal. Got to make a selection. I do not support this.
Actually, I do. I do support this in this instance.
Okay.
You had not retired it already.
Which is weird, right?
Who were you going to retire it for? Randy Johnson?
Yeah.
For what? For being a great pitcher that never won you a World Series?
Oh, he retired. Okay.
He went on to win a World Series with somebody else.
Does that same theory go to Ken Griffey Jr.? He didn't win a World Series?
Valid.
No, I'm not arguing to unretire Ken Griffey
Unretire
Jr.
Ken Griffey. Let's take him out of the hall.
No,
Matter of fact.
No. Alec, I want to know for the record that is not what I'm advocating.
I just feel like when it's Randy Johnson, like they just had not made that decision to do it
Okay.
yet. And then Ichiro rolls in there, and everybody lost their damn minds about him. All right? And he was like, I would like to wear this number, please. And he turned out to be awesome, and we loved it.
Well, you dropped the
Two
ball.
amazing players that wore the same number. You can double retire their number together.
So you're going to have 51 Ichiro next to 51 Johnson?
1,000%.
That is confusing.
And then probably Ken Norton Jr. as well.
I don't know if I would go
He was 51 for the Cowboys.
that far.
But yeah, no, this is a very rare instance.
Okay.
I'm not letting this happen just
All
for
right.
anybody, Kevin. But this is a very rare instance where it was two fantastically elite players in a team, an organization that really is clueless most of the time.
Is the SEC an idiot because Murray State defeated Ole Miss 12-11 to win their regional at it's Swayze Field. I assume it's Patrick Swayze Field. It's probably not.
Repeat the question here real quick, because when she said Swayze, that changed my mind.
Murray State beat Ole Miss 12-11.
Okay.
It was their first regional title in 86 years. They're just the 10th number 4 seed in a regional to ever advance to the Super Regionals.
Cool.
They posted their team picture and wrote, "It just meant more." Are the SEC idiots for their campaign of "it just means more" because then it can be turned on you every single time you lose? And so they have the team picture and it says, "It just meant more."
It did mean more. It
Is
just
that
meant more.
well? How often is that why you win? Like that is
Because you wanted it more.
that is the analysis I hate so much in fighting. Is like somebody's down 3-1 going into the 5th, and they have just been demolished in these other rounds. They're like, "Oh, it's how bad does he want it?" I bet he wants it a lot, but his leg is busted.
But the other guy
he can't
wants it
see
more.
out of his right eye. Maybe he wants it less, but both his eyes and legs are fine.
He obviously wanted it more before.
All right, I will argue this to you. Alec can want it as much as he wants in a fight, but if one of his eyes is closed and one of his legs doesn't work, me, the far inferior physical specimen, can win if both my legs and eyes are working.
That's what you think now.
You might be right about that.
Until you get caught in the eyeball out of nowhere, and you're like, "What just happened?"
Yeah.
Everybody's got a plan.
Yeah.
Until you get
Until
punched
they
in the
lose an
face.
eyeball.
Now, we talked about this with G-Bag off air yesterday, but
what
is Angel Reese an idiot for having people bet against her and winning? So there's a bet that you can do that Angel Reese will miss her first shot.
No.
She has missed her first shot in 5 straight games.
She's not an idiot.
Okay.
This is a genius.
Do you think she's cashing?
I don't think she's cashing. I just don't think she's good at making shots. But the
There's
people
statistics to back that up.
we are all idiots for not betting on this more frequently. Like this should be, we should just parlay this all the time. The next 7 games, she's going to miss her first shot. Like, we've seen her play. We know. But there's the thing, though. This is when she makes a shot, because now that it's become a story, now that people are talking about it, she's going to be questioned about it in the media and the conversation, and she's going to be more focused because she wants it more, Kevin. She's going to be more focused to make sure that it goes in so that she can give them that. Although, if you're making a lot of money off this, are you becoming a huge Angel Reese fan?
Yeah.
You're helping me make cash.
Yeah, and right now she's shooting 31% from the field. That's not from 3, from the field. She's shooting
pretty far away from the basket, I presume.
Not really. Not really at all. And
but that's the thing, though, Kevin. She does lead the world in rebounds. And
she does get a lot of rebounds off her own missed shots.
Hey, we didn't need to say that part. We can all see that part if we watch it. We didn't have to say it.
Okay, I'm sorry. And then, look, why do people keep doing this? A FanDuel bettor has been banned forever for heckling Gabby Thomas at an event.
Dude, this is actually kind of weird and scary.
Yes, it is. So this person followed her around the track, took pictures while she was signing autographs, and shouted personal insults. They have been able, by the way, that person is named Mr. 10OK Day. I wanted to say 100. Maybe that's what they're going for there. Mr. 100K Day, I guess. The point is they have problems.
Yeah.
And now they're no longer allowed to bet with FanDuel. Luckily for them, that's the only place in the world you can make sports bets. And so, unfortunately, I guess he's boxed out from that forever.
The 817, she's the queen of the me-bound. That's pretty good. Thank you, Tolos.
Okay. That is a quality
So we missed when I said that?
I did. I'm sorry.
You said that?
Yep.
All right. Hey, Alec, Forgiveness Wednesday. Please forgive me for that one other way more savage thing I said. And also,
yeah, what'd you say?
Nope. And also for missing you saying the me-bound. And for Boach. We're the Can't-See Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah.
Coming up next, probably the C-Block starring Corey Majors, but you will notice that Bochy interview didn't happen, so we'll see.
Press now for reboots. Pressing questions for all these new offensive play callers next on The Fan.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are it? Cinnamon sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Free Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got Corey Majors. And, of course, Pride of Mansfield, the famous Alec Medford. And now it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I'm just looking at all these Brady Kachuk numbers, and I'm starting to this is starting to become a dream that I want to manifest.
Yeah.
But I feel like, and maybe the Hockey Hawk will come in and say, no, Corey, actually there is a shot. But I just feel like this is one of those where I'm like, there's no way. There's no way Jim Nill's going to pick up the phone and make this happen, because he's probably thinking to himself, there's no way. But then again, Mikko Rantanen was there's no way guy.
And we figured it out.
And they made something happen.
And he showed up in the first two series.
He did show up. And will you give him credit for maybe one of the most electric games we've ever seen?
Yeah,
or periods at least.
I was going to say, I think I'll give him credit for two of those.
Okay.
Because the combo one with Hintz as well, and then what he did, like the Sean McDonough call of, read it again, unbelievable, is just the best call, man. And so, yeah, absolutely. I'm just giving him a little bit of a hard time because Mikko, unfortunately, will look like the best player in the world and then disappear on you.
Yeah, that's where I think Brady is very consistent in just being, he's there, he's tough, he's strong. Kevin, I just saw this got sent over to me too. You're a big Coach K guy, right?
Yeah, I saw this. I love it.
Did you want to use this tomorrow?
No, good.
Coach K, who Kevin swears by.
One of the reasons we made our way to Cameron Indoor Stadium is because it was going to be Coach K's last year.
Dude, if you ever got to interview him, would that be your day?
Yeah, I would freak out.
All right.
Look, I told you I almost freaked out when I talked to Elton Brand.
That's bucket list right there.
If it's Coach K, I'll be like, what's it like being so good? I'll be like Chris Farley.
You'd be like Corey with Billy Corgan.
Yes. Hey, Billy Corgan.
Hey, Billy Corgan.
Hey, Mike Krzyzewski.
In 1996 when you were at Reunion Arena. That was pretty cool. But Alec, we need to write that one down on the list for bucket list. Coach K for Kevin.
And if in the next 2 days, if we get Solomon Thomas and Coach K, that'd be great.
Coach K says, Grant Hill is the best player to ever play at Duke.
Agreed.
Christian Laettner is the most accomplished. Cooper Flagg, that is, or the kid from Duke, is definitely the best freshman that has ever played. Is he saying best freshman that's ever played at Duke or best freshman that's ever played basketball?
I think probably at Duke.
Who's the best freshman you ever saw roll through? Was it Durant? Would he be considered
that? Yeah, man, Kevin Durant was so freaking good. I think it's probably Carmelo Anthony is who immediately jumps to mind for me. Yeah, because and he was unbelievable. And then he did that bit at Syracuse during their championship that I thought was really funny. He's like, y'all keep saying one more year. I thought college was for 4 years. And everyone's like, and then he declares for the draft right after that. I was like, man,
millions of dollars.
And you knew
it's all above
he
the
wasn't
parade.
Coming back to Syracuse, but he set that up for them. But
Derrick Rose, though, too.
Oh, man, Derrick Rose was freaking awesome. That is a really good one as well. Chris Webber, I know he ended up playing 2 years, but the first year of Chris Webber, I thought he was looking pretty incredible. But for just this class, that puts him ahead of Tatum, Ingram, Zion, Kyrie. Those are some pretty freaking heavy NBA hitters right there.
Yeah, I do have this question too. I was driving in and Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton show were having the discussion. We had this discussion about trades and the Cooper Flagg scenarios with San Antonio and stuff like that. And I was, as they were doing it, I was still going, what the hell is happening? I was just so furious about even thinking about it. But the way that Cooper Flagg plays, the way that Ace Bailey plays, the way that Devin Harper plays,
Dylan
Harper. I think that Bobby said a lot of people are saying this is a 3-man draft. And you've said that this is a deeper draft. So that had me asking this question. Cooper Flagg over the last 10 years, is he the number one pick in every one of those last 10-year drafts?
I think he's second behind Wemby.
Okay. Wow.
Well, you take that, right?
That's impressive.
Yeah. No, but I'm seriously, and again, this is not saying he will have the second best career. I'm just saying hype level based on when the draft arrived. I really do think that Cooper Flagg would be second.
I'm kind of curious with those other two guys. And however, like, would you say this draft over the last 10 years is first, second, third? Because didn't it fall off after Wemby pretty quickly?
Yeah, last year's draft, it's looking like it was not a great one, even though Stephon Castle's a really good player. See, and like I promise, I understand. I understand the point that Bobby is making, but I think Dylan Harper will go second. But DJ Edgecombe, Trey Johnson, I think they're in the mix as well in that Bailey or the Bailey or Harper conversation.
Okay.
They'll probably fall behind Harper. It does kind of seem like it's Flag and then Harper and then probably Bailey, but I still wonder if Edgecombe from Baylor, Trey Johnson from Texas. I don't think Con Kneppel, it feels like he's kind of fallen down.
I'm hearing that too, yeah.
Fears from Oklahoma. I think there's a lot of talent in this draft.
I did see from the 972, LeBron did have a great freshman year too. It just happened to be in the NBA.
Look, if LeBron or Kobe would have been in college basketball, I have no doubt that would have changed the metric.
This is a different conversation too, but I do like this. Latre from Dallas. Hey, the Fab Five is the greatest freshman class ever.
For sure. That includes KNC and Plano East's own Jimmy King. But
I thought you were talking about our freshman class. I was like, yeah, that was a damn good first year. The Mavs won the championship.
That is true.
The Rangers were in the World Series. Like, we did a lot of things in our first year, our freshman year.
The Fab Five had a huge impact on pop culture, and they made it to the Final Four twice. Lost both times.
A California high school girl had her gold medal stripped away for excessive celebration. Now, we recently did a discussion. And they weren't California. Was this Florida or Georgia?
It was Florida, I believe.
Where a boy was running in his track race and he lapped somebody. And when he lapped them, he gave them the middle finger as he ran past them.
Okay, that's not cool. That person knows they're not doing well.
They're like, you do not deserve this. So they took that away from him. Clara Adams broke down in tears during her first TV interview since having her state championship revoked.
Oh.
She took first place in the 400-meter final on Saturday. She was penalized for excessive celebration when she sprayed her shoes with a fire extinguisher after crossing the finish line.
What? That is nowhere near bad enough.
California Interscholastic Federation, otherwise known as, did I say intergalactic?
You said interscholastic.
Interscholastic Federation, otherwise known as the SIF. Officials deemed the act unsportsmanlike and disqualified her. She said, I worked so hard for that title.
Okay.
She also lost the opportunity to compete in the 200-meter race because of this. That is the most creative. Alec, track needs to get with the program, bro.
Stupid.
That is so creative that I don't know where, like, she ran with a fire extinguisher and won for one.
I don't.
Like, that's insane.
Okay, first of all, if that's the case, I think she should have been able to celebrate even more. It'd be different if you're like, yeah, and then the person who finished second, she went right up and sprayed the fire extinguisher in their face. And I'd be like, that feels like assault. Yeah, you probably got to do something. She put it on her shoes because she was running so fast. How does that hurt anybody else?
Yeah, I don't understand it either. And then somebody did post the picture of Maurice Green's fire extinguisher celebration, which it is an amazing celebration, and I think that it's terrible that they took it away for unsportsmanlike. That's ridiculous.
I don't agree.
Some people just don't like celebration. I get it. Because people get their feelings hurt because they lost.
I understand more.
Her dad brought the fire extinguisher.
The person who flipped off the person they were still racing with. I understand that at least more because that was directly in the race. This didn't impact anybody in the race.
Yeah, dude. And I'm watching it right now. I'm watching the fire extinguisher moment.
That's a good bit.
She was in the middle of the field area.
Yeah.
She wasn't even on the track anymore. She just went to the middle of the field area and did this.
Stupid.
That's
soft.
Track is one of those sports, though. It's one of those sports like baseball where there's a bunch of like antiquated unwritten rules. And they put themselves on a moral high ground because it's been around for a while and it's been done this way for this long, so we must continue to keep the tradition alive. It's like, man, let these kids have fun. And like Corey said, she wasn't even on the track.
Yeah.
Like, they let us goof around in the little field in the middle. We can do whatever we want, but forbid we celebrate after a big win.
I don't like it.
I do
not approve.
The 210 fire extinguisher chemicals are pretty toxic to breathe. And from the 469, in a state known for wildfires.
Okay.
Probably not a good idea.
Look.
Triggering.
That, I do kind of see that point right there. But I don't think that was the intent. Like, if she goes, yeah, that's right, I won the gold, and people who lost their homes in the fire are stupid, then I'd be like, okay, well, that's too far.
Dude.
But I don't think she was thinking that.
Here's all I hope now. All I hope is that someday she is running in the Olympics. And that she gets the opportunity after she wins Olympic gold to spray her feet yet again with a fire extinguisher, and the Olympic committee goes, actually, that's a pretty cool celebration. We appreciate that.
Yeah.
Like, I would hope for something like that.
Me too.
One pressing question for all of the new offensive play callers in 2025. We'll start with your Dallas Cowboys. The question is,
who gets the ball?
Can Schottenheimer really supercharge an offense that often looked disjointed, anemic, and ineffective when he was Mike McCarthy's offensive coordinator? That is an interesting question.
And I think part of the answer to that question is the question that I tagged on there is like, how are you going to distribute the ball? Like, are you going to say our offensive line is going to be better because Guyton's going to be better because of Booker, and we're going to rock with a lot of running, and that's why we have all the running backs in the world? Or do you think with George Pickens, they're like, no, now we feel comfortable. We have another weapon, and we can really air it out. I'm really curious to see the breakdown of this offense in terms of percentages.
This is, well, I don't know. I'm sure other people know that Schottenheimer, the reality was, all he did was take Mike McCarthy's offense and install it. Maybe that is the case.
Right.
And he had ideas, and on occasion he had a couple plays drawn up for maybe the Turpin end around was one of them, or those jet sweeps were his ideas. Maybe those were, and maybe McCarthy was like, this is how we do it, and he was like, okay, I mean, I'm here, so I'll just do whatever you say, man.
Yeah.
And he's got all these ideas that he's been waiting on for all this time. But it is a little weird when you're like, we're replacing him with the guy that was doing the offense when the offense wasn't that very good. But
even though he wasn't really technically all the way in charge. Yeah,
it's weird.
I don't quite understand.
But I will say, the one thing that we've seen that we feel we're getting a bit of a change is it does seem like the locker room and the culture around there is starting to be excited.
Yeah, look,
now, does that carry over after a loss?
Don't know.
And that being said, if you just win all of them, then it doesn't matter. So.
And I saw Sean Sharif. He was listening to the presser right here on 105.3 The Fan. He's like, I can listen to Schottenheimer talk for hours.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and that's kind of what we have to cling to, right? Is you're a great talker because it's not time for games.
I do believe he was also the offensive coordinator of the year. Dak would finish second in MVP voting. Am I correct about that?
Sure.
Kellen Moore had been.
I'm not. I don't.
Kellen Moore was with the Chargers, and then Kellen Moore was with the Eagles.
Okay.
They won a Super Bowl, by the way.
I know.
Can Ben Johnson remain an offensive wizard while juggling the demands of running an entire team and developing Caleb Williams into a pro?
Can I start with you on this one? Like, I know you're asking the questions, but this is a team that, you spotted that before anybody. And so now you're concerned that it might not be as plug and play next year. What do you think about this?
This is where it becomes different, because that's the line of, if he only really focuses on offense and he delegates well, then he's going to be fine. If he's like, look, I'm really good at this offense thing, I'm going to delegate the defense to the defensive coach. Here's what I need from you. And then everybody else. But think about this. There are a lot of demands. You got schedules you got to come up with every day. What did Mike McCarthy do? He turned that over to Bones Fossil.
Yeah.
He's like, you take care of that. Uniform selections, travel plans, assistant mentor. You got all these different things that you have to do as a head coach that take time away from what you did well when you had somebody else doing that job. but I do think he's creative and gets the message across. Whether Caleb Williams is willing to receive is a different story. But I think that Caleb Williams is like, need to be better than I was last year. So whatever you got, Coach, I'm rocking with. And this is another situation. Ben Johnson did tell a lot of people no. On his way to this, he was like, no, I don't want that job. I don't want that job. This is the one I really want. So that's that there. Kevin, I'm going to hold on to the rest of these for tomorrow.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Rangers fans, are you more excited about the return of Evan Carter or Kamar Rocker? Plus, we will talk with FC Dallas radio host Ryan Figert next right here on The Fan.
Say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Dallas?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And here's the pitch. Swing and a bouncer to the left of Aranda. He dives, comes up with it, takes it to the bag, and that'll do it. Great play by Jonathan Aranda at first. Looked like that ball might get by him and down the right field line, but playing well off the line. He makes a diving stop and ends this ball game. The Rays take the opener.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk with Ryan Figueroa from FC Dallas in just a minute. But yesterday, the Rangers did in fact lose 5-1, and it's looking like we're rescheduling Bruce Bochy to tomorrow. There's some communication difficulty on that front.
Mike said it's still raining in Florida right now too. So he said, "Hope." I saw it on Twitter. He said, "Hopefully we can get clear skies from 7:30 to 10:30 tonight."
Oh, okay, for sure. So Evan Carter came back last night, and Kamar Rocker is scheduled for the start tonight. So my question for y'all is, which one of those players are you more excited that they're back?
Man, I feel like it's Rocker because you've been able to watch him pitch a few games and see him be dominant at times. You've also seen him not be dominant.
For sure.
You've seen him pitch a few games. And the excitement also for Rocker, for me, Kevin, goes back so far. You know, Mike keeps giving me credit on TV for finding him. Which somebody found him before me.
Can I jump in on that? I am also going to forget those other people and give credit strictly to Corey Majors, because you did a tease and you were like, the Rangers' first pick in whatever draft is Kamar Rocker. And I was like, who the hell is Kamar Rocker? And then you broke it all down for me, and it was very interesting.
And essentially, it became Jack Leiter, and then later it was Rocker. And honestly, Rocker was kind of taken as a, hey, if you take this guy early, well, you can have this guy later too.
Yes,
for a cheap price.
Essentially, yes.
But then Rocker is MLB ready, and so he gets up there, and you see him. We have seen him be dominant, and I've talked about how I missed out on most of Jake DeGrom's career because he played somewhere else, and I didn't get to watch one of the best pitchers. We get this opportunity to watch a very talented pitcher at a young age. So, and Evan Carter, I'll be excited for him, but he's one guy in that lineup. And so if he's the spark for everything and he's the one that everybody's like, oh, I should take more pitches because Evan Carter is taking more pitches, then yes, give me that. Give me Mr. Full Count. Let's go be that guy again. But this offense has just kind of left me wanting.
Yeah. So I think I am going to go with Evan Carter because just your pitching has been so good this year. But you're right. Look, if both of them play out, or do well, if either one of them do well, I'm going to be like, hooray for that.
Exciting pitching can be very exciting.
Absolutely. I agree with that 100%. Kind of like we talked with Robert Ory. It's like, how come in football when the defense does well, you're like, that's amazing. And in other sports, you're like, our team sucks. Mm-hmm. And so, I think that's what you saw. 83. Yeah, I think that's what you saw last night with the Rangers. Outside of the errors, which were problematic, they were going up against a pitcher who had kind of been in a groove. So I get that. But for Evan Carter, just because I've seen the major league heights that Evan Carter can get to. I can't get that out of my mind. He is one of the guys, like the handful of people that you won the World Series in large part because of him. And so I keep thinking, like, if my dream young outfield lineup of Wyatt Langford, Evan Carter, and Osuna are all rocking and rolling. Sorry, Adolis. And they're all rocking and rolling, and you're like, man, could that be our outfield for like the next 7 years? I think that would be an incredible thing to see.
So Haggerty didn't do it for you, huh? You're out on him.
No,
all right, I got
but
you.
I'm not out on him, because honestly, look, at a time when you need offense, he's been playing very well. He's just not in the same young mold as the rest of them. He's not super old, but like all the rest of those guys are like no older than I think 24.
Yeah.
And so he doesn't fit in that mold.
On the Twitch, Kevin, Lasso 214972. That's 2 different area codes.
Oh, I like it.
The Plano Paperboys are my favorite showgram. But like Bruce Dickinson needing more cowbell, I need more Mansfield Medford, baby. Gotta have more Medford. I got a fever, and the only prescription is more Medford, baby. So, Alec, we will turn the next 2 minutes over to you.
Same thing for the ladies.
Oh, that's an absolute truth.
I still think we should do the get to know Alec Medford dating game.
Okay.
Oh, jeez.
And by the way, if you want to email Alec, it's Alexander with an X. If you want to email.
Oh, yeah, on X. That's right.
No,
you can
on-
DM him, though.
Yes,
On
I
X.
meant on our email.
All right.
All right,
Just
so
one X or maybe 2?
Oh my God.
Oh,
That will depend. All right, so Alec,
time of the day.
is there anything you want to tell the people, but also are you more excited about Evan Carter or Kamar Rocker being back with the team?
I'll tell the people that I love them, and I enjoy doing this, but I enjoy talking about the sports. That was an oddly, descriptive message, too. I enjoy the thought put into that. Thank you. I really appreciate that. But
that's why we read it.
It's tough. Because it's like
I'm going to cut you off for Coco Gauff if this takes much longer.
No, the starting rotation is already good enough, right? So
Yeah.
it's like the rich get richer, and I'm always happy for that whenever my team is the beneficiary there. But I do think Evan Carter provides something that the team needs right now.
All right, I'm with you on that. I did want to shout out Coco Gauff. We take you to the French Open. She defeated fellow American player Madison Keys in the quarterfinals to advance to the semifinals. The victory was Gauff's 25th at the French Open. At the age of 21, she is the youngest player to have 25 wins at Roland Garros since Martina Hingis did it back in 2000.
Really?
Okay. Right now, let's take you to the D&M Leasing Hotline, and we will talk with FC Dallas radio host Ryan Figert. Good afternoon, sir.
How's it going, guys? Happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
We're doing well. We got some homework, and I believe we have fulfilled those qualifications. But I wanted to ask you, how do you keep things exciting, whether as a broadcaster or just watching as a fan? I was at the FC Dallas match on Saturday. Unfortunately, double yellow cards had FC Dallas playing a man down most of the time. How do you keep it exciting when the final score is 0-0?
Yeah, I mean, this weekend was a tough one for sure. I think there's a lot to be proud of from a defensive standpoint for the team, and even just holding Philadelphia, who were playing to very few shots on target. So it's a low event game. So you got to sort of tell the story, I think, and there's interesting stories up and down the roster. I mean, we've brought in basically an entirely new team this year, a new coach. And so talking through kind of the stories of those guys is always a big one. And then, who's performing on the day, who's really standing up and making a name for themselves, even in a defensive battle like that. So, I mean, I think I look to the individuals and the stories of the guys and, being around the team, it's great to get to know them and sort of relay that to the listeners.
Do you often find yourself calling out a goalie for calling out all the opposing players in front of him for letting the ball get by?
That is a classic sort of soccer stereotype, isn't it?
Martin Paz will admit he does that.
Oh, he does it for sure. I was filling in my men's league in goal, and I was so tempted to do it when we conceded the goal. I mean, I was like, come on, guys. It's clearly not my fault. So, I think I really sympathize with the goalkeepers on that one.
What kind of prep work goes into what you do? Because people ask us that question all the time, and this is a unique situation for us because we haven't had somebody who hosts or broadcasts or anything with FC Dallas yet before you. What's the prep that goes into that?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a sort of evolving process of figuring out what all information I want to have available to me, but I usually have a sort of a sheet or like a commentary chart where I list out the players and the formation that kind of we expect both teams to play, have talking points ready for all of them, stats from the season, tell the story of each team. And I think probably similarly to any other broadcaster that's doing, basketball, baseball, just being aware of the narratives around the team and then sort of individual bullet points around the players. And like I said, it helps for me to be around the team and be here. And I got to go with the team to Portugal during the preseason and get to know a lot of the guys. So there's personal relationships there as well that I can sort of lean on and telling those stories. So definitely a lot of prep work during the week. And when I was coming up and starting broadcasting back in college, I talked to different guys and they would be like, hey, you only use 10% of your prep. And, when I'm looking at D3 roster sheets and there's no information on them, like, how is that even possible? But when you get to the level that we're at, Major League Soccer, there's so much information out there about these guys. So I think it's definitely proven true that, you prep way more than you need, but you never know what you're going to need on the day. So.
Now, as I'm somebody who's about to leave the continent of North America for the first time in my life, do you have any overseas travel tips?
Where are you going?
Germany.
Oh, there's great soccer in Germany for sure. I've never been. I've only gone to Spain actually, and I got to watch Barcelona and Real Madrid. That was a bucket list game for sure. But you'll be there during a sort of a lull during the soccer season. But definitely, if you can find an international game that the international teams are playing, definitely get to one. I think the fan atmosphere is unique and it'll be really memorable for you. And even just touring some of the iconic stadiums that are there. I mean, Bayern Munich is obviously the big team in Germany and they're just one of a few just iconic venues. So if you can stop by and check out one of those stadiums, you'll have me jealous for sure.
And some adapters, right? I need to get to some.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
All right.
That's the key there is the adapters. Hey, so we've had the benefit of, I covered soccer in college. We covered soccer for the newspaper that we were working for a while, and we've had that opportunity to kind of learn the game over that time. For anybody that's like, I'm not really into soccer, what is the thing that you say, hey, here's what you watch, here's what you should be looking for that I think can be this is what makes the game exciting?
Yeah, I think it's a game where there's so much that you can watch, right? Whether it's the actual 11v11, the guys on the field, whether it's sort of the culture surrounding it, the fan culture, you can kind of get enthralled by that. I like to watch it from a sort of like a chess match perspective of the strategic decisions that the coaches make, that the players make, how the formations go against each other. It's an interesting one because when you're talking about radio broadcasting, the soccer field is obviously so expansive and there's so few points that you can call out in terms of the geography of where the ball is. And I think that is sort of an interesting thing about it is 11 guys and they could be at any place at any given time and how that sort of the alignment and the formation and the strategy kind of plays out. Obviously, goals are great and goals are why we watch the game. And there's special players, at FC Dallas and across the league that are scoring great goals every week. But I think for somebody who likes strategy and likes sort of that element of a sport, I think soccer can really appeal to you.
Yeah, Kevin, how many chances that you're like, oh man, that was almost, and that was just as exciting, if not more, than the goal that actually went in.
Okay, then something that I think we can agree on. All right, Ryan, and if you don't agree with me on this, I'm going to be really sad.
Shoot it straight with me.
Is just because you're open for an opportunity at the goal doesn't mean you have to kick the ball at a 100-degree angle or at 17,000 miles per hour, because it is amazing how many shots that look like they have the potential to be on target or maybe even in the net fly like 10 to 15 yards over the goal.
Oh yeah, I mean, first of all, you gotta consider the pass that they're receiving. Is it bouncing? It's just easy to get underneath it, but I think there's without a doubt that sometimes players overcomplicate it and want to end up on the highlight reel when it may have been an easier chance than they made it look.
Do you have your three favorite?
We got to get on the top 10, right?
Yeah, exactly. Now, I know you were curious about our top three broadcasters. I was curious your top three broadcasters as well. I picked Norm Hitzges, Bill Mercer, and Mark Holtz. So, like, that's very emblematic of, like, me growing up and everything like that.
Yeah, I went with Madden, Vin Scully, and Kevin Harlan. Those were the three
Kevin
that I really
Harlan
loved.
is great.
Yeah.
What's it for you?
Big national guys for sure. I think I tried to tell a little bit of my story and my interests as well. I think I got to have one local. Growing up in Dallas, being a local guy, following the Mavs, following FC Dallas, it's got to be Mark Followell, who I'm
he's awesome.
lucky to call a good friend now. I mean, he's just a legend, and he's so emblematic of the Dallas area. He brings so much energy and incredible memory and knowledge to it. So I would go with Mark. And iconic voice in soccer, particularly for the American audience, is Ian Dark, calling all the World Cup games for the national team over the years. So many moments that I hope I get to meet him one day and just shake his hand, because I'm a huge fan of Ian Dark. And then for me, branching outside of soccer, I got to go with Mike Breen. I think he's one of the best guys working right now. I love the bang bang. I love the iconic calls, and I don't think anybody can carry a boring game like him. I mean, sometimes when it's like a 30-point game, he's done so much homework, and he can just carry a boring call, but he can also live up to the big moment. So that was what I went for the big three right there.
Have you ever had a moment in your life where you've gotten to say the double bang?
But, I've considered it, but I think he's got the sort of the market cornered on that one. So I'm open to suggestions on what my version of the bang bang is going to be. If you guys come up with anything, you're welcome to let me know.
We'll have to text you that off air.
Okay, yeah.
All right, that might not be family friendly. Thank you very much, Ryan, for giving us all the information on the broadcast and giving us all the information right now. Really appreciate it, man.
Yeah, man. Anytime. I'll be your soccer guy. Give me a call anytime you guys got questions or complaints.
That's
Boom.
what I'm talking about.
Love it. There you go. Ryan Figert from FC Dallas right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're the KNC Masterpiece. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next right here on The Fan.
that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have groundbreaking baseball news for you. The Colorado Rockies have just won their third game in a row for the first time all season.
Wow.
Yesterday, they won their second game in a row for just the second time all season to clinch their first series win.
Hello, Miami.
All year. This is their 20th series. This is their first series win. And now they have completed the sweep of the Miami Marlins to improve to 12-50.
It's incredible. Woo! Let's go.
Let's talk bad about them.
Yeah.
They're on a heater, boys.
Yeah, that was like 21 consecutive series dating back to last year that they had lost. That's an MLB record.
And I just want to point out, if they won their last 100 games straight, it's not a guarantee they would finish with the best record in baseball. That is how bad they have been. If they finish the season on a 103-game winning streak,
it's possible.
They might still not have.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Yeah, there's a chance. Right now, those fine voices you hear are the fellas from the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by D&M Leasing. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Pretty jammed up, Hagee.
Tell me why.
Couldn't believe it. I jump in the car, tune into KNC Masterpiece. You guys are discussing the very annoying incidents where somebody is double parked in the one parking spot that you need. And Hagee, you made a great point that usually by the time you get there, somebody else would have taken that second spot.
But you always think you would have gotten it, right?
Yeah.
I do too. I'm like, that could have been my spot.
How do I pull into the Quick Trip or Racetrack or whatever's there at 80 and Collins and Sunnyvale? And boom, the first thing I see, not 2 minutes from listening to your segment, is that exact same thing. And I just I flew off the handle a little bit. I want to apologize to the manager there. Won't happen again. And I hope they get that guy out of the bathroom.
And it's like, if your car is so big that it requires that, but I saw that picture you sent.
Yeah.
That car's not new enough or big enough or to warrant two parking
You presume
spots.
he was in the bathroom, or you kind of saw this happen?
I assume he was,
gotcha.
because the only justification for parking like that would be emergency, like nuclear mud butt. Right.
I'll
tell
you what, you know what, Dawson? It happened to me the other day after the ball game. You know, out there when we were out there at the the baseball part. Remember, I had to use the family restroom.
You didn't wipe properly?
I had to stop again.
Oh, no.
I had to stop again. I double parked out.
way.
I took it into the handicap area.
Oh, no.
Wait, you had to go back into the ballpark?
No.
Where'd you go?
I went from ballpark, one of the best restrooms you could ever imagine, to side of the road, 360, like we were dealing stuff, I think,
Like
outside.
a random shell
A gas station? Wow, you went gas station poo?
It was like a sit-go.
And you know what? It was so nasty in there, I didn't even care. I just said, I have to go to the men's room.
Cheek to seat? Man up.
Oh, I had no choice. It was like,
You could
put that toilet paper buffer.
You think he's taking the time to do that? What
do
you
you
need
think
to do?
you have the time to do that? Like lay out like you're doing, like you're
No,
making,
I get it. I
Like
get
a little
it.
toilet picnic.
But maybe like just like a little hover situation.
If you have time
like
to
he's
do that,
making
you should
beef
not have parked.
Wellington, like he's shelling the prosciutto, like, oh, look, let's put it down and kind of, make it look nice. No,
needed to hit the hotel lobby.
I was going to say, dude, that Sheraton Hotel there on the grounds of...
I went right by it. I drove
that
right
hurts.
by it.
And then it hit.
I went, and all of a sudden I was in a situation where I'm thinking, it's like, okay, I'm going to be fine. I'm going to be fine. Now I'm not. Now I'm not going to be fine. But I'd also passed a bunch of hotels on the right there, and then it turned into like less than desirable gas station.
Yeah, might have to do this
and
outside.
I'm sorry, I did. I parked that thing right in the handicap area and went in.
I think we should have... We should evolve the cart narcs. Ooh, park narcs.
Oh.
Park narcs. You wait for the schmo to get back to his car that decided to leave half of his vehicle in the other, and just rip him up. Because the trickle
give him a
effect...
ticket. Just be like, here you go. Here's your fine.
Yeah,
Citizens arrest.
Yeah. Oh, man.
You're under arrest for poor parking,
Let's do
sir.
park narcs, bro. Because the trickle effect of, you could say like, I wouldn't have gotten that one, right? Because somebody else would have already gotten it.
Yeah.
But that person had to go get a new parking spot. That one could have been yours.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen someone try to do a citizen's arrest? And depending on the situation, do you think you would back them up? Like if you saw somebody do something really bad and that guy's like citizen's arrest, would you back him up and be like, I saw it for sure?
I'm sure there are definite situations where, yes,
Stealing
I would
a
feel
purse
like
or something like
let's
that?
go
Yeah,
vigilante style.
yeah.
But it's
I've
less like
always-
arresting and more just like trying to just,
Stall
I guess,
him. I'll
like,
tell you what,
stall
Are
him.
people actually doing this? Like, have you actually seen
I've never
somebody
seen
do
that.
Not that I'm aware
I've
of.
seen videos of it, though. I saw a dude chase down a dude who was snatching grandma purses.
See, that's a good
recently.
Samaritan.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm all for that. I would support that. But I've actually
Kelly
never seen
Winslow.
somebody citizens arrest.
You know what I want to do? I want to be on the highway of a high speed chase and like do the thing with my bumper, like I do a little NASCAR maneuver and hit their back bumper and spin them out. That's what I want to be.
Gotcha, bitch.
Be the
And
hero.
and he's going about 120. Oh wait, looks like a Nissan Rogue is. Oh, he's clipped him. Good job by the Rogue.
Wow, what lady was that? Oh, it's a dude who's driving the Rogue. Holy hell.
I get out like waving.
They're wearing a woman.
jumping up and down.
And at TMS,
Waving
at
his
the
black and
F1
white
race in
checkered flag.
Arlington, they'll get you great tickets because they'll be like, he used
See, that's what
our
I'm saying.
strategy.
I would love to see that, like where I could get up and just bump somebody to spin them off, and so the cops can grab them.
I love
That's
it. You
what I
guys are
wanted.
crazy. Not in Texas. Too many firearms. I say that we take this park narcs bit to maybe Oregon. Maybe Maine.
See,
I'm down with
Well,
that.
like soft states. What are you talking about?
Cart narc dude had a gun pulled on him in DFW.
Oh, man, dude.
See, I call it street justice. And what I like to do is
The Hall of Justice.
People who speed through school zones, I take my time, wait patiently. And once we're through the school zone, I make sure to speed up and get in front of that person so I can block them from wherever they're trying to go and whatever they're trying to do. And I know I do. Every time I do it, I go, street justice. But Broadus, you're right. When that ends in a news report with me getting shot, you can be like, hey, I told him not to do that.
No, man. I mean, like I say, we're going to take the guy out where he's spinning, like, he's spinning off the road and stuff like that. And the cops are going to get there quickly, and he's going to fall out of the car, and we're going to be fine.
I almost judged you right there, Hagee, but then I remembered I got me some street justice last night.
Just last night.
It's always a good time.
We're going through one of those turnaround things. What are they called? Not the four-way stop, the roundabouts.
I hate roundabouts.
They're annoying. So I'm flowing, right? I'm good. The person behind me is in such a hurry. They're like laying on the horn because I'm not going fast enough for them. So we come out of that going down Collins towards my neighborhood. And I did. I got in front of them. I slowed way down. And then there's a left-hand turn lane as you go there into Stony Creek, and I waited until the last possible second, at 15 miles an hour, to move into the left lane. It was so rewarding.
I need to turn.
They must have been so mad.
Yeah.
All right, next time you do that, just say street justice. And you'll be shocked how much better you feel about everything.
I'm in on this.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Well, 4 hours. Rangers pregame coming up at 6. Nick Harris Star Telegram at 4. Of course, Krusty's Corner 340.
I like it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say street justice, Kevin.
Street justice.
You are being masterpiece.
Donuts has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course I have. It's the ring.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you are having a fantastic day as we're off and running here. We got 4 for you, 4 hours of pure gold. As always, thanks for asking. General at your service at ease. There's Broadus, former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champ. Lucius Alexander is in the pin cup over there at Master Control here, feathering his nest, fixing to go for flawless. Wolchuk and Chia follower here. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. How the heck you guys doing?
Doing great, doing great. First off, thanks to all the police officers that have texted in.
Yeah.
Said it's a pitting move, right?
Oh, yes.
Pitting.
Pitting
is what that's called.
Okay.
So
I thought it might be a pin and pull.
Yeah, pin and pull. But pitting is the move that the police officers use. I like it. And you guys be safe out there.
That's when you get your front fender or your bumper on their back fender and goose it and spin them out.
Yeah, trying to. It's kind of like a move that we would use at Rockingham or Martinsville, one of those, Bristol maybe.
Yeah, the guy cut you off on lap 8. Now it's lap 50, and you're like, here's my payback.
Right, you put the chrome horn to him is what you do.
You put the chrome horn?
Yeah, you just kind of boom. You hook them and then move them and then move on with your day. So, but yeah, the pit, it's called pitting. So, again, thanks to the officers that let me know that.
Yeah, salute to you guys. Salute to all of our first responders out there. Thanks for making us part of your day. We do have a big show coming up. Looking forward to talking OTAs with Nick Harris. 4 o'clock Star Telegram. He's risen into the upper echelon of Twitter accounts you have to check during games and practices. Like we've always gone Machota, Harris. There for a while. You know, we go with
David
of course,
Hellman
Todd
used to be that
Archer,
guy.
David Hellman. Who was the guy in the morning news that quit last year? What was his name? Our buddy.
Gelkin.
Yeah.
Gelkin.
Michael Gelkin used to be on that list. Well, Nick Harris has done such a tremendous job. 1yearcowboys.com, 1 year Star Telegram, and an absolute, treasure to have. And he'll join us coming up at 4 o'clock here to give us his thoughts as the Cowboys continue their preparation and practice today and tomorrow, I guess. CD's expected to practice tomorrow again. Just doing some housekeeping on some of those little stories from yesterday. The C-Note at 3:20, Krusty's Corner 3:40, and then Harris at 4. That's going to be an hour of Cowboys content for you. But we have Adolis García returning, and got a little bit of it last night. Pinch hit, scored a run. So that is exciting as well. But I did want to talk to you guys about Micah Parsons and Trayvon Diggs here, and just. Does it feel to you at all like they're kind of sticking out like a sore thumb on this culture movement? You know, like Calvin Watkins wrote last night. I get home and I'm back online. I'm looking at stuff and I'm like, man, Calvin Watkins kind of, just writing it in the morning news. Not a good look. And there's the picture of Trayvon and Micah. And I was like, man, these guys are a little bit different than the camaraderie, morale, Schottenheimer, Cowboys, Dak. Booker, that's the, hey, we're having the time of our lives. And then these guys over here that just don't want to be a part of it, and I think with Micah Parsons, he's good enough that you're like, hey, that's fine. Here's our lone wolf. He's, maybe not the most social guy, but damn it, he's awesome. With Trayvon Diggs, I just think this has got to be the last season. I don't know how much he wants to be here. Then you get the Todd Archer story. He might cost himself $500,000 by not hitting 83% of OTA participation. So he's willing to punt on $500,000 to not be here. Dude doesn't want to be here. I don't know why the Cowboys would want him here. He doesn't tackle. He's always hurt, and maybe he's rehabbing his balls off now. He's going to come back and give you the best 8 games he can. So you can either trade him or release him and he'll go sign with another team. But, I wanted to make that point that I think if you're not going to buy in, and how big of a deal is buy in, you better be awesome. And Diggs isn't. So
yeah. And I think to at least give the other side of the picture here, I do think Diggs has voiced some displeasure with the training staff.
Yeah.
And I know that the
And I don't know how real that is.
Seems like a mutual thing between him and the training staff with the Cowboys.
The training staff scores poorly. So, yeah, definitely he's got his side.
Yeah, on the report cards, the Cowboys training staff, I think not even just from the quality, but just the quantity. Like, the Cowboys don't provide enough resources, which is also maddening.
And that's one thing that kind of made me feel that way last night, because Calvin Watkins was the only guy in the main media to really cover that side of the story. Like 3 weeks ago, he was like, well, here's Trayvon's side of the story, and there was like 1,000 words in there on that. So then to circle back around and be like, actually, I'm not the guy that's going to have Trayvon Diggs back here. This is a bad look.
Yeah.
And when you put that in the morning news, it's different than other outlets, because then the entire Metroplex sees the headline, not just the people in the sports bubble of DFW. And so, I salute Calvin Watkins. I think he's doing a hell of a job there. But I wanted to get your guys' thoughts on that. And if you have thoughts at 877-881-1053, it's unfortunate that he's not still amazing and he's gone through these two injuries. But I don't know how you could trust him long term to stay healthy. And even if he is, healthy, I'd rather use that $20 million on players that fit the culture and stop the run.
Oh yeah, I think they would too. I think they absolutely regret giving him that contract.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if he hadn't have been hurt, he would have been moved. I think that he would have been traded this offseason. I really believe that. And I think that at the time, it's tough to find corners that are game-changing in terms of being able to take the ball away, and Diggs was doing that better than anybody. Unfortunately, the injuries have made that a poor contract, but I think also when you get paid, do you still have that hunger? Do you still have that desire to get better? And I think that there's some question marks there. So absolutely. The other thing is, after our conversation yesterday with Micah, I'm kind of totally cool with them waiting this out. I'm not in a rush to get this done.
After the Stephen Jones thing? Or
yeah, just what we had, the conversation we had yesterday with Brian.
Yeah.
And like, hey, maybe the agent also is not wanting to play ball. Maybe there's frustration. Jerry thought like, hey, I had this thing kind of ready to rock with Micah, and then Micah pulled back.
Sure.
But I think it's definitely fair to have a harder conversation about this, where Myles Garrett's making $40 million a year. Micah Parsons is an incredible player. Is he a great all-around defensive player? Can you take Micah Parsons out of a game by running at him? Is he a good run defender? He's an elite pass rusher, and the way that he impacts the game that way is rare, and you don't want to lose players like that. But when you're talking about paying a guy like the highest paid defensive player in football, am I getting the best defensive player in football? I'm getting the best pass rusher in football, but are there other weaknesses that teams could exploit? And if I'm going to put that much money to where now I'm losing maybe two other starting players on my defense because I'm paying this one guy X amount of money, is it worth it? And he's under Cowboys control. If they want to tag him, they can tag him. They can slow play this if they want to.
Yeah. Dawson, do you think this is kind of like with what you're talking about with Luka and teams not being able to pay, keep the team together where everybody's making $40 million?
I do think it's similar. I think the NBA is trying to use the NFL model to create parity, and I don't know if it works in basketball compared to football, but I think there's a lot of credibility or legitimacy to this angle of the Cowboys should start to move on from a couple guys here to improve their bargaining position and their reputation at the bargaining table, because the agents know that you're not going to move on from your star players because of how crucial you believe they are to your business operation. We're not going to let our stars go. And once as an agent you know that, then there's no reason to do anything but wait. So if they could, move on, I think, I would rather do it with players not as good as Micah. I just think he has the ability to make you a top 5 defense out of a top 20 defense. And if you're really thinking about winning a championship, there's exceptions to be made. And I don't believe the Cowboys are entertaining this idea at all. But was Stephen Jones irritated last night because he's in this situation where he can't do anything? The agents got him. Yeah. I can't give an answer. Yeah. I'm pinned. I'm pissed. Yeah. But because of the way we look at business and how important our superstars are to our marketing. Now, what I would say if I'm up in that room right now, and hopefully somebody clips this and sends it to the Joneses, is, guys, imagine how much business you would do if you were winning more, because instead of insisting on overpaying your own guys, you took that money out into the free agent and trade market and got players who were better, and fit your systems better. Because at that point, you win and fans will support a winner, right? They're protective of their floor of money making. And as long as we are rebuilding, but we still have our stars, we're still selling season tickets. We're still relevant for a Sunday evening football game because the stars on the Cowboys are getting ready to come out on Sunday night, right? That is so crucial for how they co-brand themselves with their stars that I don't think they can get out of this massive team building flaw that the agents are taking advantage of. I hope that made sense. And it didn't take too long. But that's where I'm at with it. Yeah. And if I'm Stephen Jones, I'm really trying to convince Dad that there's a much bigger pot of gold out there, but we got to risk it. We got to risk, letting these guys go. Yeah.
I mean, I think what Wolchuk's saying is interesting here. So, I mean, would you be down if he's holding out a training camp and then maybe threatening to not start the season, of like just sitting out kind of deal? Is that you'd live with it? Because
I think at this point
that would be his leverage.
I think
play.
you just need to play hardball with this.
Yeah,
like if that's the case, then and I don't think that he will. I think Mike is too much of a competitor to actually do that. He said that he's going to be at mandatory minicamp next week. He said, I haven't missed one in 4 years. So I don't expect him to actually miss games, and then he's going to miss game checks if that's the way.
Right.
Like players threaten this all the time. How many have actually held out into the season? The only one I can think of for the Cowboys would be Emmitt Smith. You go back to the year after they won the Super Bowl. I'd call it's bluff. I don't think there's any way he actually misses games.
Yeah. No, because players want to stay here. And they're not taking advantage of that.
And Micah understands the brand that is the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Like he's leveraged that already to do the whole Bleacher Report deal.
Yeah, so I would really lean into when in 2010 when I was doing that player interview with Jay Ratliff and he actually came out on location with us every time. We'd had a lot of time to talk, and he said, I don't want to say anything because once you open the Pandora's box of leaving, you could be on a team that's irrelevant, you could be on a team that has bad weather, you could be on a team that loses. The only reason to leave is if you're guaranteed you could go win big. That's the only reason players want to leave the Cowboys, unless they hate the Joneses or one of the coaches, right? There's certainly personal things that come into mind. So how much are you willing to give up that, right? They find out in some negotiations that players are willing to take 20 to 30% less, as with the case of Osa or Tyron Smith back in the day. Those are the players you keep if you're serious about winning a Super Bowl. And, the guys that want to wait and hold out, you tip your cap to them and say, we appreciate you, understand your value. You have free agency coming up. Good luck. It looks like a Kirk Cousins is out here. Looks like a Baker Mayfield's out here for $35 million instead of $60. And if you're that concerned with managing the salary cap, then I would think that'd be a no-brainer for you. But it's still evading the Cowboys. Adolis García back tonight. An extended break like this, pretty rare. What do you expect tonight? Are you excited for his return? Are you thinking this is going to just be a continuation? What do you say?
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm hoping that I'm hoping for the best out of this all. I hope this was a reset for Adolis. I hope he got a little bit irritated by this, and he's going to use that frustration, and you're going to get the best peak form of him. Because there's very few players that I've seen be able to just light a spark for a team and a lineup than Adolis. And it's so frustrating to go through the lows of his, and there's plenty of lows. But when he is on, my gosh, he's one of the most exciting players in the game.
He is.
So I'm very hopeful that we do get a positive version of Adolis García out of this. If we don't, then I don't know what the next step would be.
I guess, you can't appreciate his amazing defense. That he led the bigs in defensive runs saved in the month of May. Probably hear more about that around the bases coming up a little bit later on. Jared Sandler's going to join us at 4:40. But yeah, I think with Evan Carter back now, you can kind of flip your outfield around to try to find the best matchups. And I think right now for Adolis García, you're thinking how's he done against tonight's starting pitcher, and what is the projection, and if it's good, you play him and hope to get the good. But I think the idea of if you can't get it going, then you're not going to play would be highly, highly motivating for a guy that's coming up to to free agency. So, I would want to leverage that. Tough one for the Rangers last night as the bats went quiet. Just the 4 hits. Simeon 0 for 2, but he did have a walk. So the patient approach continues to pay off. He has reached base 11 times in his last 14 plate appearances. So salute to Evan Carter. Welcome back. Pregame tonight, 6 o'clock. And how about 16 seconds on soccer here to wrap this up? ESPN's Top 100 release, Christian Pulisic, the lone American on the list, but he comes in as the 28th best overall forward in the game, 18th best winger here as they hit what is a crucial summer and lead up to next year's World Cup. You know, they talked about this group with him and some of the other young guys, Tyler Adams and Balogun and Weah, possibly being a golden generation. But they basically got this World Cup and the next one, and then Pulisic's going to be aging out. That's if he can stay healthy. So a big year here coming up for American soccer.
It seems like it's the was it the old thing, rinse and repeat kind of a thing with American soccer, that we have all this promise, all this hope, all this, we talk about the talent. And,
all right, this is more than 15 seconds.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It is.
It is really depressing that we're not better as a nation in this sport.
We got this one guy, Pulisic,
who's often hurt.
And he's the best thing we've ever had, I believe. There's a debate to be had there.
Yeah.
But even he is only the top 20 winger in the world and often hurt. And,
exactly.
You know, up to this point, they just not have been.
Hundreds of millions of dollars to be very, very below average here.
Well, I mean, we're not spending the hundreds of millions.
We are by buying Budweiser and buying all the products that go into U.S. soccer.
Yeah. I'm with you, man. It's disappointing.
Get him, bro.
I mean, they missed the World.
Hey, is this your energy today? You just shooting at things?
Yeah, shoot it.
No, I'm just saying.
I mean, it's all good, bro.
I'm just telling you this, though.
I think he's bitter about my Cowboy takes.
No, not at all. I like your Cowboy takes. No, I like your Cowboy takes.
Bitter as hell.
I tell you what, we've spent hundreds of millions of dollars on U.S. soccer for nothing. Nothing. Again, there's a lot of people out there that are big-time soccer fans and follow it and all that, but we as a nation have failed miserably as a soccer.
We have more players playing in top European leagues than we ever have.
The top, are we on the top teams, or are we playing in the mid-pack?
I mean, AC Milan, BVB.
That's a good one. There you go. I mean, to me, that doesn't translate to us being a better soccer country.
Yeah.
It just doesn't.
I mean, I'm kind of in the trenches, so I think I see progress, but maybe I'm biased. Appreciate your feedback, Broadus.
Thank you.
Okay, top 10 champion. Top 10 is next. We'll replay the G-Bag of the Day champion and more, and that's next year on The Fan.
Your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Spice Squad?
Nutmeg Maybes? No. She said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Salute to everybody on YouTube. I'm in here trying to chat with you under G-Bag Nation, the G-Bag Nation YouTube page. I like this live chat stuff. I like being able to interact and chat back and forth. We just can't do that as much on the text, although we do as much of it as we can. It is time now to replay the G-Bag of the Day champion and then get Wolchuk's Top 10 here at 2:20. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. In the Pimp Cup. Lucius?
Yeah. What's up, baby?
Hey, what's up, dude?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Oh.
I'm dealing with some, what is it called? That onset delayed pain, whatever.
DOMS?
How do you phrase that?
Delayed onset muscle soreness?
That right there. Yeah. DOMS?
Delayed onset.
Yeah, I'm dealing with that, bro.
Dongs, what?
That's
right, leg day yesterday.
See, you know what?
He's always thinking I was late to the program. What are we doing with over there?
Man. Pause, bro.
He's just dreaming over there.
But yeah, it is Pride Month, so I guess it's all good. For your pride. G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can follow us all. If you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter, our winner, I think this is day 2 right here. A toxic argument went down at CVS. By the way, those receipts at CVS have deep discounts, my guy. I'm just telling you, bro.
For what?
I looked at him one day. I said, well, I'll be damn. A word. So I can go get another one for free?
Did you get you some like meal replacement stuff?
Got some soap, some mouthwash for my pride. So this dude right here got into an argument at CVS. Dude was doing his best trying to trigger this employee, and he finally got to him during Pride Month.
Trouble here. Give my money back for the pills. That was the wrong pill. This guy told me to my mother. Your mother and give my money back for the pills. Now you're not going to kill me. Your mother. Free speech. America.
America. Free speech America.
Give my money back for my pills. Now somebody better give me $35 back.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right now.
Run out.
Yeah, the cops are coming. You. The cops are coming. Free speech, bro. Free speech.
Ooh.
Queer. Are you queer?
Oh, no.
Don't talk to me like that again. Get the hell out of here. You queer.
Get out.
He triggered him.
It is Pride Month, as you said, Lucius. There it is. The G-Bag of the Day champion every day about 2:25.
Hey, I forgot the night host name. I forgot. I'm sorry.
Fred Davis.
That's weird. Yeah,
Blake Elliott.
Fan
After Dark.
Didn't he get Freddish at the end there? Did he get a little Freddish?
He got a little Fred.
Did he get a little Freddish?
I hear it. Indeed. The G-Bag of the Day champ faces the challengers every night, 5:30, right before LA Live. Here's Zach with his top 10 at 2:20.
All righty, we had Frank Ragnow stunningly retired a couple of days ago. I was thinking, all right, top 10 best athletes who retired in their prime. 877-881-1053. Also National Cheese Day. I've pretty much cornered the cheese market when it comes to the top 10 lists over the years. So feel free to text in the athlete that you do think retired in their prime. I think Travis Frederick will probably be the leader in the clubhouse here in the Metroplex. But your favorite cheese. And I'm a Munster cheese guy. I always like to show love to the Munster cheese. I think it's very, very underrated.
What do you put it on?
I'll eat it just straight. Grilled cheese.
Mm-hmm.
Turkey sandwich. I'll add some Munster on there.
Really?
Yeah.
When did you begin this love for Munster cheese?
You know what it was is my grandparents would have Munster cheese as a kid growing up. Like, I guess.
The smell never got you, huh?
I don't think it's really a super potent smelling cheese. I don't think it's like overly scenty.
Pungent.
I think as a kid you would probably not like you would say, this is not my.
It might have been because it's got like the ridges, you know, the like the orange tint, and maybe I thought that was cool as a kid. But I do just it's kind of creamy.
Yeah, I think it's a
enjoy
great
the flavor.
cheese.
We got one of the most creative guys working with us right now.
It's phenomenal.
Lucius is
You said Munster cheese.
The Munster cheese.
I didn't know where to go.
This is a good
Shout out
song.
to the Munster, baby.
I know I don't like blue cheese. You know, that's just, it's too funky.
Even on a nice burger and a bacon burger.
Yeah.
Come on, Lucius.
Come on, bro.
Come on, Lucius. What are you doing
I'll
over
rock
there?
with the blue cheese with you, Lucius.
Wow.
It's like Perry Mason. You knew the answer to the question.
Maybe a nice wedge salad.
Yeah, some of those are too strong. Once you get a strong mold flavor going, I'm totally out. But anything short of that, I'm all over the cheeses.
Yeah, I mean it's bad. The cheese
with
sharp. I like the nice sharp
cheddar. Yeah, maybe I'll do them all. I will not go down to the cheese slices and then the kind of cheese slices. What's the kind of cheese? The American cheese?
Yeah.
Is that what the one is?
American cheese.
It's lab made, but it's kind of like cheddar.
Real. Yeah, it's not actually cheese.
Kind of melty though. On a burger, it kind of melts. It melts pretty good.
Absolutely, it
those
is.
like those Velveeta slices and stuff.
No, I hear you. But I mean, a Parmigiano Reggiano.
Absolutely.
The white cheddar. The white cheddar's good. Packs a pretty nice punch.
The white cheddar's nice.
The Gouda. I'll get that Gouda.
Gouda's not bad.
And I love a block of cheese, and I'm going in there and I'm cutting me a little bit out, and maybe I have some crackers. Maybe got some pepperoni.
You ever just taking
or something.
that block, just eat it like a burrito.
Absolutely. I'll just take bites of the block,
just gnawing on my cheese.
Yeah.
I've done it.
I'll tell you the thing with when you mentioned Gouda, I think they've done too much with the smoked.
I agree.
I think they've overcooked that a little bit.
I've done the smoked, and it's like it's all right, but just give me that tried and true.
Yeah,
the unadulterated, dominant Gouda.
So shout out to National Cheese Day. It's a hell of a day. Go get your cheese out there. The text.
You guys ever done fondue?
What's that?
You ever done fondue, cheese fondue?
No.
Yeah,
that's very 1970s. Something to talk
fun
about.
Experience.
Yeah, but it's like It's like it's got the pot with the
like the original
flame.
queso kind of.
Yeah,
isn't it?
exactly. Where you get the forks and you can
put little bread.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you ever dip a chicken strip in that and some nacho cheese?
Yeah,
chicken strip and some. Yeah, it's crazy. Shout out to diabetes.
Yeah, damn right. Havarti cheese from the
Havarti's
469. Havarti
excellent.
underrated as
Excellent,
well.
yeah.
Absolutely underrated.
That's charcuterie board talk here going on.
Now the 469 said blue cheese is like eating a dirty sock.
Oh,
there are people that just can't stand it, and I understand it's pungent, but I'm a fan.
You have no palate, sir or ma'am.
Swiss cheese getting some love. Limburger cheese is pungent. I don't know what Limburger is.
Very smelly cheese. Yeah.
The HEB Habanero Jack is the perfect burger cheese. Pepper Jack.
That seems like it would be really good in a Frito pie.
Oh, that sounds fantastic. Horseradish cheese from the 254. You need to try that.
Interesting. What do you pair that with? I wonder.
I don't know.
Because the horseradish stuff to me is always like a roast beef.
Might be good on some gefilte fish.
Man, you say that.
Gefilte fish.
That totally turns me the other way.
Anytime I think somebody says horseradish, like horseradish,
yeah,
you got, that's the first time I ever tried it. Was it was probably Rosh Hashanah, and we're having gefilte fish, which is. My gosh, that's something that does. You eat with your eyes, you're going to not want to eat that.
Yeah, it's
that is not something that looks appealing at all.
Not very pretty at all.
But horseradish does accompany that quite well. Okay, the top 10 athletes who retired in their prime. Honorable mentions, we've got Brandon Roy here from the Portland Trail Blazers, Gavin.
Knee problems, right, Gavin?
Yeah, he was great.
Chronic
I mean, Kobe said it was the most difficult guy to guard in the league there a couple years, and things were trending up. But yeah, he got that Gilbert Arenas knee situation. It was actually a torn meniscus that.
Oh, is that what started it?
He had clipped out instead of waiting for the long repair because he wanted to play in the playoffs. Yeah, then they lost in the first round.
Wow.
This is interesting to think about, though. Detroit Lions, if you go back, Barry Sanders, Calvin Johnson, now Frank Ragnow.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
This
there's
is
something.
this-
there's something in the water.
This is something going on there.
Yeah, they're going to have two in
Motown.
the top 10.
Are they? Okay.
I mean, we got Rex here in the YouTube chat who says he's in Detroit. They don't feel like they're winning after Ragnow retired. You got to feel like that. That's exactly how we felt that day. Travis Frederick
had the bold prediction yesterday.
It's a
They're
huge
missing the
blow.
playoffs.
And
I love
Eagles
that,
too.
dude.
And Eagles too, right?
And the Eagles.
I meditated on that last night driving home, and I thought, man,
The Eagles one I don't feel as
100%
good.
right. I was jealous. I was envious of the take, man.
Meditated on that.
Like, do
got
I feel
ahead of it.
as strong about the Eagles take as the Lions take? No, but I'm going to lean into it, and I'm going to own it.
Oh no, but don't crawfish that.
No,
thing.
no,
you leaned into it yesterday.
Top
Don't-
2 seeds, they're missing the playoffs this
Okay,
year.
there you
They're
go.
not making it.
There we go.
I love it.
Shoot Brown 78 said Barry Sanders.
Watch. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
In the
Barry.
Twitch. Shout out to the Twolos.
Yeah, Barry.
Then we got this Lasso guy that they don't like in here. I think he's come to visit us at a remote before, but I guess he kind of trolls.
The
in
chat
that,
hates
in
him.
the Twitch chat, and he just keeps making new accounts, so we can't get rid of him.
So is the Ted Lasso's in our account?
He just goes by Lasso. Chris Borland, remember him? The Wisconsin linebacker with the 49ers that was incredible.
Concussions, right?
All rookie team, and then, he retired.
Well, how about
early.
our guy Luke Kuechly?
Kuechly, Yeps, absolutely.
Andrew Luck.
Andrew Luck's another one.
Travis Frederick, honorable mention. Ricky Williams. That was crazy.
Fred came back. It
That's
wasn't
weak.
the same, though.
No, he wasn't. But still, I mean, it was unfortunately, that disease. You know,
about Terrell Davis.
And then Sandy Koufax. Is the final honorable mention. TD, TD. That's another good one. Number 10, and I didn't really remember him retiring in his prime, but maybe I was wrong. But they have Tiki Barber on here.
Tiki.
I don't remember that one. I think he was just starting to get back.
I felt like Tiki just wasn't.
He was getting
like
back.
it was time. It was time for Tiki to go.
I remember I don't remember being really positive.
Didn't he get his intern pregnant while his wife was pregnant?
That's correct.
Yeah, sneaky Tiki right there. Boy, that's some headaches.
Oh, he's sneaky.
That's some headaches. Are you sure? You've checked twice?
Yeah.
Oh, man. All right, I'll call you back.
It's always weird when you one of your friends has 2 or 3 different moms. You're like, let me introduce you to the mom. Oh, and here's the other one. And they're like within a few months of each other. You're
saying, what?
So that's the Anthony Edwards experience.
Yeah. Number 9 is Michael Jordan.
Speaking of.
There you go. Again, that's that one. Did he have to? Was he forced into retirement there? There's a lot around that. I don't know. But he comes back.
Maybe we should do a documentary about it.
Maybe. Should we do like I don't know, what should we call it?
Let's call it Last Dance.
The Last Dance?
Yeah,
like
why
a
not?
10-parter?
See if it works.
Think we can milk that thing for everything it's worth? Really piss off all his teammates?
Workshop that.
Let's get the
work
30
that
for
one.
30 crew on that.
Yeah.
Luke Kuechly at number 8.
Oh,
Man, Luke
one of my
Kuechly.
favorite players I've ever scouted.
Unreal. 682, great call with Zach Orr. Yep, Zach Orr was phenomenal. North Texas Mean Green legend, was a stud linebacker with the Ravens and unfortunately had to retire. Now he's their defensive coordinator.
Was it I don't even remember what type of injury. Was it a neck thing?
I think it was a neck. Yeah, I think it was a neck. Ken Dryden.
Ken Dryden, the
number
goalie
7.
from the Montreal Canadiens?
Absolutely. Only Hall of Famer taken in the 64 NHL draft when the Canadiens selected him in the 3rd round, and then he ended up winning 6 Stanley Cups.
He was one of the first goalies that was actually really tall.
Who was the golfer that shut it down? Was that Bobby something?
Bobby Jones.
He just wanted to win
Bobby
4 or
Jones?
something like that.
He was Bobby
good?
Jones was an amateur.
Yeah.
He never wanted to play. He was a lawyer.
No, I'm not.
Oh, Terry Baker, speaking of lawyers, Heisman Trophy winner,
1962.
said, I'm good.
Oregon State.
No thanks, NFL. I'm going to lawyer it up.
Calvin Johnson comes in at number 6. Gosh, Calvin Johnson was so good. did you see the video of Spicy White, Cam Scatabo?
Spicy White.
They're showing pictures of players, like former players, and they're not old, like Calvin Johnson, and he has no idea who they are. Which, hey,
That's the problem with the NFL right now.
He was born in 2002, but he doesn't know who Calvin Johnson is.
That should have been your prime football watching.
Do you really even know ball?
Would it be cool if AI?
That's a fair question.
If AI could put their actual faces on TV, without the helmet, like the helmet would be invisible.
The helmet might ruin things a little bit. We do have some text coming in.
This is damn Megatron. All right,
Yeah.
you play football in any era,
record breaker.
and you don't know who freaking Megatron is.
Like he
read
is
a damn book, Scattaboo.
The gift of wide receivers, perfectly molded.
Still going to be running through some people's faces. I'll tell you what.
Oh, he is.
He's going to be rocking.
Patrick Willis
heads.
getting texted in. Sean Lee getting texted in. That win getting texted in. What about Michael Irvin? Can we consider Michael Irvin here? That unfortunate injury.
That was the end of the Dallas Cowboys when he was laying on that turf in Philly. I know that.
Bjorn Borg comes in at number 5.
Oh, I thought he had a kind of a long career.
He was just 24 years old, had 11 Grand Slam
When he
singles
retired,
titles.
he retired at 24?
He played in just one tournament. In 26 years old, he shocked the world when he decided to retire.
Oh, wow.
26
I did
retired.
not know
Isn't
that.
that crazy?
I thought he a lot longer than that.
Jim Brown at 4. The late, great Jim Brown.
Acting.
Ashley Barty comes in at number 3.
She was a party.
Jim Brown also had
Barty
some.
was a party.
Jim Brown also had some centerfolds he had to take care
Yeah,
of.
he
as
did.
well.
That Bush.
Big money.
Playgirl,
Barry Sanders coming in at 2.
Only you would know that.
dude.
A legendary story. But Andrew Luck is number 1, which that one was. I mean, my gosh, you're talking about one of the premier quarterbacks in the National Football League, and then all of a sudden it's the preseason, and we're getting an update at 29 years old. Andrew Luck is retiring.
That was one of the craziest experiences ever, getting that news.
How did he sound?
And I think
how did he tell everybody, Eric, that he was retiring?
Jack, and Tony Dungy, and I love the city. And what?
That was a city?
Yeah, city. Why? I got to turn in the playbook today, guys.
I love books.
But yeah, right. He's reading to kids at elementary schools now, and he was totally
Book
different.
clubs.
Well, now he's the GM.
He's a GM at Stanford.
Trying to make Stanford great again.
He fired a coach.
They lost that pitcher to Texas Tech. He's probably kicking himself.
I wouldn't be surprised if Justin Herbert pulls an Andrew Luck. Doesn't he put off those same vibes? Like, I'm going to stay at Oregon because I like learning.
Yeah.
You know?
Also, just like never lived up to the expectations.
Never living
Overrated.
up to the expectations. Nailed it. Hodgepodge coming up, Chief. Where are you taking us?
The Big Apple wants our kid plus the worst DQ of all time next in the nation.
Coming up.
have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan, and the Chief has a hodgepodge, I believe.
That's true. That is true. I also have a little bit of a pop quiz for the team. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. I came across the most insane single game stats ever in NFL history. Let's play. What's the number? What's the record number for the most interceptions thrown in a single game?
Ooh.
How many interceptions is the most interceptions that a coach allowed his quarterback to stay in and throw?
7?
College or pro? What are we talking about?
This is NFL. This is professional. This is the big boys. Lucius says 6. Walchuk says 7.
I know 5's happened.
How many Tony Romo threw in that Buffalo game?
That was 5. That was 5.
When you think of interceptions, is that who comes to your mind? Like, let's play this game.
Tony
How many
Romo.
Tony Romo?
He threw 5.
It was 5.
Yeah, he threw 5.
It was 5. I just
And
watched
still
that
win the
other night.
game.
Yeah.
It's
Still win the game, bro.
Regular season, of course.
Golf just did that this year against Houston.
Oh,
on
yeah.
Sunday
5
night.
picks, still won the game.
Yeah.
I don't know. When I think of interceptions, for some reason, I just go Nathan Peterman. It's just boom, immediately. That's my brain.
No, that's a good one.
But
I go Favre.
the actual
Favre,
number is from a guy named Jim Hardy back like in the 50s. He threw 8 interceptions.
8?
He was allowed to stay in the game where he threw 8 interceptions.
Must have had no other option.
Okay, what's the most sacks ever by a single player in a game?
Would that be Derek Thomas?
Ding! You nailed the player.
And it was against Seattle, and it was
Dave Craig.
8
of them.
I think it was.
7. So we'll give it to you.
No,
we'll give you full
did I say
credit.
7?
No, you just said Derek Thomas. You knew it.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah,
It was 7.
7 sacks in one game for
I'm
one
sorry,
player.
I should have said the number. 7.
It's all good.
How many Claiborne have against the Cowboys that day? Was that 6? 5?
I think it was 5.
5. That was against Green, Chaz Green.
Chaz Green. Gosh dang it. All right. The most receiving yards ever by one individual in a game. How many yards?
315.
It's a good number.
No, this happened to be, okay.
Well, I think Calvin Johnson had it.
Yeah.
No, I think Calvin Johnson got close.
This is
He
not
didn't
an
break it. It was Brandon Marshall. He might have had catches.
Brendan Marshall's got the catches.
Is that like 22?
21.
21.
That was going to be the next question. You nailed it.
This is not like an AFL thing where it was like the Jim Hennigan or something.
This is 1989.
Okay, 1989.
It's the Rams.
Flipper Anderson.
Flipper Anderson.
Flipper.
336 receiving yards.
Against the Saints.
Yeah. Oh, I don't even know who it was against, but
Yeah.
I'll take your word for it.
Monday Night Football.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Flipper Anderson is a badass name.
Isn't that great?
That is awesome.
Okay, 19. Let's see. Jeez, you got to go back to the 50s for the passing yards. This is also the Rams. But how many yards?
I don't
Bob
know.
Bob Waterford.
Bob Waterman.
No. I know this name.
Sales guy here.
This is a three-name gentleman. What are we looking for here?
Steve Van Dyke.
Passing yards in a game. How many yards?
Rams?
Yeah.
Oh gosh, Crazy Legs Hirsch. No, that was a runner.
Van Brocklin.
Norm Van Brocklin. Gosh, darn it. He's the coach.
554 passing yards, and then who's had the most rushing touchdowns? This is actually relatively recently. Most rushing touchdowns.
Well,
by an individual in a
it
game.
happened with against Minnesota. What was our guy? The New Orleans Saints.
Alvin Kamara.
Calvin Kamara.
You're on it, boys.
That was Christmas Day.
6 rushing touchdowns
against Minnesota, and he had a chance to break the record, and Sean took him out.
Yeah,
that's pretty disappointing. Yeah. Well, there's your little stat of the day quiz for you there. Nice work. That was fun. Nice work, boys. Okay, how about this
Crushed
one?
it, Brian.
Thanks, appreciate that.
This makes you even more excited that we have Tyler Booker in the interior, of course. Wolchuk, very excited that we have Cooper Beebe in the interior, Tyler Smith in the interior, because word from Broadus's guy, Jeremiah Trotter.
Oh, the Trotsky.
He's got a quote on Jalen Carter.
Okay.
Let's this junior, right? Not senior?
We've got the audio of this if you want to fire this
we
up.
actually have the sound? Let's save it. Let's save the sound. Let's save the sound.
At baseball around the bases is what we're going to do.
No. Play it now because I had it for it yesterday and we got shorter shows, so we're not able to get to it. So tee it up.
All right. Jeremiah Trotter on Jalen Carter.
Wait.
I copied it in the folder now, Lucius.
Okay, I see it. I'm about to say, bro.
Just a little refreshy fresh. We're good to go.
Come on, Lucius. You got it in there. Yeah. All right, here we go.
What's it like seeing a kid like Jalen Carter just burst onto the scene and just like command the entire defensive line? It felt like how great of a player could we be watching in Jalen Carter?
Well, we knew going into the draft he was the best player in the draft. He just dropped because he had some off the field issues, right? So he was, to me, it wasn't. I ain't gonna say it wasn't close, but he was on most people's boards. He was the best player in the draft that year, and he fell to the Eagles at what 10, 11?
10.
I think they traded up to 9.
9?
Yeah.
So there's nothing he's doing surprises me, you know. And the word is on the street, he doesn't even know how to play the position yet. I'm listen from some guys I talked to inside. He doesn't even know how to play the position yet.
Wow.
He's just playing off of raw talent.
Wow.
So the sky's the limit for this kid, you know. So I'm excited about his future.
Doesn't even know how to play the position yet. Hold on.
My guy,
hold on to
Jeremiah
your,
Trotter.
Your tushes in Philly. But they're not making the playoffs, so who cares?
Yeah, that guy. He'd be one of the best players on the team that didn't make the playoffs.
Not even going to make the playoffs this year.
He's just going to keep the string of best defensive players that don't make the postseason, right? The Raiders with Crosby, Myles Garrett's not making the playoffs with the Browns.
Micah with the Cowboys.
I like what he's doing here.
Keep it going. Keep the trend.
I like it. Okay, did you guys see? This is some BS, dude. California high school 400-meter champion had her gold medal stripped away for excessive celebration. She apparently did the thing where she like flipped her shoes off after winning the race and then like acted like she was doing a fire extinguisher on the shoes, which is, pretty incredible. With the celebration, I do like that. Apparently, it's paying homage to Maurice Green, who did it many moons ago in a 100-meter. And then he actually had the fire extinguisher out and he was doing it to his shoes. Pretty hilarious. But they took away her gold medal because of that.
For that?
Yes. She wins the race and then she does the celebration. And I get it maybe for like, hey, maybe don't do that. But to go as far as to take away the gold medal, I just feel like that's a little overboard.
I'm not taking away the kid's gold medal for anything short of punching a competitor after the race. And even then, I might be like, okay, you're in trouble, but you still won. That's brutal.
Yeah, we're not. I mean, even when you're the person who got second and then you get the gold, all of a sudden you're like, this doesn't even feel right. Everybody loses in this situation.
Just take it and move on.
Fire extinguisher. Yeah, wow. It's a pretty great celebration.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie.
I hope some pro athletes hook her up. You know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get that GoFundMe started.
Maybe she'll get some type of fire extinguishing NIL deal that'll make this all work out for her.
Hey, fire
or a
safety
shoe deal.
You know, Smokey the Bear will throw some money on it. I'm sure.
There you go. How about Mark Stein reporting, despite some speculation, he does not get the sense that Jason Kidd is sniffing out other opportunities, as we got word that the Knicks are absolutely interested in our very own Jason Kidd to replace Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah.
The Mavs aren't going to let him even chat with him.
No, and I heard the same about Ime Udoka. Yeah, with the Rockets. Yeah, you don't want to be looking for a coach. Now, if Jason Kidd would say, I want out of here, I'd be like, okay, you're totally jammed up. But then you can work out some level of a trade, I guess. But like, you're not just going to get our head coach for nothing here. I think he's one of the best on his deal. I think he's absolutely one of the best.
Give us back Brunson.
we get back Brunson. I mean, their picks. Nico Harrison would want nothing to do with Brunson. Not the epitome of like, this guy's in incredible shape, doesn't play any defense, and I mean that's pretty much the end of it. He can't even go in full-blown Luka assassin mode late in the game and just say, no, Indiana, this is not your time. This is Brunson time. And the Knicks is just a Brunson family-owned dealership at this point. Doesn't it feel like that? Like too insulated. They're not moving on from Brunson. Okay, and then there's another story. This is a crazy one. This comes courtesy of Tennessee. Okay, Tennessee dad ends up having to Old Yeller the dog because the dog is eating the chickens. Okay. Son hears the gunshot. 17-year-old son runs in, starts fighting his dad, stabs the dad. Oh, no. Oh, that's bad. We have dad versus dog versus son. And now the son is imprisoned. And is dad dead? He had actually, no, dad's going to be fine. Oh, you shake that off. You don't call the cops on your son for stabbing you. You go to the hospital. Say, I fell on a knife. Trying to kill my chickens or my dog. Well, the son apparently he was trying to get the handgun. Unfortunately, only was able to get the knife to slash Pops. But that is might have been the last straw. I figured this would be more of a Florida family story, but this comes courtesy of Tennessee. Southern Charm. Yeah.
Southern Charm.
Not too far off. Appreciate it, Chiafalo. It's a terrific report. And thank you for that. The 1 hour down, 3
I
to
bet
go.
that dog get to eat some chickens now, though. How about that? Keep your hands off my damn dog. Pops. I'm going to poke you again.
I'm going to have hell to pay when that baby duckling comes out and figure out a way to get rid of that.
I told you we can move. I have a place of refuge for the.
That's right, Cooper
duck.
Clinic.
That's right.
Gonna find a nice duck family to drop
duck
it off.
family,
at, right?
there we go. I don't know. We're trying to hide that. Maybe
More like Doc's family. I've heard there's a difference in wild ducks and domestic ducks, and if you have a domestic duck, you can raise that quite easily.
They might
It'd be your buddy.
They might say something to him along the way. The duck. Yeah,
I would think so.
I seen a woman take her pet duck to the pond with all the other ducks.
Yeah.
It jumped in the water and got destroyed.
Yes.
Just beat up. They just duck after duck just going over there.
Who are you?
Just straight WrestleMania on their duck.
Invader.
This lady was crying, screaming, "Give me a duck!"
So
oh my God.
All right, Dawson, we're not going to do that. I don't want to see the duck just get destroyed.
Yeah, I'll see you there. I mean, if they come after that duck, they're going to have hell to pay. Wouldn't be the first duck I've taken out.
Quack, 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 Mr. Dawson.
But they say you got to drop the duckling off in the first week with a mom that has ducklings.
Yeah,
and then you can sneak it in. Okay, we'll talk about the top stories that have been breaking throughout your afternoon. Rangers and more coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation, the fam.
Let's chat trade.
by our D&M Leasing Studios.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day as we move into hour number 2. We have Stars, we have Rangers. Might have a little bit of Cowboys in here for you. I'd love to know if there's a UFL insider out there, Brian, that could maybe tell us what Stephen Jones might be talking about. All right, let's jump into this. The Franklin Injury Attorney text line is open for you at 877-881-1053. Just leave your name and city you're texting from. We'll make you famous here in the G-Bag Nation. Yeah, Stephen Jones said a lot of stuff yesterday. Said, we've obviously we're paying a little attention. We don't have anything on the front burner, but we found a player or two through the UFL. We're watching that in terms of those guys doing a good job over there, and we'll see if there's anybody who can help us there. And we'll just keep our eyes on what might become available. Like a Cavante Turpin version at cornerback or something would be pretty amazing right now, Brian?
Sure.
Maybe defensive tackle, anything like that?
Yeah, they've done a good job. Got the kicker and a big-time returner out of it. Guy can play a little wide receiver for you as well.
I know Breland Speaks is down there. Jacob Sailors is a running back. I'm giving you a list of the best players. Willie Harvey Jr. with the Battlehawks. I don't know. We'll do a deep dive on the best UFL players here today.
We might figure this. Yeah, we'll figure this thing out.
Didn't we have Willie Harvey at one point? Name sounded familiar.
I thought we did.
He's a linebacker.
Yeah.
We saw him just make an interception recently in that league, but yeah, they kicked the tires on him last year.
All right. So, I mean, linebacker depth wouldn't hurt either. Look at how negative Evan Grant is being about your Rangers, though. I'm sure, Wolchuk's going to have more on this coming up and around the basis. I know I'll have some strong takes on this topic, Brian.
Rocker got brought up, too. Do we see that?
Oh, he did?
Yeah,
Yes,
Rocker,
yes.
yeah.
As scheduled. That's brilliant. Grant's angle is like the road woes of 2025. It just makes a difficult proposition to make up much hay when it comes to this team having a great summer. The loss yesterday drops them to 9-19 in road games. Only the White Sox at 6-26 are worse. And like their batting average on the road is the worst, and their on-base percentage is .276 on the road. It's disgusting. And they're scoring just 3.07 runs per game on the road, which is higher than I would have guessed. But I don't know. I just think that all goes with a horrible first 2 months of the season, and there's nothing in particular about being on the road that would make me nervous. I just think the Rangers need to start playing better.
Agreed. Yeah, I mean, all these guys, what they're capable of is so much more than this. I hope that there's not some type of toxic just workplace. Everybody's down and they can't muster up what it takes to be the best version of themselves. But I would like to think ultimately this thing will get back going in the right direction. You've seen glimpses of it, but it's just the consistency factor. I mean, you got guys that, man, on any given night, Wyatt Langford can look like the guy that we all expect him to. Yeah. But as Skip Bayless would say, he looks more like Quiet Langford these days.
And then last night's game, just with the 1 run and the 4 hits, thankfully Doley comes in and he's going to start tonight. I mean, that's good, but that just takes the wind out of the sails. This is like the 3rd time, I think, so far this year where it's like, okay, here we go. And, maybe, if they get shut out or something crazy happens tonight, I think it's right back to another one of those times with the Rangers where we're looking for how they're going to respond to it next. I don't know if they have anything else they can do for the time being. I mean, Asuna is up. We've done the cycle with Berger. You benched Adolis García. So tonight is crucial. These next couple of games are just massive for, our confidence level in this team. Now, the Suns are going to hire Cleveland Cavaliers assistant coach Jordan Ott at the franchise's next head coach. Sources telling ESPN. So I think that leaves us off the hook as far as Sean Sweeney and head coach opportunities. Brian, I think this is a win for the Mavs.
Yeah, I was talking to some folks at the Mavs about this, but Sweeney's sounds like he's got some opportunities to be able to maybe move on, maybe move south here. I was hearing maybe that San Antonio might be involved or something. So
that'll tick me right off.
Maybe
lateral move. He's just going to go lateral move. This
I don't know,
thing?
man.
Maybe they money whip him.
I tell you, sometimes though, if you're in a situation where they give you more responsibility, maybe give you more, a little bit more, like you mentioned, the money and stuff like that, and
your path to head coach is a little clearer.
Maybe so. I wondered if he would get an opportunity if, in fact, that you talked about, Kidd somehow gets out of his contract and ends up with the Knicks. If that's what they want to do, something like that. then maybe Sean would have an opportunity here. But yeah,
I don't know anything about him as a head coach, but I mean, as an assistant, doesn't he get like the second most credit after Jason Kidd for bringing this defense together in the last 5 years?
I think he's one of those guys that people. I mean, the fact that he's starting to get them interviews and stuff like that, I think is a good thing for him. I've heard nothing but really great things about him as a coach.
Yeah,
and so
seems like he's a real difference maker. Like that would be a
he's
a tough
one of these
loss.
guys that.
And
Like,
he's been with Kidd for a long time.
Yeah, it's been a long time, and he's one of those guys that when you talk to people again around the league, they're like, hey, this guy, he gets it. He knows how to work with players. Look at the guys he's been with. Here's
the ultimate test. Do we know if Luka liked him?
That's one of the things I was really I was asking people about. I said, well, how did he get along with Luka? And like he got along really well when he was in Milwaukee. With Giannis.
Yeah. Giannis actually likes to play defense, though, so I can understand if there was some friction there.
He tends to be able to see eye to eye with the star player, and I think that's why people are going to interview him and things.
Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed. If it comes down to money, I mean, there's a familiarity and a success pattern with the Mavs, and I think the Mavs are closer to a championship than the Spurs, but the Spurs are another one of those teams with the second pick. I get to stay inside the state and maybe go play with a guy who's going to totally transform the league. I don't know how good Wembanyama is going to be right now. Mm-hmm. Clearly a top 15 guy. I thought he was going to be the best player in the league. And bigs develop slowly, So by the time he's 28 years old, he could be totally dominant, and you could be finding yourself in a Popovich situation down there.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things to consider. But as you mentioned, Brian, the Knicks apparently are interested in Jason Kidd. Would you want to leave if you're Kidd right now? Would you want to leave? Is this too much drama? Or are you good?
No, I would still want. I mean, the Cooper Flag thing would have changed everything for me. Like if I was Kidd up until the lottery balls, yeah, I would want out of here because that just feels like that's a disaster situation. But now the Cooper Flag thing has changed. I would imagine everyone's outlook on this particular team and their future and whatnot.
I know he did choose to go play in Brooklyn instead of come back to the Mavs. That was 15 years ago. How much do you love New York? Like, New York is one of those cities that people have a love affair with. Some people have a love affair with the state of Texas, and Jason Kidd might have a love affair with both. I would look at New York like they hit their peak, and it wasn't enough. Here, I can win a championship. Maybe New York's an option.
Can you win in the West?
Yeah. I mean, they won the West last year. I would think if
can you? Yeah, I get okay. That's you're right.
I just don't know how many coaches really want to even deal with James Dolan.
Yes,
like that's super off-putting.
Yeah,
that guy. But Tibbs was there for 5 years.
Yeah,
that's Tibbs' MO. Tibbs is like we talked about.
He lasted that long.
Like that you talk about the half decade, and then everybody says enough. We've had enough. He took them further than anybody. There's in a while. So, I mean, you look at the list of guys that they've had coach at that place.
Isn't it just obvious to you that it should be Mike Malone, though? Like, his attitude, his edge. I mean, he might join those lunatics after a game in the streets yelling into cameras. Yeah. Hey, the head coach is out here, Knicks and 6. He is a wild man, and I just think his edge is perfect for New York. He's won a championship. If I'm the Knicks, I'm not looking much farther than Mike Malone. Are you, Chief?
Well, I mean, you have quite a few different options if you want to go. I mean, do you want to dip back into the old school? Do you want to try and do the Jeff Van Gundy thing? I know Lucius would be all about that. I think we would all think that would be pretty fun. But you also have like the Jay Wright stuff that's gotten floated out there because
Jay Wright has said on podcasts and shows and stuff that they always ask him, who would you like to coach? And he says the Knicks.
Yeah.
He says, well, okay, well, if you're going to do this, he goes, I'd love to coach the Knicks.
And now they got a bunch of his former like Villanova guys. Mm-hmm. So like that could make some sense.
I think that I don't think it matters. I shouldn't even say this. But the thing about it is sometimes when you hire these coaches, you owe a guy $30 million. Sometimes you don't want to hire the next guy, and you don't want that to be a $15 million coach. Or
yeah, get away from you quickly.
Yeah. So,
I mean, they gave Phil Jackson $60 million like 10 years ago.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden you're still kind of paying that off, and your teams tend to like, okay, if we're having to pay off a coach, let's not have the next guy be as high price as a coach.
No, that makes sense.
The Knicks are one of the most valuable franchises in sports. I think they're over the $7 billion range.
I think it's one of the few that if I'm Jason Kidd, I'm like, wow, the Knicks want me?
Yeah.
No, but wow, that's interesting. Okay. Tim Kalishaw, fresh stuff on your Stars in the Morning News about an hour ago. Says all indications several players spoke out against DeBoer in the exit interviews. His benching of Ottinger just 7 minutes and 2 goals into Game 5, their principal concern. On top of that, DeBoer was almost flippant 2 days later when he said he hadn't talked to Otter and asked if he needed to worry about his relationship with other players. And he says, this, I'm afraid, is what is going to get DeBoer fired with a year remaining on his contract. And, you know, hey, it's an opinion piece. Kalishaw is a columnist. When he writes about other stuff, I don't read it. But Kalishaw knows his hockey. He's a proper hockey man. He's well networked around the league. Him saying that, I guess I consider it a legitimate possibility. Now, I think it'd be one of the biggest mistakes you could make. But I'll trust Jim Nill.
Yeah, I'll trust him too. You've obviously tied yourself to Otter for many, many years. So if you can't get that relationship fixed, then, and I wonder how much that rubs all the other players on that team the wrong way. Like, what are we doing? I mean, that was alarming to me, the idea that he's not having a face-to-face conversation with Otter before they get to meeting with the media. Like, you had plenty of time to do that, and you just neglected to. So, and I think a lot of this comes down to how does Otter feel?
Yeah.
And how much of a stink does he make of all this?
Yeah.
But also, who's the guy that you're pinpointing that's replacing DeBoer?
Yeah. I mean, key player, you know, maybe you look at him and you see a player that is dispensable. And you're Jim Nill like, wow, Pete, you know, good job benching him. I can't believe we lost faith in him again. We got to trade him. I can't believe we did this 8-year, $64 million with this goaltender who is hot and cold in the playoffs. It's too much money for a guy like, I don't know what Jim and Gags are thinking right now. You know, I could take this either way. I would back the coach with his resume. Unless all the players come to me and say we're not going to be able to get it back going for him next year, you know. And then as the owner, you have a very difficult situation because, you know, trying to find a new coach right now that's better than DeBoer, you could end up going backwards big time. I think it's crazy. Okay, when you lose, it's toxic, and you got to let the great coaches have a little bit of time. I think he'll have this figured out by the time they get ready in the fall. The Wings' journey to Dallas may have gotten complicated. 3 city council members expressing hesitation about $55 million for the facility in far west Oak Cliff that you know, is in some pretty good real estate for development. They have their eyes on a $55 million facility. But Paul Ridley, Kathy Stewart, Jesse Moreno wrote in the city manager memo saying that they have significant concerns on the alignment of the city's goals for downtown activation and fiscal responsibility. So got some haters coming in there on the Wings. Of course, I grew up in the Portland metro area. I covered Pac-10 sports. I'm very familiar with these kind of political grandstandings that say, oh, you know, as long as we have issues affecting education and childhood hunger, I will not spend $1 in this district for sports. And I get it. You know, it's I don't want any of those bigger social problems happening either. But investing in sports infrastructure is one of the best things you can do for the quality of life. Let me just say that to any city council members, you know, or any. And by the way, you lost the vote. Okay, let's get the practice facility built. Let's get these gals the perfect facility here to, you know, to bring some glory. But don't you guys see that? Like, when it comes to how the government should be spending money, can we invest in stuff that's going to improve my quality of life? I know sports can seem hollow, but that's a trap. You know, like, oh, we can't invest in this when we have other bigger problems. Well, then what are we going to enjoy? You know, I don't think you could spend money on anything else in DFW other than sports that would bring that much quality of life improvement into our daily lives.
I'd love to talk to the people at Frisco about their investment in the Star, because you look how that seems to be, that has been a perfect marriage with the ability of the Frisco Independent School District to use that facility for its football games or women's soccer games. I've seen soccer matches played in there for graduations.
And that vision's really starting to mature now.
I mean, and you know, nothing better. I mean, they've come in there and they've said, listen, we'd be happy to build and be a part of this. And they have a great partnership with the Cowboys. And so that's one of those things when you build something that really everybody gets the benefit out of.
Yes.
You know, as a city, the city of Frisco, that is That's a shining jewel right there.
It's beautiful when you drive through there now. It's like, wow, this is like the third biggest downtown. It's not too far off from Fort Worth.
Well, it's really, the Frisco is just a very, very nice area. But I just feel like that, sometimes you feel like that, oh, we're going to get shortchanged here. The team's going to take over. But no, man, the number of things that goes on at the Star and at the Ford Field and stuff like that, it's really a amazing partnership that they have. And I don't know why more cities don't try and do things where you could build something for a professional team, but also find a way to use it as well. Have the ability to be able to take advantage of it.
All right, Bill Barnwell did a piece on boom or bust new acquisitions. 2 Cowboys are on that list, and it'll lead the C note for you. The Cowboys news of the evening coming up next, fam.
Spread the word. Go ahead, do it. I'll wait. All right, there you go.
Ladies and gentlemen,
The G-Bag Nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
KRL-Golf.com.
Segment of the Fan is brought to you by Knife Steakhouse.
Enjoy culinary excellence at Knife Steakhouse in Plano, helmed by Michelin star awarded chef John Tizar. Voted the best steakhouse in Dallas. Knife Steakhouse invites you to experience lunch and dinner 7 days a week. Elevate any occasion with exclusive private dining spaces and handcrafted cocktails. Visit knifeplano.com for reservations.
Yeah, buddies, welcome back. G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Krusty's Corner is coming up here in 15 minutes. It's time now for the C-Note, the Cowboys news of the evening. Looking forward to being at Tolbert Garage Door tomorrow with those beautiful G-Bag tumblers. Please join us, bounce houses, food trucks. It's going to be a scene tomorrow, and we hope you can join us. Segment here brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's no out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Okay, we go to NFL offseason signings, trades that could break out or flop. This is Bill Barnwell, ESPN. He makes a hell of a case for Javonte Williams as a flop. Okay, I'll give you a few of the scathing excerpts. Since 21, the only back with at least 600 carries to post a worse success rate than Williams is Najee Harris, who somehow couldn't bring his athleticism to bear for Pittsburgh. Now he's up with the Chargers, right? But anyway, yeah. Barnwell says, Williams is saying all the right things this offseason about recovering from his injury and being at his best, but he was league average before the ACL tear and has not reached that level since. This team is overvalued running back, and now they're maybe undervaluing running back and looking for bargains. But they say only $1 million of the $3 is guaranteed, so there's a slim but plausible chance he doesn't even make the active roster week 1. I'd say it's likely Williams gets there, but that we see him strictly in a rotational role. He's not likely to reach Dowdle's heights in workload or production. I mean, I think at with not giving anything up for him and being $3 million. I don't know. It's hard. It would be hard to call that a flop, but I would not be surprised at all if he's not productive enough to be in the rotation.
Well, I mean, I think flop is just because of the. That was their main move, I guess. I mean, Miles Sanders, of course, but it's like that was you got him to kind of be a starter for you.
Yeah.
If this was like a third on the depth chart kind of move, then it'd be like, okay, this is like the guy that you were expecting to basically be your starter.
Yeah, you're right about that. And he did have that one big year early, and then the injury. I mean, under 4 yards per attempt while teammates are doing better. That's how he got his opportunity. I do think, when Sean Payton moves on from you, that should probably go against your ledger as well because of how good he is at evaluating offensive backfield people. But yeah, I think, we can hope for the best for Javonte Williams. What I think is worst case scenario though, is that we find Zeke 2.0 where they're telling us we got to leave him in there because his pass pro is so good compared to the other guys.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah. And as a receiver, I mean, I've been a little bullish on what Javonte Williams could do. It's been interesting that it sounds like Miles Sanders has looked a little bit better, at least at OTAs.
More juice, they say.
But let's get the pads on and let's go see. I mean, it's not surprising. Like, Javonte Williams isn't a guy that I would associate with juice. That's what Jaden Blue's for. Javonte Williams would be kind of like your first down back, maybe second down back. I mean, certainly he can play that third down role in terms of pass protection, but Blue's the guy that's going to give you the juice. I was hoping coming off of injury, now you're 2 years removed, can he get back to the type of player he was? Now, if he can't, it was a 1 year, $3 million deal. Yeah. I mean, it'd be fine. Yeah, I don't think Miles Sanders and Javonte Williams are both going to make the roster. One of them will outplay the other. I think the other one will end up being a cut before the season starts.
But I think all fans or all observers are hoping that it's Blue, because the upside for Blue is, hey, we have a top 20 back in the league. The upside for these other guys is they're kind of older and just hanging on to making money while being average. George Pickens, wide receiver Cowboys, is more in the boom category than the bust. Goes from the run-heavy Steelers to high-tempo and pass-first Cowboys. We'll see if they're still pass-first, but even if they're not, you can have plenty of huge numbers with your quarterback only passing 30 times a game. Obviously, the upgrade at quarterback has to be massive for Pickens. Maybe that's why he says he forced his way out. An ideal X that allows Lamb to play in the slot. He has the second most slot targets over the last 3 years in the NFL. The red zone concern was interesting from Barnwell, and that's where maybe the quarterback came into play, but he had 48 red zone targets in his career in Pittsburgh. Only 5 of those were touchdowns. So is that scheme?
Prettiest one I've ever seen was the one he had against the Commanders this year.
Yeah, the percentage that ball was going to be caught was extremely low.
But to your point, Dawson, I wonder with the way that he plays, kind of that loose ability that he has, that I wonder if he's really going to be a really great red zone player for you with the route running and stuff like that. That maybe he kind of plays a little loose, a little free. And I wonder if, when you're down there, you have to kind of be precise, but he knows how to get open. And so I just wonder if his style of play is really conducive to red zone offense.
I mean, I guess fair question. I am extremely bullish now that think about it, when you're a defense and you're going up against Pittsburgh and you're in the red zone. Your running back sucks. We just talked about Najee Harris. He's Javonte Williams.
No question.
Your quarterback doesn't scare you at all. And what other pass catcher scares you? I will double and triple George Pickens and dare anybody else in that offense to beat us. Now I have a respectable quarterback.
They have a decent tight end, right?
Freiermuth.
Yeah,
sure. Yeah. But now it's like I got to worry about CeeDee Lamb. I got to worry about Ferguson down here, Dak. I mean, I think a lot of the Cowboys' red zone issues can be helped, not completely solved with George Pickens, but certainly helped. Can you run the ball? Is Dak willing to run the ball at all? Those are things that give you advantages in the red zone. I think Pickens in the red zone, he will have his best red zone season ever.
I like what you're saying, though. I just wonder, though, as a route runner, it's probably there's a little bit of that, but you have to have a little bit of that. Sometimes when things break down, you have to have that ability to play a little loose down there and him to find space.
I think a ball placement. Do you need routes if I can just push you into the end zone and turn around and jump?
I agree with Chief. I think he's going to be outstanding down. I do. I just kind of wonder when you ask the question.
Theorizing why has he not been?
Why is
really
he not?
great?
And then you start to think about Pittsburgh, and you got quarterbacks that can't get him the ball.
The quarterback play would be definitely a big reason why.
Okay, Malik Hooker left yesterday's practice with back spasms, but is expected to return tomorrow for the practice. George Pickens did have a tremendous play and has switched to the number 3 jersey. Elijah Clark was getting discussion in yesterday's show. The team's highest paid undrafted free agent. You had a number of guys who were injured at safety, so he got some first team reps in the secondary yesterday, and that is a very interesting story to continue to track.
He's been getting, since media practices, he's been getting work even before they had Hooker and Wilson and those guys go out. Last week, they guys that watch practice were telling me that he had been getting work with the ones.
Is there a buzz like maybe he could be a super surprise undrafted?
Oh, sure. Yeah, and there's his ability. He's kind of built like a corner. We talked about this yesterday. He's like a 6'1", 180
slender guy.
Yeah, but he is really good playing downhill. He's a willing tackler. I don't know how much real coverage you really want to put him in, but he's always around the ball. And the Cowboys are looking for a guy. This to me, and I talked to some folks over there. This guy was on their board 5th, 6th round.
So that's Elijah Clark, safety out of Oregon.
No, Syracuse.
Yeah.
And when they pay a guy that type of guaranteed money as an undrafted rookie free agent, he's going to be playing this year for them.
Yeah, he will.
I mean, Brevin Spanford was the guy last year that did it. Marquise Bell is another one that they've done. These guys end up making the team, or at worst case, they try to slide them on the practice squad, but at some time they're elevated and they're getting playing time.
Well, that's great. I think we can hope that Bell and Thomas can be okay, and they have options, I think, to kind of be sufficient. But if you can get a breakout youngster on this team at that position, I think the opportunity is there to be a starter.
Yeah, Bobby Belt is listening to the program. Thank you for doing this. Bobby said, he was out there, been at the Star every practice, and he says Clark is a guy they think has the best shot to make the roster. Bobby chiming in that way.
Out of the
thanks,
undrafted
Robert.
guys.
Yep.
Well,
Thanks, Bobby. We love you.
Bobby will be in the building tomorrow. Tolbert Garage Door, Mesquite. Looking forward to that party.
Oh, yeah, right on.
He's excited for the bounce house.
Is he running the bounce house? That's what I was going to think he was doing.
Absolutely. He's going to be in his hoodie, bounce house, just sweating
profusely.
I mean, it's a great opportunity tomorrow to bring your kids out. I was thinking, is there any way I could wrangle Remy? I know she would have a blast there, and maybe Abby's up for a little babysitting or something like that. Yeah, a waiver, and you're good. So we have the final OTA practice tomorrow, and then mini camp next week for 3 days.
Mandatory, So the media will be available to be out there all 3 days.
And obviously Mike is going to be there. I assume Trayvon Diggs is going to be there. What do you think? Was he not aware of the clause in his contract that it was going to cost him $500K?
I was wondering that. I'm like, who's his agent?
It's possible. I don't know.
Who is his agent?
Maybe he just doesn't care.
Yeah, maybe that. Maybe he's that irritated with the Cowboys that he doesn't even want to walk in the building right now and be bummed by it. And if you have that salary, it's still 1/40th. $500,000 is still a significant amount. That's 2.5% of your annual income. I think if my math is right. So, maybe the Cowboys have a situation on their hands with a player that doesn't want to be here and already has one foot out the door. But the great news there is Trayvon Diggs is continuing to post social medias of his rehab, and it looks good, So if he could come back from these knee injuries and had a second half of the season like his first couple of seasons in the league, that'd be a difficult spot to be in. But I would hope that the Cowboys move on because I just think we've seen enough there. Nick Harris is coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll talk Cowboys with the Star-Telegram beat writer. Krusty's Corner is coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, I've got some questions for my guys about these Dallas Cowboys. We'll surely do that next.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, Game 1 of the Cup.
something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, that's your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
thefan.com/adopt.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 420, 3 Cooper flag trades that have been floated. I want to hit you with these coming up at 420. Time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king.
3 trades of like why you would do it? Are they good trades? Are they reasonable trades? Or are they just...
I think they're realistic trades.
Realistic trades.
Yeah. I'm going to test your commitment level here to Cooper Flag coming up at 420, Brian.
I'm with you on that. About to test your commitment level.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you this question, though, Dawson.
Shoot.
You can only sign one. You can only sign one. You sign Pickens or Bland next year, after next year. You only sign one, Pickens or Bland. And tell me why you would sign either Pickens or Bland.
I'm going to sign George Pickens because I think he has the chance to be excellent, and I think Deron Bland is going to be one of these guys who's about top 25 at his position, getting paid like a top 5 guy.
That's a pretty good argument. That is a pretty good argument. I am very hopeful that now, off the injury from last year, Bland will be back to being the best version of himself.
Mm-hmm.
The versatility of boundary and inside is nothing to scoff at with him.
Yeah.
And you can find receivers. It's hard to find legit corners.
Yeah.
So based on that, and especially where the wide receiver money is now, talking about committing like probably $30 million to 2 receivers each, that's a tough way to allocate the dollars. So I would just go with the corner. If I didn't have Lamb, it'd be a different story. But I got Lamb. I'm willing to pay one bona fide stud receiver at a time. I can find other receivers.
Does it bother you at all that your offense just seems to need another guy? That
it doesn't bother me. I just feel like I can find that guy. It's not like, hey, George Pickens leave and then here we go, Tolbert or Mingo. It's like, no, you got to go get a legit receiver. But if you actually care about the position, it's one of those that you can go get.
Yeah. Derek Eagleton said the same thing you did today, though. He says
Smart man.
He says it's harder to find good corners as it is to find good wide receivers. But I think we're getting closer. I'm going to ask you this same question, Wilchup, because you look at the draft. Do you feel like, though, that would you take Pickens knowing that you know what you know about wide receivers in drafts? Or would you take Bland what you know about corners in these drafts?
I'd still lean Bland. I think this past year we did probably have more corners that I liked than wide receivers, but I think that was an outlier year. Typically, I think we've been really rich when it comes to the wide receiver group. So I mean that's why I advocated for them to give Diggs the money, because it's just tough to find corners like that. Unfortunately, that's definitely aged poorly with the injuries and maybe the personality of the player. But I'd lean Bland. I hope George Pickens has an awesome year, but we got to just see how all this unfolds. There could be a lot that still goes with the George Pickens on your roster.
Are you predicting doom and gloom like you're predicting Detroit and Philly not making the playoffs?
For the Cowboys or just for George Pickens? No,
George Pickens.
I think it's contract year. I think this is going to be, for the most part, very, very positive. But I do think I'd rather somebody else shell out the $30 million than the Cowboys for him.
Man, I'm surprised. I'm surprised about, so no thought about trying to kind of help Dak there on that?
With all due respect to that conversation.
I mean, I know, okay, it seems like to me there's a couple of, you guys have moved on. in your mind, you've moved on from Dak.
I've
right?
just seen they had 3 really good wide receivers. People were saying they got 3 ones at that time with Amari Cooper, CeeDee Lamb, and Michael Gallup.
Yep.
And that didn't do anything for you. You lost in the wild card round of the playoffs.
So
now, they still need to add a receiver if they lose George Pickens, and they should draft one, probably, is what the answer will be.
I think they were trying to draft one.
Oh, yeah.
The guy just
if
didn't
Ted
get
was
to,
there, they'd have taken him.
I don't think the guy. Eric, are you making this decision because of the quarterback?
No, I'm making this decision. I think this is like a realistic decision that most teams that like, despite the quarterback, I would be leaning with my corner over my wide receiver 2. Cornerback 1 or wide receiver 2. And again, it's not like, hey, Dak, I don't want you to have a stud. I'm going to go replace him with a cheap guy in the draft because I feel like, generally speaking, that is a position that you can get in the draft.
Ultimately, I would like the option of signing neither. I think with Lamb and a draft pick, you're going to have enough firepower, but I want to continue to invest in the run game and the defense. Line of scrimmage stuff.
Where are you at, Broadus?
I was to the offense.
Yeah.
I was to the offense. Because to me, I look at it as I struggle with the whole Dak thing.
Yeah, you want to give him an explosive passing game.
Every time I ask, please give him another coordinator, please give him more weapons, and then you're right. He had the 3 guys that didn't work out. I think that you've made such an investment in that position that I'd like to see it. It's hard finding corners though, man. But I think that with this Ravel, I think you might have stole one.
I think so too. I think
you
what
might
makes
have
Bland
stole
special is he might not want to do it.
You stole him.
But and the Cowboys do have a good history of getting some guys on day 3.
Yeah.
But I like Bland's in the slot, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Eric.
Yes, sir. I
played this game with Vach last night on our podcast. Did we do? Have I mentioned that before?
You guys do a podcast?
Stop me if I have mentioned it before. Kaiir cornerback, continues to make plays. And this is the game it's called C and Oxnard.
Sir.
C and Oxnard.
I like how you guys are using that, by the way.
Yeah, we're going to give you credit for it. You got a good podcast too, by the way.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I love watching you guys, though.
I appreciate you. What's the name of it again? I always like to get reminded.
We're at How About Wow on YouTube.
That's right.
Maybe I'll put the link in the YouTube chat now.
Please do. That'd be great. Appreciate that. All right. But I played this game. It's called C and Oxnard. And what it's based really on is what we've seen in OTAs, or what the media part is what we've seen in OTAs.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked Fachi these questions, but I started with Elam. And I said, he continues to make plays on the ball during these media practices. Are you encouraged by this, or C and Oxnard?
This is a total C and Oxnard for me. Especially, and shout out to our guy Tony in the 214, who's an avid G-bagger and loves him some Kaiir Elam. He will get all the credit in the world from me if Elam ends up being a stud. But like,
he is showing up there. These media things, he's knocking balls down and stuff.
I think at least from what we read about yesterday's, it was so windy outside they had to move everything inside. And Dak is underthrowing a deep ball when Pickens has multiple steps on him. And it's an underthrown ball in the wind that Kaiir Elam gets to take advantage of.
All right.
Did he intercept it? Or did he just knock it down?
He's
knocking down an underthrown ball in the wind.
He's getting
that thing.
He's getting hands on the ball.
No, that's a C and Oxnard, sir, for me.
How about you there, Wooly?
Yeah, I probably need to see it in Oxnard, but I'm optimistic about this.
Okay, I asked you if you were encouraged or C in Oxnard. It's one or the other.
Are you seeing Walchuk on the fence right now? Is that what you're doing?
Your
eyeballs are telling you
I'm
he's on the
just
fence.
asking, did he just kind of give an answer like he was trying to go the fence?
Well, I'm giving my answer. I haven't been able to see him, but it is great to see that he's getting his hands on the football.
Are you encouraged by what you're hearing from your media?
I absolutely am. Very much so.
100%. Yeah. I mean, yes. I thought Kaiir Elam was a total throwaway.
I'm encouraged.
We're bringing in a bust here to pretend he can play corner, but yeah, that's good. He's actually out there making plays.
Hey, Walchuk went bold yesterday with his predictions. Let him get back to the fence for a few minutes before he goes bold again.
Fence writing. I try not to do this, but I got to get my own eyes out there to make my own assessment. But yes, very encouraged.
No, but we're hearing like,
this is just hearsay.
That's what I'm saying. It's total hearsay right now. So, but a lot of Cowboy fans are that way too.
You got to evaluate with your eyeballs, not your ears.
Yeah.
No news would be bad news in this situation. right? We're hearing news, and it's good.
They're hearing news. All right.
I mean, I would call it like 5% encouraged, though.
How about this one, Wooly?
Okay.
Miles Sanders is showing more juice than the other running backs during these media practices. Encouraged or C in Oxnard?
Yeah, this is a big time C in Oxnard. I'm
glad you're not riding the fence on this one.
I'll believe it. I'll believe it when
He's
I see
back.
it. I don't know about Miles Sanders just yet. I got to see this one.
I'm not surprised at all. I mean, you go to Carolina, nothing's going on with the offense. Your quarterback is in an early career crisis. You don't have weapons. Of course, you're not going to be able to run, which means not much tread off the tires in those 2 years, Brian. I'm excited about Miles Sanders. I think he's got a much better chance than Javonte Williams.
Ooh.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, I went, ooh, is like, that's a good statement.
Yeah.
How about you there, Chief?
In terms of like him being better than Javonte Williams, I am like buying that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but like how like he looks like he's got more juice than Javonte Williams doesn't really mean
surprise you?
It doesn't super surprise me, no.
No.
I think Javonte Williams.
Why are you hearing more about him than Blue?
Now that's the thing that is I'm just taking that as young, slow playing, learning, trying to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
But
he's just not. Blue's just not going to be a starter for you. Year one.
Dawson's asking. We need him to be a starter. Right, Dawson?
When you talk about OTAs, if you told me before OTAs we're going to hear about a running back with juice, I'm thinking Blue. I'm thinking Blue.
Yeah.
And we haven't heard really anything about it.
Okay, not to bring up my podcast, How About Wow, again on YouTube, but we just did a comp for Kamara and Work Done, who both won Offensive Rookie of the Year, and they both played with guys who were getting the majority of the carries. All you needed from a dude was like 12 touches a game in Blue. So I don't need to have all the carries. If he does, that would be ideal. But I think he can have a massive impact considering how much this team needs the wiggly guys.
They need the wiggly guys. He's going to end up being your best runner.
I think so.
4-2-8.
I think so too. I think so too. All right, Dawson.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. You're going to like this one. Joe Milton has been feast or famine during these media practices. I'm going to change this to worried or C in Oxnard.
C in Oxnard. Yeah, I'm hoping. I'm hoping Joe Milton can start putting this thing together. I'm skeptical because of his accuracy, but yeah, you know, I'm not worried. I started very skeptical that he could be good. So, you know, I'm just waiting for these couple of preseason games. Go out there, put on a show.
Mm-hmm.
Can you repeat exactly what you described that as?
What'd you describe that as?
Worried
about Joe Milton?
Yeah. Just like all of a sudden you'd see like 2 or 3 interceptions of practice, but you also see like 2 or 3 like big time throws.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is sort of what we expected in my mind.
Okay.
You know, I'm hoping that at some point over, I guess it'll be some level of CU and Oxnard that you can, by the end of it, it's not guaranteed that he's just throwing random interceptions to linebackers, but I was expecting some volatility here with this guy.
Very boomer bust player. He's a feast or famine type of guy. Mm-hmm. He's going to wow you, and then he's going to make you want to pull your hair out a little bit at times. That's kind of how he was at Tennessee. There's a reason he was benched for Hendon Hooker. So I'm very excited about the upside, but I got to see him in Oxnard. As long as he's looking better than what we saw from Trey Lance a year ago.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you. You feel better about him or Trey Lance?
No question, I feel better about him.
Better about which one? About Joe?
About Milton, yeah.
You feel Joe Milton?
Right now, I feel better about Joe Milton, but I think it's very similar.
We've already seen more from Joe Milton in the one game he played versus Buffalo than we've ever seen from Trey Lance.
Cooper Rush or Joe Milton?
I still want Joe Milton. Now, if you're telling me I have one game right now and I have to go win it, maybe it would be Cooper Rush today. But in terms of the investment and just the general excitement on a Sunday when Dak's down and Milton's starting instead of Cooper Rush, give me Milton 10 out of 10.
You let Rush go for $3 million to Baltimore. I think that's a big swing and a miss. Like, you could have kept Milton and Rush just like you had Rush and Lance.
Could have. You could have. I mean, I'm fine with rocking with the young quarterback, grooming him. Let's see what he
like missing the playoffs, Wolchuk?
If you're not going to make the playoffs, yeah, I'd rather not win those extra games. And then
what if Dak is hurt?
I could have gotten Tet McMillan there.
What if Dak's hurt for 3 games in November?
Yeah, that's when you're hoping that maybe you can get the Cooper Rush. But Joe Milton did win a game there at the end of the season against Buffalo, so I'm hoping that he can be that quarterback that is good enough to win in a 3-game stretch, or he's just going to stink and, hey, your team's not going to be any good anymore. Now you can be in position to maybe draft your next franchise quarterback.
See you in Oxnard, boys.
Good stuff. There he is, Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, Super Bowl champ. Every day, 3:40 here on The Fan. Nick Harris Star Telegram is next in the nation.
Ames, you want the scoop from the source?
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
No.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. Hour 3, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Rangers pregame is coming up at 6 o'clock. They'll try to get some runs in Tampa as Nick Harris of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram joining us now to talk Cowboys. Nick, good afternoon. How you doing?
Doing great, fellas. How are y'all?
Doing wonderful. You're doing a heck of a job covering this team for us. We want to salute you for that and thank you for all the insights and reports. Now, Micah on Twitter last night, quote, "I'm preparing as if I'll be on the field the first week of camp, but it's in the owner's hands." Should we prepare for him not to be at the start in Oxnard?
You know, that's funny you mentioned that because I was talking to somebody earlier today, and I was saying, you know, when it came to training camp, when it came to, you know, the expectation of Micah Parsons being there, it was always with the impression that he would, you know, starting back in December when we first started having these contract and off-season talks with Micah Parsons in the locker room, and then in January, and then a couple of times during the off-season, he wants to be at camp, and he mentioned in that tweet. But that two-sentence phrase there, that's the one that got me too. It said I am fully preparing to be there first week of camp, but it's in the owner's hands. And so I think now he's kind of putting that responsibility into Jerry's court, and we'll see what Jerry does with that piece of leverage.
What was your read on Stephen Jones' level of frustration yesterday when he was probed about it?
Yeah, that was certainly interesting too, because he had to see that question coming, or at least those line of questions coming, and it could just be the nature of the negotiation as well. I mean, it's kind of become mind-numbing even for us as reporters, right? It's just that, you know, it's the same thing. It's the same thing, and you want progress, and you want that to progress as reporters, as fans, as both sides in the agreement. It's just very interesting and weird that it hasn't progressed any further than from when we were first talking about this back in January.
Nick, do you think he's tired of having his ass kicked in these negotiations?
Yeah, at least from public perception, for sure, right?
Yeah.
And,
I mean, is he frustrated? Is he frustrated with the fact that honestly, I believe he doesn't get to negotiate. I really don't, because agents have figured out that the Dallas Cowboys, you just wait them out. You just wait them out. And unfortunately for the Cowboys, they haven't been able, the deals that they've been able to get done, like the Oso Digizua deal, was an agent. They had a good relationship. You know, they went under market value a little bit. You know, he's really good. The Diggs deal was done under market value. But, you know, there's a lot of these agents out there that know they can kick his ass. And I mean that in respect, but I mean, really not. Stevens, he's frustrated.
It's respectful ass kicking. We can all appreciate
I think he's frustrated, Nick, because he doesn't really get to negotiate. It comes down to, okay, we've got to do this. You know, here's the parameters of the deal. I don't get to try and sign you for $36.5 million or $38.5 million. I got to sign you for 41. Here we go. You know.
Yeah, the standard has been set with how the Cowboys have negotiated over the last few years with their deals, whether it be Dak both times, CeeDee Lamb, even with Zach Martin a couple of years back when he initiated the holdout, and they waited as long as they did to finally get something done. Even though it was a more mini time frame, there was still kind of that expectation that the deadline was going to get the deal done. And you know, shame on me going into this negotiation. I didn't expect a deadline to be the reason that this got done. You know, I thought the two sides were at a good enough starting point to where that they would probably have something done by now was my expectation. And up until the owners' meetings in Florida a couple of months back, I at least had the expectation that it gets done before camp. But now with the rhetoric and dialogue on both sides, I'm not so confident in that anymore. And, you know, what does that look like for the Cowboys? What does that look like for Micah's readiness under a new defensive coordinator going into the season? You know, I think there are some fans that would tell you, you know, I'm tired of hearing about contracts. It's a new contract every year, and then they show up and they play anyway. Well, yeah, look how CeeDee Lamb started the season last year. Do you want Micah Parsons to have those same type of learning curves under a new system going into 2025? And that's something that Micah has talked about. That's something that Jerry Jones has talked about. They're cognizant of it. And I wonder, you know, you mentioned the agents talk, and the agents also, you know, they have an expectation of how these things will go. And when an agent is going into a negotiation with the Cowboys, they have agent friends that have done the same exact thing in recent years. And I think if you're looking at it from David Mulugeta's perspective, Micah Parsons' agent, you see that TJ Watt is coming down the pipeline, and you wonder what that price point will be. And then maybe you sit at the negotiation table once that price point is made. And it probably gives Micah Parsons that extra little bit of comfort.
What have you seen in your thoughts on the secondary right now? All the moving parts that they're dealing with, the interchanging of the safeties. You got Wanye Thomas playing slot. Bland's another guy that would like a new deal. He might be your best slot corner, but he might not want to play in the slot. Diggs isn't there. He's rehabbing on his own. How's the secondary right now?
Yes, the defense as a whole, I kind of have some concerns about their depth overall. It's that depth is being highlighted here in OTAs, and sure, again, it's OTAs, it's underwear Olympics. There's not really a whole lot of stock you can put into, things that happen on the field. But seeing a couple of these safeties that have had to step off to the side with the rehab group, Donovan Wilson, he's been working back from a minor knee procedure that he had, and then Malik Hooker walked off the practice field yesterday. So those both your starting safeties, and you go into the team period 11-on-11, 7-on-7, and your starting safety is a Wanye Thomas and undrafted free agent signing Elijah Clark. Depending on your confidence in Wanye Thomas, I don't know how strongly you would feel about that safety group up against the other 31 teams in the league. And that's before we even start talking about the injury concerns that we have at corner to talk about with Trayvon Diggs, with Savone Revel. When will those guys be ready, if ready, when the season starts? Do they start on PUP? There's a lot of things to factor in when it comes to defensive depth issues, but certainly it does start in the secondary, Zach.
Have you noticed anything from Jaden Blue?
Yeah, Jaden Blue, I think with the day three rookies as a whole, they've been worked in sparing times. It's been a little bit different from what we've seen from Tyler Booker and Donovan Ezeraku. We've seen a lot with those guys getting work with the ones, getting work with the twos. But with Jaden Blue, he's gotten a lot of reps with the threes. And then yesterday was the first time we really got to see him get some burn with the twos. And we've seen some kickoff return, punt return stuff off of Brian Anger's foot a couple of times with Jaden Blue too. So maybe that's a potential role for him in the preseason.
It's Nick Harris, Star Telegram here at Nick Harris FWST on Twitter if you're looking for him. The culture's been talked about a lot, Nick. A gentleman pointed out that there was a lot of great talk about culture and Mike McCarthy and nobody's given up in December. How do you reconcile all of that? Like, how much better is the culture? Is it players saying what the media wants to hear, or is it tangible in some way for you?
Yeah, when we talk about the culture under Brian Schottenheimer, looking at my opinion that I believe is fact is that it is a good culture that he's built early on. He's building it around communication. He's building it around having fun, competing every day. And I think those three things as cornerstones to that culture, if you look at, proven cultures in the past, you see those traits being associated with it. The thing that's interesting for me, and I think you were already alluding to it, is how it compares to Mike McCarthy's culture. If they are putting in so much energy and effort into creating a good culture, does that mean that they did not have a great one last year? And I don't think that, I don't think that's an over-encompassing statement. I think there's some nitty-gritty you can get involved with there when it comes to individuals. I think if you ask some people in that locker room last year, they would say, yeah, Mike McCarthy built a great culture here. It was player first. It was, there was communication. But I think if you ask some other players, it'd be like, yeah, communication wasn't the best around here. It's why the defense didn't start off strong. It was why when new pieces were integrated throughout the season that they weren't quite ready to hit the field. It was why CeeDee Lamb, when he arrived just a couple of weeks before the season, there was some issues whenever they did get on the field because communication wasn't strong. So I think it's circumstantial basis, but if you're looking at it from Brian Schottenheimer moving forward from 2025 and beyond, he has certainly done everything possible to make sure that those concerns don't exist. And when it comes to that individual basis, he does a much better job, in my opinion, of reaching out individually to each of his players and figuring out what the issues are before they come to a head.
Hey, Nick, who in the locker room got a hold of Tyler Guyton?
I think that would be Tyler Smith, his right-hand man, literally right shoulder man on the offensive line. Those two have spent a lot of time together this offseason, whether it be, hanging out in person and cooking and eating and changing their diets or even playing Call of Duty whenever they're at their respective homes and still spending time outside of the facility and then in the facility, learning this new system and bonding with offensive line coach Connor Riley. Those two guys have really taken to each other, and both of them went to college in the state of Oklahoma. Both of them are state of Texas kids, and they're going to be in the same age range for a while as long as both of them are still on the team. But yeah, that would be the guy that I would point to.
You buying it?
Buying Tyler, buying what part of it exactly?
Well, I knew you were going to do this because you're always really good at doing this. You just don't let anybody ask you a question without really getting the answer the way it needs to be asked. But yeah, are you buying him and all the things he's talking about with the media that he wasn't very mature and he needs to be better and all that? You buying all that?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
I'm buying the intention from him. I am buying the purpose that he's created. And to kind of put it on a flip side of why I'm buying it, I was not buying it from Mozzie Smith this time last year, and still not for Mozzie Smith, for the record. But I think with Tyler Guyton, there's a lot of intention there, and the proof is in the pudding, I think, already, with how he looks physically. I think you've already seen some physical improvements there. But as far as buying on-field improvement, yeah, catch me in training camp, Brian.
Okay.
Nice.
I like it. There you go. Catch me in Oxnard.
Oh, Mike on.
How about that mic?
Yep.
What are you thinking about George Pickens right now?
Yeah, I think a fascinating thing that I think that's formulating with George Pickens is his relationship with Dak Prescott. And I point that out specifically because it was a revolving door at quarterback at times in Pittsburgh. I mean, you just look at last year in a nutshell, and it was, all the quarterback controversy that they had throughout the year. And you never really felt like he connected with the quarterback in Pittsburgh or even during his time in Georgia. But coming into this outfit, he has Dak Prescott there. That's going to be his safe guy as his QB1 moving forward. And I think the relationship that they've built off the field, I think we saw that very minor translate onto the field yesterday during OTAs. And it was a point in red zone work. They were doing 7-on-7, and Dak was having to work off script a little bit and roll out. And he was directing traffic with George Pickens. And he was directing traffic in a way that, you would thought that they would had a pre-existing relationship at least for a few months instead of a few weeks. And then he was able to guide him right to the sideline. He put a ball on the money that only he could go out and grab. He fully extended. If you saw Bobby Belt's great drawing on Twitter, that was that's the play I'm referring to. And he hauled it in, tiptoed in for a touchdown, and drew some oohs and ahs from us in the media and from the sideline. But I think you see that off-field connection already translating on the field here during OTAs, and that's got to be exciting if you're a Cowboys fan.
Nick, I know it's early and they're probably not showing too much, but have you gleaned anything from this offense and just the way they're going about things? Does it look much different than what we've seen with McCarthy and company?
Yeah, that's super tough at this juncture, and I think already, with the media viewing practice, it's going to be vanilla. So I think you take that with already it's in a developmental aspect of things, and they're still putting things together from a playbook perspective. And now they do have a playbook, don't get me wrong, and a lot of these guys have spending a lot of time diving into it. I chatted it up with Jonathan Mingo yesterday, and I was like, hey, how's your offseason been? You been up to anything? He's like, nah, really, I've just been diving into this playbook. So there's guys that are spending time on it, and it's definitely a product that is fully encompassing, but I don't think we're really going to see that full product, Eric, until probably week 1 or week 2. And I think that's going to be an intentional effort.
Will Dak be 100% full contact when we get to Oxnard?
I would expect so. He's moving around and he's getting his reps in here during OTAs like he is a full participant. And I would expect him to be full contact in Oxnard, yes.
Young pass rusher, most likely to join the pressure party there with Micah and Osa.
Oh, Donovan Ezeraku, give it to me. I think this. I loved the pick when they made it. I had a first-round grade on the guy, and I'm a big fan of his potential. And seeing him already get some burn with the ones, and I think it's also his ability to cover guys out of the backfield that's going to give him some interesting intrigue on passing downs, because you see him off the edge, and as a quarterback or as an offensive play caller, you see that 41 jersey, and you go, okay, is he going to drop back and cover my running back coming out of the backfield here, or is he going to blitz for my eyeballs? And I think that's going to be a fascinating thing for Matt Eberflus to work through here in his first year as defensive coordinator.
Nick, if there is a holdout, is that your Micah Parsons replacement?
Oh, you can't replace Micah fully, and I know I understand the spirit of the question, but I think from a roster standpoint and who trots out there on day one, that would be my leading candidate. You know how I feel about the guy.
Sure.
I think he's a talented pass rusher. I think his ceiling is as high as some of the best pass rushers in this league. That's how I feel about Donovan Ezeraku. I'll stand on the table about him, and I've continued to see that potential here early on.
Are the Cowboys going to exercise this $500,000 hit to Diggs?
Yeah, don't know on that one. That would be a good question for some of my other constituents on the beat. I know Todd Archer had the break on that one yesterday, and that's certainly a fascinating story. But you look at the contract language and you see how that is put forth. Even if he did show up to mandatory minicamp, which I do expect him to next week, he's not going to meet that percentage requirement. So at the very least, there's going to be a conversation had, I would assume, about that contract language and if he is subject to those penalties or not.
I mean, if the money's already lost, could you see him just skipping mini as well?
He would risk even more money by skipping minicamp. Those would be more fines with mandatory, with it being mandatory, and with it being under his second contract, they would not be able to waive those fines.
Got it. You're a beast, Nick. Thank you so much.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
Salute at Nick Harris FWST there on Twitter. 3 Cooper flag trades. Would you do them? Plus Boomer Bust Cowboy editions and top stories here for the NFC East as we hit the summer next in the nation.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, give me a little bit.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
Here we go. Welcome back, Nation. I have 3 Cooper Flag trade ideas. Jason Kidd still calling him the kid from Duke. I guess until we hear Cooper Flag's name coming up at the end of the month, anything is possible. But let me ask you on text, in the Twitch chat or YouTube, by the way, please like the video. We'd appreciate it. Is there anything you trade Cooper Flag for? What are we looking at here as we're in the final month of preparations here? Potential Cooper Flag trades the Mavs might not immediately reject. Would you immediately reject these? Would you consider them? The Franklin Injury Attorney text line is 877-881-1053. And the segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Of course, a salute to Cars for Kids as well. Donate your vehicle, carsforkids.org. Mavs get the number 2 pick, the 2025 number 14 pick, an Atlanta Hawks first rounder in the future, a return of swap rights to the Mavs 2030 first rounder, and the San Antonio Spurs get the number 1 overall pick. They want to pair up, obviously, Flag and Wembanyama. I think for me, that's the one team I absolutely am not trading him to, because that could be a potential reign of terror.
Yeah, no, we're not doing business. We're not doing business with the Spurs. If you want Flag, we want Wemby. Otherwise, I hang up the phone.
And would you do that? You would do that
for Wemby?
Coming off the blood clot deal, that?
I would need to be really. I would have to have very, very good assurance from the doctors that we're good on the blood clot deal. But that aside, yes, I would do it.
I mean, are there any other young players that even approach that where you'd be like, hey, this is a conversation? I think Wemby, I guess if the Thunder were like, hey, we're up against it, we have to trade Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Boom. Okay.
Yeah.
But now you're taking on giant money once again, which is something you didn't want to do in the Luka factor.
Right.
Like to me, the idea that you're going to move on from a young, promising prospect on the cheap, that just feels crazy to me. I'd rather reset the window and punt on my veteran guys like Anthony Davis and Kyrie Irving and just totally reset the timeline here than try and, again, trade away my future to rush into something with fragile veterans.
Yeah, I guess the Shai Gilgeous-Alexander idea would be we are going to win the championship. Maybe even if Anthony Davis gets hurt, like Gilgeous, Kyrie, those bigs, PJ Washington. But that's a fantasy land. I imagine the Thunder are going to win the championship and try to repeat. Their biggest question up there is, what do we do when Jalen Williams and Chet Holmgren are ready for their next big contracts? Will we have enough revenue to keep everybody around? Okay, how about first pick PJ Washington plus Caleb Martin? This is a four-way trade, I think. The Mavs get Donovan Mitchell, 2031 first-round pick from the Lakers, 2028 first-round swap with the Lakers, 2030 first-round swap with the Lakers. They say Mitchell's a better fit than Giannis, who would crowd a front court limited on shooting. Mitchell could start next season at point in place of Irving and slide to the 2 when Irving returns. I think you're too outsized. I mean, Jalen Brunson, Donovan Mitchell, I'm not interested in trying to build a championship team around a heavy usage guy who doesn't play defense and is under about 6'6". I think that's about my limit.
Yeah, and a guy who just seems to always fall short in the postseason.
Yeah.
I'll pass on that one.
Yeah, I think that's immediately rejected. How about the Mavs picking up Devin Booker with the Suns? That you get Devin, you get a 2025 first rounder, which is 29th, 2028 first rounder, which is owned by the Knicks and Wizards. So in 2028, you could have the Wizards first round pick. That's going to be top 5, and a 2029 first round pick swap between the Cavs, Timberwolves, and Jazz. Again, if that's the best ESPN can come up with, I don't even think we really need to get that started, do we?
No, not at all. Not messing around with any of those particular trades. And even the Wizards, will they get top 5 or they get bleeped out of it and be picking 6?
Yeah.
I believe they are now with the lottery. So no, it's just none of that. But the Devin Booker, first of all, no. Second of all, hell no.
Absolutely not.
And third of all, think about the additional salt in the wound, because isn't like the Luka Devin Booker rivalry kind of deal, and now you're ultimately bringing him to Dallas when you didn't want Luka. That would just be the ultimate villainous move from Nico.
So the only move that then you guys would make listening to you would be for Wemby, right?
That's right.
Yeah, and that's if he medically just checks out and the blood clots. We're confident that's not going to be a problem moving forward.
And I'm open-minded to Giannis, not KD, but I think the idea of, hey, maybe Cooper Flagg is just Andre Karolinko. Maybe he's going to be a very versatile 20-point per game scorer, but that's not going to carry us to championships in the future. We could get a championship now, but ultimately I would not do it. I would stick with the long-term potential of Cooper Flagg, and Flagg could be so good at 18, 19 years old that he can be the difference maker like a young Tim Duncan was. But, man, Tim Duncan spent 4 years in college. I think you're going to have to wait a couple of years for him to be like your best player. Right now is your probably your third best player, maybe your fourth, depending on where you rank PJ Washington. Okay, we go to CBS Sports here, and they have NFC East burning questions for 2025 as we head in. And, I mean, the top one that they make the headline out of is Dak Prescott washed up. Are we done here? Is this an injury plus age plus he always did kind of need to run to get the absolute most favorable looks? I think he's washed up as that guy. He's no longer going to be Superman for you. But if you can run the ball, like I would look at him like, hey, we absolutely can win. If the Lions can win with Jared Goff, if the Rams could as well, Dak Prescott's not washed up that way.
No, he's not just completely washed up. The athleticism's certainly not going to really be there anymore, but it hasn't really been there even for the last few years. So if you had Detroit Lions level of coaching / personnel around him, he could absolutely get you probably further than where you've been to date.
Yeah. They say, okay, so here's what they say. Prescott coming off a season-ending hammy and has just 2 playoff victories in his 9 seasons with the Cowboys. I mean, that's more than a hammy. That's an avulsion fracture. and we don't know. But he looks pretty good. Everybody say he's moving around well. I think chances are good he can be just as good as 2023, where he was runner-up to MVP. You know?
Oh, yeah, that's the hope, man. That's the best season he's had. I mean, if you can get back to that version of Dak, then you might be able to do something.
It's still just weird how poorly he played before the injury last year.
Yeah, that's the most that I
He was not playing MVP level football
Can't gloss over
at all. And even the MVP football stuff is still, it's beating up on bad teams in the regular season. That's what you do. It's still, even in the midst of your 2023 MVP caliber season, if that's what we want to call it, it's still essing the bed every time you go up against a playoff opponent.
It's fair. Okay, next question. Burning NFC East questions. Brian, let me get your thoughts on this. Are the Eagles good enough to repeat as Super Bowl champions?
I think they're good enough. And I think where they've gotten even better is what they've done in the secondary with replacement. You know, I'm a big fan of the way they drafted, but they've got their Georgia players, their young kids are playing at a very, very high level now. They re-signed their linebacker. You know, I think, they're absolutely. And
they brought back Bond.
Yeah, exactly.
They lost Sweat, Milton Williams, C.J. Gardner.
The only disadvantage I think they have is they have to find edge rushers. That's it. Everything else I think is pretty, is pretty solid on that defense.
That's what CBS Sports said. Like, they just don't have enough pass rush, but I think they could find it. And they're at least have as strong of argument as anybody else in the NFC.
It's amazing what 2 draft picks at corner did for their defense. And then bringing in Vic Fangio, too. It really helped them. But, if they're one of those teams that doesn't have pass rush, we'll see. With Smith and guys like that, we'll see if they can kind of get something out of him. But I think they're still a very good team.
Next burning NFC East question: will Jaden Daniels have a sophomore slump with the Commandos? What do you think, Mr. VR? He's probably just going to be better, isn't he?
Yeah, I firmly believe that Jaden Daniels he's a cheat code. He's a cheat code right now. He's got the ridiculous speed and athleticism to go along with the guy that clearly understands how to win from the pocket. Cliff Kingsbury was helping him out last year. We'll see if that can continue. But my goodness, dude. Yeah, I don't see that going away.
He had all the physical tools. The VR gave him the reps that you just can't get because it's such a violent game. And now I think his rookie year he was already operating almost like a veteran with all those extra reps.
Yeah, it's just the injury factor with a guy who puts himself in vulnerable positions plenty with the athleticism. But other than that, no, I don't see him having like a C.J. Stroud type sophomore year.
I don't either. But it's possible that they do. I mean, maybe the NFL just figures out Cliff Kingsbury and what they want to do with him. But I think that guy's just locked in.
I tell you what, adding Laramie Tunsil there really will help them.
Should help
stability-wise with the tackle. That's been a problem for them.
Big time.
I think last year was the probably the worst team that kid's going to quarterback for
a while at least.
Yeah, I think they've got a really smart general manager. I think they've got a head coach that knows how to work with personnel and bring guys in. So it's going to be tough to defeat that bunch.
It's amazing how a new owner and GM can change the course of a team so quickly. All they needed was an unsightly sex scandal. Unfortunately, the Cowboys will apparently never be that fortunate for one of those actually, be a decisive blow. Shout out to NDAs, who will the Giants starting quarterback be? I don't know. I love that the new Madden trailer is out, and in the video montage, you got Micah throwing Russell Wilson like 15 yards for a sack.
He was like a New Yorker with garbage in front of a Pacers fan, just launching the body of Russell Wilson.
I mean, those guys are coaching for their job, right? So I think you would look at, hey, we got Russell Wilson who's not going to make as many mistakes as Jameis Winston, but if you don't have a passing touchdown for a month or so, I could easily see it being Winston as well. I just don't believe in Dart.
I'll tell you what I would do if I was him. If I was coaching for my job, I would go ahead and play Jackson Dart.
See what happens.
You know what? Maybe you could show enough with him that they want to bring you back.
There you go.
Like, listen, hey, we're not
on the
trying.
path.
Yeah, we're not trying to protect our jobs here and start the veteran guy.
Yeah,
we're going to start this rookie and we're going to see what happens.
We're in it for the long term, buddy.
Yeah, and just prove to ownership that you got enough out of the kid. At least to have another
clock until Jackson Dart gets the reins there.
For sure. Yeah, he's going to get a look.
Start.
It's tough to evaluate a coach if you had Daniel Jones as quarterback, And there were times where that staff appeared to be heading in the right direction. Speaking of that, we'll get Sands on next, fam.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece at noon o'clock, we will talk with our buddy, former
hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back to back, #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for Jared Sandler's Rangers preview, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. And a good afternoon, Jared. How the heck are you?
Guys, I'm great. I'm dry right now, and we just got about 30 minutes of coach stories, which that's, I'll tell you, 30, 40 years from now, whether this is year 3 of 4 or year 3 of 10 or the last year with Boch, I hope I remember just 25% of the baseball stories that we've gotten to hear him tell over the last few years. It's been that's been a really, really neat part of it. So we just got a little Boch sit-down session.
What was your favorite one he just told?
The ones he just told, he told a funny one about trying to get Bob Gibson and Dick Allen to sign a baseball, and they basically told a 12-year-old Boch to get the you-know-what out of there. They didn't have cameras rolling back then to catch people's behavior for that sort of thing. But, he talked about seeing Mickey Mantle hit 2 home runs in a doubleheader at RFK. And then we were talking about Yogi Berra and just things that he remembered about Yogi Berra as a player back in the day. I mean, it's not necessarily always like the stories that gonna, have you cackling with like a big punchline. It's just like his memories or his recollections or recalling things, like bringing some of these legends to life, right? Because he got to interact or play with, play against some of these, these legends who, are only on a baseball card or maybe on an internet story these days. And Dave Raymond made a great point. Because of social media, because of the internet, because of the way, these guys are so much more accessible than they used to be, the mystique behind athletes or attached to athletes just isn't what it used to be. And it in some ways, it's a byproduct of a lot of good things, right? People can watch any game that they want, at any point. And, there's more coverage and more immediate coverage. It's not about getting the paper in a given city, but it used to be that there was such a mystique surrounding these guys because you weren't exposed to them very often. And it just, you don't have that anymore. But for the legends who were Boch's contemporaries, that still existed. And so getting to hear a little bit or piece about this guy or that guy, Willie Mays, Carlos May, hearing some Giants story. I mean, it's so cool. That's been a real treat.
Jared Sandler here with you on The Fan. So Kumar Rocker back tonight, activated, starting. What are we hoping to see from him?
Yeah, 70 to 75 pitches. And what I'm going to look for, guys, we talked so much about the 2 different breaking balls that he was throwing. And really, I think, what we really want to see is that harder breaking ball. The breaking ball he was throwing in the 70s is probably not the pitch that he wants or needs if he's going to achieve a high level of success. I think it's that harder breaking ball. If that pitch can kind of live around 82 to 84 miles an hour, I think, feel really good about it. And then same with the fastball. Want to see Kumar getting up to, 96, 97, not necessarily 93, 94 with the four-seamer. Now, the sinker, a little bit of a different story. And when Kumar faced these guys earlier this season, he was getting a lot of weak contact with that pitch. But I think from a fastball breaking or four-seam breaking ball standpoint, want to see a little more power on those pitches. Now, will he achieve that here in his first start back off the IL? Yeah, he had 2 rehab starts, but first big league start back? I don't know, but that's the progression that I guess is interesting to me is he gets back into the rotation.
Doley back in the lineup. He's going to be in right field. How nice was that 7th inning pinch hit? And boom, here's a single. That had to feel good.
Yeah, and even that 9th inning at bat, I mean, he scorched that ball backside. And, the weird thing is, Zach, with Adolis Garcia, all right, maybe you make him a platoon player, but he hadn't been hitting lefties. He'd kind of been, I mean, really, he's struggled against both sides. But, in the past, he's crushed lefties, right? And I don't think that they have designs on making him a platoon player, but you at least want him to be a threat. If he's going to be batting around some of the lefties in this lineup, you want him to be a guy that's going to make a manager pay for having a lefty in to face him. And so I think, one of the things Bruce Bochy said is just, finding that right combination of balance or balance with his bottom half, but then also from like a swing decision standpoint, you'd love for him to be perfect with his swing decisions, but also not to be too passive. And, I think they felt like he was either late in pulling the trigger on hittable pitches or just wasn't pulling the trigger at all because it just got in his head about making the right swing decision. And it's easy. Like a swing decision, that's something we can talk about, right, in assessing, but it's not something like that you want hitters thinking about. You just want them seeing the ball and reacting like an athlete, and I think they'd like for Adolis to get back to that. And I think some of that is the mental side. I think some of that is putting his body physically in the right place to be able to fire his best swing off. And, we certainly saw a couple really good swings last night.
How does the lineup match up with this Shane Baz fella that the Rays are running out?
Yeah, he's weird. He's a reverse splits guy. So his numbers this year have been a little bit better against lefties than righties. He's really struggled against righties. So if you're looking for opportunities for Rangers hitters tonight, it might be the righties. Now, Baz had a really good April. He had a really, really rough May. He was not very good in May. So he's kind of been a little Jekyll and Hyde. He's, a heavy spin guy. So, slider was a good pitch for him last year, not so much this year, but he really leans on the curveball. He'll throw it in all counts. So the Rangers aren't necessarily going to have to worry about getting blown away with, multiple fastballs. He will throw a four-seamer, but really it's the curveball that's, kind of been the hinge point pitch for him. If that pitch is working, he becomes a lot tougher, but he has struggled more so against righties than lefties.
Hey, Jared, is this stadium a hard one to pick up the broadcast in, to pick up the ball going to the outfield?
Left field, yeah, Broadus. That was actually one of the things we talked to Boch about. No one saw the home run.
It's happened a couple of times this year. They don't know if it's fair or foul.
Yeah, it happened I remember watching a game earlier this year with the Yankees. Aaron Judge hit a ball down the line, and the ball it was lost. I don't know that there was a great replay that we saw last night to confirm or deny home run, and Wyatt Langford lost it. We lost it. Boch lost it. The dugout. I mean, I think it's really more so left field, maybe to some degree right field, but it's also not the most well-lit ballpark.
Sure.
And, maybe that contributes, but yeah. And that left field is a weird angle too. The way that the fence curls at the pole, I don't know if that contributes to it or not, but that home run that started the scoring yesterday off of Mahle, which is the 5th shortest home run hit by a big leaguer this year, and a ball hit below 90 miles an hour in terms of exit velo, one of the softest home runs. Everyone seemed to lose that ball. It was almost like a case of the X-Files. So, yeah, I do think that out in left field it's a little bit tougher to see. I don't know that that's necessarily the case as much in center and right, but definitely in left.
Jared, how'd Simeon's ABs look last night?
Yeah, listen, no one looked good against Drew Rasmussen, but I thought Marcus competed again. He reached base once more. And on a night when, you'd love for him to have had another 4-hit night, but no one was touching Rasmussen last night. I mean, he's been so good. I know we talked about it yesterday, 18 straight scoreless, and now up to 23 straight scoreless. That's not an excuse, right? Because the 23 Rangers would face guys like that, and they would get shut down from time to time. But, would you have liked to have seen them scratch on a cross against Rasmussen? Absolutely. But, I think once he got out, the at-bat quality looked a little bit better. But, as a team, not good enough. scoring 1 run, not going to cut it. But I do think Marcus. It didn't seem like he reverted back. There was one bad strikeout, but again, it was against Rasmussen. It just seemed like he was fooling the crap out of everyone last night.
A texter threw this out. I just want to get your thoughts on it. But did Dolly's downturn coincide in any way with Boone arriving? Did it get worse with that? Is there anything to that?
I don't think so. I mean, there was some data at the beginning of the year that even when maybe the results were a little bit better, that it was heading in the wrong direction from just a peripheral standpoint. Really, after the Yates home run, the walk-off home run against Yates, that was that first real. I want to say he had like a 4 for 32 stretch or 4 for something, and it seemed like after that point things really, like the Yates home run was sort of in the middle of that stretch, but when you hit a walk-off home run, it's like it softens the blow a little bit, but then it really got magnified after. So I don't know that it necessarily coincided with Brett Boone's arrival. And I'm not saying this is the suggestion of the text, but I don't think that there's anything that Brett Boone did that put Adolis in a worse spot, because I think a lot of the things Brett Boone is preaching right now is less so mechanical and more so, hey, be an athlete, which is, I think, a lot of the messaging that they have given to Adolis over the last few days.
Once again, Sands, I have all the questions and not enough time. Are you getting any read off Dolly? Is he I can't believe these dudes benched me, screw them? Or is he man, I'm good now, that was great?
No, you know what, Gavin? I'm glad you asked. That was something that talked to Boch about. And, I know we've talked about this because Adolis, English is not his first language, so he doesn't do as much media as, in English as a first language type player. And so I know fans see the smiling Adolis García. I don't think they realize how beloved he is in the clubhouse. And I think a part of that is when you talk to his teammates is that he is a team guy, right? He's not one of these guys who, when he's not going well, he's, not going to be the same guy to his teammates. He might internalize some of the frustrations, but he is supportive. He is, right in the middle of things, dominoes, cards, ping pong, and all that to say, Boch kind of wanted to make a point and say, no, he was great. We were, I don't want to put the word surprise in Boch's mouth. He didn't say that they were surprised at how he handled it, but you could tell there was a level of appreciation for how he handled it. Gavin, I don't know. I mean, if I know sometimes these guys don't necessarily look at the numbers, but to some degree, the numbers are the numbers, right? I mean, they do tell a story, and the story was that the production wasn't good enough, and I think Adolis knows that. And I think he obviously wants the production to be better, so I think he took it in stride. Was he upset? Yeah, I'm sure he was. Was a little ego? Sure. But at the end of the day, I think when you take a step back from being in the eye of the emotional storm, I think he understood it, and I guess he did handle it a lot better than maybe what any of us would have expected.
Thank you, Sands. That's terrific stuff. We'll catch you up tomorrow.
See you guys.
He's brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Every day here that there's a Rangers game. What's coming up next, Chief?
Sounds of the Sports Day and G-Bag Nation. You make the call. Next year in the nation, you might need to make a call.
What was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Sweet Herb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
7 by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 4, G-Bag Nation. It's the fourth and final hour. Rangers pregame's coming up at 6 o'clock. They're in Tampa. Kamar Rocker is back and on the hill. Adolis García is back in the lineup. Hoping for good stuff tonight. 6:35 first pitch here on your home of the Rangers. Here's the Chief.
Friendly reminder, can't wait. Tomorrow, G-Bag Nation will be broadcasting live from Tolbert Garage Door in Mesquite, 3916 I-30 Frontage Road, full-blown Tolo Bash. And you can come by and pick up a one-of-a-kind G-Bag Nation tumbler. There will be bounce houses for the kids,
Bounce
food trucks,
houses.
local vendors. It's going to be a big-time party, 2 to 6 with the G-Bag Nation. Tolbert Garage Door in Mesquite. Corey Majors will be making an appearance.
Corey Majors.
Bobby Belt will be making an appearance. It's going to be a good time. Looking forward to it. Maybe we do a live segment from the bounce house.
Let's do it.
What do you think?
It's a home game for me.
Yeah,
I might be able to get a mic cord to the house.
Seriously, bro.
For the back patio.
I'm jealous of that. But looking forward to being in Mesquite tomorrow. Tolbert Garage Door, absolutely incredible. The food trucks. I mean, how freaking fired up are you guys? The idea. I love food trucks because there's that mystery where you're just like, what are the options going to be here? I love taking, like, you get a full entree, but you just took pieces from 4 different food trucks, and all of a sudden you just got an unbelievable meal sitting right in front of you.
Yes.
Dabbling with sort of the Tour de Mesquite food trucks.
What would be your favorite type of food truck?
There's something about, I just immediately, I go, boom, quesadillas. Like, I don't know.
I was
Just
thinking
feels-
tacos.
Yeah, see? Something relatively easy.
Give me the
We're
egg
not
roll.
doing rocket science, but you know they're going to be dialed.
You know me, I'm an egg roll guy.
I think
Egg roll
pizza,
food truck.
pizza's usually good, but your brats.
The brats?
Yeah, brought
Yeah.
me. Yeah, if you see me, brought me tomorrow.
Absolutely.
I was always a fan of the lobster roll.
Yes,
Fancy pants.
Right out of the truck,
There's
huh?
the
Yeah.
famous Maine lobster food truck.
Yeah.
I've never actually.
I think it was like 12.
The one thing that Garrett actually did when we were all working together at the Cowboys was he would bring these food trucks in to the complex there out in Oxnard, and there was always a lobster roll truck, and it was like by far the most popular one of everybody out there. But yeah, it's food trucks are great. I tell you, a lot of big time dishes come out of those things. I mean, people, you'd be surprised the number of folks that work in those that are like professionally trained, like went to school and was wearing chef coats and stuff like that, and working in big time restaurants, and just said, "How the hell with it?"
I mean, there's low overhead. You have a chance to, get your business going without having to buy a restaurant.
Yeah, anything you could put in a little paper container, food. That's the best.
That's the best. Man. All right, speaking of the best, we have the finals. Stanley Cup, NBA. We have a gambler. Let's go ahead and help him out here. What would we do? What would you do? How would you handle this? It's a good problem to have.
Florida's the best hockey team.
5-pick parlay. He got Dodgers winning it all. Ding. Liberty winning it all. Ding. Eagles. He's got all 3 of those nailed. Now he's got Oilers and Thunder as well.
Oof.
Oilers and Thunder. He could cash out. He bet $13. It's like plus 2 million, the actual odds, and he could win $270K if he just rides
both
it
these
out.
two?
If
Okay.
both these click.
You try
Or
and buy him out now?
you could buy him out now for $92K.
And he has OKC, Florida.
He's got OKC and Edmonton.
Take it.
Now Edmonton is the favorite in the series.
Yeah.
So keep that
Which
in
is
mind, even
surprising.
though we all feel like
I'd take
Florida's
the
kind of the wagon.
I'm going to do the math. I'm going to get bought out in hockey, but I'm staying in the NBA. So I'm going to try to get that payday at around 150, 170.
I think he just lets this ride.
That's probably that's the best play. 'Cause I think we all feel great about the Thunder winning the NBA Finals.
As much as we're rooting for
Pacers.
Rick, yeah.
As much as we're rooting for Rick. Even though I think Walchuk actually might have taken. Did you?
I did. I picked the Pacers.
He picked the Pacers on our BetMGM show.
I
Well, Walchuk's been bold this week.
Good
he had
content.
that fence riding situation, but that was a second.
That was
Walchuk. We're
very
not even really
surprising.
documenting
That was
that.
very surprising that
There was
he
no
had-
fence riding.
Maybe there was no fence riding
I was
at
like
all.
hopping over the fence. It's like it got stuck for a second. One of those like, oh gosh,
Then he
the
tumbled. Then he
lack
tumbled.
of athleticism. We just got stuck on the fence. Then we just plopped over to the other
fact
side.
But by and large, this has been a week of bold bully, which is to be appreciated.
You know what it is?
Absolutely.
I think that
At least 2 days.
I've been picking against OKC basically the last 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Yep. Heard that.
Well, 3 days because Sunday was the BetMGM. He's going crotch first
You're
Pacers.
right.
I
You're
appreciate
right.
that.
This is a
I
3-day
appreciate that.
heater. Sorry?
When's that show on?
Sundays, 3 to 7, baby.
Gotta work Sundays.
Okay.
I just try and earn a good living here.
I know you are, bro. You're doing a great job.
Just trying our best.
Yeah.
Feed the family.
Got to feed them.
Feed the family.
Working Sundays, you probably want a day off Monday.
Hell, I know what it's like to work Sundays. I've worked with you guys for 9 hours on a Sunday.
5-day work week here, guys.
Well, there is no day off when you're on dad duty.
You guys split it in half on Sundays.
What do you mean?
During football season.
Yeah, that's what we do.
Yeah.
So we can each eat a little bit. I want his family to eat. He wants my family to eat.
I think one of you should just take it over.
That's fine.
No.
All right, so what are we doing? Like, give this guy the advice.
I'm
Dawson.
exhausted.
What?
Yeah, I want nothing to do with Florida after hearing that CBS Sports Minute and then brought us.
Yeah, I think I'm cashing out at the 92 unless they give me the plan that you had.
Let's
which
negotiate.
We'll keep the Thunder in there. Buy me out of the Oilers right now.
But I mean, seriously, after I thought about that, I'm taking the 90, because
I'm taking the 90.
90 is so much from $13.
I don't trust the hockey. I just don't trust the hockey.
Yeah.
That could go either way.
Tough to trust, man. Really is.
I mean, you got about an 80% chance of being right in the NBA and maybe a 45% chance in hockey.
Yeah.
That's the way I look at it.
Well, you got a 100% chance if you just cash out $92K.
Yeah.
I'll take that. All right, sounds of the sports day. We start with Tom Brady, who inexplicably sat down with David Beckham and Tom Cruise. Don't ask me why. 15 minutes, you can soak it in, but this was the best part. Tom Brady talking about his final game in New York, taking on the Jets as a Patriot, and he couldn't believe what was being yelled at him from the tunnel.
Actually, my last season, the Patriots were playing at the Jets in the Meadowlands, and I'm standing in the tunnel before the game, and this kid's yelling down to me, "You bleepity bleep bleep," and I looked up at this kid and I said, "How old are you?" He goes, 11. I go, "Where are your parents?"
11-year-old
Where are
Jets
your
fan
parents?
just bleepity bleeping them. That's par for the course.
They were members of that Georgia football team that's about to win their 5th national championship. Didn't we do a story about that yesterday? About the cussing kids?
We did.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
God, you guys look at me like I'm not part of the
Welcome
show.
to my world, bro.
My God.
Welcome to my world.
Lucius,
It's not just you, Lucius. We do it to everybody.
I can't take it personal.
Lucius, I'm just telling you right now, there were 3 just completely blank stares.
Definitely jumped
Like
in.
they were
Lucius
looking
did it yesterday for LA Live, but choose to not listen.
Yeah, because we were from Georgia to New York. That was the disconnect.
I'm just talking about that the kids were getting cussed out. The little kids were cussing. They were 11 years old. That was a story we did.
We had a whole conversation about it.
Like,
Coach Larry O.
Not like 5 days ago or a week ago. That story was happening yesterday.
In Georgia.
And Coach Batman, right?
Yeah, Coach Batman.
Okay.
I think the thing here that might be missed, though, and that's a good clarification, Brian, is that the Jets fans are actually the only fan base that could hold the Eagles' jock when it comes to classless behavior. They just don't get noticed as much. I mean, they're within like a 30-minute drive of each other.
I
They're
can get
basically
their
the same
frustration,
people.
though. They stink. Their team's bad, and they're like the little brother to the Giants.
I am so glad you said that,
Right on.
Mr. Dawson, because I would like to take you to the program that is known as Cold as Balls.
Phenomenal show.
Who hosts it?
Kevin Hart.
Kevin Hart.
Bird turd fan.
He's an Eagle fan.
Oh, he is. He's a little Eagle fan.
He had a New York Giant, Kayvon Thibodeau, in the other Cold as Balls tub, and they were going back and forth. Kevin Hart, amidst the conversation, told him how bad of grades he got growing up. He had like a 2.0 grade or 2.2 grade point average. So at some point, Thibodeau
serviceable
says this to Kevin Hart.
Is it true that Eagles fans are actually like not smart? Not like no bullshit. Like I know you're one of them, so I get it. Like 2.2, I get it. There are like statistics that you guys are like literally.
I mean, can I just say, I told you the whole 2.2 thing in confidence.
No, I respect it. No.
I know, but I'm planning on editing that out, is what I'm saying.
Oh, I feel you.
Okay, so I say all that to say, imagine how Eagles fans are going to treat Kayvon Thibodeau when he gets to Lincoln Financial Field this year. Okay, you just got a little taste of what the 11-year-old Jets fans doing.
Yeah.
Once this hits the bird turds, once they get done with their poop lunch, and
I'm
they
not
read the
taking
paper,
that helmet off when I come back to the sideline if I'm Thibodeau.
that could be tough sledding out there.
Yeah.
Really could be. Okay, we were talking about the NBA Finals there for a second. I would like to take you to ESPN, where they are giving basketball analysis. Perhaps the month of June is rubbing off on the sports analysts a little bit too much.
Analyst.
Jay Williams, what do you think about Lou Dort versus Tyrese Halliburton?
Lou Dort is going to be in his ass.
Oh,
He's going to be in him.
Oh my God.
See,
I mean, that's on First Take.
That's aggressive.
I mean, that's was that the Georgia coaches again? That's the hard hitting sports analysis.
For your pride.
They didn't say to eat it.
My gosh. Yeah, that's what you're getting right there.
Lou Dort is going to be in his ass. He's going to be in him.
He stood on business on that last part. Now he's going to be in him, bro.
This is not a metaphor. Okay, do you understand what I'm getting at?
Didn't he pull the corner?
Yeah.
Wouldn't Chad Johnson and that other Fred Smoot? Wasn't that the Fred Smoot line?
Oh, yeah. I did get that over to Lucius. Did you end up pulling that at any point?
No, I don't think so.
Smoot versus Ocho?
No.
Okay, but it does
Being in
exist,
some
right?
draws.
It can, you can confirm it exists.
I do have it. Haven't pulled it.
I look forward to that. I also
Pause.
I also just want to throw out there, that
Lou Dort is going to be in his ass.
Sorry.
it might not be something that is that uncomfortable for Halliburton, but that's neither here nor there. What is here is that Halliburton is going to make quick decisions and pass over the top. I think Lou Dorton's a problem if you want to beat up the basketball for 20 seconds and then try to chuck one. But I think Hallie's going to go boom, boom, I'm gone. I'm not going to stand here and let you try to lock me down and beat me up. I like that. Halliburton's not really just trying to just dribble the ball out and go ISO on you. Right. He's ready to hot potato this thing. He's going for the assists. Uh-huh. Yeah, I think that's a good point. I am looking forward to these finals. Now, let's go ahead. Man, there's so many different clips here. I have a great Reggie White story. I'm going to save it for tomorrow. Throwback Thursday football clip of the day. That's going to be tomorrow. But let's go ahead and play the sound from Mario Chalmers. Now, I want to give you the context of this because this is a story about when he was teammates with LeBron in Miami and the extent and the lengths that LeBron goes to keep his body in great condition. But this is also on the heels of Rick Bucher. And I didn't pull the sound because I don't know how I feel about it. But Rick Bucher's talking about how people around the league in the NBA, coaches and players alike, are like, yeah, LeBron, PEDs, you kidding me? Of course he is.
Gotta be on him.
You know?
Sure.
But this is Mario Chalmers talking about being teammates with LeBron. They used to party it up in Miami. They're at the club, but LeBron is still getting his treatment.
I tell people this all the time. Brown would really get treatment if he was in the club. Like, he would literally have something on his knees or something on his back inside the club. So it's like, once somebody's doing that, like, that's a real dedication to just be in the club with treatment.
This man, hold on. Rio, this man got ice bags on his knees. He got ice bags on his back.
Not ice bags. It'd be like, the stim. Like the stim machine where it's like shooting electrolyte or electricity in your knees and stuff like that. Just hamstrings, like lower back. Like, he always got something that's recovering, making his body recover.
Damn.
So that's the thing. It's like, once you see that, like, that's a different type of dedication. Like, I have to take my hat off to that one.
Wow.
There's Chalmers with Club Shay Shay, I believe, or Nightcap, something with Shannon Sharp. Definitely not First Take, but one of his many programs. That's pretty ridiculous. I just love the idea that I still, as much as, like, I still got to go to the club. I still got to be in the midst.
You
but
my
also,
guys.
yeah, this is just team bonding.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm gonna have that's the stim. Kobe S. I'm gonna have the stim machine.
Brotherhood.
Yeah, dude, the stem machine, you get some of those liquid IVs, maybe get an IV, you're putting the toxins in, you're flushing the toxins out. Like this whole deal, we can basically be like Marty Turco, partying our balls off every game night and
Flushing.
Be back in the mix, no problem. I'll play till I'm 40. I love it. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
There it is, your Sounds of the Sports Day at 5 o'clock here in the G-Bag Nation, 105 through the fan. Now, G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 5:30. We'll be at Tolbert Garage Door tomorrow. Hope to see you there. Going around the bases next, Chuck, we're going to get caught up on baseball. How's it looking?
Yeah, we got a Cody Bradford update. We'll tell you more about that next.
All right, I want to chat Frankles with you, though, because life's unpredictable.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. G-Bag of the Day coming up in 7.5 minutes. It's time to hit the expressway, brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Yeah, G-Bag of the Day, then LA Live, then Rangers pregame coming up at 6. Here's Wolchuk with your proper round trip out.
All right, so Kumar Rocker is back. He is starting. They activated him earlier today. He was pretty darn good in his rehab starts. The most recent one, he retired the first 12 hitters he faced in Round Rock on Thursday. So hopefully he's able to come out, look really, really good tonight against the Rays. Rangers need it. They have not been a good team on the road this year. The road woes are starting to be a little bit concerning. So it'd be nice to snap that schneid. They're 9-19 in road games. The only other team in the American League that has a worse road record is the White Sox. They're 6-26. So if you want to go ahead and flip this thing and get back into the hunt for the division, you got to start playing better ball on the road. That could start tonight. Adolis García back in the lineup, playing right field. And hopefully Dolly can carry over the positive momentum he had last night when he pinch hit in the 7th, hit a single, hard hit in the 9th. Let's get the bats going.
When you're pressing, what you need is time off in perspective to give yourself a shot, and I imagine that's exactly what he got, and that's what we saw last night. All reports are that he was up there being patient and doing the things that they're looking for. I'm excited about Adolis' return and Kumar Rocker. I mean, we cannot forget September and how great that was, and the expectations of him were much higher compared to Leiter coming into spring. So, hopefully he stays healthy. I think that's my biggest Kumar Rocker concern long-term right now, and then, the location. And hopefully he can stay healthy long enough to be consistent.
Absolutely. Now, the other Rangers arm that they're hoping to get back soon is Cody Bradford, and he is ready to up the intensity and frequency when it comes to throwing breaking balls, writes Evan Grant. He threw about 6 or 7 breaking balls in an up-and-down bullpen session, which is a simulation. He got 2 innings of work on Saturday. So today in Tampa, he's expected to both increase the effort on the breaking ball and the number of throws. So he continues to ramp up his possible return. When we talked with CY, he was maybe the end of June. The hope is you could get Cody Bradford back, and that would be a huge jolt. As many arms as you're able to get back healthy, then you could look at if you wanted to, hey, go ahead and trade an arm for a bat. Maybe we can have more of those conversations. Cody Bradford's huge for that.
Bradford can be your third starter, Leiter 4, Corbin 5. This is going to free up the possibilities if you do want to consider trading Tyler Mahle and John Gray. And then, I mean, Kamar Rocker's got to bounce back. They're hitting 455 off his four-seamer right now. Wolchuk, it's just incredible. Like, that thing is going to progress to the mean.
Big win for the Rockies, guys. We talked about this during crosstalk, but they beat the Marlins.
Sweep.
It's their first 3-game sweep since May of 2024. Over a full calendar
Over the Rangers.
year. Since they had a full
Remember
sweep.
that?
That was against the Milwaukee Brewers, so thank goodness you're not part of that.
You know, the last time that the Rangers did play the Rays, they did sweep them here.
They did.
You remember that?
Yeah, the Rays hadn't gotten a victory over the Rangers for a while.
Yeah.
So
I mean, the Rays historically have been very good for the Rangers outside of that one little hiccup. I think this would be a perfect turning point, but we need to see some runs tonight, or I think the depression will hit an all-time low, and I would not want to be in CY's warpath.
Speaking of Milwaukee, they've got a crazy run going on against the Reds. They've won 12 consecutive series against Cincinnati. They got a 9-1 win today in their getaway day. But if Milwaukee's playing Cincinnati, and I know Tim Collins, big Reds fan in the building, that's not good. That's rough right there. So, hey, if you're a betting person, Brewers, Reds, you see that on the calendar, just bet the Brew Crew.
For the series.
Probably going to win. Yeah, for the series, absolutely. Okay, there was some interesting headlines that I read earlier today, and we go to the Green Light podcast with Chris Long. He had on Saquon Barkley, and we did the top 10 best athletes that retired in their prime. Could we have another one, potentially? Here was Barkley, as Chris Long asked him about retirement.
Or do you imagine yourself as one of these guys that wants to do it until the wheels fall off?
It's a great question. I'll probably be one of those guys that it'll be out of nowhere. Like, I'll probably just wake up one day, whether it's next year or 2 years or 4 years, and just be like, yeah, it's over. I don't think I will ever lose that passion. The competitive nature is always going to be there, but I like probably my favorite player of all time is Barry Sanders. So probably similar to that. Maybe one day, it'll be out of nowhere. I'll probably be balling and just be like, yeah, call it quits.
Interesting. All of a sudden, we're going to wake up. Saquon Barkley's just going to have
sign a 2-year deal. That's it. That's what he's going to do.
Maybe he's Dunsky.
He's going to play out. He's going to play out these 2 years and go on.
I'll bet no. I think the clear end for Saquon is hurt, not the same.
Yeah.
Team doesn't want him. That's how it usually ends. But he's talking a pretty good game there.
You don't think he goes out on a high?
Well, I mean, you also have to look at the fact that he's hit, $18-20 million and has won a Super Bowl. There's not much more to accomplish. Once his body doesn't feel right, if he's feeling like I'm no longer the star, I could see him saying, I'm going to get out before they start talking about me like I'm a fallen legend.
No, especially at how quickly life comes at you as a running back. I mean, at 28 years old, all of a sudden, as soon as you hit 30, we kind of look at that as all right, once you're north of 30 as a running back, unless your name is maybe Derrick Henry, you're probably no longer going to be very good. So I can totally see Barkley, especially, yes, after just winning a Super Bowl, you're probably looking at your future and saying, how much longer do I need to go? And probably 2 years left of prime Barkley is what you'll get anyway.
Yeah, I think this is going to be, I mean, it already is sort of commonplace to some extent, but especially for that position and a guy who's achieved all of that, I still think this, even in 2 years, you're probably seeing the production, the injuries production decrease, injuries increase.
I mean, the rule of 370 is pretty consistently accurate. I don't know if he'll ever have a great year again.
He's got to break the trends, right? The curse of the man cover and the curse of the offensive player of the year.
It's a lot of curses, man.
It's a lot of curses. I think 2 curses is too much for one man to overcome. Maybe one of the curses. And then the last thing here I wanted to get to, Doris Burke. You brought her up the other day, Eric, when you played the audio of her and she made the World War II joke, which I did think was kind of funny. She did the accent and everything. But Doris might be her last time calling the NBA Finals.
Really?
ESPN has not given her a deal to move forward.
They're getting their hands on some of that TNT talent?
Maybe. So they're going to debate what's next. One discussion is going to center around Doris Burke. Do they want to do 2-person? Do they want to do a 3-person team? So if you're a fan of Doris, I think Doris does do a good job.
I'll make this real easy on them. You want Breen, Jackson, and Van Gundy.
Yeah.
Hey.
I can't believe they broke that up, man.
That's hard to believe they did that.
They nuked what was already a great product.
It was one of the best. My favorite maybe of all time was Marv Albert, Bill Walton, and Steve Snapper Jones on the call. And there have been some iconic teams over the years, and certainly our very own Kevin Harlan is one of them.
Yeah.
There's so many different ways they could take this, but I understand moving on from Doris Burke. She's really basketball smart, But I think that role calls for quite a bit.
Yeah, quite a bit.
It does.
All right, go
Thank
Texas
you,
Tech
Wolchuk.
tonight. Wreck 'em.
Time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Hey, Dawson, I just sent you a text, bro.
Okay.
We got a little razzle-dazzle at the end of this segment. You know what I mean?
Okay.
A little razzle-dazzle.
Uh-huh.
All right, this is G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. You heard me? You see anything floating out there, it can be on another TV station, a radio show, podcast, I don't care, on the timeline. Send it to me if it's good. If it's a fight, there's a lot of fights today, by the way. Well, just one. But it was a pretty contentious day for G-Bag of the Day.
Mm-hmm.
Send it to me at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook. You can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. No, it's two fights. It's two fights. Our first one right here, day 2. Let's go to a, what is this? CVS. We're going to go to a CVS. A toxic argument went down. Dude was trying his best to trigger this employee. It took a minute. He disrespected his whole family before he finally found the nug of the issue.
Trouble here. Give my money back for the pills. That was the wrong pill. This guy told me to my mother. Your mother and give my money back for the pills. Now you're not going to kill me. Your mother. Free speech. America.
Free speech.
Your mother. Father. You. Give my money back for my pills. I don't know what to do. Now somebody better give me $35 back is what they better do. Right now. Yeah, the cops are coming. You. The cops are coming. Free speech, bro. Free speech, queer. Are you queer?
Oh, no.
Do you like, man? Don't talk to me like that again. You can get the hell out of here. You queer.
I prayed it away 4 years ago, sir. I will have you know.
Oh, boy.
I mean, from start to finish, that is just incredible.
So good.
I do want the one punch guys who walk around hitting strangers to go find freedom of speech idiot. You know, punch those guys.
Shout out to my man, Freddie.
Yeah, the cops are coming.
Freddie.
You. The cops are coming. Free speech, bro.
Free speech, bro.
Yeah, that's Fred right there.
Free speech, homie.
The cops are coming. Free speech, bro.
Yeah, that's Fred, bro. That's 100% Fred. All right, let's get into the rest of these joints. Gil's Arenas. Gil's Arena. Excuse me.
Oh, Gil's Arenas.
Gil's Arenas is a completely different program. It's on late night.
For your pride. Gil's Arena, where Gilbert Arenas calls out Big Cat. He says he's built bad, and he's the reason why. Well, I just let him.
He's built bad.
This is a crash out.
Is Cat being unfairly targeted for his defense? Targeted by the players? Yes. He's targeted by all offensive players. I told you. I mean, it's in plain. It's in watching it. Listen, can you just put Cat up there so we can just be educated after all on Cat himself? It's him. It's his physical makeup. Long legs, short torso, big ass feet. There's nothing he can do. He's built like a whole bitch. He's built like a female. Am I saying something wrong? Look, he's built like a girl. He has girl hips. He's like a full WNBA player. Nothing wrong with that. I'm sure if he played in the WNBA, it would be a great
Great body. Wow. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Foul.
Sounds like the cold beers were flowing a little bit. He built like a whole what?
Yeah, bro. That's true. You got to see that man, though.
Yeah.
One thing about that, NBA circles are small. He's going to have to see that man again somewhere.
Yeah. Yep.
He sounds a bit like what?
Might go like his dispute.
What did you say about my hips? Excuse me.
Oh, my God.
What did you say about my hips? Who's looking? You must be looking. You know, they real quick. All right, let's see what else we got. Barstool Sports. We got the podcast, The Unnamed Show. Dave Portnoy. Yeah, him and his co-host Kurt, they have it out over this racist troll.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Boy, this is toxic right here, too.
What I'm saying is you should have him on here or somebody else like that and
fight with them because then you have a conversation.
That's what this idiot wants. Are you ignoring what's going on in the world?
No,
right
I'm
now?
not. What do you want to do with those guys? What do you want to do? What do you want to do with those guys in the bar? Put them in jail for 50 years? Fine. I don't care.
Didn't say you're quite literally changing everything you say, Kirk. If you just want me to kick him out, not mention it, not care that this kid is anti-Semitic, shut up. If you just want me to ignore it,
don't tell me to shut up. Don't
shut the up, you bald.
Okay, go ahead.
How's that?
Oh, it's kill. I'll never recover.
How's that?
Go ahead, continue. I'll never recover.
Well, you're the one who big boss man. Don't tell. I'll tell you. You work for me.
Okay, go ahead.
You little bitch. You work for me.
For now.
Oh, you
continue.
don't? For now, quit. I don't care.
Is this a show or not a show? Like, is it a show or not a show? Like, we can't have a conversation?
You're an idiot.
Okay, continue.
You're literally saying people should be allowed to make Jew jokes, say whatever they want right now. That's
Yes, I think people should be allowed to make jokes.
Wolchuk thoughts?
That's
He got
crazy.
aggressive.
Wolchuk thoughts. That's crazy, bro. That's nuts.
Prefer we didn't.
Yeah.
What's that?
Prefer we didn't.
Yeah. I think that's a point Dave was making.
Man, talked to him kind of crazy though, didn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, he
Wow.
got. He got like super.
His show is like that though.
Yeah,
he's so combative with everybody. He really doesn't have any teammates that like him. Like there's people that go. They had this big thing about the golf tournament. They had this golf thing that they're going to put on, and nobody wants him to play because he's just so combative.
He just told his podcast host that that'll save me $500,000.
Maybe you want to apply.
You can talk to me crazy, bro.
Yeah.
You can 100% talk to me crazy.
Yeah. I don't know how I would feel about that because I know Dave is trying to generate the explosive moment for social virality.
He's good at that.
So I'm kind of trying to stand in there and go tit for tat and hold my own and not be disrespected. Once you're disrespecting me, it's $500,000. Whew, that's tough. I imagine the guy's got options though. But as a talk
it ain't
show,
$500,000.
That's probably it's a pay cut.
$500,000
How
to
much-
co-host.
Yeah.
What?
Hey, it probably worked out. We're playing the clip, so maybe people now know who he was that didn't before.
Well, he's with was it Whitney, the hockey player, the former
he also was saying like Dave, you love just making fun of your coworkers,
right,
or your employees technically, since he is the boss. Like he just wakes up in the morning and he wants to just crap on his employees. Maybe that's a bit.
Everybody's got their line though. Portnoy's been known as a guy that like, hey, freedom of speech. I'm making jokes. Everybody's got their line where it's like, no, I don't think we should cross that one.
Yep. Everybody's got it. Let's see how much time we got. Let's do one more. This is really cool. They're hacking like the drive-through systems now.
Ooh.
They get on that frequency that the drive-through guy is on.
Oh no.
And they're like messing up the orders, jumping in there and whatnot. Amazing.
Sounds like the evolution of a prank call.
Come on, dog. This is amazing.
Welcome to McDonald's. What you want?
First of all, welcome to McDonald's. What you want?
What you want?
First of all.
What do you want?
I want a Whopper.
Welcome to McDonald's. What you want?
No, I'm sorry. Can you put them to the first window? That's
No, I can take your order right here.
Excuse me, I can hear.
Hold up front. No, I can take your order. I can take your order.
Okay, so
You cannot take the order. Yes, I can take the order. I can take the order if I want to take the order.
what's going on, guys?
She's new. She's new. She's new. Okay.
She's new.
What can I get for you?
We're gonna get for you.
What?
Your order.
That's crazy.
That's awesome.
So, is this a series? Are they going around? Can we? Man, I had
I've seen like 2 videos. I don't know what's going on with it.
This is genius, dude. I hope they keep this up. I want to see it on my algo. When I was working at the Fan in Portland, we had 6 radio stations in the building. We were all lined up like on the same hallway.
Yeah.
And our boards were kind of wired together, and you could dial up different boards and listen to different stuff. Yeah. Well, I figured out if I hit 2 buttons at the same time, I would bleed into their signal simultaneously. Oh, wow. So I'm doing bits with them. I'm over here like bored out of my mind doing those 2020 sports updates back in the old days of sports radio where there was a news flash every 20 minutes. Yeah. And for like 18 minutes, dude, I'm just trolling them, playing sound bites. They're getting the engineers on it.
What's going on in here?
Somebody keeps cutting into our feet.
Whose pod is up? I've got everything on here.
What's
going on?
Yeah, we've been haunted. It was great. I loved the show too. I never told them.
I never told them. They're still wondering to this day.
Yeah, that's good trolling right there, bro. Especially never telling. That's a good troll right there.
It was awesome.
That's hilarious.
All right, that's it, bro.
I thought I was going to get in trouble, so I just stopped doing it. Is it our toxic pill popper? Is it Gil's Arena? Talking about Cat being built like a woman. Is it Barstool Sports, the unnamed show there with Dave fighting his worker, his employee, I guess, and the McDonald's drive-through prank? A lot of good options here. I'm going to go McDonald's, actually, Chief. How about you? I'm going to go with the champ. All right, Lucius?
Yeah, champ is here.
Bully?
Yeah, I'll go with the champ.
Gills.
By a score of 3-1 to 1. And still, your G-Bag of the Day champion. It's our toxic pill popper who struck quite a nerve there at the end. Okay, it's time now to
Somebody gonna give me my $35. That's what I do know.
The Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius with LA Live.
Well, all right, you swear. It's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Why he get me this? Tyler.
Happy gay month, because you know you gay and stuff.
Okay, thank you.
He got your gay
Tyler.
balloon because it got all the colors because it's gay.
Okay.
And I got Skittles because it got a rainbow on it.
Okay.
And I got the cookie cake. It says, be who you are for your pride.
Here it is.
It's Butt Naked Wednesday.
For your pride. This is LA Live for Wednesday, June 4th, 2025. It is a butt naked Wednesday here in LA Live. Shout out to Miss Badu. I too was born underwater, and peace to the gods. Happy Pride Month too, by the way. Happy Pride Month for your pride. LGBTQ. And happy Men's Health Month too, by the way. It is Men's Health Month. So let's get all of that stuff taken care of. I'm going to try to get my doctor's appointments in there. Get poked and prodded.
Yeah.
Make sure all the pipes and holes and everything are working fine.
Get your numbers checked.
Get all of that stuff, man. I got the DOMs right now, fam. I got the DOMs.
The DOMs.
Yeah. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Brothers.
Sir.
That Facebook Marketplace, I'm telling you this right now. If you see something on there, you got to act fast.
Is it just like it doesn't stay up for more than
It does not stay up.
more than 30 minutes?
If it's awesome, it does not stay up, bro.
Yeah.
I'm telling you that right now. All right.
I feel like people are flipping on there.
It goes.
Is that what's going on?
It's going
Yeah.
fast, man.
Like if you put some up there for free, you're not hooking up a friend. You're contributing to somebody's stock.
Hey,
that's what I figured out.
I just know it goes too damn fast. I like it. And I look up and it says sold. I had my eyes on this 2002 Volvo S60. I wanted to flip it out. I was like, I'm gonna put some BBSs on it.
Yeah.
I look back up. That thing is gone, man. $1,800. That was I missed it, bro.
Those Volvos old ones are good, by the way.
Yeah.
They're good.
Yes, they are. And they got the steel little
They do.
situations in them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Speaking of pride, we're off to a wild start here in Pride Month. Des Bryant was not feeling the NFL's Pride Month initiative.
He was not.
The NFL is gay.
The NFL is gay.
Yeah.
It's one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen in my life.
It said football is for everyone is the initiative. Football is gay. Football is lesbian. Football is beautiful. Football is queer. Football is transgendered. And football is for everyone.
Football is life.
Thanks, Tush Push. Football is life.
Yeah, Des was not feeling that right there. But I have to tell Des myself, man, I've seen the Dallas Diamonds play. And I'll tell you what, football is very lesbian. Football is very gay. I'm telling you this.
Very
right
apple backsided, too.
Yeah. Just letting you know. Also, Pride Month, did you see that the U.S. Navy is going to take... Hold on.
I feel like I want to kill the Prime Minister of Malaysia all of a sudden.
Yeah, good job. Good job. The U.S. Navy is going to take Harvey Milk's ship away from him.
Oh, no. What do you do?
They're going to take Harvey Milk's ship away. It was an oil tanker, by the way. I don't know if there's any jokes or whatnot, but...
No.
Yeah, it's the USNS Harvey Milk. It was christened in 2021. Damn, he just got that thing.
It's a good run.
And they're going to rename it already. You guys familiar with Harvey Milk, everybody?
Yeah, the movie Milk.
Yes, great movie.
Great movie.
Great movie. Sean Penn.
Don't know who Harvey Milk is?
That's definitely a gay movie, right?
Very gay.
Definitely a gay. Yes. For your pride. Yeah, Harvey Milk was one of the nation's first openly gay elected officials in San Fran. My man was shot by a hater at work in the office of City Hall, San Francisco.
And they took
City
his
Hall.
bow from him? Man, he's having a bad week.
And they took his bow from him, bro. For your pride is tough out here. All right.
Wait, why'd they take it?
Because it's gay.
Did they not know he was gay when they gave him the boat, and now they realize retroactively, oh, wait, it's now a gay boat? Can't have gay boats in the Navy, can we?
Navy's never beaten the Chargers, I'll tell you what.
No.
Never beaten it.
I mean, it's just too inviting, I think, for a man that swings that way. Tell me I can go out here on this boat with about 20,000 dudes for the next 8 months?
Come on, man.
And you're going to pay me?
Come on, bro. Chill out.
Sorry.
Chill out, dog.
Sorry.
Chill out.
I'm going to have to research this Harvey Milk guy.
Chill out.
There's no way they just said, hey, you're gay, we're taking your boat. He had to have done something.
He didn't do anything. He's
super
dead.
gay.
He's dead, bro. He didn't do anything. He's just gay.
They have to have found something else about Harvey Milk more than just he's gay.
You would hope so.
This boat delivers fuel to other Navy ships. That's what it does.
Okay.
It's like a tanker.
A little tanker.
It's a tanker.
He drops off some little oil.
But Harvey Milk served in the Navy.
Yeah, he sure did. 4 years.
1950.
And then he got found out for being gay, and they kicked him out.
Got the Presidential Medal of Freedom, 2009.
They kicked him out for being gay. Speaking of being gay, Bobby Lee, comedian Bobby Lee.
Oh, yeah?
His parents did not want him to be gay at all.
When I was a kid, right, my parents were very kind of racist and homophobic.
Mm-hmm.
My dad would say simple things like, if you're gay, I kill you, everybody. Your gay friend, everybody. Whatever. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, he would look at me, everybody gay. You gay, every die. Everybody die, right? And
wait, was he worried about you being gay?
Yeah.
Why was he worried?
Gen X kid there.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, Bobby
Okay, I'm seeing some Harvey Milk things.
Are you?
It seems like the gayness translated into I like young boys. Seems like we might have predator situation on.
Oh, they put that on that dead body.
It seems as though
dead body
there
on
was
it,
a
man.
molesting of 16-year-old boys. One